Chapter 1 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 1. During the dire reign of the terrific Robespierre, and in the dead of night, braving the cold, the darkness, and the damps of December, some English passengers, in a small vessel, were preparing to glide silently from the coast of France, when a voice of keen distress resounded from the shore, imploring, in the French language, pity and admission. The pilot quickened his arrangements for sailing. The passengers sought deeper concealment, but no answer was returned. "Oh, hear me!" cried the same voice. "For the love of heaven, hear me!" The pilot gruffly swore, and, repressing a young man who was rising, peremptorily ordered everyone to keep still, at the hazard of discovery and destruction. "Oh, listen to my prayers!" was called out by the same voice, with increased and even frightful energy. "Oh, leave me not to be massacred!" "Who's to pay for your safety?" muttered the pilot. "I will," cried the person whom he had already rebuffed. "I pledge myself for the cost and the consequence." "Be lured by no tricks," said an elderly man in English. "Put off immediately, pilot." The pilot was very ready to obey. The supplications from the land were now sharpened into cries of agony, and the young man, catching the pilot by the arm, said eagerly, "'Tis the voice of a woman. Where can be the danger? Take her in, pilot, at my demand and my charge." "Take her in at your peril, pilot," rejoined the elderly man. Rage had elevated his voice. The petitioner heard it, and screamed rather, for mercy. "Nay, since she is but a woman, and in distress, save her, pilot, in God's name," said an old sea officer. "A woman, a child, and a fallen enemy are 3 persons that every true Briton should scorn to misuse." The sea officer was looked upon as first in command. The young man, therefore, no longer opposed, separated himself from a young lady with whom he had been conversing, and, descending from the boat, gave his hand to the suppliant. There was just light enough to show him a female in the most ordinary attire, who was taking a whispering leave of a male companion, yet more meanly equipped. With trembling eagerness she sprang into the vessel, and sunk rather than sat upon a place that was next to the pilot, ejaculating fervent thanks, first to heaven and then to her assistant. The pilot now, in deep, hoarse accents, strictly enjoined that no one should speak or move till they were safely out at sea. All obeyed, and, with mingled hope and dread, insensible to the weather, and dauntless to the hazards of the sea, watchful though mute, and joyful though filled with anxiety, they set sail. In about half an hour the grumbling of the pilot, who was despotic master of the boat, was changed into loud and vociferous oaths. Alarmed, the passengers concluded that they were chased. They looked around, but to no purpose. The darkness impeded examination. They were happily, however, mistaken. The lungs of the pilot had merely recovered their usual play, and his humour its customary vent, from a belief that all pursuit would now be vain. This proved the signal to general liberty of speech, and the young lady already mentioned, addressing herself in a low voice to the gentleman who had aided the incognita, said, "I wonder what sort of a Dulcinea you have brought amongst us, though I really believe you are such a complete knight-errant that you would just as willingly find her a tawny Hottentot as a fair Circassian. She affords us, however, a vivifying food of conjecture, the only nourishment of which I never sicken. I am glad, therefore, that 'tis dark, for discovery is almost always disappointment." "She seems to be at prayers." "At prayers? She's a nun, then, depend upon it. Make her tell us the history of her convent." "Why, what's all this, woman?" said the pilot, in French. "Are you afraid of being drowned?" No, answered she, in the same language. I fear nothing now. It is therefore I am thankful. Retreating, then, from her rude neighbour, she gently approached an elderly lady, who was on her other side, but who, shrinking from her, called out, Mr. Harleigh, I shall be obliged to you if you will change places with me. Willingly, he answered. But the young lady with whom he had been conversing, holding his coat, exclaimed, Now you want to have all the stories of those monks and abbesses to yourself. I won't let you stir. I am resolved. The stranger begged that she might not incommode any one, and drew back. You may sit still now, Mr. Harleigh, said the elderly lady, shaking herself. I do very well again. Harleigh bit his lip, and, in a low voice, said to his companion, It is strange that the facility of giving pain should not lessen its pleasure. How far better tempered should we all be to others, if we anticipated the mischief that ill humour does to ourselves. Now you are such a very disciple of Cervantes, she replied, that I have no doubt but your tattered Dulcinea has secured your protection for the whole voyage, merely because old Aunt Maple has been a little ill-bred to her. I don't know but you are right, for nothing so uncontrollably excites resistance as grossness to the unoffending. He then, in French, inquired of the new passenger whether she would not have some thicker covering to shelter her from the chill of the night, offering her, at the same time, a large wrapping coat. She thanked him, but declared that she was perfectly warm. Are you so, Faith? Cried the elderly man already mentioned. I wish, then, you would give me your recipe, mistress, for I verily think that my blood will take a month's thawing before it will run again in my veins. She made no answer, and, in a tone somewhat piqued, he added, I believe in my conscience those outlandish gentry have no more feeling without than they have within. Increasing coldness and darkness repressed all further spirit of conversation, till the pilot proclaimed that they were halfway over the straits. A general exclamation of joy now broke forth from all, while the newcomer, suddenly casting something into the sea, ejaculated in French, Sink, and be as nothing! And then, clasping her hands, added, Heaven be praised, 'tis gone for ever! The pilot scolded and swore. Every one was surprised and curious. And the elderly man plumply demanded, Pray, what have you thrown overboard, mistress? Finding himself again unanswered, he rather angrily raised his voice, saying, What, I suppose you don't understand English now, though you were pretty quick at it when we were leaving you in the lurch. Faith, that's convenient enough. For all I have been silent so long, cried the old sea officer, it has not been for want of something to say, and I ask the favour that you won't any of you take it ill if I make free to mention what has been passing all this time in my mind, though it may rather have the air of a hint than a compliment, but as I owe to being as much in fault as yourselves, I hope you won't be affronted at a little plain dealing. You are mighty good to us indeed, sir, cried Mrs. Maple. But pray what fault have you to charge me with amongst the rest? I speak of us in a body, madam, and I hope with proper shame. To think that we should all get out of that loathsome captivity with so little reverence, that not one amongst us should have fallen upon his knees to give thanks, except just this poor outlandish gentlewoman, whose good example I recommend it to us all now to follow. What, and so overturn the boat, said the elderly man, that we may all be drowned for joy because we have escaped being beheaded? I submit to your better judgment, Mr. Riley, replied the officer, with regard to the attitude, and the more readily because I don't think that the posture is the chief thing. Half the people that kneel, even at church, as I have taken frequent note, being oftener in a doze than in a fit of devotion. But the fear of shaking the boat would be but a poor reason to fear shaking our gratitude, which seems to me to want it abundantly. So I, for one, give thanks to the author of all things. You are a fine fellow, noble Admiral, cried Mr. Riley, as fine a fellow as ever I knew, and I honour you, faith, for I don't believe there is a thing in the world that requires so much courage as to risk derision, even from fools. A young man, wrapped up in flannels, who had been undisguisedly enjoying a little sneering laugh, now became suddenly grave, and pretended not to heed what was passing. Mrs. Maple protested that she could not bear the parade of saying her prayers in public. Another elderly lady, who had hitherto seemed too sick to speak, declared that she could not think of giving thanks till she were sure of being out of danger. And the young lady, laughing immoderately, vowed that she had never seen such a congress of quizzes in her life, adding, "We want nothing now but a white foaming billow or a shrill whistle from Boreas to bring us all to confession and surprise out our histories." "Apropos to quizzes," said Mr. Riley, addressing the hitherto silent young man, "how comes it, Mr. Ireton, that we have not had one word from you all this time?" "What do you mean by apropos, sir?" demanded the young man, somewhat piqued. "Faith, I don't very well know. I am no very good French dictionary, but I always say apropos when I am at a loss how to introduce anything. Let us hear, however, where you have been passing your thoughts all this time. Are you afraid the sea should be impregnated with informers instead of salt, and so won't venture to give breath to an idea, lest it should be floated back to Signor Robespierre and hodge-podged into a conspiracy?" "Ay, your thoughts, your thoughts. Give us your thoughts, Ireton," cried the young lady. "I am tired to death of my own." "Why, I have been reflecting, for this last hour or two, what a singular circumstance it is, that in all the domains that I have scampered over upon the continent, I have not met with one young person who could hit my fancy as a companion for life." "And I, sir, think," said the sea officer, turning to him with some severity, "that a man who could go out of old England to choose himself a wife never deserves to set foot on it again. If I knew any worse punishment, I should name it." This silenced Mr. Ireton, and not another word was uttered till the opening of day displayed the British shore. The sea officer then gave a hearty huzzah, which was echoed by Harleigh, while Riley, as the light gleamed upon the old and tattered garments of the stranger, burst into a loud laugh, exclaiming, "Faith, I should like to know what such a demoiselle as this should come away from her own country for. What could you be afraid of, hey, demoiselle?" She turned her head from him in silence. Harleigh inquired, in French, whether she had escaped the general contagion, from which almost all in the boat had suffered, of sickness. She cheerfully replied, yes, she had escaped every evil. "The demoiselle is soon contented," said Riley, "but I cannot for my life make out who she is, nor what she wants. Why won't you tell us, demoiselle? I should like to know your history." "Much obliged for the new fellow traveller you have given us, Mr. Harleigh," said Mrs. Maple, contemptuously examining her. "I have really some curiosity myself to be informed what could put into such a body's mind as that to want to come over to England." "The desire of learning the language, I hope," cried Harleigh, "for I should be sorry that she knew it already." "I wish, at least, she would tell us," said the young lady, "how she happened to find out our vessel just at the moment we were sailing." "And I should be glad to discover," cried Riley, "why she understands English on and off at her pleasure, now so ready, and now answering one never a word." The old sea officer, touching his hat as he addressed her, said, "For my part, madam, I hope the compliment you make our country in coming to it is that of preferring good people to bad, in which case every Englishman should honour and welcome you." "And I hope," cried Harleigh, while the stranger seemed hesitating how to answer, "that this patriotic benevolence is comprehended. If not, I will attempt a translation." "I speak French so indifferently, which, however, I don't much mind," cried the Admiral, "that I am afraid the gentlewoman would hardly understand me, or else I would translate for myself." The stranger now, with a strong expression of gratitude, replied in English, but with a foreign accent. "It is only how to thank you I am at a loss, sir. I understand you perfectly." "So I could have sworn," cried Riley, with a laugh. "I could have sworn that this would be the turn for understanding English again. And you can speak it too, can you, mistress?" "And pray, good woman," demanded Mrs. Maple, staring at her, "how came you to learn English? Have you lived in any English family? If you have, I should be glad to know their names." "Ay, their names," was echoed from Mrs. Maple by her niece. The stranger looked down, and stammered, but said nothing that could distinctly be heard. Riley, laughing again, though provoked, exclaimed, "There, now you ask her a question, she won't comprehend a word more. I was sure how 'twould be. They are clever beings, those French, they are, faith, always playing fool's tricks like so many monkeys, yet always lighting right upon their feet, like so many cats. You must resign your demoiselle, as Mr. Riley calls her, for a heroine," whispered the young lady to Mr. Harleigh. "Her dress is not merely shabby, 'tis vulgar. I have lost all hope of a pretty nun. She can be nothing above a housemaid." "She is interesting by her solitary situation," he answered, "be she what she may by her rank, and her voice, I think, is singularly pleasing." "Oh, you must fall in love with her, I suppose, as a thing of course. If, however, she has one atom that is native in her, how will she be choked by our foggy atmosphere?" "And has our atmosphere, Elinor, no purifying particles, that in defiance of its occasional mists render it salubrious?" "Oh, I don't mean alone the foggy air that she must inhale, but the foggy souls whom she must see and hear. If she have no political bias, that sets natural feelings aside, she'll go off in a lethargy from ennui the very first week. For myself, I confess, from my happiness in going forth into the world at this sublime juncture, of turning men into infants, in order to teach them better how to grow up, I feel as if I had never awakened into life, till I had opened my eyes on that side of the Channel." "And can you, Elinor, with a mind so powerful, however, pardon me, wild, have witnessed—" "Oh, I know what you mean. But those excesses are only the first froth of the cauldron. When once 'tis skimmed, you will find the composition clear, sparkling, delicious." "Has, then, the large draught, which, in a 2 years' residence amidst that combustion, you have, perforce, quaffed of revolutionary beverage, left you, in defiance of its noxious qualities, still thus—" he hesitated. "Inebriated, you would say, Albert," cried she, laughing, "if you blush not for me at the idea. But in this one point your liberality, though matchless in every other, is terribly narrowed by adhesion to old tenets. You enjoy not, therefore, as you ought, this glorious epoch, that lifts our minds from slavery and from nothingness, into play and vigour, and leaves us no longer, as heretofore, merely making believe that we are thinking beings. Unbridled liberty, Elinor, cannot rush upon a state, without letting it loose to barbarism. Nothing without danger is suddenly unshackled. Safety demands control from the baby to the despot." "The opening essays here," she replied, "have certainly been calamitous. But when all minor articles are progressive, in rising to perfection, must the world in a mass alone stand still, because its amelioration would be costly? Can anything be so absurd, so preposterous, as to seek to improve mankind individually, yet bid it stand still collectively? What is education but reversing propensities, making the idle industrious, the rude civil, and the ignorant learned? And do you not, for every student thus turned out of his likings, his vagaries, or his vices, to be new modelled, call this alteration improvement? Why then must you brand all similar efforts for new organizing states, nations, and bodies of society, by that word of unmeaning alarm, innovation? To reverse, Elinor, is not to new model, but to destroy. This education with which you illustrate your maxims, does it begin with the birth? Does it not, on the contrary, work its way by the gentlest gradations, one part almost imperceptibly preparing for another, throughout all the stages of childhood to adolescence, and of adolescence to manhood? If you give Homer before the primer, do you think that you shall make a man of learning? If you shew the planetary system to the child who has not yet trundled his hoop, do you believe that you will form a mathematician? And if you put a rapier into his hands before he has been exercised with foils, what is your guarantee for the safety of his professor?" Just then the stranger, having taken off her gloves, to arrange an old shawl, in which she was wrapped, exhibited hands and arms of so dark a colour, that they might rather be styled black than brown. Elinor exultingly drew upon them the eyes of Harleigh, and both taking, at the same instant, a closer view of the little that was visible of the muffled up face, perceived it to be of an equally dusky hue. The look of triumph was now repeated. "Pray, mistress," exclaimed Mr. Riley, scoffingly fixing his eyes upon her arms, "what part of the world might you come from? The settlements in the West Indies, or somewhere off the coast of Africa?" She drew on her gloves, without seeming to hear him. "There," said he, "now the demoiselle don't understand English again. Faith, I begin to be entertained with her. I did not like it at first." "What say you to your Dulcinea now, Harleigh?" whispered Elinor. "You will not, at least, yellop her the fair maid of the coast." "She has very fine eyes, however," answered he, laughing. The wind just then blowing back the prominent borders of a French nightcap, which had almost concealed all her features, displayed a large black patch, that covered half her left cheek, and a broad black ribbon, which bound a bandage of cloth over the right side of her forehead. Before Elinor could utter her rallying congratulations to Harleigh upon this sight, she was stopped by a loud shout from Mr. Riley. "Why, I am afraid the demoiselle has been in the wars!" cried he. "Why, mistress, have you been trying your skill at fisticuffs for the good of your nation, or only playing with kittens for your private diversion?" "Now then, Harleigh," said Elinor, "what says your quixotism now? Are you to become enamoured with those plasters and patches too?" "Why, she seems a little mangled, I confess, but it may only be by scrambling from some prison." "Really, Mr. Harleigh," said Mrs. Maple, scarcely troubling herself to lower her voice, as, incessantly, she continued surveying the stranger, "I don't think that we are much indebted to you for bringing us such company as this into our boat. We did not pay such a price to have it made a mere common hoy, and without the least inquiry into her character, too, without considering what one must think of a person who could look out for a place in a chance vessel at midnight." "Let us hope," said Harleigh, perceiving by the downcast eyes of the stranger that she understood what passed, "that we shall not make her repent her choice of an asylum." "Ah, there is no fear!" cried she, with quickness. "Your prepossession, then, is happily in our favour?" "Not my prepossession, but my gratitude." This is true practical philosophy, to let the sum total of good outbalance the detail, which little minds would dwell upon, of evil. "Of evil! I think myself at this moment the most fortunate of human beings." This was uttered with a sort of transport that she seemed unable to control, and accompanied with a bright smile that displayed a row of beautifully white and polished teeth. Riley now, again heartily laughing, exclaimed, "This demoiselle amuses me mightily. She does, faith, with hardly a rag to cover her this cold winter's night, and on the point of going to the bottom every moment, in this crazy little vessel, with never a friend to her own body if she's drowned, nor an acquaintance to say a word to before she sinks, not a countryman within leagues except our surly pilot, who grudges her even life-room, because he's afraid he shan't be the better for her, going to a nation where she won't know a dog from a cat, and will be buffeted from pillar to post if she don't pay for more than she wants. With all this she is the most fortunate of human beings. Faith, the demoiselle is soon pleased. She is, faith. But why won't you give me your recipe, mistress, for finding all things so agreeable?" "You would be sorry, sir, to take it." "I fear, then," said Harleigh, "it is only past suffering that bestows this character of bliss upon simple safety." "Pray, Mr. Riley," cried Mrs. Maple, "please to explain what you mean by talking so freely of our all going to the bottom. I should be glad to know what right you had to make me come on board the vessel, if you think it so crazy." She then ordered the pilot to use all possible expedition for putting her on shore at the very first jut of land, adding, "You may take the rest of the company round, wherever you choose, but as to me, I desire to be landed directly." She could not, however, prevail, but in the panic which had seized her, she grew as incessant in reproach as in alarm, bitterly bewailing the moment that she had ever trusted herself to such an element, such a vessel, and such guides. "See," said Harleigh, in a low voice to the stranger, "how little your philosophy has spread, and how soon every evil, however great, is forgotten when over, to aggravate the smallest discomfort that still remains. What recompense or what exertion would any one of us have thought too great for obtaining a place in this boat only a few hours ago? Yet you alone seem to have discovered that the true art of supporting present inconvenience is to compare it with past calamity, not with our disappointed wishes. Calamity? Repeated she with vivacity. Ah, if once I reach that shore, that blessed shore, shall I have a sorrow left? The belief that you will not, said he, smiling, will almost suffice for your security, since, certainly, half our afflictions are those which we suffer through anticipation. There was time for nothing more, the near approach to land seeming to fill every bosom, for the instant, with sensations equally enthusiastic. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 2. Upon reaching the British shore, while Mrs. Maple, her niece, the elderly lady, and 2 maidservants, claimed and employed the aid of the gentleman, the incognita, disregarding an offer of Harleigh to return for her, darted forward with such eagerness that she was the first to touch the land, where, with a fervour that seemed resistless, she rapturously ejaculated, "Heaven, heaven be praised!" The pilot, when he had safely disembarked his passengers, committed the charge of his vessel to a boy, and, abruptly accosting the stranger, demanded a recompense for the risk which he had run in saving her life. She was readily opening her work-bag to seek for her purse, but the old sea officer, approaching, and holding her arm, gravely asked whether she meant to affront him, and, turning to the pilot, somewhat dictatorially said, "Hark ye, my lad, we took this gentlewoman in ourselves, and I have seen no reason to be sorry for it. But she is our passenger, and not yours. Come to the inn, therefore, and you shall be satisfied, forthwith, for her and the rest of us, in a lump." "You are infinitely good, sir," cried the stranger, "but I have no claim—" "That's your mistake, gentlewoman. An unprotected female, provided she's of a good behaviour, has always a claim to a man's care, whether she be born amongst our friends or our foes. I should be ashamed to be an Englishman if I held it my duty to think narrower than that. And a man who could bring himself to be ashamed of being an Englishman would find it a difficult solution, let me tell you, my good gentlewoman, to discover what he might glory in. However, don't think that I say this to affront you as a foreigner, for I hope I am a better Christian. I only drop it as a matter of fact." "Worthy Admiral," said Mr. Harleigh, now joining them, "you are not, I trust, robbing me of my office. The pecuniary engagement with the pilot was mine." "But the authority which made him act," returned the officer, "was mine." A bright smile, which lightened up the countenance of the incognita, again contrasted her white teeth with her dingy complexion, while dispersing the tears that started into her eyes. "Fie upon me," she cried, "to be in England and surprised at generosity!" "Gentlewoman," said the Admiral emphatically, "if you want any help, command my services. For, to my seeming, you appear to be a person of as right a way of thinking as if you had lisped English for your mother tongue." He then peremptorily insisted that the boat's company should discharge the pilot without any interference on the part of the lone traveller, as soon as it had done with the custom-house officers. This latter business was short. There was nothing to examine, not a trunk, and scarcely a parcel, had the hurry and the dangers of escape hazarded. They then proceeded to the principal inn, where the Admiral called all the crew, as he styled the party, to the spacious room, and a cheering fire, of which he undertook the discipline. The sight of this meanly attired person, invited into the apartment both by the Admiral and Mr. Harleigh, with a civility that seemed blind to her shabby appearance, proved so miraculous a restorative to Mrs. Maple, that, rising from a great chair, into which, with the declaration that she was half dead from her late fright and sickness, she had thrown herself, she was endowed with sudden strength of body to stand stiffly upright, and of lungs to pronounce, in shrill but powerful accents, "Pray, Mr. Harleigh, are we to go on any farther as if we were to live all our lives in a stage-coach? Why can't that body as well stay in the kitchen?" The stranger would hastily have retired, but the Admiral, taking her softly by the shoulder, said, "I have been a commanding officer the best part of my life, gentlewoman, and though a devil of a wound has put me upon the superannuated list, I am not sunk into quite such a fair-weather chap as to make over my authority, in such a little pitiful skiff's company as this, to petticoat government, though no man has a better respect for the sex in its proper element, which, however, is not the sea. Therefore, madam," turning to Mrs. Maple, "this gentlewoman being my own passenger, and having comported herself without any offence either to God or man, I shall take it kind if you will treat her in a more Christian-like manner." While Mrs. Maple began an angry reply, the stranger forced herself out of the apartment. The Admiral followed. "I hope, gentlewoman," he was beginning, "you won't be cast down or angry at a few vagaries," when, looking her in the face, he saw a countenance so gaily happy that his condolence was changed into pleased astonishment. "Angry!" she repeated. "At a moment such as this, a moment of so blessed an escape, I should be the most graceless of wretches if I had one sensation but of thankfulness and joy." "You are a very brave woman," said the Admiral, "and I am sorry," looking at her tattered clothing, "to see you in no better plight, though perchance if you had been born to more glitter without, you might have had less ore within. However, if you don't much like the vapouring of that ancient lady, which I have no very extraordinary liking to myself neither, why stay in another room till we have done with the pilot, and then, if I can be of any use in helping you to your friends, I shall be glad to be at your service. For I take it for granted, though you are not in your own country, you are too good a woman to be without friends, as I know no worse sign of a person's character." He then joined his fellow voyagers, and the stranger went on to inquire for the master of the house. Sounds from without, that seemed to announce distress, catching, soon after, the attentive ear of Harleigh, he opened the door, and perceived that the stranger was returned to the passage, and in evident disorder. The sea officer briskly advanced to her. "How now?" he cried. "Disheartened at last? Well, a woman can be but a woman. However, unless you have a mind to see all my good opinion blown away thus, in a whiff, you won't think of drooping, now once you are upon British ground. For though I should scorn, I hope, to reproach you for not being a native born, still not to be overjoyed that you can say, 'Here I am,' would be a sure way to win my contempt. However, as I don't take upon me to be your governor, I'll send your own countryman to you, if you like him better. The pilot?" "Not for the universe! Not for the universe!" she eagerly cried, and darting into an empty room, with a hasty apology, shut the door. "Mighty well indeed," said Mrs. Maple, who, catching the contagion of curiosity, had deigned to listen. "So her own countryman, the only person that she ought to belong to, she shuts the door upon." She then protested that if the woman were not brought forth before the pilot, who was already paid and gone, had re-embarked, she should always be convinced that she had lost something, though she might not find out what had been taken from her for a 12-month afterwards. The landlord, coming forward, inquired whether there were any disturbance, and, upon the complaint and application of Mrs. Maple, would have opened the door of the closed apartment, but the Admiral and Harleigh, each taking him by an arm, declared the person in that room to be under their protection. "Well, upon my word," cried Mrs. Maple, "this is more than I could have expected. We are in fine hands indeed for a sea officer and an admiral that ought to be our safeguard, to take part with our native enemy, that I make no doubt is sent amongst us as a spy for our destruction." "A lady, madam," said the Admiral, looking down rather contemptuously, must have liberty to say whatever she pleases, a man's tongue being as much tied as his hands, not to annoy the weaker vessel, so that, let her come out with what she will, she is amenable to no punishment, unless she takes some account of a man's inward opinion, in which case she can't be said to escape quite so free as she may seem to do. This, madam, is all the remark that I think fit to make to you. But as for you, Mr. Landlord, when the gentlewoman in this room has occasion to consult you, she speaks English, and can call you herself. He would then have led the way to a general retreat, but Mrs. Maple angrily desired the landlord to take notice that a foreigner, of suspicious character, had come over with them by force, whom he ought to keep in custody, unless she would tell her name and business. The door of the apartment was now abruptly opened by the stranger, who called out, "Oh, no, 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 ladies and gentlemen, I claim your protection." "It is yours, madam," cried Harleigh, with emotion. "Be sure of it, gentlewoman," cried the old officer. "We did not bring you from one bad shore to another. We'll take care of you. Be sure of it." The stranger wept. "I thought not," she cried, "to have shed a tear in England, but my heart can find no other vent." very pretty indeed, gentlemen," said Mrs. Maple. "If you can answer all this to yourselves, well and good. But as I have not quite so easy a conscience, I think it no more than my duty to inform the magistrates myself of my opinion of this foreigner." She was moving off, but the stranger rushed forth, with an expression of agonized affright, exclaimed, "Stay, madam, stay, hear but one word. I am no foreigner. I am English." Equal astonishment now seized every one, but while they stared from her to each other, the Admiral said, "I am cordially glad to hear it, cordially, though why you should have kept secret a point that makes as much for your honour as for your safety, I am not deep enough to determine. However, I won't decide against you, while I am in the dark of your reasons, though I own I have rather a taste myself for things more above board. But for all that, ma'am, if I can be of any use to you, make no scruple to call upon me." He walked back to the parlour, where all now, except Harleigh, assembled to a general breakfast, of which, during this scene, Riley, for want of an associate, had been doing the honours to himself. The sick lady, Mrs. Ireton, was not yet sufficiently recovered to take any refreshment, and the young man, her son, had commanded a repast on a separate table. Harleigh repeated to the stranger, as she returned, in trembling, to her room, his offer of services. "If any lady of this party," she answered, "would permit me to say a few words to her, not quite in public, I should thankfully acknowledge such a condescension. And if you, sir, to whom already I owe an escape that calls for my eternal gratitude, if you, sir, could procure me such an audience—" "What depends upon me shall surely not be left undone," he replied, and, returning to the parlour, "Ladies," he said, "this person whom we have brought over begs to speak with one of you alone." "Alone!" repeated Mrs. Maple. "How shocking! Who can tell what may be her designs?" "She means that we should go out to hold a conference with her in the passage, I suppose," said Mrs. Ireton, the sick lady, to whom the displeasure raised by this idea seemed to restore strength and speech. "Or perhaps she would be so good as to receive us in the kitchen. Her condescension is really edifying. I am quite at a loss how I should shew my sense of such affability." "What is that black insect buzzing about us still?" cried her son. "Why, what the deuce can one make of such a grim thing?" "Oh, it's my friend the demoiselle, is it?" said Riley. "Faith, I had almost forgotten her. I was so confoundedly numbed and gnawn between cold and hunger that I don't think I could have remembered my father, I don't, faith, before I had recruited. But where's poor demoiselle? What's become of her? She wants a little bleaching, to be sure. But she has not bad eyes, nor a bad nose neither." "I am no great friend to the mystical," said the Admiral, "but I promised her my help while she stood in need of my protection, and I have no tide to withdraw it, now that I presume she is only in need of my purse. If any of the ladies, therefore, mean to go to her, I beg to trouble them to carry this." He put a guinea upon the table. "Now that she is ready to tell her story," said Elinor, "I am confident that there is none to tell. While she was enveloped in the mystical,
as the Admiral phrases it. I was dying with curiosity to make some discovery." "Oh, the poor demoiselle!" cried Riley. "Why, you can't think of leaving her in the lurch at last, ladies, after bringing her so far. Come, lend me one of your bonnets and your fardingales, or what is it you call your things, and twirl me a belt round my waist, and something proper about my neck, and I'll go to her myself, as one of your waiting maids. I will, faith." "I am glad, at least, niece Eleanor, that this once," said Mrs Maple, "you are reasonable enough to act a little like me and other people. If you had really been so wild as to sustain so glaring an impostor—" "If, aunt, don't you see how I am scalding my throat all this time to run to her?" replied Eleanor, giving her hand to Harleigh. As they re-entered the passage, the stranger, rushing from her room with a look the most scared and altered, exclaimed that she had lost her purse. "This is complete," cried Eleanor, laughing. "And will this too, Harleigh, move your knight-errantry? If it does, look to your heart, for I won't lose a moment in becoming black-patched and penniless." She flew with this anecdote to the breakfast-parlour, while the stranger, yet more rapidly, flew from the inn to the seaside, where she carefully retraced the ground that she had passed. But all examination was vain, and she returned with an appearance of increased dismay. Meeting Harleigh at the door, his expression of concern somewhat calmed her distress, and she conjured him to plead with one of the ladies, to have the charity to convey her to London, and thence to help her on to Brighthelmstone. "I have no means," she cried, "now to proceed unaided. My purse, I imagine, dropped into the sea, when so unguardedly, in the dark, I cast there—" She stopped, looked confused, and bent her eyes upon the ground. "To Brighthelmstone," repeated Harleigh. "Some of these ladies reside not 9 miles from that town. I will see what can be done." She merely entreated, she said, to be allowed to travel in their suite, in any way, any capacity, as the lowest of attendants. She was so utterly reduced by this dreadful loss, that she must else beg her way on foot. Harleigh hastened to execute this commission, but the moment he named it, Eleanor called out, "Do pray, Mr Harleigh, tell me where you have been secreting your common sense. Not that I mean to look for it. 'Twould despoil me of all the dear freaks and vagaries that give zest to life." "Poor demoiselle!" cried Riley, throwing half a crown upon the table. "She shall not be without my mite for old acquaintance' sake." "What, has she caught even you, Mr cynical Riley?" cried Eleanor. "You, who take as much pleasure in lowering or mortifying your fellow creatures, as Mr Harleigh does in elevating or relieving them." "Every one after his own fashion, Miss Nelly. The best amongst us has as little taste for being thwarted as the worst." "He has, faith. We all think our own way the only one that has any common sense. Mine is that of a diver. I seek always for what is hidden. What is obvious soon surfeits me. If this demoiselle had named herself, I should never have thought of her again. But now I'm all agog to find her out." "Why does she not say who she is at once?" cried Mrs Maple. "I give nothing to people that I know nothing of. And what had she to do in France? Why don't she tell us that?" "Can such a skin and such a garb be worth so much breath?" demanded Ireton, taking up a newspaper. Harleigh inquired of Mrs Ireton whether she had succeeded in her purposed search, of a young woman to replace the domestic whom she had left in France, and to attend her till she arrived at her house in town. "No, sir," she answered, "but you don't mean, I presume, to recommend this vagabond to be about my person? I should presume not. I should presume you don't mean that. Not but that I should be very sensible to such a mark of distinction. I hope Mr Harleigh does not doubt that. I hope he does not suspect that I should want a proper sensibility to such an honour." "If you think her a vagabond, madam," replied Harleigh, "I have not a word to offer, but neither her language nor her manners incline me to that opinion. You only want an attendant till you reach your family, and she merely desires and supplicates to travel free. Her object is to get to Brighthelmstone, and if, by waiting upon you, she could earn her journey to London, Mrs Maple, perhaps, in compassion to her penniless state, might thence let her share the conveyance of some of her people to Lewes, whence she might easily find means to proceed." The two elderly ladies stared at each other, not so much as if exchanging inquiries how to decline, but in what degree to resent this proposition. while Elinor, making Harleigh follow her to a window, said, "No, do inform me, seriously and candidly, what is it that urges you to take the pains to make so ridiculous an arrangement?" "Her apparently desolate state." "Now do put aside all those fine sort of sayings, which you know I laugh at, and give me instead a little of that judgment which you so often quarrel with me for not giving to you. And then honestly tell me, can you really credit that anything but a female fortune-hunter would travel so strangely alone, or be so oddly without resource?" "Your doubts, Elinor, are certainly rational, and I can only reply to them by saying that there are now and then uncommon causes, which, when developed, shew the most extraordinary situations to be but their mere simple effect." "And her miserable accoutrement, and all those bruises or sores and patches and bandages?" "The detail, I own, Elinor, is unaccountable and ill-looking. I can defend no single particular, even to myself. But yet the whole, the altogether, carries with it an indescribable but irresistible vindication. That is all I can say for befriending her." "Nay, if you think her really distressed," cried Elinor, "I feel ready enough to be her handmaid, and at all events I shall make a point to discover whom and what she may be, that I may know how to value your judgment in odd cases for the future. Who knows, Harleigh, but I may have some to propose for your decision of my own." The Admiral, after some deliberation, said that, as it was certainly possible that the poor woman might really have lost her purse, which he, for one, believed to be the simple truth, he could not refuse to help her on to her friends; and ringing for the landlord, he ordered that a breakfast should be taken to the gentlewoman in the other room, and that a place should be secured for her in the next day's stage to London, for all which he would immediately deposit the money. "And pray, Mr. Landlord," said Mrs. Maple, "let us know what it was that this body wanted when she desired to speak with you." "She asked me to send and inquire at the post office if there were any letter directed for L.S. to be left till called for, and when she heard that there was none, I thought verily that she would have swooned." Elinor, now warmly united with Harleigh, in begging that Mrs. Maple would let her servants take charge of the young woman from London to Lewes, when, through the charity of the Admiral, she should arrive in town. Mrs. Maple pronounced an absolute negative, but when Elinor, not less absolutely, declared that, in that case, she would hire the traveller for her own maid, and the more readily because she was tired to death of Golding, her old one, Mrs. Maple, though with the utmost ill will, was frightened into complaisance, and Elinor said that she would herself carry the good news to the Incognita. The landlord desired to know in what name the place was to be taken. This also Elinor undertook to inquire, and, accompanied by Harleigh, went to the room of the stranger. They found her standing pensively by the window, the breakfast, which had been ordered for her by the Admiral, untouched. "I understand that you wish to go to Brighthelmstone," said Elinor. The stranger curtsied. "I believe I know every soul in that place. Whom do you want to see there? Where are you to go?" She looked embarrassed, and with much hesitation answered, "To the post office, madam." "Oh, what, are you something to the postmaster, are you?" "No, madam, I go to the post office only for a letter." "A letter? Well, 100 or 2 miles is a good way to go for a letter." "I am not without hopes to find a friend. The letter I had expected here was only to contain directions for the meeting." "Oh, if your letter is to be personified, I have nothing more to say. A man or a woman, which is it?" "A woman, madam." "Well, if you merely wish to go to Brighthelmstone, I'll get you conveyed within 9 miles of that place, if you will come to me at Mrs. Maple's, in Upper Brook Street, when you get to town." Surprise and pleasure now beamed brightly in the eyes of the stranger, who said that she should rejoice to pass through London, where, also, she particularly desired to make some inquiries. "But we have no means for carrying you thither except by the stage, and one of our gentlemen offers to take a place in it for you." The stranger looked towards Harleigh, and confusion seemed added to her embarrassment. Harleigh hastily spoke. "It is the old officer, that truly benevolent veteran, who wishes to serve you, and whose services, from the nobleness of his character, confer still more honour than benefit." Again she curtsied, and with an air in which Harleigh observed with respect, not displeasure, her satisfaction in changing the object of this obligation. "Well, that's settled," said Elinor. "But now the landlord wants your name for taking your place." "My place? Is there no machine, madam, that sets off immediately?" "None sooner than to-morrow. What name am I to tell him?" "None sooner than to-morrow?" "No, and if you do not give in your name, and secure it, you may be detained till the next day." "How very unfortunate!" cried she, walking about the room. "Well, but what is your name?" A crimson of the deepest hue forced its way through her dark complexion. Her very eyes reddened with blushes as she faintly answered, "I cannot tell my name." She turned suddenly away, with a look that seemed to expect resentment, and anticipate being abandoned. Elinor, however, only laughed, but laughed in such a sort as proclaimed triumph over Harleigh, and contempt for the stranger. Harleigh drew Elinor apart, saying, "Can this really appear to you so ridiculous? And can you really, Harleigh, be allured by so glaring an adventurer, a wanderer, without even a name?" "She is not at least without probity, since she prefers any risk and any suspicion to falsehood. How easily otherwise might she assume any appellation that she pleased?" "You are certainly bewitched, Harleigh." "You are certainly mistaken, Elinor, yet I cannot desert her till I am convinced that she does not merit to be protected." Elinor returned to the stranger. "You do not choose, then, to have your place secured?" "Oh yes, madam, if it is impossible for me to attend any lady to town." "And what name shall you like for the bookkeeper? Or what initials? What think you of L.S.?" She started, and Harleigh, again taking Elinor aside, more gravely said, "Elinor, I am glad I am not, at this moment, my brother, for certainly I could not forbear quarrelling with you." "I heartily wish, then," cried she with quickness, "that at this moment you were your brother." Harleigh now, addressing the stranger, in whose air and manner distress seemed palpably gaining ground, gently said, "To save you any further trouble, I will take a place in my own name, and settle with the landlord, that, if I do not appear to claim it, it is to be made over to the person who produces this card. The bookkeeper shall have such another for a cheque." He put into her hand a visiting ticket, on which was engraven Mr Harleigh, and, not waiting for her thanks, conducted Elinor back to the parlour, saying, "Pardon me, Elinor, that I have stopped any further inquiries. It is not from a romantic admiration of mystery, but merely from an opinion that, as her wish of concealment is open and confessed, we ought not, through any medium of serving her, to entangle her into the snares of our curiosity." "Oh, you are decided to be always right, I know," cried Elinor, laughing, though piqued, "and that is the very reason I always hate you. However, you excite my curiosity to fathom her, so let her come to me in town, and I'll take her under my own care, if only to judge your discernment, by finding out how she merits your quixotism." Harleigh then returned to the young woman, and hesitatingly said, "Pardon my intrusion, but permit me, as you have so unfortunately lost your purse." "If my place, sir," hastily interrupted the stranger, "is taken, I can require nothing else." "Yet you have the day to pass here, and you will with difficulty exist merely upon air, even where so delightedly you inhale it. And Miss Joddrel, I fear, has forgotten to bring you the little offering of your veteran friend. Therefore—" "If he has the infinite goodness to intend me any, sir, permit at least that he may be my only pecuniary creditor. I shall want no addition of that sort to remember, gratefully and for ever, to whom it is I owe the deepest obligation of my life." "Is this a housemaid?" thought Harleigh. And again he rejoiced in the perseverance with which he had supported her, and, too much respecting her refusal to dispute it, expressed his good wishes for her welfare, and took leave; yet would not set out upon his journey till he had again sought to interest the old officer in her favour. The guinea was still upon the tea-table, but the Admiral, who, in the fear of double dealing, had conceived some ideas as to the disadvantage of the incognita, no sooner heard that she had declined receiving any succour except from himself, than, immediately softened, he said that he would take care to see her well treated. Harleigh then drove after the carriage of Mrs Maple and Elinor, who were already on their way to London. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 3 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 3. The Admiral immediately repaired to the stranger. "Young woman," he cried, "I hope you don't take it into your mind that I was more disposed to serve you while I thought you of foreign culture, than now I know you to be of our own growth. If I came forwarder then, it was only because I was afraid that those who have had less occasion than I have had to get the upper hand of their prejudices would keep backwarder." The stranger bowed her thanks. "But as to me," he continued, "I have had the experience of what it is to be in a strange land, and moreover a prisoner, in which time I came to an agreement with myself, a person over whom I keep a pretty tight hand. Because why? If I don't, the devil will. So I came, I say, to an agreement with myself, to remember all the ill usage I then met with, as a memento to forbear exciting in others those black passions which sundry unhandsome tricks excited, in those days, in myself." Observing her breakfast to be utterly neglected, he demanded, with an air of some displeasure, whether she had no longing to taste the food of her mother country again. The fullness of her mind, she answered, had deprived her of appetite. "Poor girl! Poor woman!" cried he, compassionately, "for I hardly know which to call you, those cap-flounces upon the cheeks making a young woman look no better than an old one. However, be you which you may, I can't consent to see you starve in a land of plenty, which would be a base ingratitude to our Creator, who, in dispensing the most to the upper class, grants us the pleasure of dispensing the overplus, ourselves, to the under class, which I take to be the true reason of Providence for ordering that difference between the rich and the poor, as most like we shall all find when we come to give in our accounts in t'other world." He then inquired what it was she intended to do, adding, "I don't mean as to your secrets, because they are what I have no right to meddle with, though I disapprove your having any, they being of little service, except to keep foul deeds from the light, for what is fair loves to be above board. Besides, as everything is sure to come out, sooner or later, it only breeds suspicion and trouble for nothing, to procrastinate telling to-day with your own free will, what you may certain will be known to-morrow, or next day, with or without it. Don't be discomposed, however, for I don't say this by way of a sift, nor yet for a reproach. I merely drop it as a piece of advice." "And I should be happy, sir, to endeavour to deserve it, by frankly explaining my situation, but that the least mistake, the smallest imprudence, might betray me to insupportable wretchedness." "Why then, if that's the case, you are very right to hold your tongue. If the law never makes a person condemn himself, much less ought a little civility. There are dangers enough in the world without running risks out of mere compliment." Then, putting his guinea before her, upon the table, he charged her to keep it unbroken till she set out, assuring her that he should himself order whatever she could require for her dinner, supper, and lodging, and settle for the whole with the landlord, as well as with the bookkeeper for her journey to London. The stranger seemed almost overpowered with gratitude, but interrupting what she attempted to say, "No thankings," he cried, "young woman. It is a bad sign when a good turn surprises a person. I have not escaped such a hard fare with my body to leave my soul behind me, though God knows I may forget it all fast enough. There's no great fear of mortal man's being too good." Then, wishing her farewell, he was quitting the room, but thoughtfully turning back again. "Before we part," he said, "it will be but Christian-like to give you a hint for your serious profit. In whatever guise you may have demeaned yourself up to this present date, which is a solution I don't mean to meddle with, I hope you'll always conduct yourself in a becoming manner, for the rest of your days,
in remembrance of your great good fortune in landing safely upon this happy shore." He was going, but the incognita stopped him, and again the dark hue of her skin was inadequate to disguise the deep blushes that were burning upon her cheeks, as she replied, "I see, sir, through all your benevolence, that you believe me to be one of those unhappy persons whose misfortunes have been the effect of their crimes. I have no way to prove my innocence, and assertion may but make it seem more doubtful, yet—" "You are right," interrupted he. "I am no abettor of assertions. They are but a sort of cheap coinage, to make right and wrong pass current together." "I find I have been too quick," she answered, "in thinking myself happy. To receive bounty under so dreadful a suspicion proves me to be in a desolate state indeed." "Young woman," said the Admiral, in a tone approaching to severity, "don't complain. We must all bear what we have earned. I can't but see what you are, though it's what I won't own to the rest of the crew, who think a flaw in the character excuse plenty for letting a poor weak female starve alive, for which, to my seeming, they deserve to want a crust of bread themselves. But I hope I know better than that where the main fault is apt to lie, for I am not ignorant how apt our sex is to misbehave to yours, especially in slighting you, if you don't slight them. A thing not to be defended, either to God or man. But for all that, young woman, I must make free to remark that the devil himself never yet put it into a man's head, nor into the world's neither, to abandon, or leave, as you call it, desolate, a woman who has kept tight to her own duty, and taken a modest care of herself." The eyes of the stranger were now no longer bright from their mere natural lustre, nor from the beams of quick surprise, or of sudden vivacity. 'Twas with trembling emotion that they shone, and with indignation that they sparkled. She took up the guinea, from which her sight seemed averted with horror, and said, "Pardon me, sir, but I must beg you to receive this again." "Why, what now? Do you think, because I make no scruple to give you an item that I don't fancy being imposed upon, do you think, I say, because of that, I have so little Christian charity as not to know that you may be a very good sort of woman in the main, for all some flaunty coxcomb may have played the scoundrel, and left you to the wide world, after teaching you to go so awry, that he knows the world will forsake you too? A thing for which, however, he'll pay well in time, as I make no doubt but the devil takes his own notes of all such actions." She now cast the guinea upon the table. "I would rather, sir," she cried, "beg alms of every passenger that I may meet, than owe succour to a species of pity that dishonours me." The Admiral looked at her with earnestness. "I don't well know," he said, "what class to put you in, but if you are really a virtuous woman, to be sure I ought to ask your pardon for that little hint I let drop. And moreover, if I asked it upon my knees, I can't say I should think it would be overmuch for affronting a virtuous woman without cause. And indeed, if I were free to confess the truth, I must own there's something about you, which I don't overmuch know what to call, but that is so agreeable, that it goes against me to think ill of you." "Ah, sir, think well of me then. Let your benevolence be as liberal as it is kind, and try, for once, to judge favourably of a stranger upon trust." "Well, I will then. If you have the complaisance to wish for my good opinion, I will," cried he, nodding, while his eyes glistened. "Though it's not my general method, I can tell you, young woman, to go the direct opposite road to my understanding. But out of the way as things may look, you seem to me, in the main, to be an innocent person. So pray, ma'am, don't refuse to accept this little token of my goodwill." The countenance of the stranger exhibited strong indecision. He enjoined her, however, to keep the guinea, and, after struggling vainly to speak, she sighed and seemed distressed, but complied. He nodded again, saying, "Be of good cheer, my dear. Nothing comes of being faint-hearted. I give you my promise I'll see you in town. And, if I find that you turn out to be good, or, moreover, if you turn good, after having, unluckily, been t'other thing, I'll stand your friend, you may depend upon it." With a look of mingled kindness and concern, he then left the room.
And here, shocked, yet relieved, and happy, however forlorn, she remained, till a waiter brought her a fowl, a tart, and a pint of white wine, according to commands issued by the Admiral. She then heard that the whole of the boat party had set off for London, except Mrs Ireton, the sick lady, who did not think herself sufficiently recovered to travel till the next day, and who had inquired for some genteel young lady to attend her to town. But she was so difficult, the waiter said, to please, that she had rejected 6 candidates who had been presented to her successively. She seemed very rich, he added, for she ordered things at a great rate, though she found fault with them as fast as they were carried to her. But what had put her the most out of humour of all was that the young gentleman, her son, had set off without her, in a quarrel; which was not, however, so much to be wondered at, for the maids of the 2 other ladies said that the gentlewoman was of so aggravating a humour that nobody could live with her, which had provoked her own woman to leave her short in France, and hire herself to a French lady. The little repast of the stranger was scarcely over, when the waiter brought her word that the sick lady desired to see her upstairs. Extremely surprised, she demanded for what purpose. He answered that a 7th young person with whom he had taken into the lady's room, with an offer to serve her, upon being sharply treated, had as sharply replied, which had so affronted her that she had ordered that no one else should be brought into her presence, though in 2 minutes more she had rung the bell, said she was too ill to be left alone, and bid him fetch her the woman who came over from France. The stranger, at first, refused to obey this imperious summons, but the wish of placing herself under female protection during her journey presently conquered her repugnance, and she accompanied the messenger back. Mrs Ireton was reclining upon an easy-chair, still somewhat disordered from her voyage, though by no means as much in need of assistance for her shattered frame, as for amusement for her restless mind. "So," she cried, "you are here still! Pray, if I may ask so confidential a question, what acquaintance may you have found in this inn? The waiters, or the grooms?" "I was told, madam, that you had some commands for me." "Oh, you are in haste, are you? You want to be shewing off those patches and bandages, perhaps. You won't forget a veil, I hope, to preserve your white skin. Not but 'twould be a pity to make any sort of change in your dress, 'tis so prodigiously tasty." The stranger, offended, was now moving off, but calling her back. "Did not the waiter," Mrs Ireton demanded, "give you to understand that I sent for you?" "Yes, madam, and therefore—" "Well, and what do you suppose it was for? To let you open and shut the door, just to give me all the cold wind of the passages? You suppose it was for that, do you? You surmise that I have a passion for the toothache? You conclude that I delight in sneezing, coughing, and a stuffed-up nose?" "I am sorry, madam." "Or perhaps you think me so robust, that it would be kind to give me a little indisposition, to prevent my growing too boisterous. You may deem my strength and health to be overbearing, and be so good as to intend making me more delicate. You may be of opinion that it would render me more interesting." "Indeed, madam." "Or you fancy that a friendly catarrh might be useful, in furnishing me with employment, from ordering water gruel, and balm tea, and barley water, and filling up my leisure in devising successive slops." The difficulty of being heard made the stranger now cease to attempt speaking, and Mrs Ireton, after sundry similar interrogatories, angrily said, "So you really don't think fit to initiate me into your motives for coming to me, without troubling yourself to learn mine for admitting you into my presence?" "On the contrary, ma'am, I desire—" "Oh, I am mistaken, am I? It's on the contrary, is it? You are vastly kind to set me right. Vastly kind, indeed. Perhaps you purpose to give me a few lessons of behaviour." "I am so wholly at a loss, madam, why I have been summoned, that I can divine no reason why I should stay. I beg, therefore, to take my leave." Again she was retreating, but Mrs Ireton, struck by her courage, began to conceive that the mystery of her birth and business might possibly terminate in a discovery of her belonging to a less abject class than her appearance announced. and therefore, though firmly persuaded that what might be diminished in poverty would be augmented in disgrace, her desire was so inflamed to develop the secret that, softening her tone, she asked the young person to take a chair, and then entered into discourse with some degree of civility. Yet with all this restraint, inflicted upon a nature that, to the privilege of uttering whatever it suggested, claimed that of hearing only what it liked, she could gather no further intelligence than that the stranger had received private information of the proposed sailing of the vessel in which they all came over. But her birth, her name, her connections, her actual situation, and her object in making the voyage, resisted inquiry, eluded insinuation, and baffled conjecture. Nevertheless, her manners were so strikingly elevated above her attire, that, notwithstanding the disdain with which, in the height of her curiosity, Mrs Ireton surveyed her mean apparel, and shrunk from her dusky skin, she gave up her plan of seeking for any other person to wait upon her, during her journey to town, and told the incognita that, if she could make her dress a little less shocking, she might relinquish her place in the stage-coach to occupy one in a post-chaise. To avoid new and untried risks, in travelling wholly alone, the stranger acceded to this proposal, and immediately, by the assistance of the maid of the inn, appropriated the guinea of the Admiral to purchase decent clothing, though of the cheapest and coarsest texture. The next morning they set off together for London. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 4 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 4. The good understanding with which the eagerness of curiosity on one side, and the subjection of caution on the other, made the travellers begin their journey, was of too frail a nature to be of long endurance. 'Tis only what is natural that flows without some stimulus. What is factitious prospers but while freshly supplied with such materials as gave it existence. Mrs Ireton, when she found that neither questions, insinuations, nor petty artifices to surprise confessions, succeeded in drawing any forth, cast off a character of softness that so little paid the violence which its assumption did her humour; while the stranger, fatigued by finding that not one particle of benevolence was mixed with the avidity for amusement which had given her a place in the chaise, ceased all efforts to please, and bestowed no further attentions than such as were indispensably due to the mistress of the vehicle in which she travelled. At a little distance from Rochester, the chaise broke down. No one was hurt, but Mrs Ireton deemed the mere alarm an evil of the first magnitude, remarking that this event might have brought on her death, and remarking it with the resentment of one who had never yet considered herself as amenable to the payment of that general, though dread debt to nature. She sent on a man and horse for another carriage, and was forced to accept the arm of the stranger, to support her till it arrived. But so deeply was she impressed with her own ideas of the hardships that she endured, that she put up at the first inn, went to bed, sent for an apothecary, and held it to be an indispensable tribute to the delicacy of her constitution, to take it for granted that she could not be removed for some days, without the most imminent hazard to her life. Having now no other resource, she hung for comfort, as well as for assistance, upon her fellow traveller, to whom she gave the interesting post of being the repository of all her complaints, whether against nature, for constructing her frame with such exquisite daintiness, or against fate, for its total insensibility to the tenderness which that frame required. And though, from recently quitting objects of sorrow, and scenes of woe, in the dreadful apparel of awful reality, the incognita had no superfluous pity in store for the distresses of offended self-importance,
she yet felt relief from experiencing milder usage, and spared no assiduity that might purchase its continuance. It was some days before Mrs Ireton thought that she might venture to travel, without appearing too robust; and, in this period, one only circumstance called forth, with any acrimony, the ill humour of her disposition. This was a manifest alteration in the complexion of her attendant, which, from a regular and equally dark hue, appeared, on the second morning, to be smeared and streaked, and on the third to be of a dusky white. This failed not to produce sundry inquisitive comments, but they never succeeded in obtaining any explanatory replies. When, however, on the fourth day, the shutters of the chamber, which, to give it a more sickly character, had hitherto been closed, were suffered to admit the sunbeams of a cheerful winter's morning, Mrs Ireton was directed, by their rays, to a full and marvellous view of a skin changed from a tint nearly black to the brightest, whitest, and most dazzling fairness. The band upon the forehead and the patch upon the cheek were all that remained of the original appearance. The first stare at this unexpected metamorphosis was of unmingled amazement, but it was soon succeeded by an expression of something between mockery and anger, evinced without ceremony or reserve by the following speech. "Upon my word, ma'am, you are a very complete figure, beyond what I could have conjectured. I own that. I can't but own that. I was quite too stupid to surmise so miraculous a change. And pray, ma'am, if I may take the liberty to inquire, who are you?" The stranger looked down. "Nay, I ought not to ask, I confess. It's very delicate, I own, very rude, I acknowledge, but I should imagine it can hardly be the first time you have been so good as to pardon a little rudeness. I don't know, I may be mistaken, to be sure, but I should imagine so." The incognita now raised her eyes. A sense of ill treatment seemed to endue her with courage, but her displeasure, which, though not uttered, was not disguised, no sooner reached the observation of Mrs Ireton, than she conceived it to be an insolence to justify redoubling her own. "You are affronted, I hope, ma'am. Nay, you have reason enough, I acknowledge. I can't but acknowledge that, to see me impressed with so little awe by your wonderful powers. For 'twas but an hour or two since that you were the blackest, dirtiest, raggedest wretch I ever beheld, and now you are turned into an amazing beauty. Your cheeks are all bedaubed with rouge, and you are quite a belle. And wondering, I suppose, that I don't beseech you to sit on the sofa by my side. And to be sure it's very ill-bred of me, I can't deny that. Only, as it is one of the rudenesses that I conceive you to have had the goodness to submit to before, I hope you'll forgive it." The young woman begged leave to retire, till she should be called for the journey. "Oh, what, you have some other metamorphosis to prepare, perhaps. Those bandages and patches are to be converted into something else. And pray, if it will not be too great a liberty to inquire, what are they to exhibit, the Order of Maria Theresa, or of the Empress of all the Russias? If I did not fear being impertinent, I should be tempted to ask how many coats of white and red you are obliged to lay on, before you could cover over all that black." The stranger, offended and tired, without deigning to make any answer, walked back to the chamber which she had just quitted. The astonished Mrs Ireton was in speechless rage at this unbidden retreat, yet anger was so inherently a part of her composition, that the sight she saw with the most lively sensation was whatever authorized its vent. She speedily, therefore, dispatched a messenger to say that she was taken dangerously ill, and to desire that the young woman would return. The incognita, helpless for seeking any more genial mode of travelling, obeyed the call, but had scarcely entered the apartment when Mrs Ireton, staring, and forgetting her new illness, exclaimed in a powerful voice, "Why, what is become of your black patch?" The young woman, hastily putting her hand to her cheek, blushed extremely, while she answered, "Bless me, it must have dropped off. I will run and look for it." Mrs Ireton peremptorily forbade her to move, and staring at her with a mixture of curiosity and harshness, ordered her to draw away her hand. She resisted for some time, but, overpowered by authoritative commands, was reduced at length to submit, and Mrs Ireton then perceived that neither wound, scar, nor injury of any sort had occasioned the patch to have been worn. The excess of her surprise at this discovery led her to apprehend some serious imposition. She fearfully, therefore, rose to ring the bell, still fixing her eyes upon the face of the young woman, who, in her confusion, accidentally touching the bandage which crossed her forehead, displaced it, and showed that feature, also, as free from any cause for having been bound up, as the cheek. It was now rather consternation than amazement with which Mrs Ireton was seized, till the augmenting disorder and increasing colour of her new attendant changed all fear of any trick into personal pique at having been duped, and she protested that if such beggar stratagems were played upon her any more, she would turn over the impostor to the master of the inn. The paleness of terror with which this menace overspread the complexion of the stranger forced a certain, however unwilling, conviction upon the mind of Mrs Ireton that rouge, at least, was not amongst the artifices of which she had to complain. But, though relieved from her own alarm by the alarm which she inspired, she was rather irritated than appeased in finding something less to detect, and scoffingly perusing her face. "You are a surprising person indeed," she cried, "as surprising a person as ever I had the honour to see. So you had disfigured yourself in that horrid manner, only to extort money from us upon false pretences. Very ingenious indeed. Mighty ingenious, I confess. Why, that new skin must have cost you more than your new gown. Pray, which did you get the best bargain?" The stranger did not dare risk any sort of reply. "Oh, you don't choose to tell me. But how could I be so indiscreet as to ask such a thing? Will it be impertinent, too, if I inquire whether you always travel with that collection of bandages and patches, and of black and white outsides, or whether you sometimes change them for wooden legs and broken arms?" Not a word of answer was returned. "So you won't tell me that neither? Nay, you are in the right, I own. What business is it of mine to confine your genius to only one or two methods of maiming or defacing yourself? As if you did not find it more amusing to be one day lame, and another blind, and to-day, it should seem, dumb. The round must be entertaining enough. Pray, do you make it methodically, or just as the humour strikes you?" A fixed silence still resisted all attack. "Oh, I am diving too deeply into the secrets of your trade, am I? Nay, I ought to be contented, I own, with the specimens with which I have already been indulged. You have not been niggardly in varying them. You have been bruised and beaten, and dirty and clean, and ragged and whole, and wounded and healed, and a European and a Creole, in less than a week. I suppose next you will dwindle into a dwarf, and then perhaps find some surprising contrivance to shoot up into a giantess. There is nothing that can be too much to expect from so great an adept in metamorphoses." The pleasure of giving vent to spleen disguised from Mrs Ireton that by rendering its malignancy so obvious, she blunted its effect. She continued, therefore, her interrogatories a considerable time, before she discovered that the stillness with which they were heard was produced by resolution, not awe. Almost intolerably offended, when a suspicion of this truth occurred, she assumed a tone yet more imperious. "So I am not worth an answer! You hold it beneath you to waste your breath upon me! And do you know whom it is you dare treat in this manner? Do you imagine that I am a fellow adventurer?" The hand of the young woman was now upon the lock of the door, but there, trembling, it stopped, withheld by 1,000 terrors from following its first impulse, and the entrance of a waiter, with information that a chaise was at the door, interrupted any further discourse. The journey was resumed, and the rest of the way was only rendered supportable to the stranger from the prospect that its conclusion would terminate all intercourse with one who, so wilfully and so wantonly, seemed to revel in her powers of mockery and derision. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 5 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 5. Upon the entrance of the travellers into London, the curiosity of Mrs. Ireton was more than ever inflamed, to find that the journey, with all its delays, was at an end before she had been able to gratify that insatiable passion in a single point. Yet every observation that she could make tended to redouble its keenness. Neither ill-humour nor haughtiness, now the patches and bandages were removed, could prevent her from perceiving that the stranger was young and beautiful, nor from remarking that her air and manner were strikingly distinguished from the common class. One method, however, still remained for diving into this mystery. It was clear that the young woman was in want, whatever else might be doubtful. Mrs. Ireton, therefore, resolved to allow no recompense for her attendance, but in consideration of what she would communicate of her history. At a large house in Grosvenor Square they stopped. Mrs. Ireton turned exultingly to the stranger, but her glance met no gratification. The young woman, instead of admiring the house, and counting the number of steps that led to the vestibule, or of windows that commanded a view of the square, only cast her eyes upward, as if penetrated with thankfulness that her journey was ended. Surprised that stupidity should be thus joined with cunning, Mrs. Ireton now intently watched the impression which, when her servants appeared, would be made by their rich liveries. The stranger, however, without regarding them, followed their mistress into the hall, which that lady was passing through in stately silence, meaning to confound the proud vagrant more completely by dismissing her from the best drawing-room, when the words, "Permit me, madam, to wish you good morning," made her look round. She then saw that her late attendant, without waiting for any answer, was tranquilly preparing to be gone. Amazed and provoked, she deigned to call after her, and desired that she would come the next day to be paid. "I am more than paid already, madam," the incognita replied, "if my little services may be accepted as cancelling my obligation for the journey." She had no difficulty now to leave the house without further interruption, so astonished was Mrs. Ireton at what she thought the effrontery of a speech that seemed, in some measure, to level her with this adventurer, though in her own despite she was struck with the air of calm dignity with which it was uttered. The wanderer obtained a direction to the house of Mrs. Maple from a servant, and demanded another to Titchfield Street. To the latter she rapidly bent her steps, but there arrived, her haste ended in disappointment and perplexity. She discovered the apartment in which, with her husband and child, the lady whom she sought had resided, but it was no longer inhabited, and she could not trace whether her friend had set off for Brighthelmstone, or had only changed her lodging. After a melancholy and fruitless search, she repaired, though with feet and a mind far less eager, to Upper Brook Street, where she soon read the name of Mrs. Maple upon the door of one of the capital houses. She inquired for Miss Jodrell, and begged that young lady might be told that a person who came over in the same boat with her from France requested the honour of admission. To this message she presently heard the voice of Elinor from the landing-place answer, "Oh, she's come at last! Bring her up, Tomlinson, bring her up!" "Yes, ma'am, but I'll promise you she is none of the person you have been expecting." "How can you tell that, Tomlinson? What sort of figure is she?" "As pretty as can be." "As pretty as can be, is she? Go and ask her name." The man obeyed. The stranger, disconcerted, answered, "My name will not be known to Miss Jodrell, but if she will have the goodness to receive, I am sure she will recollect me." Elinor, who was listening, knew her voice, and calling Tomlinson upstairs, and heartily laughing, said, "You are the greatest fool in the whole world, Tomlinson. It is she. Bid her come to me directly." Tomlinson did as he was ordered, but grinned with no small satisfaction at sight of the surprise with which, when they reached the landing-place, his young mistress looked at the stranger. "Why, Tomlinson," she cried, "who have you brought me hither?" Tomlinson smirked, and the incognita could not herself refrain from smiling, but with a countenance so little calculated to excite distrust, that Elinor, crying, "Follow me," led the way into her dressing-room. The young woman then, with an air that strongly supplicated for indulgence, said, "I am truly shocked at the strange appearance which I must make, but as I come now to throw myself upon your protection, I will briefly, though I can enter into no detail, state to you how I am circumstanced." "Oh, charming, charming!" cried Elinor, clapping her hands. "You are going at last to relate your adventures. Nay, no drawing back. I won't be disappointed. If you don't tell me everything that you ever did in your life, and everything that you ever said, and everything that you ever thought, I shall renounce you." "Alas," answered the incognita, "I am in so forlorn a situation that I must not wonder if you conclude me to be some outcast of society, abandoned by my friends from meriting their desertion, a poor, destitute wanderer in search of any species of subsistence." "Don't be cast down, however," cried Elinor, "for I will help you on your way. And yet you have exactly spoken Aunt Maple's opinion of you. And I have no right, I acknowledge, to repine, at least none for resentment. Yet, believe me, madam, such is not the case. And if, as you have given me leave to hope, you will have the benevolence to permit me to travel in your party, or in whatever way you please, to Brighthelmstone, I may there meet with a friend, under whose protection I may acquire courage to give a more intelligible account of myself." A rap at the street door made Elinor ring the bell, and ordered that when Mr. Harleigh came he should be shown immediately upstairs. Harleigh, presently appearing, looked round the apartment with striking eagerness, yet evident disappointment, and slightly bowing to the scarcely noticed yet marked courtesy of the stranger, said, "Tomlinson told me that our fellow traveller was at last arrived." Elinor, taking the young woman apart, whispered a hasty injunction that she would not discover herself. Then, addressing Harleigh, "I believe," she said, "you dream of nothing but that dismal incognita. However, do not fancy you have all the mysterious charmers to yourself. I have one of my own now, and not such a dingy, dowdy heroine as yours." Harleigh turned with quickness to the stranger, but she looked down, and her complexion and bloom and changed apparel made a momentary suspicion die away. Elinor demanded what news he had gathered of their strayed voyage. "None," he answered, and uneasily added that he feared she had either lost herself, or been misled or betrayed some other way. "Oh, pray don't waste your anxiety," cried Elinor. "She's in perfect safety, I make no doubt." "I should be sorry," he gravely replied, "to think you in equal danger." "Should you?" cried she in a softer tone. "Should you, Harleigh, be sorry if any evil befell me?" "But why," he asked, "has Tomlinson given me this misinformation?" "And why, Mr. Harleigh, because Tomlinson told you that a stranger was here, should you conclude it could be no other than your black fugitive?" Again Harleigh turned to the traveller, and fixed his eyes upon her face. The patch, the bandage, the large cap, had hitherto completely hidden its general form, and the beautiful outline he now saw, with so entire a contrast of complexion to what he remembered, again checked, or rather dissolved, his rising surmises. Elinor begged him to be seated, and to quiet his perturbed spirit. He took a chair, but in passing by the young woman, her sex, her beauty, her modest air, gave him a sensation that repelled his using it, and he leant upon its back, looking expressively at Elinor. But Elinor either marked not the hint, or mocked it. "So you have really," she said, "taken the pains to go to that eternal inn again, to inquire after this maimed and defaced Dulcinea? What in the world can have inspired you with such an interest for this wandering Creole? 'Tis not her face does love create, for there no graces revel." The bell of Mrs. Maple now ringing, Elinor made a sign to the incognita not to avow herself, and flew downstairs to caution Tomlinson to silence. The chair which Harleigh had rejected for himself he then offered to the fair unknown. She declined it, but in a voice that made him start, and wished to hear her speak again. His offer then became a request, and she thanked him in a tone that vibrated certainty upon his ears, that it could be no other than the voice of his fellow voyager. He now looked at her with an earnest gaze that seemed nearly to draw his eyes from their sockets. The embarrassment that he occasioned her brought him to his recollection, and apologizing for his behaviour, he added, a lady, who accompanied us not long since from abroad, had a voice so exactly resembling yours, that I find it rather impossible than difficult not to believe that I hear the same. Permit me to ask, Have you any very near relation returned lately from France? She blushed, but without replying. I fancy, he cried, I must have encountered 2 sisters? Yet you have some reason, I own, to be angry at such a supposition, such a comparison. He paused, and a smile, which she could not repress, forced her to speak. By no means, she cried. I know well how good you have been to the person to whom you allude, and I beg you will allow me, in her name, to return you the most grateful acknowledgments. Harley, now yet more curiously examining her, said, It would not have been easy to have forborne taking an interest in her fate. She was in evident distress, yet never suffered herself to forget that she had escaped from some yet greater. Her mind seemed fraught with strength and native dignity. There was something singular, indescribable in her manner of supporting the most harassing circumstances. It was impossible not to admire her. The blush of the stranger now grew deeper, but she remained silent, till Elinor, re-entering, cried, Well, Harley, what say you to my new demoiselle? And where would you have looked for your heart, if such had seemed your Dulcinea? I should, perhaps, have been but the safer, answered he, laughing. Pho! You would not make me believe anything so out of nature as that, when you were in such a tindery fit as to be kindled by that dowdy. You could have resisted being blown into flames at once by a creature such as this. Man is a perverse animal, Eleanor. That which he regards as pointed for his destruction frequently proves harmless. We are all, boys and libertines alone excepted, upon our guard against beauty, for, as every sense is up in arms to second its assault, our pride takes the alarm and rises to oppose it. Our real danger is where we see no risk. You enchant me, Harley. I am never so delighted as when I hear beauty set at naught, for I always suspect, Harley, that you do not think me handsome. If I think you better than handsome, Eleanor. Pho! You know there is no such better in nature, at least not in nature as forms taste in the mind of man, which I certainly do not consider as the purest of its works, though you all hold it yourselves to be the noblest. Nevertheless, imagination is all-powerful. If therefore you have taken the twist to believe in such sublimity, you may perhaps be seriously persuaded that your heart would have been more stubborn to this dainty new wanderer than to your own walnut-skinned gypsy. Walnut-skinned? Even so, noble knight-errant, even so. This person whom you now behold, and whom, if we believe our eyes, never met them till within this half-hour, if we give credit to our ears, scrambled over with us in that crazy boat from France. Harley was here summoned to Miss Maple, and Elinor returned to her interrogatories, but the stranger only reverted to her hopes that she might still depend upon the promised conveyance to Brighthelmstone. Tell me, at least, what it was you flung into the sea. Ah, madam, that would tell everything. You are a most provoking little devil, cried Elinor impatiently, and I'm half tempted to have nothing more to say to you. Give me, however, some account how you managed matters with that sweet tender dove, Mrs. Ireton. The recital that ensued of the disasters, difficulties, and choler of that lady proved so entertaining to Elinor that she soon not only renewed her engagement of taking her unknown guest free to lose, but joined the warmest assurances of protection. Not that we must attempt, she cried, to get rid of the spite of Aunt Maple, for if we do alter so completely the basis of her composition that she won't know how to stand upright. But now, she continued, where are you to dine? Aunt Maple is too fusty to let you sit at our table. The stranger earnestly solicited permission to eat alone. Elinor consented, assigned her a chamber, and gave orders to Mrs. Golding, her own maid, to take care of the traveller. The repast below stairs was no sooner finished than Elinor flew back to summon the incognita to descend for exhibition. I have told them all, she said, that you are arrived, though I have revealed nothing of your metamorphosis. And there is a sister of mine, a conceited little thing, who is just engaged to be married, and who is wild to see you. And it is a rule, you know, to deny nothing to a bride-elect. Probably, poor wretch, because everyone knows what a fair way she is in to be soon denied everything. That quiz, Harley, would not stay, and that nothingly Ireton has nearly shrugged his shoulders out of joint at the very idea of so great a bore as seeing you again. Come, nevertheless, I die to enjoy Aunt Mabel's astonishment at your new phiz. The stranger sought to evade this request as a pleasantry, but finding that it was insisted upon seriously, protested that she had neither courage nor spirits for being produced as an object of sport. Elinor now again felt a strong temptation to draw back from her promise, but while, between anger and generosity, she hung suspended, a message arrived from Mrs. Maple to order that the woman from France should be sent to the kitchen. Elinor, changing the object of her displeasure, now warmly repeated her resolution to support the stranger, and hastening to the dining-parlour, declared to her aunt and to the party that the woman from France should not be treated with indignity, that she was evidently a person who had been too well brought up to be consigned to domestics, and that she herself admired and would abet her spirit in refusing to be stared at like a wild beast. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 6. The affairs of Mrs. Maple kept her a week longer in London, but the impatience of the Wanderer to reach Brighthelmston was compelled to yield to an utter inability of getting thither unaided. During this period she gathered from various circumstances that Elinor had been upon the point of marriage with the younger brother of Harley, a handsome and flourishing lawyer, but that repeated colds, ill-treated or neglected, had menaced her with a consumption, and she had been advised to try a change of climate. Mrs. Maple accompanied her to the south of France, where she had resided till her health was completely re-established. Harley then, in compliment to his brother, who was confined by his profession to the capital, crossed the Channel to attend the two ladies home. They had already arrived at on their return, when an order of Robespierre cast them into prison, whence enormous bribes, successful stratagems, and humane though concealed assistance from some compassionate inhabitants of the town, enabled them, in common with the Admiral, the Iretons, and Riley, to effect their escape to a prepared boat, in which, through the friendly darkness of night, they reached the harbour of their country and their wishes. The stranger learnt also from Elinor, by whom secrecy or discretion were as carelessly set aside as by herself they were fearfully practised, that young Ireton, urged by a rich old uncle, and an entailed estate, to an early marriage, after addressing and jilting half the women of England, Scotland, and Ireland, had run through France, Switzerland, and Italy upon the same errand, yet was returned home heart-whole and hand unshackled. But that, she added, was not the extraordinary part of the business, male coquettes being just as common, and only more impertinent than female. All that was worth remarking was his conduct for the last few days. Some accounts, which he had to settle with her aunt, had obliged him to call at their house the morning after their arrival in London. He then saw Selina, Elinor's younger sister, a wild little girl only 14 years of age, who was wholly unformed, but with whom he had become so desperately enamoured that when Mrs. Maple, knowing his character and alarmed by his assiduities, cautioned him not to make a fool of her young niece, he abruptly demanded her in marriage. As he was very rich, Mrs. Maple had, of course, Elinor added, given her consent, desiring only that he would wait till Selina reached her 15th birthday, and the little girl, when told of the plan, had considered it as a frolic and danced with delight. During this interval, the time of the stranger was spent in the tranquil employment of needlework, for which she was liberally supplied with cast-off materials to relieve her necessities from the wardrobe of Elinor, through whose powerful influence she was permitted to reside entirely upstairs. Here she saw only her protectress, into whose apartment Mrs. Maple did not deign, and no one else dared, to intrude unbidden. The spirit of contradiction, which was termed by Elinor the love of independence, fixed her design of supporting the stranger, to whom she delighted to do every good office which Mrs. Maple deemed superfluous, and whom she exulted in thus exclusively possessing as a hidden curiosity. But when she found that no enquiry produced any communication, and that nothing fresh offered for new defiance to Mrs. Maple, a total indifference to the whole business took place of its first energy, and the young woman, towards the end of the week, fell into such neglect that it was never mentioned, and hardly even remembered, that she was an inhabitant of the house. When the morning, most anxiously desired by herself, for the journey to Lewes arrived, she heard the family engaged in preparations to set off, yet received no intimation how she was to make one of the party. With great discomfort, though with tolerable patience, she awaited some tidings, till the sound of carriages driving up to the street-door alarmed her with apprehensions of being deserted, and hastily running downstairs, she was drawn by the voice of Elinor to the door of the breakfast-parlour, but the sound of other voices took from her the courage to open it, though the baggage collected around her showed the journey so near that she deemed it unsafe to return to her chamber. In a few minutes, Harley, loaded with large drawings, crossed the hall, and observing her distress, inquired into its cause. She wished to speak to Miss Joddrel. He entered the parlour and sent out Elinor, who, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, is it? Mercy on me, I'd quite forgotten you," ran back crying, "Aunt, here's your old friend, the grim French voyager. Shall she come in?" "Come in? What for, Miss Joddrel? Because Mr. Harley was so kind as to make a hoy of my boat, does it follow that you are to make a booth of my parlour?" "She's at the door," said Harley in a low voice. "Then she is at her proper place. Where else should such a sort of body be?" Harley took up a book. "Oh, but do let her come in, Aunt, do let her come in," cried the young Selina. "I was so provoked at not seeing her the other day that I could have cried with pleasure. And Sister Eleanor has kept her shut up ever since, and refused me the least little peep at her." The opposition of Mrs. Maple only the more strongly excited the curiosity of Selina, who, encouraged by the clamorous approbation of Eleanor, flew to the door. There, stopping short, she called out, "La, there's nothing but a young woman. La, Aunt, I'm afraid she's run away." "And if she is, niece, we shall not break our hearts. I hoped not, but if she's decamped, it's high time I should inquire whether all is safe in the house." "Decamped?" cried Eleanor. "Why, she's at the door. Don't you know her, Aunt? Don't you see her, Ireton?" The stranger, abashed, would have retreated. Harley, raising his eyes from his book, shook his head at Eleanor, who, laughing and regardless, seized the hand of the young person and dragged her into the parlour. "Who is this?" said Mrs. Marple. "Who, Aunt? Why, your memory is shorter than ever. Don't you recollect our dingy French companion that you took such a mighty fancy to?" Mrs. Maple turned away with angry contempt, and the housekeeper, who had been summoned, appearing, orders were given for a strict examination whether the swarthy traveller, who followed them from France, were gone. The stranger, changing colour, approached Eleanor, and with an air that claimed her protection, said, "Will you not, madam, have the goodness to explain who I am?" "How can I," cried Eleanor, laughing, "when I don't know it myself?" Every one stared. Harley turned round. The young woman blushed, but was silent. "If here is another of your incognitas, Miss Joddrel," said Mrs. Maple, "I must beg the favour that you'll desire her to march off at once. I don't choose to be beset by such sort of gentry quite so frequently. Pray, young woman, what is it you want here?" "Protection, madam, and compassion," replied the stranger, in a tone of supplication. "I protest," said Mrs. Maple, "she has just the same sort of voice that the black girl had, and the same sort of cant. And pray, young woman, what's your name?" "That's right, Mrs. Maple, that's right," cried Ireton. "Make her tell her name." "To be sure I shall," said Mrs. Maple, seating herself on a sofa, and taking out her snuff-box. "I have a great right to know the name of a person that comes in this manner into my parlour. Why do you not answer, young woman?" The stranger, looking at Eleanor, clasped her hands in an act of entreaty for pity. "Very fine, truly," said Mrs. Marple. "So here's the second edition of the history of that Frenchified swindler." "No, no, Aunt, it's only the sequel to the first part, for it's the same person, I assure you. Did you not come over with us from France, mademoiselle, in the same boat, and with the same surly pilot?" The stranger silently assented. Mrs. Maple, now doubly enraged, interrogated her upon the motives of her having been so disfigured, with the sternness and sharpness of addressing a convicted cheat. The stranger, compelled to speak, said, with an air of extreme embarrassment, "I am conscious, madam, how dreadfully all appearances are against me, yet I have no means, with any prudence, to enter into an explanation. I dare not, therefore, solicit your good opinion, though my distress is so urgent that I am forced to sue for your assistance. I ought, perhaps, to say your charity." "I don't want," said Mrs. Maple, "to hear all that sort of stuff over again. Let me only know who you are, and I shall myself be the best judge what should be done for you. What is it, then, once for all, that you call yourself? No prevarications. Tell me your name, or go about your business." "Yes, your name," repeated Eleanor. Your name," echoed Selina. Your name," re-echoed Ireton. The spirits and the courage of the stranger seemed now to forsake her, and with faltering voice she answered, "Alas, I hardly know it myself." Eleanor laughed, Selina tittered, Ireton stared. The leaves of the book held by Harleigh were turned over with a speed that showed how little their contents engaged him, and Mrs Maple, indignantly swelling, exclaimed, "Not know your name! Why, I hope you don't come into my house from the Foundling Hospital." Harleigh, throwing down his book, walked hastily to Mrs Marple, and said in a low voice, "Yet, if that should be the case, would she be less an object of compassion, of consideration?" "What your notions may be upon such sort of heinous subjects, Mr Harleigh," Mrs Maple answered, with a look of high superiority, "I do not know. But as for mine, I think encouraging things of that kind has a very immoral tendency." Harleigh bowed, not as acquiescent in her opinion, but as declining to argue it, and was leaving the room, when Elinor, catching him by the arm, called out, "Why, Harleigh, what are you so sour for? Are you also angry to see a clean face and a clean gown? I'll make the demoiselle put on her plasters and patches again, if that will please you better." This forced him to smile and to stay, and Elinor then ended the inquisition by proposing that the stranger should go to Lewes in the chaise with Golding, her own maid, and Fenn, Mrs Maple's housekeeper. Mrs Maple protested that she would not allow any such indulgence to an unknown pauper, and Mrs Fenn declared that there were so many hats, caps, and things of consequence to take care of, that it would be impossible to make room for a mouse. Elinor, ever alert to carry a disputed point, felt her generosity doubly excited to support the stranger, and after some further but overpowered opposition from Mrs Maple, the hats, caps, and things of consequence were forced to submit to inferior accommodation, and the young woman obtained her request to set off for Sussex, with the housekeeper and Elinor's maid. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 7. The house of Mrs Maple was just without the town of Lewes, and the Wanderer, upon her arrival there, learnt that Brighthelmstone was still 8 miles farther. She earnestly desired to go on immediately, but how undertake such a journey on foot, so late, and in the dark month of December, when the night appears to commence at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Her travelling companions both left her in the courtyard, and she was fain, uninvited, to follow them to the apartment of the housekeeper, where she was beginning an apology upon the necessity that urged her intrusion, when Selina came skipping into the room. The stranger, conceiving some hope of assistance from her extreme youth and air of good humour, besought her interest with Mrs Maple for permission to remain in the house till the next day. Selina carried the request with alacrity, and, almost instantly returning, gave orders to the housekeeper to prepare a bed for her fellow traveller, in the little room upon the stairs. The gratitude excited by the support was so pleasant to the young patroness, that she accompanied her protégée to the destined little apartment, superintended all the regulations for her accommodation and refreshments, and took so warm a fancy to her, that she made her a visit every other half-hour in the course of the evening, during which she related, with earnest injunctions to secrecy, all the little incidents of her little life, finishing her narration by intimating, in a rapturous whisper, that she should very soon have a house of her own, in which her Aunt Maple would have no sort of authority. "And then," added she, nodding, "perhaps I may ask you to come and see me." No one else appeared, and the stranger might tranquilly have passed the night, but from internal disturbance how she should reach Brighthelmstone the following morning, without carriage, friends, money, or knowledge of the road thither. Before the tardy light invited her to rise the next day, her new young friend came flying into the room. "I could not sleep," she cried, "all last night for the thought of a play that I am to have a very pretty dress for, and that we should have fixed upon acting amongst ourselves, and so I got up on purpose to tell you of it, for fear you should be gone." She then read through every word of her own part, without a syllable of any other. They were both soon afterwards sent for into the parlour by Elinor, who was waiting breakfast for Mrs Maple, with Harleigh and Ireton. My dear demoiselle, she cried, how fares it? We were all so engrossed last night about a comedy that we have been settling to massacre, that I protest I quite forgot you. I ought only, madam, answered the stranger, with a sigh, to wonder and to be grateful that you have ever thought of me. Why, what's the matter with you now? Why are you so solemn? Is your noble courage cast down? What are you projecting? What's your plan? When I have been to Brighthelmstone, madam, when I have seen who or what may await me there. Mrs Maple, now appearing, angrily demanded who had invited her into the parlour, telling her to repair to the kitchen and make known what she wanted through some of the servants. The blood mounted into the cheeks of the incognita, but she answered only by a distant curtsy, and turning to Elinor and Selina, besought them to accept her acknowledgments for their goodness, and retired. Selina and Elinor, following her into the anteroom, asked how she meant to travel. She had one way only in her power. She must walk. Walk! exclaimed Harleigh, joining them. In such a season, and by such roads? Walk! cried Ireton, advancing also. 8 miles? In December? And why not, gentlemen? Called out Mrs Maple. How would you have such a body as that go, if she must not walk? What else has she got her feet for? Are you sure, said Ireton, that you know the way? I was never in this part of the world till now. Ha ha, pleasant enough. And what are you to do about money? Did you ever find that purse of yours that you lost, I think, at Dover? Never. Better and better, cried Ireton, laughing again, yet feeling for his own purse, and sauntering towards the hall. Harleigh was already out of sight. Poor soul, said Selina. I am sure, for one, I'll help her. Let us make a subscription, said Elinor, producing half a guinea, and looking round to Mrs Maple. Selina joined the same sum, full of glee to give, for the first time, as much as her sister. Mrs Maple clamorously ordered them to shut the parlour door. With shame, yet joy, the stranger accepted the 2 half-guineas, intimated her hopes that she should soon repay them, repeated her thanks, and took leave. The sisters would still have detained her, but Mrs Maple peremptorily insisted upon breakfasting without further delay. The incognita was proceeding to the housekeeper's room for a packet of the gifts of Elinor, but she was stopped in the hall by Ireton, who was loitering about, playing with his purse, and jerking and catching it from hand to hand. Here, my dear, he cried, look at this and take what you will from it. She coldly thanked him, and, saying that the young ladies had amply supplied her, would have moved on, but he prevented her, repeating his offer, and adding, while with uncontrolled freedom he stared at her, How the deuce, with such a pretty face as that, could you ever think of making yourself look such a fright? She told him that she was in haste. But what was the whim of it? She desired him to make way, every moment of daylight being precious to her. Hang daylight, cried he. I never liked it, and if you will but wait a few minutes. Selina, here running to call him to breakfast, he finished in a whisper. I'll convey you in my own chaise wherever you like to go. And then, forced to put up his purse, he gallantly handed his fair bride-elect back to the parlour. The stranger, entering the housekeeper's room, met Harleigh, who seriously remonstrated against her walking project, offering his servant to procure her a post-chaise. The sigh of her negative expressed its melancholy economy, though she owned a wish that she could find some meaner vehicle that would be safe. Harleigh then disappeared, but, a few minutes afterwards, when she was setting out from the garden gate, she again met him, and he told her that he was going to order a parcel from a stationer's at Brighthelmstone, and that a sort of chaise-cart, belonging to a farmer just by, would be sent for it almost immediately. I do not recommend, added he, smiling, such a machine for its elegance, and if you would permit me to offer you one more eligible. A grave motion of the head repressed him from finishing his phrase, and he acquainted her that he had just been to the farm, to bespeak a sober driver, with whom he had already settled for his morning's work. This implied assurance that he had no plan of following the machine induced her to agree to the proposition, and when the little carriage was in sight, he expressed his good wishes that she might find the letter, or the friend, that she desired, and return to the breakfast-parlour. The length of the way, joined to the dirt of the roads, made her truly sensible of his consideration, in affording her this safe conveyance. When she arrived at the post-office, the words, "Oh, you are come at last!" struck her ear, from the street, but not conceiving herself to be addressed, they failed to catch her attention, till she saw, waiting to give her his hand, while exclaiming, "What the deuce can have made you so long in coming?" young Ireton. Far less pleased than surprised, she disengaged herself from him with quickness, and inquired for the postmaster. He was not within. She was extremely disturbed, and at a loss where to wait, or what to do. "Why did you not stay for my chaise?" said Ireton. "When I found that you were gone, I mounted my steed and came over by a short cut, to see what was become of you, and here you have kept me cooling my heels all this devil of a time. That booby of a driver must have had a taste for being outcrawled by a snail." Without answering him, she asked whether there were any clerk at hand, to whom she could apply. Oh, yes, and she was immediately shown into an office, and followed, without any ceremony, by Ireton, though she replied not a word to anything that he said. A young man here received her, of whom, in a fearful voice, she demanded whether he had any letter directed for L.S., to be left till called for. "You must make her tell you her name, sir," cried Ireton, with an air of importance. "I give you notice not to let her have her letter without a receipt, signed by her own hand. She came over with Mrs Maple of Lewes, and a party of us, and won't say who she is. 'T'has a very ugly look, sir." The eye of the stranger accused him, but vainly, of cruelty. The clerk, who listened with great curiosity, soon produced a foreign letter, with the address demanded. While eagerly advancing to receive it, she anxiously inquired whether there were no inland letter with the same direction. None, she was answered. Ireton then, clapping his hand upon the shoulder of the clerk, positively declared that he would lodge an information against him if he delivered any letter, under such circumstances, without a signed receipt. An almost fainting distress was now visible in the face of the incognita, as the clerk, surprised and perplexed, said, "Have you any objection, ma'am, to giving me your name?" She stammered, hesitated, and grew paler, while Ireton smiled triumphantly, when the party was suddenly joined by Harleigh. Ireton ceased his clamour, and hung back ashamed. Harleigh, approaching the stranger, with an apology for his intrusion, was struck with her disordered look, and inquired whether she were ill. "Ah, sir," she cried, reviving with hope at his sight, and walking towards the window, whither, wondering, he followed. "Assist me in mercy. You know already that some powerful motive deters me from naming myself." "Have I been making any indiscreet inquiry?" cried he, gently, yet in a tone of surprise. "You? Oh, no, you have been all generosity and consideration." Harleigh, much gratified, besought her to explain herself with openness. "They insist upon my telling my name, or they detain my letter." "Is that all?" he said. And, going to the clerk, he demanded the letter, for which he gave his own address and receipt, with his word of honour that he was authorized to require it by the person to whom it was written. He then delivered it into her hand. The joy of its possession, joined to the relief from such persecution, filled her with a delight which, though beaming from all her features, she had not yet found words to express, when Ireton, whom Harleigh had not remarked, burst into a significant, though affected laugh. "Why, Harleigh, what the deuce can have brought you hither?" cried he. Harleigh wished to retort the question, but would not hazard a raillery that might embarrass the stranger, who now, with modest grace, curtsied to him, while she passed Ireton without notice, and left the room. Each wished to follow her, but each was restrained by the other. Ireton, who continued laughing maliciously, owned that his journey to Brighthelmstone had been solely to prevail with the clerk to demand the name of the stranger, before he gave up the letter. But Harleigh protested that he had merely ridden over to offer his mediation for her return to Lewes, if she should miss the friend or letter of which she came in search. Ireton laughed still more, and hoped that, from such abundant charity, he would attribute his own ride, also, to motives of as pure benevolence. He then begged he might not interfere with the following up of so charitable a purpose, but Harleigh assured him that he had neither right, pretension, nor design to proceed any further. "If that's the case," cried Ireton, "since charity is the order of the day, I'll see what has become of her myself." He ran out of the room. Harleigh, following, soon joined him, and they saw the incognita enter a milliner's shop. They then separated, Harleigh pleading business for not returning immediately to Lewes, while Ireton, mounting his horse, with an accusing shake of the head, rode off. Harleigh strolled to the milliner's, and, inquiring for some gloves, perceived, through the glass door of a small parlour, the stranger reading her letter. He begged that the milliner would be so good as to tell the lady in the inner room that Mr Harleigh requested to speak to her. A message thus open could neither startle nor embarrass her, and he was instantly admitted. He found her pale and agitated. Her letter, which was in her hand, she hastily folded, but looked at nothing else, while she waited an explanation of his visit. "I could not," he said, "go back to Lewes without knowing whether your expectations are answered in coming hither, or whether you will permit me to tell the Miss Joddrels that they may still have the pleasure to be of some use to you." She appeared to be unable to speak. "I fear to seem importunate," he continued, "yet I have no intention, believe me, to ask any officious questions. I respect what you have said of the nature of your situation, too much to desire any information beyond what may tend to alleviate its uneasiness." She held her hands before her eyes, to hide her fresh gushing tears, but they trickled fast through her fingers as she answered. "My situation is now deplorable indeed. I have no letter, no direction from the person whom I had hoped to meet, and whose abode, whose address I know not how to discover. I must not apply to any of my original friends. Unknown and in circumstances the most strange, if not suspicious. Can I hope to make myself any new ones? Can I even subsist when, though thus involved in mystery, I am as indigent as I am friendless, yet dare not say who nor what I am, and hardly even know it myself?" Touched with compassion, he drew nearer to her, meaning, from an almost unconscious impulse of kindness, to take her hand, but feeling, with equal quickness, the impropriety of allowing his pity such a manifestation, he retreated to his first place, and, in accents of gentle but respectful commiseration, expressed his concern for her distress. Somewhat soothed, yet heavily sighing, "To fail finding," she said, "either the friend or her direction that I expected, overwhelms me with difficulty and perplexity, and even this letter from abroad, though most welcome, has grievously disappointed me. I am promised, however, another, which may bring me, perhaps, happier tidings. I must wait for it patiently, but the person from whom it comes little imagines my destitute state. The unfortunate loss of my purse makes it, by this delay of all succour, almost desperate." The hand of Harleigh was involuntarily in his pocket, but before he could either draw out his purse, or speak, she tremulously added, colouring, and holding back, "I am ashamed to have mentioned a circumstance which seems to call for a species of assistance that it is impossible I should accept." Harleigh bowed, acquiescent. Her eyes thanked him for sparing her any contest, and she then gratefully acceded to his proposal of soliciting for her the renewed aid and countenance of the Miss Joddrels, from whom some little notice might be highly advantageous, in securing her decent treatment, during the few days, perhaps more, that she might be kept waiting at Brighthelmstone for another letter. He gently exhorted her to reanimate her courage, and hoped to convince her, by the next morning, that he had not intruded upon her retirement from motives of idle and useless curiosity. As soon as he was gone, she treated with Miss Matson, the milliner, to whom Harleigh had considerately named her as a young person known to Mrs Maple, for a small room in her house during a few days, and then, somewhat revived, she endeavoured, by recollecting the evils which she had escaped, to look forward, with better hopes of alleviation, to those which might yet remain to be encountered. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 8 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 8. The next morning, the Wanderer had the happy surprise of seeing Elinor burst into her chamber. "We are all on fire," she cried, "at our house, so I am come hither to cool myself. Aunt Maple and I have fought a noble battle, but I have won the day." She then related that Harleigh had brought them an account of her disappointments, her letter, her design to wait for another, and her being at the milliner's. "Aunt Maple," she continued, "treated the whole as imposition, but I make it a rule never to let her pitiful system prevail in the house. And so, to cut the matter short, for I hate a long story, I gave her to understand that, if she would not let you return to Lewes, and stay with us till your letter arrives, I should go to Brighthelmstone myself, and stay with you. This properly frightened her, for she knew I would keep my word." "And would you, madam?" said the stranger, smiling. "Why not? Do you think I would not do a thing only because no one else would do it? I am never so happy as in ranging without a guide. However, we came to a compromise this morning, and she consents to permit your return, provided I don't let you enter her chaise, and engage for keeping you out of everybody's way." The stranger, evidently hurt and offended, declined admission upon such terms. Her obligations, she said, were already sufficiently heavy, and she would struggle to avoid adding to their weight, and to supply her own few wants herself, till some new resource might open to her assistance. Elinor, surprised, hastily demanded whether she meant to live alone, that she might only be aided and only be visited by Mr Harleigh. The stranger looked all astonishment. "Nay, that will certainly be the most pleasant method, so I don't affect to wonder at it. Nevertheless—" She hesitated, but her face was tinted with the glow of disturbance, and her voice announced strong rising emotion, as she presently added, "If you think of forming any attachment with that man—" She stopped abruptly. The heightened amazement of the stranger kept her for a few instants speechless, but the troubled brow of Elinor soon made her with firmness and spirit answer, "Attachment! I protest to you, madam, except at those periods when his benevolence or urbanity have excited my gratitude, my own difficulties have absorbed my every thought." "I heartily congratulate your apathy," said Elinor, her features instantly dilating into a smile, "for he is so completely a nondescript that he would else incontestably set you upon hunting out for some new Rosamond's Pond. That is all I mean." She then, but with gaiety and good humour, inquired whether or not the stranger would return to Lewes. Nothing, to the stranger, could be less attractive at this moment, yet the fear of such another misinterpretation and rebuff, and the unspeakable dread of losing, in her helpless situation, all female countenance, conquered her repugnance. Elinor then said that she would hurry home, and send off the same elegant machine from the farm, which, she found, had been made use of in her service the preceding day. Far from exhilarated was the young person whom she left, who, thus treated, could scarcely brook the permission to return, which before she would have solicited. Small are the circumstances which reverse all our wishes, and one hour still less resembles another in our feelings than in our actions. Upon arriving again at the house of Mrs Maple, she was met by Selina, who expressed the greatest pleasure at her return, and conducted her to the little room which she had before occupied,
eagerly announcing that she had already learnt half her part, which she glibly repeated, crying, "How lucky it is that you are come back, for now I have got somebody to say it to." Mrs Maple, she added, had refused her consent to the whole scheme, till Elinor threatened to carry it into execution in Farmer Gooch's barn, and to invite all the county. She then entered into sundry details of family secrets, the principal of which was, that she often thought that she should be married before her sister Elinor, though sister Elinor was 22 years old, and she herself was only 14. But sister Elinor had had a violent quarrel with Mr Dennis Harleigh, whom she had been engaged to marry before she went abroad, about the French Revolution, which sister Elinor said was the finest thing in the world, but which Mr Dennis said was the very worst. But for all that he loved her so, that he had made his brother fetch her home, and wanted the marriage to take place directly. And Aunt Maple wished it too, of all things, because sister Elinor was so hard to manage. For, now she was of age, she did everything that she liked, and she protested that she would not give her consent, unless Mr Dennis promised to change his opinion upon the French Revolution. So they quarrelled again the day before they left town, and Aunt Maple, quite frightened, invited Mr Harleigh, the elder brother, to come and spend a week or two at Lewes, to try to bring matters round again. These anecdotes were interrupted by the appearance of Elinor, of whom the Incognita entreated, and obtained, permission to reside, as in town, wholly in her own room. "I wish you could hear," said Elinor, "how we all settle your history in the parlour. No two of us have the same idea of whom or what you are." She then entered upon the subject of the play, which was to be The Provoked Husband, in compliment to Mrs Arbe, a young lady of celebrated talents, who, having frequently played the part of Lady Townley, with amazing applause, at private theatres, had offered her services for that character, but would study no other. This, Elinor complained, was singularly provoking, as Harleigh, who alone of the whole set was worth acting with, must necessarily be Lord Townley. However, since she could not try her own theatrical skill, by the magnetizing powers of reciprocated exertions, she determined, in relinquishing what was brilliant, to adopt at least what was diverting, for which reason she had taken the part of Lady Wronghead. Selina was to be Miss Jenny, Ireton, Squire Richard, and she had pitched upon Mr Scope and Miss Bydel, two famous formal quizzes, residing in Lewes, to complement them with the Fogram parts of Manly and Lady Grace, characters which always put the audience to sleep, but that, as they were both good sort of souls, who were never awake themselves, they would not find out. The other parts she had chiefly arranged for the pleasure of giving a lesson of democracy to Aunt Maple, for she had appointed Sir Francis Wronghead to Mr Stubbs, an old steward belonging to Lord Rockton, Count Bassett to young Gooch, a farmer's son, Myrtilla to Golding, her own maid, and John Moody to Tomlinson, the footman. The air of attention with which the stranger listened, whether she answered or not, renewed again in Elinor the pleasure which she had first found in talking to her. And thus, between the two sisters, she had almost constantly a companion till near midnight. To be left, then, alone, was not to be left to unbroken slumbers. She had no dependence, nor hope, but an unexpected second letter, yet had devised no means to secure its immediate reception, even if its quick arrival corresponded with her wishes. As soon, therefore, as she heard the family stirring the next morning, she descended, with an intention of going to the housekeeper's room, to make some arrangement for that purpose. Ireton, who caught a glimpse of her upon the stairs, met and stopped her. "My dear," he cried, "don't think me such a prig as to do you any mischief, but take a hint. Don't see quite so much of a certain young lady, whom I don't wish should know the world quite so soon. You understand me, my dear?" Inexpressibly offended, she was contemptuously shrinking from him, when they were joined by Harleigh, who asked, with an air of respect that was evidently meant to give a lesson to Ireton, whether she would permit him to call at the post office, in order that her letters should be forwarded to Lewes. This offer was irresistible, and, with looks of the brightest gratitude, she was uttering her acknowledgments, when the voice of Elinor, from a distance, sounding tremulous and agitated, checked her, and she hastily retreated. But her room door was only shut to be almost instantly thrown open by Elinor herself, who, entering with a large parcel in her hands, while her face shewed pain and disorder, said, "See how I have been labouring to assist and to serve you, at the very moment of your insidious duplicity." Thunderstruck by the harshness of an attack nearly as incomprehensible as it was vehement, the stranger fixed her eyes upon her accuser with a look that said, "Are you mad?" The silent, yet speaking expression was caught by Elinor, who, struck with sudden shame, frankly begged her pardon, and, after a little reflection, coolly added, "You must never mind what I say, nor what I do, for I sport all sort of things, and in all sort of manners, but it is merely to keep off stagnation. I dread nothing like a lethargy. But pray what were you all about just now?" The incognita related her intended purpose, its interruption, the offer of Mr Harleigh, and its acceptance. Elinor looked perturbed again, and said, "You seem mighty fond, methinks, of employing Mr Harleigh for your Mercury." "He is so good as to employ himself. I could never think of taking such a liberty." Elinor put up her lip, but told her to make what use she could of the parcel, and, with an abrupt "Good morning," went down to breakfast. The stranger, amazed and confounded, remained for some time absorbed by conjectures upon this scene. The parcel contained cast-off clothes of almost every description, but, much as she required such aid, the manner in which it was offered determined her upon its rejection. In a few hours, the maid who brought her meals was desired by Mr Harleigh to inform her that he had executed her commission at the post office. This assurance revived her, and enabled her to pass the day in tolerable tranquillity, though perfectly alone, and without any species of employment to diversify her ruminations, or help to wear away the tediousness of expectation. When the next day, however, and the next, passed without her seeing any of the family, she felt disconcerted and disturbed. To be abandoned by Elinor, and even by Selina, made her situation appear worse than forlorn, and her offended spirit deemed the succour thus afforded her inadequate to compensate for the endurance of universal disesteem and avoidance. She determined, therefore, to quit the inhospitable mansion, persuaded that no efforts could be too difficult, no means too laborious, that might rescue her from an abode which she could no longer inhabit, without seeming to herself to be degraded. But the idea of this project had a facility of which its execution did not partake. She had no money, save what she had received from the two sisters; even that, by night and day spent at the milliner's, was much diminished. She could not quit the neighbourhood of Brighthelmstone, while still in expectation of a letter; and if, while awaiting it in any other house, the compassion or the philanthropy of Harleigh should urge him to see her, might not Elinor conclude that she had only retreated to receive his visits alone? Apprehensions such as these frightened her into forbearance, but in teaching her prudence, they did not endow her with contentment. Her hours lingered in depression and uncertainty. Her time was not employed, but consumed. Her faculties were not enjoyed, but wasted. Yet, upon more mature reflection, she inquired by what right she expected kinder treatment. Unknown, unnamed, without any sort of recommendation, she applied for succour, and it was granted her. If she met with the humanity of being listened to, and the charity of being assisted, must she quarrel with her benefactors, because they gave not implicit credit to the word of a lonely wanderer for her own character? Or think herself ill-used that their donations and their aid were not delicate as well as useful? This sober style of reasoning soon chased away resentment, and, with quieter nerves, she awaited some termination to her suspense and solitude. Meantime, most of the other inhabitants of the house were engaged by studying their parts for the intended representation, which so completely occupied some by choice, and others by complaisance, or necessity, that no visit or excursion was made abroad, till several days after their arrival at Lewes. Mrs Maple then, with her whole party, accepted an invitation to dine and spend the evening with the family of their principal actress, Mrs Arb. But a sudden indisposition, with which that lady was seized after dinner, forced them home again early in the evening. Their return being unexpected, the servants were all out, or out of the way; but, entering by a door leading from the garden, which they found open, they were struck with the sound of music. They stopped, and distinctly heard a harp. They listened, and found that it was played with uncommon ability. "'Tis my harp!" cried Selina. "I am sure of that." "Your harp?" said Mrs Maple. "Why, who can be playing it?" "Hist, dear ladies," said Harleigh. "'Tis some exquisite performer." "It must be Lady Kendover, then," said Mrs Maple, "for nobody else comes to our house that plays the harp." A new movement was now begun. It was slow and pathetic, and played with so much taste and expression, though mixed with bursts of rapid execution, that the whole auditory was equally charmed and surprised; and every one, Mrs Maple herself not excepted, with uplifted finger seemed to beseech attention from the rest. An arpeggio succeeded, followed by an air, which produced, alternately, tones sweet, yet penetrating, of touching pathos or impassioned animation, and announced a performer whom nature had gifted with her finest feelings, to second, or rather to meet, the soul-pervading refinements of skilful art. When the voice ceased, the harp was still heard, but some sounds made by an involuntary, though restrained tribute of general approbation, apparently found their way to the drawing-room, where it was played, for suddenly it stopped, the instrument seemed hastily to be put away, and some one was precipitately in motion. Everybody then hastened upstairs, but before they could reach the landing-place, a female figure, which they all instantly recognized for that of the unknown young woman, glided out of the drawing-room, and, with the quick motion of fear, ran up another flight of stairs. "Amazing!" cried Mrs Maple, stopping short. "Could anybody have credited assurance such as this? That bold young stroller has been obtruding herself into my drawing-room to hear Lady Kendover play." Harleigh, who had contrived to be the first to enter the apartment, now returned to the door, and with a smile of the most animated pleasure, said, "No one is here, not a creature." His tone and air spoke more than his words, and, to the quick conceptions of Elinor, pronounced, "This divine singer, whom you were all ready to worship, is no other than the lonely wanderer whom you were all ready to condemn." Mrs Maple now, violently ringing the bell, ordered one of her servants to summon the woman who came from abroad. The stranger obeyed, with the confused look of a person who expected a reprimand, to which she had not courage to reply. "Be so good as to tell me," said Mrs Maple, "what you have been into my drawing-room for, and whether you know who it is that has taken the liberty to play upon my niece's harp." The incognita begged 1,000 pardons, but said that having learnt from the housemaid that the family was gone out for the day, she had ventured to descend, to take a little air and exercise in the garden. "And what has that to do with my niece's harp, and my drawing-room?" "The door, madam, was open. It was long since I had seen an instrument. I thought no one would hear me." "Why, you don't pretend that it was you who played?" The young woman renewed her apology. "You play upon a harp? And pray, who was it that sung?" The stranger looked down. "Well, this is surprising indeed! And pray where might such a body as you learn these things? And what use can such a body want them for? Be so good as to tell me that. And who are you?" The stranger, in the utmost disturbance, painfully answered, "I am truly ashamed, madam, so often to press for your forbearance, but my silence is impelled by necessity. I am but too well aware how incomprehensible this must seem, but my situation is perilous. I cannot reveal it. I can only implore your compassion." She retired hastily. No one pursued nor tried to stop her. All, except Harleigh, remained nearly stupefied by what had passed, for no one else had ever considered her but as a needy travelling adventurer. To him, her language, her air, and her manner, pervading every disadvantage of apparel, poverty, and subjection, had announced her, from the first, to have received the education, and to have lived the life of a gentlewoman. Yet to him also it was as new, though not as wonderful, as to the rest, to find in her all the delicately acquired skill, joined to the happy natural talents, which constitute a refined artist. Elinor seemed absorbed in mortification, not sooner to have divined what Harleigh had so immediately discovered. Selina, triumphant, felt enchanted with an idea that the stranger must be a disguised princess. Mrs Maple, by 1,000 crabbed grimaces, shewed her chagrin that the Frenchified stroller should not rather have been detected as a positive vagabond than proved, by her possession of cultivated talents, to have been well brought up. And Ireton, who had thought her a mere female fortune-hunter, was utterly overset, till he comforted himself by observing that many mere adventurers, from fortuitous circumstances, obtain accomplishments that may vie, in brilliancy, with those acquired by regular education and study. Doubts, however, remained with all. They were varied, but not removed. The mystery that hung about her was rather thickened than cleared, and the less she appeared like an ordinary person, the more restless became conjecture, to divine into some probable motive, for the immovable obstinacy of her concealment. The pause was first broken by Elinor, who, addressing Harleigh, said, "Tell me honestly now, what, altogether, you really and truly think of this extraordinary demoiselle?" "I think her," answered he, with readiness, "an elegant and well-bred young woman, under some extraordinary and inexplicable difficulties; for there is a modesty in her air which art, though it might attain, could not support, and a dignity in her conduct in refusing all succour but yours, that make it impossible for me to have any doubt upon the fairness of her character." "And how do you know that she refuses all succour but mine? Have you offered her yours?" "She will not let me go so far. If she perceive such an intention, she draws back, with a look that would make the very mentioning it insolent." Elinor ran upstairs. She found the stranger disturbed and alarmed, though she was easily revived upon seeing Elinor courteous, almost respectful; for, powerfully struck by a discovery, so completely accidental, of talents so superior, and satisfied by the assurance just received from Harleigh that his pecuniary aid had never been accepted, she grew ashamed of the angry flippancy with which she had last quitted the room, and of the resolute neglect with which she had since kept aloof. She now apologized for having stayed away, professed a design to be frequent in her future visits, and presented, with generous importunity, the trifles which she blushed to have offered so abruptly. Addressed thus nearly upon equal terms, the stranger gracefully accepted the donation, and, from the relief produced by this unexpected good treatment, her own manners acquired an ease, and her language a flow, that made her strikingly appear to be what Harleigh had called her, a well-bred and elegant young woman; and the desire of Elinor to converse with her no longer hung now upon the mere stimulus of curiosity. It became flattering, exhilarating, and cordial. The stranger, in return, upon nearer inspection, found in Elinor a solid goodness of heart, that compensated for the occasional roughness and habitual strangeness of her manners. Her society was gay and original, and, to great quickness of parts, and liberality of feeling, she joined a frankness of character the most unbounded. But she was alarming and sarcastic, aiming rather to strike than to please, to startle than to conquer. Upon chosen and favourite subjects she was impressive, nay eloquent; upon all others she was careless, flighty, and indifferent, and constantly in search of matter for ridicule. Yet, though severe, almost to ferocity, where she conceived herself to be offended, or injured, she became kind, gentle, and generously conceding, when convinced of any error. Selina, when her sister retired, tripped fleetly into the chamber, whispering revealingly that it was Mr Ireton who had persuaded her to relinquish her visits, but that she would now make them as often as ever. Thus supported and encouraged, the stranger, again desiring to stay in the house, earnestly wished to soften the ill will of Mrs Maple, and having heard from Selina that the play occupied all hands, she begged Mrs Fenn to accept her services at needlework. Mrs Fenn conveyed the proposal to her mistress, who haughtily protested that she would have nothing done under her roof by she did not know who, though she tacitly suffered Mrs Fenn to try the skill of the proposer with some cambric handkerchiefs. These she soon returned, executed with such admirable neatness, that Mrs Fenn immediately found her other similar employment, which she presented to her with the air of conferring the most weighty of obligations. And such in the event it proved, for she now continued to receive daily more business of the same sort, without any hint relative to her departure, and heard, through Selina, that Mrs Maple herself had remarked that this was the first singer and player she had ever known who had not been spoilt by those idle habits for a good housewife. The incognita now thankfully rejoiced in the blessing bestowed upon her by that part of her education which gave to her the useful and appropriate female accomplishment of needlework. End of chapter 8. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 9 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 9. Mrs Maple was of the opinion that every woman ought to live with the needle and thread in her hand. The stranger, therefore, had now ample occupation, but as labour, in common with all other evils, is relative, she submitted cheerfully to any manual toil that could rescue her from the mental burden of exciting ill will and reproach. 2 days afterwards, Elinor came to summon her to the drawing-room. They were all assembled, she said, to a rehearsal, and in the utmost confusion for want of a prompter, not a soul, except Miss Arbe, knowing a word, or a cue, of any part but his own, and Miss Arbe, who took upon her to regulate everything, protested that she could not consent to go on any longer in so slovenly a manner. In this dilemma it had occurred to Elinor to have recourse to the stranger, but the stranger desired to be excused. Mrs Maple seemed now to be softened in her favour, and it would be both imprudent and improper to risk provoking fresh irritation by coming forward in an enterprise that was a known subject of dissension. Elinor, when she had formed a wish, never listened to an objection. "What an old-fashioned style you prose in!" she cried. "Who could believe you came so lately from France? But example has no more force without sympathy than precept had without opinion. However, I'll get you a licence from Aunt Maple in a minute." She went downstairs, and, returning almost immediately, cried, "Aunt Maple is quite contented. I told her I was going to send for Mr Creek, a horrible little pettifogging wretch who lives in this neighbourhood, and whom she particularly detests, to be our prompter, and this so woefully tormented her that she proposed you herself. I have ample business upon my hands between my companions of the buskin and this pragmatical old aunt, for Harleigh himself refused to act against her approbation, till I threatened to make over Lord Townley to Sir Lydell Sycamore, a smart beau at Brighthelmstone, that all the mammas and aunts are afraid of. And then poor auntie was fain, herself, to request Harleigh to take the part. I could manage matters no other way." Personal remonstrances were vain, and the stranger was forced downstairs to the theatrical group. All that was known of her situation having been sketched by Elinor, and detailed by Selina, the mixed party there assembled was prepared to survey her with a curiosity which she found extremely abashing. She requested to have the book of the play, but Elinor, engaged in arranging the entrances and exits, did not heed her. Harleigh, however, comprehending the relief which any occupation for the eyes and hands might afford her, presented it to her himself. It preserved her not, nevertheless, from a volley of questions, with which she was instantly assailed from various quarters. "I find, ma'am, you are lately come from abroad," said Mr Scope.
a gentleman self-dubbed a deep politician, and who, in the most sententious manner, uttered the most trivial observations. I have no very high notion, I own, of the morals of those foreigners at this period. A man's wife and daughter belong to any man who has a taste to them, as I am informed. Nothing is very strict. Mr. Robespierre, as I am told, is not very exact in his dealings. But I should like to know, cried Gooch, the young farmer, whether it be true of a reality that they've got such numbers and millions of redcoats there, all made into generals, in the twinkling, as one may say, of an eye. Money must be a vast scarce commodity there, said Mr. Stubbs, the steward. Did you ever happen to hear, ma'am, how they go to work to get in their rents? Before the stranger could attempt any reply to these several addresses, Miss Arbe, who was the principal person of the party, seating herself in the chair of honour, desired her to advance, saying, I understand you sing and play amazingly well. Pray, who are your masters? While the incognita hesitated, Miss Bydel, a collateral and uneducated successor to a large and unexpected fortune, said, Pray, first of all, young woman, what took you over to foreign parts? I should like to know that. Elinor, now, being ready, cut short all further investigation by beginning the rehearsal. During the first scenes the voice of the incognita was hardly audible. The constraint of her forced attendance, and the insurmountable awkwardness of her situation, made all exertion difficult, and her tones were so languid, and her pronunciation was so inarticulate, that Elinor began seriously to believe that she must still have recourse to Mr. Creek. But Harleigh, who reflected how much the faculties depend upon the mind's being disengaged, saw that she was too little at her ease to be yet judged. Every one else, absorbed in his part and himself, in the hope of being best, or the shame of being worst, in the fear of being out, or the confusion of not understanding what next was to be done, was regardless of all else but his own fancied reputation of the hour. Harleigh, however, as the play proceeded, and the inaccuracy of the performers demanded greater aid, found the patience of his judgment recompensed, and its appreciation of her talents just. Her voice, from seeming feeble and monotonous, became clear and penetrating. It was varied, with the nicest discrimination, for the expression of every character, changing its modulation from tones of softest sensibility to those of archest humour, and from reasoning severity to those of uncultured rusticity. When the rehearsal was over, Miss Bydel, who had no other idea of the use of speech than that of asking questions, said, I should be glad, before you go, to say a few words to you, young woman, myself. The stranger stood still. In the first place, tell me, if you please, what's your name? The incognita coloured at this abrupt demand, but remained silent. Nay, said Miss Bydel, your name, at least, can be no such great secret, for you must be called something or other. Ireton, who had hitherto appeared decided not to take any notice of her, now exclaimed, with a laugh, I will tell you what her name is, Miss Bydel. 'Tis L.S. The stranger dropped her eyes, but Miss Bydel, not comprehending that Ireton meant 2 initial letters, said, Ellis? Well, I see no reason why anybody should be ashamed to own their name as Ellis. Selina, tittering, would have cleared up the mistake, but Ireton, laughing yet more heartily, made her a sign to let it pass. Miss Bydel continued, I don't want to ask any of your secrets, as I say, Mrs. Ellis, for I understand you don't like to tell them, but it will be discovering no great matter, to let me know whether your friends are abroad, or in England, and what way you were maintained before you got your passage over in Mrs. Maple's boat. Don't let that young person go, cried Miss Arbe, who had now finished the labours of her theatrical presidency, till I have heard her play and sing. If she is so clever as you describe her, she shall perform between the acts. The stranger declared her utter inability to comply with such a request. When I believed myself unheard, she cried, music, I imagined, might make me, for a few moments, forget my distress, but an expected performance, a prepared exhibition, Pardon me, I have neither spirits nor powers for such an attempt. Her voice spoke grief, her look apprehension, yet her manner so completely announced decision, that, unopposed even by a word, she remounted the stairs to her chamber. She was, therefore, surprised by the sight of a sealed packet upon her table, directed, "For L.S. at her leisure." She opened it, and found 10 bank-notes of £10 each. A momentary hope which she had indulged, that this letter, by some accidental conveyance, had reached her from abroad, was now changed into the most unpleasant perplexity. Such a donation could not come from any of the females of the family. Mrs Maple was miserly, and her enemy, and the Miss Joddrels knew, by experience, that she would not refuse their open assistance. Mr Harleigh, therefore, or Mr Ireton, must have conveyed this to her room. If it were Mr Ireton, she concluded he meant to ensnare her distress into an unguarded acceptance, for some latent purpose of mischief. If it were Mr Harleigh, his whole behaviour inclined her to believe that he was capable of such an action from motives of pure benevolence. But she could by no means accept pecuniary aid from either, and determined to keep the packet always ready for delivery, when she could discover to whom it belonged. She was surprised, soon afterwards, by the sight of Selina. "I would not let Mr Ireton hinder me from coming to you this once," she cried, "do what he could, for we are all in such a fidget that there's only you, I really believe, can help us. Poor Miss Arbe, while she was teaching us all what we have to do, put her part into her muff, and her favourite little dog, that she dotes upon, not knowing it was there, poor thing, poked his nose into the muff to warm himself, and when Miss Arbe came to take her part, she found he had sucked it, and gnawed it, and nibbled it, all to tatters, and she says she can't write it out again if she was to have a diamond a word for it. And as to us, we have all of us got such immensities to do for ourselves, that you are the only person, for I dare say you know how to write. So will you now, Ellis? For they have all settled below that your real name is Ellis." The stranger answered that she should gladly be useful in any way that could be proposed. The book, therefore, was brought to her, with writing implements, and she dedicated herself so diligently to copying, that the following morning, when Miss Arbe was expected, the part was prepared. Miss Arbe, however, came not. A note arrived in her stead, stating that she had been so exceedingly fatigued the preceding day, in giving so many directions, that she begged they would let somebody read her part, and rehearse without her, and she hoped that she should find them more advanced when she joined them on Monday. The stranger was now summoned not only as prompter, but to read the part of Lady Townley. She could not refuse, but her compliance was without any sort of exertion, from a desire to avoid, not promote similar calls for exhibition. Elinor remarked to Harleigh how inadequate were her talents to such a character. Harleigh acquiesced in the remark, yet his good opinion, in another point of view, was as much heightened, as in this it was lowered. He saw the part which she had copied for Miss Arbe, and the beautiful clearness of the handwriting, and the correctness of the punctuation and orthography, convinced him that her education had been as successfully cultivated for intellectual improvement as for elegant accomplishments. Elinor herself now would only call the stranger Miss Ellis, a name which, she said, she verily believed that Miss Bydel, with all her stupidity, had hit upon, and which, therefore, henceforth should be adopted. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 10 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 10. The incognita continued to devote herself to needlework till the morning of the next rehearsal. She was then again called to the double task of prompting and of reading the part of Lady Townley, Miss Arbe having unceremoniously announced that as she had already performed that character 3 several times, and to the most brilliant audiences, though at private theatres,
Any further practice for herself would be a work of supererogation, and if the company, she added, would but be so good as to remember her directions, she need only attend personally at the final rehearsal. The whole party was much offended by this insinuation of its inferiority, as well as by so contemptuous an indifference to the prosperity of the enterprise. Nor was this the only difficulty caused by the breach of attendance in Miss Arbe. The entertainment was to conclude with a cotillion, of which Ireton had brought the newest steps and method from France, but which, through this unexpected failure, the set was incomplete for practising. Elinor was persuaded that in keeping the whole group thus imperfect, both in the play and in the dance, it was the design of Miss Arbe to expose them all to ridicule, that her own fine acting and fine steps might be contrasted to the greater advantage. To obviate as much as possible this suspected malice, the stranger was now requested to stand up with them, for as she was so lately come from abroad, they concluded that she might know something of the matter. They were not mistaken. The steps, the figure, the time, all were familiar to her, and she taught the young Selina, dropped hints to Elinor, endeavoured to set Miss Bydel right, and gave a general, though unpremeditated, lesson to every one, by the measured grace and lightness of her motions, which, little as her attire was adapted to such a purpose, were equally striking for elegance and for modesty. Harleigh, however, alone perceived her excellence. The rest had so much to learn, or were so anxious to shine, that if occasionally they remarked her, it was rather to be diverted by seeing any one dance so ill-equipped, than to be struck with the elevated carriage which no such disadvantage could conceal. Early on the morning preceding the intended representation, the stranger was summoned to the destined theatre, where, while she was aiding the general preparations of dresses, decorations, and scenery, previous to the last grand rehearsal, which, in order to try the effect of the illuminations, was fixed to take place in the evening, Mrs Maple, with derision marked in every feature of her face, stalked into the room to announce to her niece, with unbridled satisfaction, that all her fine vagaries would now end in nothing, as Miss Arbe at last had the good sense to refuse affording them her countenance. Elinor, though too much enraged to inquire what this meant, soon perforce learnt that an old gentleman, a cousin of Miss Arbe's, had ridden over with an apology, importing that the most momentous reasons, yet such as could not be divulged, obliged his relation to decline the pleasure of belonging to their dramatic party. The offence given by this abrupt renunciation was so general, though Elinor alone allowed it free utterance, that Mr Giles Arbe, the bearer of these evil tidings, conceived it to be more advisable to own the plump truth he said at once, than to see them also affronted without knowing what for, though he begged them not to mention it, his cousin having peremptorily charged him not to speak out. But the fact was, that she had repented her engagement ever since the first rehearsal. For though she should always be ready to act with the Miss Joddrels, who were nieces to a baronet, and Mr Harleigh, who was nephew to a peer, and Mr Ireton, who was heir to a large entailed estate, she was yet apprehensive that it might let her down, in the opinion of the noble theatrical society to which she belonged, if she were seen exhibiting with such common persons as farmers and domestics, with whom, however, for all his cousin's nicety, Mr Giles said he thought to be full as good men as any other, and sometimes considerably better. Mrs Maple was elevating into the highest triumph by this explanation. "I told you how it would be," she cried. "Young ladies acting with mere mob. I am truly rejoiced that Miss Arbe has given you the slip." Elinor heard this with a resentment that determined her, more vehemently than ever, not to abandon her project. She proudly, therefore, returned thanks by Mr Giles for the restoration of the part, which she had resigned in mere complaisance, as there was nothing in the world she so much desired as to act it herself, even though it must be now learnt in the course of a day. And she begged leave, as a mark that she was not offended at the desertion, to borrow the dress of the character, which she knew to be ready, and with which she would adorn herself the following night, at the performance. This last clause, she was well aware, would prove the most provoking that she could devise to Miss Arbe, who was renowned for being finically tenacious of her attire. But Elinor would neither add a word to her message, nor suffer one to be taken from it; and when Mr. Giles Arbe, frightened at the ill success of his confidence, would have offered some apology, she drove him from the house, directing a trusty person in the neighbourhood to accompany him back, with positive orders not to return without the dress. She then told the stranger to study the part of Lady Wronghead, to fill up the chasm. The stranger began some earnest excuses, but they were lost in the louder exclamations of Mrs Maple, whose disappointment in finding the scheme still supported was aggravated into rage by the unexpected proposition of admitting the stranger into the set. "What, Miss Joddrel!" she cried, "is it not enough that you have made us a byword in the neighbourhood by wanting to act with farmers and servants? Must you also bring a family girl into your set, an illegitimate stroller who does not so much as know her own name?" The stranger, deeply reddening, gravely answered, "Far from wishing to enter into any plan of amusement, I could not have given my consent to it, even if solicited." "Nobody asks what you could have done, I hope," Mrs Maple began, when Elinor, pushing the stranger into a large light closet, and throwing the part after her, shut the door, charging her not to lose a moment in getting ready for the final rehearsal that very evening. The incognita, fixed not to look at the manuscript, now heard, perforce, a violent quarrel between the aunt and the niece, the former protesting that she would never agree to such a disgrace as suffering a poor straggling pauper to mix herself publicly with their society, and the latter threatening that, if forced to grant such a triumph to Miss Arbe as that of tamely relinquishing the undertaking, she would leave the country and settle at once in France and in the house of Robespierre himself. Harleigh, who, in a hasty and dashing, but masterly manner, was colouring some scenery, had hitherto been silent; but now, advancing, he proposed, as a compromise, that the performance should be deferred for a week, in which time Miss Sycamore, a young lady at Brighthelmstone, whom they all knew, would learn, he doubted not, the part, and supply, with pleasure, the vacant place. To this Mrs Maple, finding no hope remained that she could abolish the whole project, was sullenly assenting, when Elinor reproachfully exclaimed, "What, Don Quixote, is your spirit of chivalry thus cooled? And are you, too, for rejecting with all this scorn the fellow voyager you were so strenuous to support?" "Scorn?" repeated Harleigh. "No, I regard her rather with reverence. 'Tis she herself that has declined the part, and with a dignity that does her honour. All she suffers to be discerned of her announces distinguished merit, and yet, highly as I have conceived of her character, she is unknown to us, except by her distresses, and these, though they call loudly for our sympathy and assistance, and, through the propriety of her conduct, lay claim to our respect, may be thought insufficient by the world to justify Mrs Maple, who has 2 young ladies so immediately under her care, for engaging a perfect stranger, in a scheme which has no reference to humanity or good offices." "Aha, Mr Harleigh!" cried Ireton, shaking his head. "You are afraid of what she may turn out? You think no better of her at last than I do." "I think, on the contrary, so well of her," answered Harleigh, "that I am sincerely sorry to see her thus haughtily distanced. I often wish these ladies would as generously, as I doubt not that they might safely, invite her into their private society. Kindness such as that might produce a confidence, which revolts from public and abrupt inquiry, and which, I would nearly engage my life, would prove her innocence and worth, and vindicate every trust." He then begged them to consider, that, should their curiosity and suspicions work upon her spirits, till she were urged to reveal, prematurely, the secret of her situation, they would themselves be the first to condemn her for folly and imprudence, if breaking up the mystery of her silence should affect either her happiness or her safety. Mrs Maple would have been inconsolable at a defence against which she had nothing positive to object, had she not reaped some comfort from finding that even Harleigh opposed including the stranger in the acting circle. The delay of the performance and an application to Miss Sycamore seemed now settled, When Mrs. Fenn, the housekeeper, who was also aiding in the room, lamented the trouble to be renewed for the supper preparations, as neither the fish, nor the pastry, nor sundry other articles, could keep. This was a complaint to which Mrs. Maple was by no means deaf. The invitations also were made. The drawing-room was given up for the theatre. Another apartment was appropriated for a green room, and there was not any chance that the house could be restored to order, nor the maids to their usual occupations, till this business were finally over. Her rancour now suddenly relented, with regard to the stranger, and, to the astonishment of every one, she stopped Harleigh from riding over to Brighthelmstone, to apply to Miss Sycamore, by concedingly saying that, since Mr. Harleigh had really so good an opinion of the young woman who came from France, she must confess that she had herself, of late, taken a much better notion of her, by finding that she was so excellent a needlewoman, and, therefore, she did not see why they should send for so finical a person as Miss Sycamore, who was full of airs and extravagance, to begin all over again, and disappoint so much company, when they had a body in the house who might do one of the parts, so as to pass amongst the rest, without being found out for what she was. Harleigh expressed his doubts whether the young person herself, who was obviously in very unpleasant circumstances, might choose to be brought forward in so public an amusement. The gentleness of Mrs. Maple was now converted into choler, and she desired to know whether a poor wretch such as that, who had her meat, drink, and lodging for nothing, should be allowed to choose anything for herself one way or another. Elinor, dropping, though not quite distinctly, some sarcastical reflections upon the persistence of Harleigh in preferring Miss Sycamore to his Dulcinea, retired to her room to study the part of Lady Townley, saying that she should leave them full powers to wrangle amongst themselves for that of Lady Wronghead. Harleigh, who had not seen the stranger turned into the closet, now entered it in search of a pencil. Not a little was then his surprise to find her sketching, upon the back of a letter, a view of the hills, downs, cottages, and cattle which formed the prospect from the window. It was beautifully executed, and undoubtedly from nature. Harleigh, with mingled astonishment and admiration, clasped his hands, and energetically exclaimed, "Accomplished creature! Who and what are you?" Confused, she blushed, and folded up her little drawing. He seemed almost equally embarrassed himself at the expression and the question which had escaped him. Mrs. Maple, following, paradingly told the stranger that, as she had hemmed the last cambric handkerchiefs so neatly, she might act, upon this particular occasion, with the Miss Joddrels, only first premising that she must not own to a living soul her being such a poor forlorn creature, as the only way to avoid disgrace to themselves, amongst their acquaintance, for admitting her, would be to say that she was a young lady of family, who came over with them from France. To the last clause, the stranger calmly answered that she could offer no objection, in a manner which, to the attentive Harleigh, clearly indicated that it was true, but that, with respect to performing, she was in a situation too melancholy, if not disastrous, to be capable of making any such attempt. Mrs. Maple was so angry at this presumption that she replied, "Do as you are ordered, or leave my house directly," and then walked, in high wrath, away. The stranger appeared confounded. She felt an almost resistless impulse to depart immediately. But something stronger than resentment told her to stay. It was distress. She paused a moment, and then, with a sigh, took up the part, and, without looking at Harleigh, who was too much shocked to offer any palliation for this grossness, walked pensively to her chamber. She was soon joined by Elinor, who, in extreme ill-humour, complained that that odious Lady Townley was so intolerably prolix that there was no getting her endless babbling by heart at such short notice, and that, but for the triumph which it would afford to Miss Arbe to find out their embarrassment, and the spite that it would gratify in Aunt Maple, the whole business should be thrown up at once. Sooner, however, than be conquered, either by such impertinence or such malignity, she would abandon Lady Townley to the prompter, whom Miss Arbe might have the surprise and amusement to dizen out in her fine attire. Then, declaring that she hated and would not act with Miss Sycamore, who was a creature of insolence and conceit, she flung the part of Lady Townley to the incognita, saying that she must abide herself by that of Lady Wronghead, a name which she was well merited to keep for the rest of her life from her inconceivable mismanagement of the whole affair. The stranger earnestly entreated exemption from the undertaking, and solicited the intercession of Elinor with Mrs Maple, to soften the hard sentence denounced against her refusal. To act such a character as that of Lady Townley she should have thought formidable, if not impossible, even in her gayest moments. But now, in a situation the most helpless, and with every reason to wish for obscurity, the exertion would be the most cruel that could be exacted. Elinor, however, listened only to herself. Miss Arbe must be mortified, Mrs Maple must be thwarted, and Miss Sycamore must be omitted. These three things, she declared, were indispensable, and could only be accomplished by defying all obstacles, and performing the comedy upon the appointed day. The stranger now saw no alternative between obsequiously submitting, or immediately relinquishing her asylum. How might she find another? She knew not where even to seek her friend, and no letter was arrived from abroad. There was no resource. She decided upon studying the part. This was not difficult. She had read it at 3 rehearsals, and had carefully copied it. But she acquired it mechanically, because unwillingly, and while she got the words by rote, scarcely took their meaning into consideration. When called down, at night, to the grand final rehearsal, she gave equal surprise to Harleigh, from finding her already perfect in so long a part, and from hearing her repeated with a tameness almost lifeless. At the scene of reconciliation, in the last act, he took her hand, and slightly kissed the glove. Ireton called out, "Embrace! Embrace! The peacemaking is always decided, at the theatre, by an embrace. You must throw your arms lovingly over one another's shoulders." Harleigh did not advance, but he looked at the stranger, and the blush upon her cheeks showed her wholly unaccustomed even to the mention of any personal liberty. Ireton, however, still insisting, he laughingly excused himself, by declaring that he must do by Lord Townley as he would do by himself, and he never meant, should he marry, to be tender to his wife before company. Mrs Maple now, extremely anxious for her own credit, told all the servants that she had just discovered that the stranger who came from France was a young lady of consequence, and she desired that they would make a report to that effect throughout the neighbourhood. And in the new playbills which were now written, she suffered to see inserted, Lady Townley, by Miss Ellis. Harleigh was the first to address the stranger by this name, previously taking an opportunity, with an air of friendly regard, to advise that she would adopt it, till she thought right to declare her own. She thanked him gratefully for his counsel, confessing that she had long felt the absurdity of seeming nameless, and adding, "But I had made no preparation for what I so little expected, as the length of time in which I have been kept in this almost unheard of situation, and the hourly hope of seeing it end, made me decide to spare myself, at least by silence, from deceit." The look of Harleigh showed his approbation of her motive, while his words strengthened her conviction that it must now give way to the necessity of some denomination. "Be it Ellis, then," she said, smiling, "though evasion may, perhaps, be yet meaner than falsehood. Nevertheless, I am rather more contented to make use of this name, which accident has bestowed upon me, than positively to invent one for myself. Ellis, therefore, which appellation now will be substituted for that of the incognita, seeing no possibility of escaping this exhibition, comforted herself that, however repugnant it might be to her inclinations and her sense of propriety, it gave her, at least, some chance, during the remainder of her stay at Lewes, of being treated with less indignity. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 11 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 11.
The hope of meeting with more consideration in the family inspirited Ellis with a wish, hitherto unfelt, of contributing to the purposed entertainment. The part which she had been obliged to undertake was too prominent to be placed in the background, and the whole performance must be flat, if not ridiculous, unless Lady Townley were a principal person. She read over, therefore, repeated, and studied the character, with an attention more alive to its meaning, style, and diversities, and the desire which animated all that she attempted, of doing with her best means whatever unavoidably must be done, determined her to let no effort in her power be wanting, to enliven the representation. The lateness of this resolution made her application for its accomplishment so completely fill up her time, that not a moment remained for those fears of self-deficiency with which diffidence and timidity enervate the faculties, and often, in sensitive minds, rob them of the powers of exertion. When the hour of exhibition approached, and she was summoned to the apartment destined for the green room, universal astonishment was produced by her appearance. It was not from her dress. They had seen, and already knew it to be fanciful and fashionable. Nor was it the heightened beauty which her decorations displayed. This, as she was truly lovely, was an effect that they expected. But it was from the ease with which she wore her ornaments, the grace with which she set them off, the elegance of her deportment, and an air of dignified modesty, that spoke her not only accustomed to such attire, but also to the good breeding and refined manners, which announce the habits of life to have been formed in the superior classes of society. Selina, as she opened the door, exultingly called out, "Look, look, only look at Ellis! Did you ever see anything in the world so beautiful?" Ireton, to whom dress, far more than feature or complexion, presented attraction, exclaimed, "By my soul, she's as handsome as an angel!" Elinor, thus excited, came forward, but seemed struck speechless. They now all flocked around her, and Mrs Maple, staring, cried, "Why, who did you get to put your things on for you?" When suddenly, recollecting the new account which she had herself given, and caused to be spread of this young person, she forced a laugh, and added, "Bless me, Miss Ellis, if I had not quite forgotten whom I was speaking to. Why should not Miss Ellis know how to dress herself as well as any other young lady?" "Why, indeed," said Miss Bydel, "it makes a prodigious change, a young lady's turning out a young lady, instead of a common young woman. I've seen a good many of the Ellises. Pray, ma'am, does your part of the family come from Yorkshire or Devonshire? For I should like to know." "And if there were any gentlemen of your family with you, ma'am, in foreign parts," said Mr Scope, "I should be glad to have their opinion of this convention now set up in France. For as to ladies, though they are certainly very pleasing, they are but indifferent judges in the political line, not having ordinarily heads of that sort. I speak without offence, inferiority of understanding being no defect in a female." "Well, I thought from the first," said young Gooch, "and I said it to sisters, that the young lady was a young lady, by her travelling and that. But pray, ma'am, did you ever look on to see that Mr Robert Spear mow down his hundreds, like a grass in a hayfield? We should not much like it if they were to do so in England, but the French have no spirit. They are but a poor set, except their generals, or the like of that. And for them, they'll fight you like so many lions. They are afraid of nobody." "By what I hear, ma'am," said Mr Stubbs, "a gentleman in that country may have rents due to the value of thousands, and hardly receive a frog, as one may say, an acre." While thus her fellow performers surrounded the incognita, Harleigh alone held back, absorbed in contemplating the fine form which a remarkably light and pretty robe now first displayed, and the beautiful features and animated complexion which were set off to their utmost lustre by the waving feathers and artificial flowers which were woven into her soft, glossy, luxuriant brown hair. But though he forbore offering her any compliments, he no sooner observed that she was seized with a sudden panic, upon a servant's announcing that the expected audience, consisting of some of the principal families of Sussex, was arrived, than he addressed, and endeavoured to encourage her. "I am aware, sir," she said, "that it may seem rather like vanity than diffidence for one situated as I am to feel any alarm, for as I can have raised no expectations, what have I to fear from giving any disappointment? Nevertheless, now the time is come, the attempt grows formidable. It must seem so strange, so wondrous strange, to those who know not how little my choice has been consulted." She was interrupted, for all was ready, and Harleigh was summoned to open the piece by the famous question, "Why did I marry?" The fright which now had found its way into the mind of the new Lady Townley, augmented every moment till she appeared, and it was then so great as nearly to make her forget her part, and occasion what, hesitatingly, she was able to utter, to be hardly audible, even to her fellow performers. The applause excited by her beauty, figure, and dress, only added to her embarrassment. She with difficulty kept to her post, and finished her first scene with complete self-discontent. Elinor, who watched her throughout it, lost all admiration of her exterior attractions, from contempt of her feeble performance. But her second scene exhibited her in another point of view. Her self-displeasure worked her up to exertions that brought forth the happiest effects, and her evident success produced ease, by inspiring courage. From this time, her performance acquired a wholly new character. It seemed the essence of gay intelligence, of well-bred animation, and of lively variety. The grace of her motions made not only every step but every turn of her head remarkable. Her voice modulated into all the changes that vivacity, carelessness, pride, pleasure, indifference, or alarm demanded. Every feature of her face spoke her discrimination of every word, while the spirit which gave a charm to the whole was chastened by a taste the most correct, and while though modest she was never awkward, though frightened, never ungraceful. A performance such as this, in a person young, beautiful, and wholly new, created a surprise so powerful, and a delight so unexpected, that the play seemed soon to have no other object than Lady Townley, and the audience to think that no other were worth hearing or beholding. For though the politeness exacted by a private representation secured to every one an apparent attention, all seemed vapid and without merit in which she was not concerned, while all wore an air of interest in which she bore the smallest part, and she soon never spoke, looked, nor moved, but to excite pleasure, admiration, and applause, amounting to rapture. Whether this excellence were the result of practice and instruction, or a sudden emanation of general genius, accidentally directed to a particular point, was disputed by the critics amongst the audience, and disputed, as usual, with the greater vehemence, from the impossibility of obtaining documents to decide, or direct opinion. But that which was regarded as the highest refinement of her acting was a certain air of inquietude, which was discernible through the utmost gaiety of her exertions, and which, with the occasional absence and sadness that had their source in her own disturbance, was attributed to deep research into the latent subject of uneasiness belonging to the situation of Lady Townley. This, however, was nature, which would not be repressed, not art, that strove to be displayed. But no pleasure excited by her various powers approached to the pleasure which they bestowed upon Harleigh, who could look at, could listen to her alone. To himself he lost all power of doing justice, wrapped up in the contemplation of an object thus singular, thus excelling, thus mysterious, all ambition to personally shining was forgotten. He could not fail to speak his part with sense and feeling. He could not help appearing fashioned to represent a man of rank and understanding. But that address which gives life and meaning to every phrase, that ingenuity which beguiles the audience into an illusion, which for the current moment inspires the sympathy due to reality, that skill which brings forth on the very instant all the effect which, to the closet reader, an author can hope to produce from reflection. These, the attributes of good acting, and for which his taste, his spirit, and his judgment all fitted him, were now, from slackened self-attention, beyond his reach, though within his powers. At a public theatre, such an actress might have proved a spur to have urged the exertions of competition. In this private one, where success, except to vanity, was unimportant, her merit was, to Harleigh, an absorbent that occupied, exclusively, all his faculties. In the last act, where Lady Townley becomes serious, penitent, and pathetic, the new actress appeared to yet greater advantage. The state of her mind accorded with distress, and her fine speaking eyes, her softly touching voice, her dejected air, and penetrating countenance, made quicker passage to the feelings of her auditors, even than the words of the author. All were moved, tears were shed from almost every eye, and Harleigh, affected and enchanted at the moment of the peacemaking, took her hand with so much eagerness, and pressed it to his lips with so much pleasure, that the rouge, put on for the occasion, was paler than the blushes which burnt through it on her cheeks. He saw this, and, checking his admiration, relinquished with respect the hand which he had taken nearly with rapture. When the play was over, and the loudest applause had marked its successful representation, the company arose to pay their compliments to Mrs Maple. Lady Townley then, followed by every eyes, was escaping from bearing her share in the bursts of general approbation, when a youth of the most engaging appearance, and evidently of high fashion, sprang over the forms, to impede her retreat, and to pour forth the highest encomiums upon her performance, in well-bred though enthusiastic language, with all the eager vivacity of early youth, which looks upon moderation as insipidity, and measured condemnation as want of feeling. Though confused by being detained, Ellis could not be angry, for there was no impertinence in his fervour, no familiarity in his panegyric, and though his speech was rapid, his manners were gentle. His eulogy was free from any presumption of being uttered for her gratification. It seemed simply the uncontrollable ebullition of ingenious gratitude. Surprised still more than all around her, at the pleasure which she found she had communicated, some share of it now stole insensibly into her own bosom, and this was by no means lessened by seeing her youthful new admirer soon followed by a lady still younger than himself, who called out, "Do you think, brother, to monopolize Miss Ellis?" And, with equal delight and nearly equal ardour, she joined in the acknowledgments made by her brother, for the entertainment which they had received, and both united in declaring that they should never endure to see or hear any other Lady Townley. There was a charm, for there seemed a sincerity in this youthful tribute of admiration, that was highly gratifying to the new actress, and Harleigh thought he read in her countenance the soothing relief experienced by a delicate mind, from meeting with politeness and courtesy, after a long endurance of indignity or neglect. Almost everybody among the audience, one by one, joined this little set, all eager to take a nearer view of the lovely Lady Townley, and availing themselves of the opportunity afforded by this season of compliment, for examining more narrowly whom it was that they addressed. Mrs Maple, meanwhile, suffered the utmost perplexity. Far from foreseeing an admiration which thus bore down all before it, she had conceived that, the piece once finished, the actress would vanish, and be thought of no more. Nor was she without hope, in her utter disdain of the stranger, that the part thus given merely by necessity would be so ill represented as to disgust her niece from any such frolics in future. But when, on the contrary, she found that there was but one voice in favour of this unknown performer, when not all her own pride, nor all her prejudice, could make her blind to that performer's truly elevated carriage and appearance, when every auditor flocked to her with, "Who is this charming Miss Ellis? Present us to this incomparable Miss Ellis," she felt covered with shame and regret, though compelled, for her own credit, to continue repeating that she was a young lady of family who had passed over with her from the continent. Provoked, however, she now followed the crowd, meaning to give a hint to the incognita to retire.
but she had the mortification of hearing her gallant new enthusiast pressing for her hand, in a cotillion, which they were preparing to dance. And though the stranger gently, yet steadily, was declining his proposition, Mrs Maple was so much frightened and irritated that such a choice should be in her power, that she called out impatiently, "My lord, we must have some refreshments before the dancing. Do pray, Lady Aurora Granville, beg Lord Melbury to come this way, and take something." The young lord and lady, with civil but cold thanks, that spoke their dislike of this interference, both desired to be excused. But great was their concern, and universal throughout the apartment was the consternation, upon observing Miss Ellis change colour, and sink upon a chair, almost fainting. Harleigh, who had strongly marked the grace and dignity with which she had received so much praise, now cast a glance of the keenest indignation at Mrs Maple, attributing to her rude interruption of the little civilities so evidently softening to the stranger, this sudden indisposition. But Mrs Maple either saw it not, or did not understand it, and seized, with speed, the opportunity of saying that Miss Ellis was exhausted by so much acting, and of desiring that some of the maids might help her to her chamber. Elinor stood suspended, looking not at her, but at Harleigh. Every one else came forward with inquiry, fans, or sweet-scented vials. But Ellis, a little reviving, accepted the salts of Lady Aurora Granville, and, leaning against her waist, which her arm involuntarily encircled, breathed hard and shed a torrent of tears. "Why don't the maids come?" cried Mrs Maple. "Selina, my dear, do call them. Lady Aurora, I am quite ashamed. Miss Ellis, what are you thinking of, to lean so against her ladyship? Pray, Mr Ireton, call the maids for me." "Call no one, I beg," cried Lady Aurora. "Why should I not have the pleasure of assisting Miss Ellis?" And, bending down, she tried better to accommodate herself to the ease and relief of her new acquaintance, who appeared the more deeply sensible of her kindness, from the ungenerous displeasure which it evidently excited in Mrs Maple. And when, in some degree recovered, she rose to go, she returned her thanks to Lady Aurora with so touching a softness, with tearful eyes, and in a voice so plaintive, that Lady Aurora, affected by her manner, and charmed by her merit, desired still to support her, and, entreating that she would hold by her arm, begged permission of Mrs Maple to accompany Miss Ellis to her chamber. Mrs Maple, recollecting, with the utmost confusion, the small and ordinary room allotted for Ellis, so unlike what she would have bestowed upon such a young lady as she now described for her fellow voyager, found no resource against exposing it to Lady Aurora, but that of detaining the object of her compassionate admiration. She stammered therefore out that as Miss Ellis seemed so much better, there could be no reason why she should not stay below, and see the dance. Ellis gladly curtsied her consent, and the watchful Harleigh, in the alacrity of her acceptance, rejoiced to see a revival to the sentiments of pleasure, which the acrimonious grossness of Mrs Maple had interrupted. Lord Melbury now took the hand of Selina, and Harleigh that of Lady Aurora. Elinor would not dance, but, seating herself, fixed her eyes upon Harleigh, whose own were almost perpetually wandering to watch those of his dramatic consort. Since the first scene in which the stranger had so ill entered into the spirit of Lady Townley's character, Elinor had ceased to deem her worthy of observation, and, giving herself up wholly to her own part, had not witnessed the gradations of the improvements of Ellis, her rising excellence, nor her final perfection. In her own representation of Lady Wronghead, she piqued herself upon producing new effects, and had the triumph, by her cleverness and eccentricities, her grotesque attitudes and attire, and an unexpected and burlesque manner of acting, to bring the part into a consequence of which it had never appeared susceptible. Happy in the surprise and diversion she occasioned, and constantly occupied how to augment it, she only learnt the high success of Lady Townley by the bursts of applause, and the unbounded admiration and astonishment which broke forth from nearly every mouth, the instant that the audience and the performers were united. Amazed, she turned to Harleigh to examine the merits of such praise, But Harleigh, no longer silent, cautious, or cold, was himself one of the admiring throng, and so openly, and with an air of so much pleasure, that she could not catch his attention for any critical discussion. After 2 country dances and 2 cotillions, the short ball was broken up, and Lady Aurora hastened to seat herself by Miss Ellis, and Lord Melbury to stand before and to converse with her, followed by all the youthful part of the company, to whom she seemed the sovereign of a little court which came to pay her homage. Harleigh grew every instant more enchanted, for as she discoursed with her 2 fervent new admirers, her countenance brightened into an animation so radiant, her eyes became so lustrous, and smiles of so much sweetness and pleasure embellished every feature, that he almost fancied he saw her now for the first time, though her welfare or her distress had for more than a month chiefly occupied his mind. "Who art thou?" thought he, as incessantly he contemplated her. "Where hast thou thus been formed, and for what art thou designed?" Supper being now announced, Mrs Maple commissioned Harleigh to lead Lady Aurora downstairs, adding, with a forced smile of civility, that Miss Ellis must consult her health in retiring. "Yes, ma'am, and Miss Ellis knows," cried Lady Aurora, offering her arm, "who is to be her chevalier." Again embarrassed, Mrs Maple saw no resource against exposing her shabby chamber, but that of admitting its occupier to the supper table. She hastily, therefore, asked whether Miss Ellis thought herself well enough to sit up a little longer, adding, "For my part, I think it will do you good." "The greatest!" cried Ellis, with a look of delight, and, to the speechless consternation of Mrs Maple, Lord Melbury, calling her the queen of the night, took her hand to conduct her to the supper room. Ellis would have declined this distinction, but that the vivacity of her ardent new friend precipitated her to the staircase, ere she was aware that she was the first to lead the way thither. Gaily, then, he would have placed her in the seat of honour, as lady president of the evening, but, more now upon her guard, she insisted upon standing till the visitors should be arranged, as she was herself a resident in the house. Lord Melbury, however, quitted her not, and would talk to no one else, and finding that his seat was destined to be next to that of Mrs Maple, who called him to her side, he said that he never supped, and would therefore wait upon the ladies. And drawing a chair behind that of Ellis, he devoted himself to conversing with her, upon her part, upon the whole play, and upon dramatic works, French and English, in general, with the eagerness with which such subjects warm the imagination of youth, and with a pleasure which made him monopolize her attention. Harleigh listened to every word to which Ellis listened, or to which she answered, and scarcely knew whether most to admire her good sense, her intelligent quickness, her elegant language, or the meaning eyes and varied smiles which she spoke before she spoke, and shewed her entire conception of all to which she attended. No one now could address her. She was completely engrossed by the young nobleman, who allowed her not time to turn from him a moment. Such honours shown to a pauper, a stroller, a vagabond, and all in the present instance from her own unfortunate contrivance, Mrs Maple considered as a personal disgrace, a sensation which was threefold increased when the party broke up, and Lady Aurora, taking the chair of her brother, rallied him upon the envy which his situation had excited, while, in the most engaging manner, she hoped, during her sojourn at Brighthelmstone, to frequently have the good fortune of taking her revenge. Then, joining in their conversation, she became so pleased, so interested, so happy, that twice Mrs Howel, the lady under whose care she had been brought to Lewes, reminded her ladyship that the horses were waiting in the cold, before she could prevail upon herself to depart. And even then that lady was forced to take her gently by the arm, to prevent her from renewing the conversation which she most unwillingly finished. "Pardon me, dear madam," said Lady Aurora, "I am quite ashamed, but I hope while I am so happy as to be with you, that you will yourself conceive a fellow feeling how difficult it is to tear oneself away from Miss Ellis." "What honour your ladyship does me!" cried Ellis, her eyes glistening, And oh, how happy you have made me!" "How kind you are to say so," returned Lady Aurora, taking her hand. She felt a tear drop upon her own from the bent down eyes of Ellis. Startled and astonished, she hoped that Miss Ellis was not again indisposed. Smilingly, yet in a voice that denoted extreme agitation, "Lady Aurora alone," she answered, "can be surprised that so much goodness, so unlooked for, so unexpected, should be touching." "Oh, Mrs Maple!" cried Lady Aurora, in taking leave of that lady, "what a sweet creature is this Miss Ellis!" "Such talents and a sensibility so attractive!" said Lord Melbury. "Never met before." Ellis heard them, and with a pleasure that seemed exquisite, yet that died away the moment that they disappeared. All then crowded round her, who had hitherto abstained, but she drooped, tears flowed fast down her cheeks, she curtsied the acknowledgments which she could not pronounce to her complimenters and inquirers, and mounted to her chamber. Mrs Maple concluded her already so spoiled by the praises of Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora Granville, that she held herself superior to all other, and the company in general imbibed the same notion. Many disdain, or affect to disdain, the notice of people of rank for themselves, but all are jealous of it for others. Not such was the opinion of Harleigh. Her pleasure in their society seemed to him no more than renovation to feelings of happier days. Who, thought he again, canst thou be? And why, thus evidently accustomed to grey society, why art thou thus strangely alone, thus friendless, thus desolate, thus mysterious? End of chapter 11. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 12 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 12. Selina, regarding herself as a free agent, since Ireton professed a respect for Ellis that made him ashamed of his former doubts, flew, the next morning, to the chamber of that young person, to talk over the play, Lord Melbury, and Lady Aurora Granville, but found her protégée absorbed in deep thought, and neither able nor willing to converse. When the family assembled to breakfast, Mrs Maple declared that she had not closed her eyes the whole night from the vexation of having admitted such an unknown wanderer to sup at her table and to mix with people of rank. Elinor was wholly silent. They were not yet separated when Lady Aurora Granville and Mrs Howel called to renew their thanks for the entertainment of the preceding evening. "But Miss Ellis?" said Lady Aurora, looking around her, disappointed. "I hope she is not more indisposed." "By no means. She is quite well again," answered Mrs Maple, in haste to destroy a disposition to pity, which she thought conferred undue honour upon the stranger. "But shall we not have the pleasure to see her?" "She generally breakfasts in her own room," answered Mrs Maple, with much hesitation. "May I, then," said Lady Aurora, going to the bell, "beg that somebody will let her know how happy I should be to inquire after her health?" "Your ladyship is too good," cried Mrs Maple, in great confusion, and preventing her from ringing. "But Miss Ellis, I don't know why, is so fond of keeping her chamber that there is no getting her out of it somehow." "Perhaps, then, she will permit me to go upstairs to her." "Oh, no, not for the world. Besides, I believe she has walked out." Lady Aurora now applied to Selina, who was scampering away upon a commission of search, when Mrs Maple, following her, privately insisted that she should bring back intelligence that Miss Ellis was taken suddenly ill. Selina was forced to comply, and Lady Aurora with serious concern to return to Brighthelmstone ungratified. Mrs Maple was so much disconcerted by this incident, and so nettled at her own perplexed situation, that nothing saved Ellis from an abrupt dismission, but the representations of Mrs. Fenn, that some fine work, which the young woman had just begun, would not look of a piece if finished by another hand. The next morning the breakfast party was scarcely assembled when Lord Melbury entered the parlour. He had ridden over, he said, to inquire after the health of Miss Ellis, in the name of his sister, who would do herself the pleasure to call upon her as soon as she should be sufficiently recovered to receive a visit. Elinor was struck with the glow of satisfaction which illuminated the face of Harleigh at this reiterated distinction. A glow of a far different sort flushed that of Mrs. Maple, who, after various ineffectual evasions, was constrained to say that she hoped Miss Ellis would be well enough to appear on the morrow. And, to complete her provocation, she was reduced, when Lord Melbury was gone, to propose herself that Selina should lend the girl a gown, and what else she might require, for being seen, once again, without involving them all in shame. Ellis, informed by Selina of these particulars, shed a torrent of grateful tears at the interest which she had thus unexpectedly excited. Then, reviving into a vivacity which seemed to renew all the pleasure that she had experienced on the night of the play, she diligently employed herself in appropriating the attire which Selina supplied for the occasion. Mrs. Maple now had no consolation but that the stay of Lady Aurora in the neighbourhood would be short, as that young lady and her brother were only at Brighthelmstone upon a visit to the Honourable Mrs. Howell, who, having a capital mansion upon the Stein, resided there the greatest part of the year. Mrs. Howell accompanied her young guest to Lewes the following morning. Miss Ellis was inquired for without delay, and as Mrs. Maple would suffer no one to view her chamber, she was summoned into the drawing-room. She entered it with a blush of bright pleasure upon her cheeks, yet with eyes that were glistening, and a bosom that seemed struggling with sighs. Lady Aurora hastened to meet her, uttering such kind expressions of concern for her indisposition, that Ellis, with charmed sensibility, involuntarily advanced to embrace her, but rapidly, and with timid shame, drew back, her eyes cast down, and her feelings repressed. Lady Aurora, perceiving the design, and its check, instantly held out her hand, and smiling, saying, "Would you cheat me of this kindness?" led her to a seat next to her own upon a sofa. The eyes of the stranger were not now the only ones that glistened. Harleigh could not see her thus benignly treated, or rather, as he conceived, thus restored to the treatment which she had been accustomed, and which he believed her to merit, without feeling tears moisten his own. With marked civility, though not with the youthful enthusiasm of Lady Aurora, Mrs. Howell also made her compliments to Miss Ellis. Lord Melbury arrived soon afterwards, and, the first ceremonies over, devoted his whole attention to the same person. "O powerful prejudice!" thought Harleigh. "What is judgment, and where is perception in your hands? The ladies of this house, having first seen this charming incognita in tattered garments, forlorn, desolate, and distressed, governed by the prepossession thus excited of her inferiority, even to this moment either neglect or treat her harshly, not moved by the varied excellencies that should create gentler ideas, nor open to the interesting attractions that might give them more pleasure than they could bestow. While these visitors, hearing that she is a young lady of family, and meeting her upon terms of equality, find at once that she is endowed with talents and accomplishments for the highest admiration, and with a sweetness of manner and powers of conversation irresistibly fascinating." The visit lasted almost the whole morning, during which he observed, with extreme satisfaction, not only that the dejection of Ellis wore away, but that a delight in the intercourse seemed reciprocating between herself and her young friends, that gave new beauty to her countenance, and new spirit to her existence. When the visitors rose to be gone, "I cannot tell you, Miss Ellis," said Lady Aurora, "how happy I shall be to cultivate your acquaintance. Will you give me leave to call upon you for half an hour to-morrow?" Ellis, with trembling pleasure, cast a fearful glance at Mrs. Maple, who hastily turned her head another way. Ellis then gratefully acceded to the proposal. "Miss Ellis, I hope," said Mrs Howell, in taking leave, "will permit me, also, to have some share of her society, when I have the honour to receive her at Brighthelmstone." Ellis, touched, enchanted, could attempt no reply beyond a curtsy, and stole, with a full heart, and eyes overflowing, to her chamber, the instant that they left the house. Mrs Maple was now in a dilemma which she would have deemed terrible beyond all comparison, but from what she experienced the following minute, when the butler put upon the table a handful of cards, left by the groom of Mrs Howell, amongst which Mrs Maple perceived the name of Miss Ellis, mingled with her own, and that of the Miss Joddrels, in an invitation to a small dancing party on the ensuing Thursday. "This exceeds all," she cried. "If I don't get rid of this wretch, she will bring me into universal disgrace. She shall not stay another day in my house." "Has she, madam, for a single moment," said Harleigh, with quickness, "given you cause to repent your kind assistance, or reason to harbour any suspicion that you have not bestowed it worthily?" "Why, you go beyond Elinor herself now, Mr Harleigh, for even she, you see, does not ask me to keep her any longer." "Miss Joddrel," answered Harleigh, turning with an air of gentleness to the mute Elinor, "is aware how little a single woman is allowed to act publicly for herself, without risk of censure." "Censure?" interrupted Elinor disdainfully. "You know I despise it." He affected not to hear her, and continued, "Miss Joddrel leaves, therefore, madam, to your established situation in life, the protection of a young woman whom circumstances have touchingly cast upon your compassion, and who seems as innocent as she is indigent, and as formed, nay elegant in her manners, as she is obscure and secret in her name and history. I make not any doubt but Miss Joddrel would be foremost to sustain her from the dangers of lonely penury, to which she seems exposed if deserted, were my brother already—" He approached Elinor, lowering his voice. She rose to quit the room, with a look of deep resentment, but could not first escape hearing him finish his speech with, "as happy as I hope soon to see him." "Ah, Mr Harleigh," said Mrs Maple, "when shall we bring that to bear?" "She never pronounces a positive rejection," answered Harleigh, "yet I make no progress in my peace offerings." He would then have entered more fully upon that subject, in the hope of escaping from the other. Mrs Maple, however, never forgot her anger but for her interest, and Selina was forced to be the messenger of dismission. She found Ellis so revived, that to destroy her rising tranquillity would have been a task nearly impossible, had Selina possessed as much consideration as good humour. But she was one amongst the many in whom reflection never precedes speech, and therefore, though sincerely sorry, she denounced, without hesitating, the sentence of Mrs Maple. Ellis was struck with the deepest dismay, to be robbed thus of all refuge, at the very moment when she flattered herself that new friends, perhaps a new asylum, were opening to her. Whither could she now wander, and how hope that others, to whom she was still less known, would escape the blasting contagion, and believe that distress might be guiltless, though mysterious? A few shillings were all that she possessed, and she saw no prospect of any recruit. Elinor had not once spoken to her since the play, and the childish character, even more than the extreme youth of Selina, made it seem improper, in so discarded a state, to accept any succour from her clandestinely. Nevertheless, the awaited letter was not yet arrived. The expected friend had not yet appeared. How, then, quit the neighbourhood of Brighthelmstone, where alone any hope of receiving either still lingered? The only idea that occurred to her was that of throwing herself upon the compassion of her new acquaintances, faithfully detailing to them her real situation at Mrs Maple's, and appealing to their generosity to forbear, for the present, all inquiry into its original cause. This determined, she anxiously desired, before her departure, to restore, if she could discover their owner, the anonymous bank notes, which she was resolute not to use, and hearing the step of Harleigh passing her door in descending the stairs, she hastened after him with the little packet in her hand. Turning round as he reached the hall, and observing, with pleased surprise, her intention to speak to him, he stopped. "You have been so good to me, sir," she said, "so humane and so considerate by every possible occasion, that I think I may venture to beg yet one more favour of you, before I leave Lewes." Her dejected tone extremely affected him, and he waited her explanation with looks that were powerfully expressive of his interest in her welfare. "Some one, with great but mistaken kindness," she continued, "has imagined my necessities stronger than my—" She stopped, as if at a loss for a word, and then, with a smile, added, "My pride, others perhaps will say, but to me it appears only a sense of right. If, however, my lengthened suspense forces me to require more assistance of this sort than I already owe to the Miss Joddrels, and to the benevolent Admiral, I shall have recourse to the most laborious personal exertions, rather than spread any further the list of my pecuniary creditors." Harleigh did not, or seemed not to understand her, yet would not resist taking the little packet, which she put into his hands, saying, "I have some fear that this comes from Mr Ireton. I shall hold myself inexpressibly obliged to you, sir, if you'll have the goodness to clear up that doubt for me, and, should it prove a fact, to return it to him with my thanks, but the most positive assurance that its acceptance is totally impossible." Harleigh looked disturbed, yet promised to obey. "And if," cried she, "you should not find Mr Ireton to be my creditor, you may possibly discover him in a person to whom I owe far other services, and unmingled esteem, and should that be the case, say to him, I beg, sir, that even from him I must decline an obligation of this sort, though my debts to him of every other are nearly as innumerable as their remembrance will be indelible." She then hastened away, leaving Harleigh impressed with such palpable concern, that she could no longer doubt that the packet was already deposited with its right owner. He passed into the garden, and she was going back, when, at the entrance of the breakfast parlour, she perceived Elinor, who seemed sternly occupied in observing them. Ellis curtsied, and stood still. Elinor moved not, and was gloomily silent. Struck with her mien, her stillness, and her manner, Ellis, in a fearful voice, inquired after her health, but received a look so indignant, yet wild, that, affrighted and astonished, she retreated to her chamber. As she turned round upon entering it, to shut herself in, immediately before her stood Elinor. She looked yet paler, and seemed in a sort of stupor. Ellis respectfully held open the door, but did not advance. The fury, however, of her aspect was abated, and Ellis, in a voice condolingly soft, asked whether she might hope that Miss Joddrel would, once more, condescend to sit with her before her departure. At these words Elinor seemed to shake herself, and presently, though in a hollow tone, pronounced, "Are you then going?" Ellis plaintively answered, "Yes." "And with whom?" cried Elinor, raising her eyes with a glance of fire. "With no one, madam. I go alone." This answer was uttered with a firmness that annulled all suspicion of deceit. Elinor appeared again to breathe. "And whither," she demanded, "whither is it you go?" "I know not, alas! but I mean to make an attempt at Howell Place." The countenance of Elinor now lost its rigidity, and with a cry almost of ecstasy, she exclaimed, "Upon Lord Melbury? Your new admirer? Oh, go to him! Hasten to him! Dear charming Ellis, away to him at once!" Ellis, half smiling, answered, "No, madam, I go to Lady Aurora Granville." Elinor, without replying, left the room, but, quick in action as in idea, returned almost instantly, loaded with a packet of clothes. "Here, most beautiful Ophelia," she cried, "look over this trumpery. You know how skilfully you can arrange it. You must not appear to disadvantage before dear little Lord Melbury." Ellis, now nearly offended, drew back. "Oh, I know I ought to be excommunicated for giving such a hint," cried Elinor, whose spirits were rather exalted than recovered, "though everybody sees how the poor boy is bewitched with you. But you delicate sentimentalists are never yourselves to suspect any danger, till the men are so crazy 'twould be murder to resist them, and then, you know, acceptance is an act of mere charity." Ellis laughed at her raillery, yet declined her wardrobe, saying that she had resolved upon frankly stating to Lady Aurora all that she was able to make known of her situation. "Well, that's more romantic," returned Elinor, "and so 'twill be more touching, especially to the little peer, for as you won't say who you are, he can do no less than, like Selina, conclude you to be a princess in disguise. And that, as you know, will bring the match so properly forward, that parents and uncles and guardians, and all those supernumeraries of the creation, will learn the business only just in time to drown themselves." Ellis heard this with a calmness that showed her superior to offering any vindication of her conduct, and Elinor more gently added, "Now don't construe all this into either a sneer or a reprimand. If you imagine me an enemy to what the old court call unequal connections, you do me egregious injustice. I detest all aristocracy. I care for nothing upon the earth but nature, and I hold no one thing in the world worth living for but liberty. And liberty, you know, has but two occupations, plucking up and pulling down. To me, therefore, 'tis equally diverting to see a beggar swell into a duchess, or a duchess dwindle into a beggar." Ellis tried to smile, but felt shocked many ways, and Elinor, gay now as a lark, left her to get ready for Howell Place. While thus employed, a soft tap called her to the door, where she perceived Harleigh. "I will detain you," he said, "but a moment. I can find no owner for your little packet. You must suffer it, therefore, still to encumber you, and should any accident, or any transient inconvenience, make its contents even momentarily useful to you, do not let any idea of its having ever belonged to Mr Ireton impede its employment. I have examined that point thoroughly, and I can positively assure you that he has not the least knowledge even of its existence." As she held back from taking it, he put it upon a step before the door, and descended the stairs without giving her time to answer. She did not dare either to follow or to call him, lest Elinor should again appear, but she felt convinced that the bank notes were his own, and became less uneasy at a short delay, though equally determined upon restitution. She was depositing them in her work-bag, when Selina came jumping into the room. "Oh, Ellis!" she cried, "I have the best news in the world for you. Aunt Maple fell into the greatest passion you ever saw, at hearing you were going to Howell Place. 'What,' says she, 'shall I let her disgrace me for ever, by making known what a poor wanderer I have taken into my house, and permitted to eat at my table? It would be a thing to ruin me in the opinion of the whole world.' So then, after the greatest fuss that ever you knew in your life, she said you should not be turned away till Lady Aurora was gone." Ellis, however hurt by this recital, rejoiced in the reprieve. The difficulties, nevertheless, of Mrs Maple did not end here. The next morning she received a note from Mrs Howell, with intelligence that Lady Aurora Granville was prevented from making her intended excursion by a very violent cold, and to entreat that Mrs Maple would use her interest with Miss Ellis to soften her ladyship's disappointment by spending the day at Howell Place, for which purpose Mrs Howell begged leave to send her carriage at an early hour to Lewes. Mrs Maple read this with a choler indescribable. She would have sent word that Ellis was ill, but she foresaw an endless embarrassment from inquiring visits, and, after the most fretful but fruitless lamentations, passionately declared that she would have nothing more to do with the business, and retired to her room, telling Elinor that she might answer Mrs Howell as she pleased, only charging her to take upon herself all responsibility of consequences. Elinor, enchanted, fixed upon 2 o'clock for the arrival of the carriage, and Ellis, who heard the tidings with even exquisite joy, spent the intermediate time in preparations, for which she no longer declined the assisting offers of Elinor, who, wild with renovated spirits, exhorted her now in raillery, now in earnest, but always with agitated vehemence, to make no scruple of going off with Lord Melbury to Gretna Green. When the chaise arrived, Mrs Maple, restless and curious, suddenly descending, but was filled with double envy and malevolence at the sight of the look of pleasure which Ellis wore, but which gave to Harleigh a satisfaction that counterbalanced his regret at her quitting the house. "I have only one thing to mention to you, Mrs Ellis," said Mrs Maple, with a gloomy scowl. "I insist upon it that you don't say one syllable to Mrs Howel, nor to Lady Aurora, about your meanness and low condition, and that ragged state that we found you in, patched and blackened, and made up for an object to excite pity. Mind that! For if you go to Howel Place only to make out that I have been telling a parcel of stories, I shall be sure to discover it, and you shall repent it as long as you live." Ellis seemed tempted to leave the room without condescending to make any reply, but she checked herself, and desired to understand more clearly what Mrs Maple demanded. "That there may be only one tale told between us, and that you will be steady to stand to what I have said, of your being a young lady of good family who came over with me from France." Ellis, without hesitation, consented, and Harleigh handed her to the chaise, Mrs Maple herself not knowing how to object to that civility, as the servants of Mrs Howel were waiting to attend their lady's guest. "How happy, how relieved," cried he, in conducting her out, "will you feel in obtaining at least a little reprieve from the narrow prejudice which urges this cruel treatment." "You must not encourage me to resentment," cried she, smiling, "but rather bid me, as I bid myself, when I feel it rising, subdue it by recollecting my strange, indefinable situation in this family." End of chapter 12. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 13 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 13. The presage of Harleigh proved as just as it was pleasant. The heart of Ellis bounded with delight as she drove off from the house, and the hope of transferring to Lady Aurora the obligation for succour which she was now compelled to owe to Mrs Maple seemed almost lifting her from earth to heaven. Her fondest wishes were exceeded by her reception. Mrs Howel came forward to meet her, and to beg permission not to order the carriage for her return till late at night. She was then conducted to the apartment of Lady Aurora by Lord Melbury, who assured her that his sister would have rejoiced in a far severer indisposition, which had procured her such a gratification. Lady Aurora welcomed her with an air of so much goodness, and with looks so soft, so pleased, so partial, that Ellis, in taking her held-out hand, overpowered by so sudden a transition from indignity to kindness, and agitated by the apprehensions that were attached to the hopes which it inspired, burst into tears, and, in defiance of her utmost struggles for serenity, wept even with violence. Lady Aurora, shocked and alarmed, asked for her salts, and Lord Melbury flew for a glass of water. But Ellis, declining both, and reviving without either, wiped, though she could not dry, her eyes, and smiled, while they still glistened, with such grateful sensibility, yet beaming happiness, that both the brother and the sister soon saw that, greatly as she was affected, nothing was wanting to her restoration. "It is not sorrow," she cried, when able to speak. "'Tis your goodness, your kindness, which thus touch me." "Can you ever have met with anything else?" said Lord Melbury, warmly. "If you can, by what monsters you must have been beset!" "No, my lord, no," cried she. "I am far from meaning to complain, but you must not suppose the world made up of Lady Aurora Granvilles." Lady Aurora was much moved. It seemed evident to her that her new favourite was not happy, and she had conceived such high ideas of her perfections that she was ready to weep herself at the bare suggestion that they were not recompensed by felicity. The rest of the morning passed in gentle but interesting conversation between the two young females, or in animated theatrical discussions, strictures, and declamation with the young peer. At dinner they joined Mrs Howel, who was charmed to see her young guests thus delighted, and could not refuse her consent to a petition of Lady Aurora, that she would invite Miss Ellis to assist her again the next day to nurse her cold with the same prudence. The expressive eyes of Ellis spoke enchantment. They parted, therefore, only for the night, but just before the carriage was driven from the door, the coachman discovered that an accident had happened to one of the wheels, which could not be rectified till the next morning. After some deliberation, Mrs Howel, at Lady Aurora's earnest desire, sent over a groom with a note to Mrs Maple, informing her of the circumstances, and begging that she would not expect Miss Ellis till the following evening. The tears of Ellis, at happiness so unlooked for, were again ready to flow, and with difficulty restrained. She wrote a few words to Elinor, entreating her kind assistance in searching a packet of some things necessary for this new plan, and Elinor took care to provide her with materials for remaining a month, rather than a day. A chamber was now prepared for Ellis, in which nothing was omitted that could afford either comfort or elegance. Yet, from the fullness of her mind, she could not, even for a moment, close her eyes when she retired. Some drawback, however, to her happiness was experienced the next morning, when she found Mrs Howel fearful that the cold of Lady Aurora menaced terminating in a violent cough. Dr P. was immediately called in, and his principal prescription was, that her ladyship should avoid hot rooms, dancing, company, and talking. Mrs Howel, easily made anxious for Lady Aurora, not only from personal attachment, but from the responsibility of having her in charge, besought her ladyship to give up the play for that night, an assembly for the following day, and to permit that the intended ball of Thursday should be postponed, till her ladyship should be perfectly recovered. Lady Aurora, with a grace that accompanied all her actions, unhesitatingly complied, but inquired whether it would not be possible to persuade Miss Ellis to remain with them during this confinement. Mrs Howel repeated the request. The delight of Ellis was too deep for utterance. Joy of this tender sort always flung her into tears, and Lady Aurora, who saw that her heart was as oppressed as it was gentle, besought Mrs Howel to write their desire to lose. Mrs Maple, however enraged and perplexed, had no choice how to act, without betraying the imposition which she had herself practised, and therefore offered no opposition. Ellis now enjoyed a happiness before which all her difficulties and disappointments seemed to sink forgotten, or but to be remembered as evils overpaid, so forcible was the effect upon her mind of the contrast of her immediate situation with that so recently quitted. Mrs Howel was all politeness to her. Lord Melbury appeared to have no study but whether to show her most admiration or respect, and Lady Aurora behaved to her with a sweetness that went straight to her heart. It was now that they first became acquainted with her uncommon musical talents. Lady Aurora had a pianoforte in her room, and Mrs Howel said that if Miss Ellis could play her ladyship an air or two, it might help to amuse, yet keep her silent. Ellis instantly went to the instrument, and there performed, in so fine a style, a composition of Haydn, that Mrs Howel, who, though by no means a scientific judge of music, was sufficiently in the habit of going to concerts to have acquired the skill of discriminating excellence from mediocrity, was struck with wonder, and congratulated both her young guest and herself in so seasonable an acquisition of so accomplished a visitor. Lord Melbury, who was himself a tolerable proficient upon the violoncello, was enraptured at the discovery, and Lady Aurora, whose whole soul was music, felt almost dissolved with tender pleasure. Nor ended here either their surprise or their satisfaction. They soon learnt that she played also upon the harp. Lord Melbury instantly went forth in search of one, and it was then, as this was the instrument which she had most particularly studied, that Ellis completed her conquest of their admiration. For with the harp she was prevailed upon to sing, and the sweetness of her voice, the delicacy of its tones, her taste and expression, in which her soul seemed to harmonize with her accents, had an effect so delightful upon her auditors, that Mrs Howell could scarcely find phrases for the compliments which she thought merited. Lord Melbury burst into the most rapturous applause, and Lady Aurora was enchanted, was fascinated. She caught the sweet sounds with almost ecstatic attention, hung on them with the most melting tenderness, entreated to hear the same air again and again, and felt a gratitude for the delight which she received, that was hardly inferior to that which her approbation bestowed. Eager to improve these favourable sensations, Ellis, to vary the amusements of Lady Aurora, in this interval of retirement, proposed reading. And here again her powers gave the utmost pleasure. Whether she took a French author or an English one, the accomplished Boileau, or the penetrating Pope, the tenderly refined Racine, or the all-pervading Shakespeare, her tones, her intelligence, her skilful modulations, gave force and meaning to every word, and proved alike her understanding and her feeling. Brilliant, however, as were her talents, all the success which they obtained was short of that produced by her manners and conversation. In the former there was a gentleness, in the latter a spirit, that excited an interest for her in the whole house. But, while generally engaging to all by her general merit, to Lady Aurora she had peculiar attractions, from the excessive sensibility with which she received even the smallest attentions. She seemed impressed with a gratitude that struggled for words, without the power of obtaining such as could satisfy it. Pleasure shone lustrous in her fine eyes, every time that they met those of Lady Aurora. But if that young lady took her hand, or spoke to her with more than usual softness, tears, which she vainly strove to hide, rolled fast down her cheeks, but which, though momentarily overpowering, were no sooner dispersed than every feature became reanimated with glowing vivacity. Yet that some latent sorrow hung upon her mind, Lady Aurora soon felt convinced, and that some solicitude or suspense oppressed her spirits was equally evident. She was constantly watchful for the post, and always startled at sight of a letter. Lady Aurora was too delicate to endeavour to develop the secret cause of this uneasiness, but the good breeding which repressed the manifestation of curiosity made the interest thus excited sink so much the deeper into her mind, and, in a short time, her every feeling and almost every thought were absorbed in tender commiseration for unknown distress, which she firmly believed to be undeserved, and which, however nobly supported, seemed too poignant for constant suppression. Lady Aurora, who had just reached her 16th year, was now budding into life, with equal loveliness of mind and person. She was fair, but pale, with elegant features, a face perfectly oval, and soft, expressive blue eyes, of which the liquid lustre spoke a heart that was the seat of sensibility, yet not of that weak romantic cast, formed by early and futile lovesick reading, either in novels or poems, but of compassionate feeling for woes which she did not suffer, and of anxious solicitude to lessen distress by kind offices, and affliction by tender sympathy. With a character thus innately virtuous, joined to a disposition the most amiably affectionate, so attractive a young creature as the Incognita could not fail to be in unison. Without half her powers of pleasing, the most perfect goodwill of Lady Aurora would have been won, by the mere surmise that she was not happy. But when, to an idea so affecting to her gentle mind, were added the quick intelligence, the graceful manners, the touching sense of kindness, and the rare accomplishments of Ellis, so warm an interest was kindled in the generous bosom of Lady Aurora, that the desire to serve and to give comfort to her new favourite became, in a short time, indispensable to her own peace. Mrs Howell, the lady with whom she was at present a guest, possessed none of the endearing qualities which could catch the affections of a mind of so delicate a texture as that of Lady Aurora. She was well bred, well born, and not ill educated, but her heart was cold, her manners were stiff, her opinions were austere, and her resolutions were immovable. Yet this character, with the general esteem in which, for unimpeachable conduct, she was held by the world, was the inducement which led her cousin, Lord Denmeath, the uncle and guardian of Lady Aurora, to fix upon her as a proper person for taking his ward into public. The tender and facile nature of that young lady, demanding, he thought, all the guard which the firmness of Mrs Howel could afford. Lord Melbury was 2 years the senior of Lady Aurora. Unassuming from his rank, and unspoiled by early independence, he was open, generous, kind-hearted, and sincere. And though, from the ardour of juvenile freedom and the credulity of youth, he was easily led astray, an instinctive love of right, and the acute self-reproaches which followed his least deviations, were conscious, and rarely erring guarantees, that his riper years would be happy in the wisdom of goodness. In a house such as this, loved and compassionated by Lady Aurora, admired by Lord Melbury, and esteemed by Mrs Howel, what felicity was enjoyed by its new guest! Her suspenses and difficulties, though never forgotten, were rather gratefully than patiently endured, and she felt as if she could scarcely desire their termination, if it should part her from such heart-soothing society. Smoothly thus glided the hours, till nearly a fortnight elapsed. Lady Aurora, though recovered, saying that she preferred this gentle social life to the gayer or more splendid scenes offered to her abroad. Yet neither with gaiety nor splendour had she quarrelled. It was Ellis whom she could not bear to quit, Ellis, whose attractions and sweetness charmed her heart, and whose secret disturbance occupied all her thoughts. The admiration of Lord Melbury was wrought still higher, yet the constant respect attending it satisfied Mrs Howel, who would else have been alarmed, that his chief delight was derived from seeing that his sister, whom he adored, had a companion so peculiarly to her taste. Severely, however, Mrs Howel watched and investigated every look, every speech, every turn of the head of Ellis, with regard to this young nobleman, well aware that, as he was younger than herself, though her beauty was in its prime, his safety might depend, more rationally, upon her own views, or her own honour, than upon his prudence or indifference. But all that she observed tended to raise Ellis yet more highly in her esteem. The behaviour of that young person was open, pleasing, good-humoured, and unaffected. It was evident that she wished to be thought well of by Lord Melbury, but it appeared to be equally evident that she honourably deserved his good opinion. Her desire to give him pleasure was unmixed with any species of coquetry. It was as wide from the dangerous toil of tender languor, as from the fascinating snares of alluring playfulness. The whole of her demeanour had a decorum, and of her conduct a correctness, as striking to the taste of Mrs Howel, as her conversation, her accomplishments, and her sentiments were to that of the youthful brother and sister. Mrs Howel often begged Lady Aurora to remark that this was the only young lady whom she had ever invited to her house upon so short an acquaintance, nor should she, even to oblige her ladyship, have made this exception to her established rules, but that she knew Mrs Maple to be scrupulosity itself, with respect to the female friends whose intimacy she sanctioned with her nieces. It was well known, indeed, she observed, that Mrs Maple was forced to be more exact in these points on account of the extraordinary liberties taken by the eldest Miss Joddrel, who, being now entirely independent, frequently flung off the authority of her aunt, and did things so strange, and saw people so singular, that she continually distressed Mrs Maple. Miss Ellis, therefore, having been brought back to her native land by one so nice in these matters, must certainly be a young lady of good family, though there seemed reason to apprehend that she was an orphan, and that she possessed little or no portion, by her never naming her friends, nor her station, notwithstanding they were subjects to which Mrs Howell often tried to lead. End of chapter 13. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 14 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 14. Lady Aurora being now perfectly well, and the period of her visit at Brighthelmstone nearly expired, Mrs Howell could not dispense with repeating her dinner invitation to Mrs Maple, and 3 days previously to the return of Lady Aurora to her uncle, it was accepted. The whole Lewes party felt the most eager curiosity to see Ellis in her new dwelling, but not trifling was the effort required by Mrs Maple to preserve any self-command when she witnessed the high style in which that young person was treated throughout the house. Harleigh hastened to make his compliments to her, with an air of pleasure that spoke sympathizing congratulation. Elinor was all eye, all scrutiny, but all silence. Ireton assumed, perforce, a tone of respect, and Selina, with such an example as Lady Aurora for her support, flew to embrace her protégée, and to relate, amongst sundry other little histories, that Mr Harleigh had been going back to town, only Aunt Maple had begged him to stay, till something could be brought about with regard to his brother Dennis, who was grown quite affronted at Sister Elinor's long delays. Mrs Maple, almost the whole dinner time, had the mortification to hear, echoing from the sister to the brother, and re-echoed from Mrs Howell, the praises of Miss Ellis. How delightfully the retirement of Lady Aurora had passed in her society, the sweetness of her disposition, the variety of her powers, and her amiable activity in seeking to make them useful. Not daring to dissent, Mrs Maple, with forced smiles, gave a tacit concurrence, while the bright glow that animated the complexion and every feature of Harleigh spoke that unequivocal approbation which comes warm from the heart. Elinor, whose eyes constantly followed his, seemed sick during the whole repast, of which she scarcely at all partook. If Ellis offered to serve her, or inquired after her health, she darted at her an eye so piercing that Ellis, shrinking and alarmed, determined to address her no more, though again, when any opportunity presented itself for showing some attention, the resolution was involuntarily set aside, but always with equal ill success, every attempt to soften, exciting looks the most terrific. Lady Aurora surprised one of these glances, and saw its chilling effect. Astonished at once, and grieved, she felt an impulse to rise, and to protect from such another shock her new and tenderly admired favourite. She now easily conceived why kindness was so touching to her, yet how any angry sensation could find its way in the breast of Miss Joddrel, or of any human being, against such sweetness and such excellence, her gentle mind, free from every feeling of envy, jealousy, or wrath, could form no conjecture. She sighed to withdraw her from a house where her merits were so ill appreciated, and could hardly persuade herself to speak to any one else at the table, from the eagerness with which she desired to dispel the gloom produced by Elinor's cloudy brow. The looks of Elinor had struck Mrs Howell also, but not with similar compassion for their object. It was with alarm for herself. A sudden, though vague idea, seized her to the disadvantage of Ellis. With all her accomplishments, all her elegance, was she at last but a dependent? Might she be smiled or frowned upon at will? And had she herself admitted into her house, upon equal terms, a person of such a description? Doubt soon gives birth to suspicion,
and suspicion is the mother of surmise. It was now strange that she should have been told nothing of the family and condition of Miss Ellis. There must be some reason for silence, and the reason could not be a good one. Yet was it possible that Mrs Maple could have been negligent upon such a subject? Mrs Maple, who, far from being dangerously facile in forming any connection, was proud, was even censorious about every person that she knew or saw. Mrs Howel now examined the behaviour of Mrs Maple herself to Ellis, and this scrutiny soon shewed her its entire constraint, the distance which she observed when not forced to notice her, the unwilling civility where any attention was indispensable. Something must certainly be wrong, and she determined, in the course of the evening, to find an opportunity for minutely, nay rigorously, questioning Mrs Maple. Ellis, meanwhile, fearing no one but Elinor, and watching no one but Lady Aurora, found sufficient occupation in the alternate panic and consolation thus occasioned. Or if any chasm occurred, Lord Melbury with warm assiduities, and Harleigh with delicate attentions, were always at hand to fill it up. When, early in the evening, that the horses might rest, the carriage of Mrs Maple arrived, the groom sent in a letter, which, he said, had just been brought to Lewes, according to order, by a messenger from the Brighthelmstone post office. Ellis precipitately arose, but Mrs Maple held out her hand to take it, though, upon perceiving the direction, for L.S., to be left at the post office at Brighthelmstone till called for. Fearing that Mrs Howel, who sat next to her, should perceive it also, she hastily said, "It is not for me. Let the man take it back again," and, turning the seal upwards, re-delivered it to the servant, anxious to avoid exhibiting an address which might lead to a discovery that she now deemed personally ignominious. Ellis, at this order, reseated herself, not daring to make a public claim, but resolving to follow the footman out, and to desire to look at the direction of the letter. Elinor, however, stopping him, took it herself, and, after a slight glance, threw it upon a table, saying, "Leave it for who will to own it." Ellis, changing colour, again arose, and would have seized it for examination, had not Ireton, who was nearer to the table, taken it up, and read, aloud, "For L.S." Again Ellis dropped upon her chair, distressed and perplexed, between eagerness to receive her letter, and shame and fear at acknowledging so mysterious a direction. Her dread of the consequence of disobeying Mrs Maple had made her, hitherto, defer relating her situation with regard to that lady, and she had always flattered herself that the longer it was postponed, the greater would be her chance of inspiring such an interest as might cause an indulgent hearing. Harleigh now took the letter himself, and, calmly saying that he would see it safely delivered, put it into his pocket. Ellis, thus relieved from making an abrupt and unseasonable avowal, yet sure that her letter was in honourable custody, with difficulty refrained from thanking him. Lord Melbury and Mrs Howel thought there was something odd and unintelligible in the business, but forbore any inquiry. Lady Aurora, observing distress in her amiable Miss Ellis, felt it herself, but revived with her revival, and the rest of the company, though better informed, were compulsatorily silenced by the frowns of Mrs Maple. Harleigh then, asking for a pen and some ink to write a letter, left the room. Ellis, tortured with impatience, and hoping to meet with him, soon followed. She was not mistaken. He had seated himself to write in an anteroom which she must necessarily cross if she mounted to her chamber. He softly arose, put the letter into her hand, bowed, and returned to his chair without speaking. She felt his delicacy as strongly as his kindness, but, breathless with eagerness, observed the silence of which he set the example, and, thanking him only by her looks, flew up the stairs. She was long absent, and, when she descended, it was with steps so slow, and with an air so altered, that Harleigh, who was still writing in the room through which she had to pass, saw instantly that her letter had brought disappointment and sorrow. He had not now the same self-command as while he had hoped and thought that she was prosperous. He approached her, and, with a face of deep concern, inquired if there were anything, of any sort, in which he could have the happiness to be of use to her. He stopped, but she felt his right to a curiosity which he did not avow, and immediately answered, "My letter brings me no consolation. On the contrary, it tells me that I must depend wholly upon myself, and expect no kind of aid, nor even any intelligence again, perhaps for a considerable time." "Is that possible?" cried he. "Does no one follow, or is no one to meet you? Is there no one whose duty it is to guard and protect you, to draw you from a situation thus precarious, thus unfitting, and to which I am convinced you are wholly unaccustomed?" "It is fatally true, at this moment," answered Ellis, with a sigh, "that no one can follow or support me. Yet I am not deserted. I am simply unfortunate. Neither can any one here meet me. The few to whom I have any right to apply know not of my arrival, and must not know it. How I am to exist till I dare make some claim, I cannot yet devise. But indeed, had it not been under this kind, protecting roof that I have received such a letter, I think I must have sunk from my own dismay. But Lady Aurora—" Her voice failed, and she stopped. "Lady Aurora," cried Harleigh, "is an angel. Her quick appreciation of your worth shows her understanding to be as good as her soul is pure. I can wish you no better protection. But pardon me if I venture again to repeat my surprise, I had almost said my indignation, that those to whom you belong can deem it right, safe, or decent, to commit you, young as you are, full of attractions, and evidently unused to struggle against the dangers of the world, and the hardships of life, to commit you to strangers, to chance. I know not how," she cried, "to leave you under so false an impression of those to whom I belong. They are not to blame. They are more unhappy than I am myself at my loneliness and its mystery, and for my poverty and my difficulties they are far, far from suspecting them. They are ignorant of my loss at Dover, and they cannot suppose that I have missed the friends whom I came over to join." "Honour me," cried he, "with a commission, and I will engage to discover at least whether that friend be yet at Brighthelmstone." "And without naming for whom you seek her?" cried Ellis, her eyes brightening with sudden hope. "Naming?" repeated he, with an arch smile. She blushed, deeply, in recollecting herself; but, seized with a sudden dread of Elinor, drew back from her inadvertent acceptance, and, though warmly thanking him, declined his services, adding that, by waiting at Brighthelmstone, she must, ultimately, meet her friend, since all her letters and directions were for that spot. Harleigh was palpably disappointed, and Ellis, hurt herself, opened her letter, to lessen, she told him, his wonder, perhaps censure, of her secrecy, by reading to him its injunction. This was the sentence: "Seek, then, unnamed and unknown, during this dread interval of separation, to reside with some worthy and happy family, whose social felicity may bring, at least, reflected happiness to your own breast." "That family," she added, "I flatter myself I have found here; for this house, from the uniform politeness of Mrs Howel, the ingenuous goodness of Lord Melbury, and the angelic sweetness of his sister, has been to me an earthly paradise." She then proceeded, without waiting to receive his thanks for this communication, which he seemed hardly to know how to offer, from the fullness of his thoughts, his varying conjectures, his conviction that her friends, like herself, were educated, feeling, and elegant, and his increased wonder at the whole of her position. "Charming, charming creature!" he cried, "what can have cast thee into this forlorn condition? And by what means, and by whom, art thou to be rescued?" Not choosing immediately to follow, he seated himself again to his pen. Somewhat recovered by this conversation, Ellis now was able to command an air of tolerable composure, for re-entering the drawing-room, where she resolved to seek Elinor at once, and endeavour to deprecate her displeasure by openly repeating to her all that she had entrusted to Mr Harleigh. As she approached the door, every voice seemed employed in eager talk, and, as she opened it, she observed earnest separate parties formed round the room, but the moment that she appeared, every one broke off abruptly from what he or she was saying, and a completely dead silence ensued. Surprised by so sudden a pause, she seated herself on the first chair that was vacant, while she looked around her, to see whom she could most readily join. Mrs Howell and Mrs Maple had been evidently in the closest discourse, but now both fixed their eyes upon the ground, as if agreeing, at once, to say no more. Ireton was chatting with lively volubility to Lord Melbury, who attended to him with an air that seemed scared rather than curious, but neither of them now added another word. Elinor stood sullenly alone, leaning against the chimney-piece, with her eyes fastened upon the door, as if watching for its opening. But not all the previous resolution of Ellis could inspire courage sufficient to address her, after viewing the increased sternness of her countenance. Selina was prattling busily to Lady Aurora, and Lady Aurora, who sat nearly behind her, and whom Ellis perceived at last, was listening in silence, and bathed in tears. Terror and affliction seized upon Ellis at this sight. Her first impulse was to fly to Lady Aurora, but she felt discouraged, and even awed, by the strangeness of the general taciturnity, occasioned by her appearance. Her eyes next, anxiously, sought those of Lord Melbury, and instantly met them, but with a look of gravity so unusual, that her own were hastily withdrawn, and fixed, disappointed, upon the ground. Nor did he, as hitherto had been his constant custom, when he saw her disengaged, come to sit by her side. No one spoke. No one seemed to know how to begin a general or common conversation. No one could find a word to say. "What," cried she to herself, "can have happened? What can have been said or done in this short absence to make my sight thus petrifying? Have they told what they know of my circumstances, and has that been sufficient to deprive me of all consideration, to require even avoidance? And is Lord Melbury thus easily changed? And have I lost you, even you, Lady Aurora?" This last thought drew from her so deep a sigh, that, in the general silence which prevailed, it reached every ear. Lady Aurora started, and looked up, and, at the view of her evident dejection, hastily arose, and was crossing the room to join her, when Mrs Howell, rising too, came between them, and taking herself the hand which Lady Aurora had extended for that of Ellis, led her ladyship to a seat on a sofa, where, in the lowest voice, she apparently addressed to her some remonstrance. Ellis, who had risen to meet the evident approach of Lady Aurora, now stood suspended, and with an air so embarrassed, so perturbed, that Lord Melbury, touched by irresistible compassion, came forward, and would have handed her to a chair near the fire, but her heart, after so sudden an appearance of general estrangement, was too full for this mark of instinctive, not intentional kindness, and curtsying the thanks which she could not utter, she precipitately left the room. She met Harleigh preparing to enter it, but passed him with too quick a motion to be stopped, and hurried to her chamber. There her disturbance, as potent from positive distress as it was poignant from mental disappointment, would nearly have amounted to despair, but for the visibly intended support of Lady Aurora, and for the view of that kind hand, which, though Mrs Howell had impeded her receiving, she could not prevent her having seen stretched out for her comfort. The attention, too, of Lord Melbury, though its tardiness ill accorded with his hitherto warm demonstrations of respect and kindness, showed that those feelings were not alienated, however they might be shaken. These two ideas were all that now sustained her, till, in about an hour, she was followed by Selina, who came to express her concern, and to relate what had passed. Ellis then heard that the moment that she had left the room, Mrs Howell, almost categorically, though with many formal apologies, demanded some information of Mrs Maple, what account should be given to Lord Denmeath of the family and condition in life of the young lady introduced by Mrs Maple into the society of Lady Aurora Granville, as her ladyship proposed intimately keeping up the acquaintance. Mrs Maple had appeared to be thunderstruck, and tried every species of equivocation, but Mr Ireton whispered something to Lord Melbury, upon which a general curiosity was raised, and Mr Ireton's laugh kept up the inquiry, till bit by bit, continued Selina, all came out, and you never saw such a fuss in your life. But when Mrs Howell found that Aunt Maple did not take you in charge from your friends, because she did not know them, and when Mr Ireton told of your patches, and black skin, and ragged dress, Mrs Howell stared so at poor aunt, that I believe she thought that she had been out of her senses. And then poor Lady Aurora fell a-crying, because Mrs Howell said that she must break off the connection. But Lady Aurora said that you might be just as good as ever, and only disguised to make your escape. But Mrs Howell said that, now you were got over, if there were not something bad, you would speak out. So then poor Lady Aurora cried again, and beckoned to me to come and tell her more particulars. Sister Eleanor, all the time, never spoke one word, and this is what we were all doing when you came in. Ellis, who, with pale cheeks, but without comment, had listened to this recital, now faintly inquired what had passed after she had retired. Why, just then, in came Mr Harleigh, and Aunt Maple gave him 100 reproaches for beginning all the mischief, by his obstinacy in bringing you into the boat, against the will of every creature, except just the old Admiral, who knew nothing of the world, and could judge no better. He looked quite thunderstruck, not knowing a word of what had passed. However, he soon enough saw that all was found out, for Mrs Howell said, I hope, sir, you will advise us how to get rid of this person, without letting the servants know the indiscretion that we have been drawn into, by treating her like one of ourselves. Well, and Mr Harleigh's answer? Cried the trembling Ellis. Miss Joddrel, ma'am, he said, knows as well as myself all the circumstances which have softened this mystery, and rendered this young lady interesting in its defiance. She has generously, therefore, held out her protection, of which the young lady has shown herself to be worthy, upon every occasion since we have known her, by rectitude and dignity. Yet she is, at this time, without friends, support, or asylum. In such a situation, thus young and helpless, and thus irreproachably conducting herself, who is the female, what is her age, what her rank, that ought not to assist and try to preserve so distressed a young person from evil? Lady Aurora upon this came forward and said, How happy you make me, Mr Harleigh, by thus reconciling me to my wishes! And then she told Mrs Howell that, as the affair no longer appeared to be so desperate, she hoped that there could be no objection to her coming upstairs, to invite you down herself, but Mrs Howell would not consent. Sweet, sweet Lady Aurora, broke forth from Ellis. And Lord Melbury, what said he? Nothing. For he and Mr Ireton left the room together to go on with their whispers, I believe. And Elinor was just like a person dumb. But Lady Aurora and Mr Harleigh had a great deal of talk with one another, and they both seemed so pleased that I could not help thinking how droll it would be if their agreeing so about you should make them marry one another. Then indeed would two beings meet, said Ellis, who would render that state all that can be perfect upon earth. For with active benevolence like his, with purity and sweetness like hers, what could be wanting? And then indeed I might find an asylum. A servant came now to inform Selina that the carriage was at the door, and that Mrs Maple was in haste. What a change did this day produce for Ellis! What a blight to her hopes! What difficulties for her conduct! What agitation for her spirits! End of chapter 14. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 15 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 15. Ellis, who soon heard the carriage drive off for Lewes, waited in terror to learn the result of this scene, almost equally fearful of losing the supporting kindness of Lady Aurora through timid acquiescence, as of preserving it through efforts to which her temper and gentle habits were repugnant. In about half an hour, Mrs Howell's maid came to inquire whether Miss Ellis would have anything brought upstairs for supper, Mrs Howell having broken up the usual evening party, in order to induce Lady Aurora, who was extremely fatigued, to go to rest. Not to rest went Ellis, after such a message, though to that bed which had brought to her, of late, the repose of peace and contentment, and the alertness of hope and pleasure. 1,000 schemes crossed her imagination, for averting the desertion which she saw preparing, and which her augmenting attachment to Lady Aurora made her consider as a misfortune that would rob her of every consolation. But no plan occurred that satisfied her feeling without wounding her dignity. The first prompted a call upon the tender heart of Lady Aurora by unlimited confidence. The second, a manifestation how ill she thought she merited the change of treatment that she experienced, by resentfully quitting the house. But this was no season for the smallest voluntary hazard. All chance of security hung upon the exertion of good sense, and the right use of reason, which imperiously demanded active courage, with patient forbearance. She remitted, therefore, forming any resolution, till she should learn that of Mrs Howell. It was now the first week of February, and, before the break of day, a general movement in the house gave her cause to believe that the family was risen. She hastened to dress herself, unable to conjecture what she had to expect. The commotion continued. Above and below the servants seemed employed, and in haste, and, in a little time, some accidental sounds reached her ears, from which she gathered that an immediate journey to London was preparing. What could this mean? Was she thought so intruding that by change of abode alone they could shake her off? Or so dangerous that flight only could preserve Lady Aurora from her snares? And was it thus she was to be apprized that she must quit the house? Without a carriage, without money, and without a guide, was she to be turned over to the servants? And by them turned, perhaps, from the door? Indignation now helped to sustain her, but it was succeeded by the extremest agitation when she saw, from her window, Lord Melbury mounting his horse, upon which he presently rode off. And is it thus, she cried, that all I thought so ingenuous in goodness, so open in benevolence, so sincere in partiality, subsides into neglect, perhaps forgetfulness? And you, Lady Aurora, will you also give me up as lightly? She wept. Indignation was gone. Sorrow only remained, and she listened in sadness for every sound that might proclaim the departure which she dreaded. At length she heard a footstep advance slowly to her chamber, succeeded by a tapping at her door. Her heart beat with hope. Was it Lady Aurora? Had she still so much kindness, so much zeal? She flew to meet her own idea, but saw only the lady of the house. She sighed, cruelly disappointed, but the haughty distance of Mrs Howell's air restored her courage, for courage, where there is any nobleness of mind, always rises highest when oppressive pride seeks to crush it by studied humiliation. Mrs Howell fixed her eyes upon the face of Ellis, with an expression that said, "Can you bear to encounter me after this discovery?" Then, formally announcing that she had something important to communicate, she added, "You will be so good as to shut the door," and seated herself on an armchair by the fire, without taking any sort of notice that her guest was still standing. Ellis could far better brook behaviour such as this from Mrs Maple, from whom she had never experienced any of a superior sort. But by Mrs Howell she had been invited upon equal terms, and hitherto had been treated not only with equality, but distinction. Hard, therefore, she found it to endure such a change. Yet her resentment was soon governed by her candour, when it brought to her mind the accusation of appearances. Mrs Howel then began an harangue palpably studied. "You cannot, I think, young woman, for you must excuse my not addressing you by a name I know now you to have assumed. You cannot, I think, be surprised to find that your stay in this house is at an end. To avoid, however, giving any publicity to your disgrace, at the desire of Mrs Maple, who thinks that its promulgation in a town such as this might expose her, as well as yourself, to impertinent lampoons, I shall take no notice of what has passed to any of my people, except to my housekeeper, to whom it is necessary I should make over some authority, which you will not, I imagine, dispute. For myself, I am going to town immediately with Lady Aurora. I have given out that it is upon sudden business, with proper directions that my domestics may treat you with civility. You will still breakfast, therefore, in the parlour, and, at your own time, you will ask for a chaise, which I have bespoken to carry you back to Lewes. To prevent any suspicion in the neighbourhood, I shall leave commands that a man and horse may attend you in the same manner as when you came hither. No remark, therefore, will follow your not having my own carriage again, as I make use of it myself. Lord Melbury is set off already. We shall none of us return till I hear from Mrs Maple that you have left this part of the country, for, as I can neither receive you, nor notice you where I might happen to meet with you, such a difference of conduct, after this long visit, might excite animadversion. The sooner, therefore, you change your quarters the better, for I coincide in the opinion of Mrs Maple that it is wisest, for all our sakes, that this transaction should not be spread in the world. And now, young woman, all I ask of you in return, for the consideration I show you, is this, that you will solemnly engage to hold no species of intercourse with Lady Aurora Granville, or with Lord Melbury, either by speech, or writing, or message. If you observe this, I shall do you no hurt. If not, expect every punishment my resentment can inflict, and that of the noble family involved in the indignity which you have made me suffer, by a surreptitious entrance into my house as a young lady of fashion." No sort of answer was offered by Ellis. She stood motionless, her eyes fixed, and her air seeming to announce her almost incredulous of what she heard. "Do you give me," said Mrs Howel, "this promise? Will you bind yourself to it in writing?" Ellis still was silent, and looked incapable of speaking. "Young woman," said Mrs Howel, with increased austerity, "I am not to be trifled with. Will you bind yourself to this agreement, or will you not?" "What agreement, madam?" she now faintly asked. "Not to seek, and even to refuse, any sort of intercourse with Lady Aurora Granville, or with her brother, either by word of mouth, or letter, or messenger. Will you, I say, bind yourself upon your oath to this?" "No, madam," answered Ellis, with returning recollection and courage. "No peril can be so tremendous as such a sacrifice." Mrs Howel, rising, said, "Enough! Abide by the consequence." She was leaving the room, but Ellis, affrighted, exclaimed, "Ah, madam, before you adopt any violent measures against me, deign to reflect that I may be innocent, and not merit them." "Innocent?" repeated Mrs Howel, with an air of inexorable ire. "Without a name, without a home, without a friend? Innocent? Presenting yourself under false pretences to one family, and under false pretences to another? No, I am not such a dupe. And if your bold resistance make it necessary, for the safety of my young friends, that I should lodge an information against you, you will find that people who enter houses by names not their own, and who have no ostensible means of existence, will be considered only as swindlers, and of swindlers be disposed of as they deserve." Ellis, turning pale, sunk upon a chair. Mrs Howel, stopping, with a voice as hard as her look was implacable, added, "This is your last moment for repentance. Will you give me your promise, upon oath?" "No, madam, again no!" cried Ellis, starting up with sudden energy. What I have suffered shall teach me to suffer more, and what I have escaped shall give me hope for my support. But never will I plight myself, by willing promise, to avoid those whose virtuous goodness and compassion offer me the only consolation that, in my desolate state, I can receive. 'Tis well, said Mrs Howell. You have yourself, then, only to thank for what ensues. She now steadily went on, opened the door, and left the room, though Ellis, mournfully following her, called out, "Ah, madam, ah, Mrs Howell, if ever you know more of me, which at least is not impossible, you will look back to this period with no pleasure, or with pleasure only to that part of it in which you received me at your house with politeness, hospitality, and kindness." Mrs Howell was not of a nature to relent in what she felt, or to retract from what she said. The distress, therefore, of Ellis produced not the smallest effect upon her, and with her head stiffly erect, and her countenance as unmoved as her heart, she descended the stairs, and issued aloud her commands that the horses should immediately be put to the chaise. Ellis shut herself in her room, almost overpowered by the shock of this attack, so utterly unexpected, from a lady in whose character the leading feature seemed politeness, and who always appeared to hold that quality to be preeminent to all others. But the experience of Ellis had not yet taught her how distinct is the politeness of manner, formed by the habits of high life, to that which springs spontaneously from benevolence of mind. The first, the product of studied combinations, is laid aside, like whatever is facetious, where there is no object for acting a part. The second, the child of sympathy, instructs us how to treat others, by suggesting the treatment we desire for ourselves. And this, as its feelings are personal, though its exertions are external, demands no effort, waits no call, and is never failingly at hand. The gloomy sadness of Ellis was soon interrupted by inquiries that reached her from the hall, whether the trunks of Lady Aurora were ready. "Is she so nearly gone?" Ellis cried. "Ah, when may I see her again?" To the hall, to wait in the hall, she longed to go herself, to catch a last view, and to snatch, if possible, a kind parting word, but the tremendous Mrs Howell, she shrunk from the idea of ever seeing her again. Soon afterwards she heard the carriages drive up to the house. She now went to the window, to behold at least the loved form of Lady Aurora as she mounted the chaise. Perhaps too she might turn round, and look up. Fixed here, she was inattentive to the opening of her own room door, concluding that the housemaid came to arrange her fire, till a soft voice gently articulated, "Miss Ellis!" She hastily looked round. It was Lady Aurora, who had entered, who had shut herself in, and who, while one hand covered her eyes, held out the other, in an attitude of the most inviting affection. Ellis flew to seize it, with joy inexpressible, indescribable, and would have pressed it to her lips. But Lady Aurora, flinging both her arms round the neck of her new friend, fell upon her bosom and wept, saying, "You are not, then, angry, though I, too, must have seemed to behave to you so cruelly?" "Angry?" repeated Ellis, sobbing from the suddenness of a delight which broke into a sorrow nearly hopeless. "Oh, Lady Aurora, if you could know how I prize your regard, your goodness, what a balm it is to every evil I now experience, your gentle and generous heart would be recompensed for all the concern I occasion it, by the pleasure of doing so much good." "You can still, then, love me, my Miss Ellis?" "Ah, Lady Aurora, if I dared say how much! But alas, in my helpless situation, the horror of being suspected of flattery!" "What you will not say, then," cried Lady Aurora, smiling, "will you prove?" "Will I? Alas, that I could!" "Will you let me take a liberty with you, and promise not to be offended?" She put a letter into her hand, which Ellis fondly kissed, and lodged near her heart. The words, "Where is Lady Aurora?" now sounded from the staircase. "I must stay," she said, "no longer. Adieu, Miss Ellis. Think of me sometimes, for I shall think of you unceasingly." "Ah, Lady Aurora!" cried Ellis, clinging to her. Shall I see you, then, no more? And is this a last leave-taking?" "Ah, far from it. Far, far, I hope," said Lady Aurora. "If I thought that we should meet no more, it would be impossible for me to tell you how unhappy this moment would make me." "Where is Lady Aurora?" would again have hurried her away. But Ellis, still holding by her, cried, one moment, I have not then lost your good opinion. Oh, if that wavers, my firmness wavers too, and I must unfold, at all risks, my unhappy situation." "Not for the world, not for the world," cried Lady Aurora, earnestly. "I could not bear to seem to have any doubt to remove, when I have none of your perfect innocence, goodness, excellence." Overpowered with grateful joy, "Angelic Lady Aurora!" was all that Ellis could utter, while tears rolled fast down her cheeks, and she tenderly yet fervently kissed the hand of the resisting Lady Aurora, who, extremely affected, leant upon her bosom, till she was startled by again hearing her name from without. "Go then, amiable Lady Aurora," Ellis cried. "I will no longer detain you. Go, happy in the happiness that your sweetness, your humanity, your kindness bestow. I will dwell continually upon their recollection. I will say to myself, Lady Aurora believes me innocent. Though she sees me forlorn, she will not think me unworthy. Though she knows me to be unprotected, she will not conclude me to be an adventurer, though I dare not tell her even my name." "Do not talk thus, my dear Miss Ellis. Oh, if I were my own mistress, with what delight I should supplicate you to live with me entirely, to let us share between us all that we possess, to read together, study our music together, and never, never to part." Ellis could hardly breathe. Her soul seemed bursting with emotions, which, though the most delicious, were nearly too mighty for her frame. But the melting kindness of Lady Aurora soon soothed her into more tranquil enjoyment, and when, at length, a message from Mrs Howel irresistibly compelled a separation, the warm gratitude of her heart, for the consolation which she had received, enabled her to endure it with fortitude, but not without grief. All seemed gone when Lady Aurora was driven from the door, and she remained weeping at the window, whence she saw her depart, till she was roused by the entrance of Mrs Greaves, the housekeeper. Her familiar intrusion, without tapping at the door, quickly brought to the recollection of Ellis the authority which had been vested in her hands. This immediately restored her spirit, and, as the housekeeper, seating herself, was beginning, very unceremoniously, to explain the motives of her visit, Ellis, without looking at her, calmly said, "I shall go down stairs now to breakfast. But if you have time to be so good as to make up my packages, you will find them in those drawers." She then descended to the parlour, leaving the housekeeper stupefied with amazement. But the forms of subordination, when once broken down, are rarely, with common characters, restored. Glad of the removal of a barrier which has kept them at a distance from those above them, they revel in the idea that the fall of a superior is their own proper elevation. Following, therefore, Ellis to the breakfast room, and seating herself upon a sofa, she began to discourse with the freedom of addressing a disgraced dependent, saying, "Mrs Maple will be in a fine taking, miss, to have you upon her hands again so all of the sudden." This speech, notwithstanding its grossness, surprised from Ellis an exclamation, "Does not Mrs Maple, then, expect me?" "How should she, when my lady never settled what she should do about you herself till after 12 o'clock last night? However, as to sending you back without notice, she had no notion, she says, of standing upon any ceremony with Mrs Maple, who made so little of popping you upon her and Lady Aurora in that manner." Ellis turned from her with disdain, and would reply to nothing more. But her pertinacious stay still kept the bosom letter unopened. Grievously, Ellis felt tormented with the prospect of what her reception might be from Mrs Maple, after such a blight. The buoyant spirit of her first escape, which she had believed no after misfortune could subdue, had now so frequently been repressed, that it was nearly borne down to the common standard of mortal condition, whence we receive our daily fare of good and of evil, with the joy or the grief that they separately excite, independently of that wonderful power, believed in by the youthful and inexperienced, of hoarding up the felicity of our happy moments as a counterpoise to future sorrows and disappointments. The past may revisit our hearts with renewed sufferings, or our spirits with gay recollections, but the interest of the time present, even upon points the most passing and trivial, will ever, from the pressure of our wants and our feelings, predominate. Mrs. Greaves, unanswered and affronted, was for some minutes silenced, but presently, rising and calling out, "Jemini, something has happened to my lady." "Or to Lady Aurora? Here's my lord galloped back." She ran out of the room. Affrighted by the suggestion, Ellis, who then perceived Lord Melbury from the window, ran herself, after the housekeeper, to the door, and eagerly exclaimed, as he dismounted, "Oh, my lord, I hope no accident." "None," cried he, flying to her and taking and kissing both her hands, and drawing, rather than leading, her back to the parlour. "None, or if any there were, what could be the accident that concern so bewitching would not recompense?" Ellis felt amazed. Lord Melbury had never addressed her before in any tone of gallantry, had never kissed, never touched her hand. Yet now he would scarcely suffer her to withdraw it from his ardent grasp. "But, my lord," said Mrs. Greaves, who followed them in, "pray let me ask your lordship about my lady and my Lady Aurora, and how—" "They are perfectly well," cried he, hastily, "and gone on. I am ridden back myself merely for something which I forgot." "I was fearful," said Ellis, anxious to clear up her eager reception, "that something might have happened to Lady Aurora. I am extremely happy to hear that all is safe." "And you will have the charity, I hope, to make me a little breakfast, for I have tasted nothing yet this morning." Again he took both her hands, and led her to the seat which she had just quitted at the table. She was extremely embarrassed. She felt reluctant to refuse a request so natural. Yet she was sure that Mrs. Howel would conclude that they met by appointment, and she saw in the face of the housekeeper the utmost provocation at the young lord's behaviour. Yet neither of these circumstances gave her equal disturbance with observing a change, indefinable yet striking, in himself. After an instant's reflection, she deemed it most advisable not to stay with him, and saying that she was in haste to return to Lewes, she begged that Mrs. Greaves would order the chaise that Mrs. Howel had mentioned. "I do, good Greaves," cried he, hurrying her out, and, in his eagerness to get her away, shutting the door after her himself. Ellis said that she would see whether her trunk were ready. "No, no, no, don't think of the trunk," cried he. "We have but a few minutes to talk together, and to settle how we shall meet again." Still more freely than before, he now rather seized than took her hand, and calling her his dear charming Ellis, pressed it to his lips and to his breast with rapturous fondness. Ellis, struck now with terror, had not sufficient force to withdraw her hand, but when she said, with great emotion, "Pray, pray, my lord," he let it go. It was only for a moment. Snatching it then, again, as she was rising to depart, he suddenly slipped upon one of her fingers a superb diamond ring, which he took off from one of his own. "It is very beautiful, my lord," said she, deeply blushing, yet looking at it as if she supposed he meant merely to call for her admiration, and returning it to him immediately. "What's this?" cried he. "Won't you wear such a bauble for my sake? Give me but a lock of your lovely hair, and I will make myself one to replace it." He tried to put the ring again on her finger, but, forcibly breaking from him, she would have left the room. He intercepted her passage to the door. She turned round to ring the bell. He placed himself again in her way, with a flushed air of sportiveness, yet of determined opposition. Confounded, speechless, she went to one of the windows, and standing with her back to it, looked at him with an undisguised amazement, that she hoped would lead him to some explanation of his behaviour, that might spare her any serious remonstrance upon its unwelcome singularity. "Why, what's this?" cried he gaily, yet with a gaiety not perfectly easy. "Do you want to run away from me?" "No, my lord," answered she, gravely, yet forcing a smile, which she hoped would prove, at once, a hint and an inducement to him to end the scene as an idle and ill-judged frolic. "No, I have only been afraid that your lordship was running away from yourself." "And why so?" cried he, with quickness. "Is Harleigh the only man who is ever to be honoured with your company tête-à-tête?" "What can your lordship mean?" "What can the lovely Ellis blush for, and what can Harleigh have to offer that should obtain for him thus exclusively all favour? If it be adoration of your charms, who shall adore them more than I will? If it be in proofs of a more solid nature, who shall vie with me? All I possess shall be cast at your feet. I defy him to outdo me, in fortune or in love." Ellis now turned pale and cold. Horror thrilled through her veins, and almost made her heart cease to beat. Lord Melbury saw the change, and, hastily drawing towards her a chair, besought her to be seated. She was unable to refuse, for she had not strength to stand. But, when again he would have taken her hand, she turned from him, with an air so severe of soul-felt repugnance, that, staring with surprise and alarm, he forbore the attempt. He stood before her utterly silent, and with a complexion frequently varying, till she recovered; when, again raising her eyes, with an expression of mingled affliction and reproach, "And is it then," she cried, "from a brother of the pure, the exemplary Lady Aurora Granville, that I am destined to receive the most heart-rending insult of my life?" Lord Melbury seemed thunderstruck, and could not articulate what he tried to say. But, upon again half pronouncing the name of Harleigh, Ellis, standing up, with an air of dignity the most impressive, cried, "My lord, Mr Harleigh rescued me from the most horrible of dangers, in assisting me to leave the continent, and his good offices have befriended me upon every occasion since my arrival in England. This includes the whole of our intercourse. No calumny, I hope, will make him ashamed of his benevolence, and I have reaped from it such benefit that the most cruel insinuations must not make me repent receiving it. For to whom else, except to Lady Aurora, do I owe gratitude without pain? He knows me to be indigent, my lord, yet does not conclude me open to corruption. He sees me friendless and unprotected, yet offers me no indignity." Lord Melbury now, in his turn, looked pale. "Is it possible?" he cried. "Is it possible that—" He stammered, and was in the utmost confusion. She passed him, and was quitting the room. "Good heaven!" cried he, "you will not go! You will not leave me in this manner, not knowing what to think, what to judge, what to do!" She made no answer but by hastening her footsteps, and wearing an aspect of the greatest severity. But, when her hand touched the lock, "I swear to you," he cried, "Miss Ellis, if you will not stay, I will follow you." Her eyes now shot forth a glance the most indignant, and she resolutely opened the door. He spread out his arms to impede her passage. Offended by his violence, and alarmed by this detention, she resentfully said, "If you compel me, my lord, to summon the servants," when, upon looking at him again, she saw that his whole face was convulsed by the excess of his emotion. She stopped. "You must permit me," he cried, "to shut the door, and you must grant me 2 minutes' audience." She neither consented nor offered any opposition. He closed the door, but she kept her place. Speak to me, I beseech you," he cried. "Oh, clear the cruel doubts!" "No more, my lord, no more," interrupted Ellis, scorn taking possession of every feature. "I will neither give to myself the disgrace, nor to your lordship the shame, of permitting another word to be said." "What is it you mean?" cried he, planting himself against the door. You would not, surely you would not brand me for a villain? She determined to have recourse to the bell, and, with the averted eyes of disdain, resolutely moved towards the chimney. He saw her design, and cast himself upon his knees, calling out in extreme agitation, Miss Ellis, you will not assemble the servants to see me grovelling upon the earth. Greatly shocked, she desisted from her purpose. His look was aghast, his frame was in a universal tremor, and his eyes were wild and staring. Her wrath subsided at this sight, but the most conflicting emotions rent her heart. I see, he cried in a tremulous voice, and almost gnashing his teeth. I see that you have been defamed, and that I have incurred your abhorrence. I have my own too completely. You cannot hate me more than I now hate, than I shrink from myself. And yet, believe me, Miss Ellis, I have no deliberate hardness of heart. I have been led on by rash precipitance, and want of thought. Believe me, Miss Ellis, believe me, good Miss Ellis, for I see now how good you are. Believe me. He could find no words for what he wished to say. He rose, but attempted not to reproach her. Ellis leant against the wainscot, still close to the bell, but without seeking to ring it. Both were silent. His extreme youth, his visible inexperience, and her suspicious situation, joined to his quick repentance, and simple but emphatic declaration that he had no hardness of heart, began not only to offer some palliation for his conduct, but to soften her resentment into pity. He no sooner perceived the touching melancholy which insensibly took place in her countenance, of disgust and indignation, than, forcibly affected, he struck his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, my poor Aurora, when you know how ill I have acted, it will almost break your gentle heart." This was an apostrophe to come home quick to the bosom of Ellis. She burst into tears, and would instantly have held out to him her hand as an offering of peace and forgiveness, had not her fear of the impetuosity of his feelings checked the impulse. She only, therefore, said, "Ah, my lord, how is it that with a sister so pure, so perfect, and whose virtues you so warmly appreciate, you should find it so difficult to believe that other females may be exempt, at least from depravity? Alas! I had presumed, my lord, to think of you as indeed the brother of Lady Aurora, and as such I had even dared to consider you as a succour to me in distress, and a protector in danger." "Ah, consider me so again!" cried he, with sudden rapture. "Good, excellent Miss Ellis, consider me so again, and you shall not repent your generous pardon." Ellis irresistibly wept, but by a motion of her hand forbade his approach. Fear me not," cried he. "I am a reclaimed man for the rest of my life. I have hitherto, Miss Ellis, been but a boy, and therefore so easily led wrong, but I will think and act now for myself. I promise it you sincerely. Never, never more will I be the wretched tool of dishonourable impertinence. Not that I am so unmanly as to seek any extenuation to my guilt, from its being excited by others. No, it rather adds to its heinousness that my own passions, violent as they sometimes are, did not give it birth. But your so visible purity, Miss Ellis, had kept them from any disrespect, believe me. And struck as I have been with your attractions, and charmed with your conversation, it has always been without a single idea that I could not tell to Aurora herself. For as I thought of you always as of Aurora's favourite, Aurora's companion, Aurora's friend, I thought of you always together." "Oh, Lord Melbury," interrupted Ellis, fresh tears, but of pleasure, not sorrow, gushing into her eyes, "what words are these? How penetrating to my very soul! Ah, my lord, let this unhappy morning be blotted from both our memories, and let me go back to the morning of yesterday, to a partiality that made, and that makes me so happy, to a goodness, a kindness that revived me with heart-consoling gratitude. Oh, incomparable! Oh, best Miss Ellis!" cried Lord Melbury, in a transport of joy, and passionately advancing, but retreating nearly at the same instant, as if fearful of alarming her, and almost fastening himself against the opposite wainscot. "How excessive is your goodness!" A sigh from Ellis checked his rapture, and she entreated him to explain what he meant by his allusion to others. His complexion reddened, and he would have evaded any reply, but Ellis was too urgent to be resisted. Yet it was not without the utmost difficulty that she could prevail upon him to be explicit. Finally, however, she gathered that Ireton, after the scene produced by the letter for L.S., had given vent to the most sneering calumnies, chiefly pointed at Harleigh, to excite the experiment of which he had himself so shamefully, yet foolishly, been the instrument. He vowed, however, that Ireton should publicly acknowledge his slanders, and beg her pardon. Ellis earnestly besought his lordship to let the matter rest. "All public appeals," cried she, "are injurious to female fame. Generously inform Mr Ireton that you are convinced he has wronged me, and then leave the clearing of his own opinion to time and to truth. When they are trusted with innocence, time and truth never fail to do it justice." Lord Melbury struggled to escape making any promise. His self-discontent could suggest no alleviation so satisfactory as that of calling Mr Ireton to account for defamation, an action which he thought would afford the most brilliant amends that could be offered to Miss Ellis, and the best proof that could blazon his own manliness. But when she solemnly assured him that his compliance with her solicitation was the only peace-offering she could accept, for sinking into oblivion the whole morning's transaction, he forbore any further contestation. Mrs Greaves now brought information that a chaise was at the door, and that a groom was in readiness. Lord Melbury timidly offered Ellis his hand, which she gratefully accepted, but neither of them spoke as he led her to the carriage. End of chapter 15. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 16 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 16. From all the various sufferings of Ellis, through the scenes of this morning, the predominant remaining emotion was that of pity for her penitent young offender, whom she saw so sorely wounded by a sense of his own misconduct that he appeared to be almost impenetrable to comfort. But all her attention was soon called to the letter of Lady Aurora. To Miss Ellis. I cannot express the grief with which I have learnt the difficulties that involve my dear Miss Ellis. Will she kindly mitigate it by allowing me, from time to time, the consolation of offering her my sympathy? May I flatter myself that she has sufficient regard for me to let the enclosed trifle lead the way to some little arrangement during her embarrassment? Oh, were I in similar distress, I would not hesitate to place in her a similar trust. Generously, then, sweet Miss Ellis, confide in my tender regard. Aurora Granville. At Lord Denmeath's, Portman Square. The enclosed trifle was a bank-note of 20 pounds. Most welcome to the distress of Ellis was this kindness and this succour, and greatly she felt revived that, severe as had been her late conflicts, they thus terminated in casting her, for all pecuniary perplexities, upon the delicate and amiable Lady Aurora. Uncertain what might prove her reception, she desired, upon approaching Lewes, that the groom would ride on and inquire whether she could have the honour of seeing Mrs Maple. The man then said that he had a note for that lady from Mrs Howell. After being detained at the gate a considerable time, a servant came to acquaint Miss Ellis that the ladies were particularly engaged, but begged that she would walk upstairs to her room. There, again established, she had soon a visit from Selina, who impatiently demanded how she had parted from Lady Aurora, and, when satisfied that it had been with the extremest kindness, she warmly embraced her, before she related that Aunt Maple had, at first, declared that she would never again let so unknown a pauper into her house, but, when she had read the note of Mrs Howel, she changed her tone. That lady had written word that she was hastening to consign Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora to their uncle, in order to be acquitted of all responsibility as to any continuance of this amazing acquaintance, now that, at last, she was apprized of its unfitness. She conceived that she had some claim, however, to desire that Mrs Maple would, for the present, receive the person as usual, since, if any dismissal or disgrace were immediately to follow her return from Howel House, it might publish to the world what an improper character had been admitted there, a mortification from which she thought that she had some right to be exempted. Mrs Maple was by no means the less offended by the pride and selfishness of this note, because those qualities were familiar to her own practice. It is the wise and good alone that make allowance for defects in others. Her resentment, however, endowed her with rancour, but not with courage. She complied, therefore, with the demand which she did not dare dispute, but her spleen against its helpless object was redoubled, and she sent her a message, by Selina, to order that she would complain of a sore throat, as an excuse for not quitting her room, nor expecting any of the ladies to visit her, yet charged her to be careful, at the same time, to say that it was very slight, lest the people in the neighbourhood, or the servants themselves, should wonder at not seeing a physician. Ellis could by no means repine at a separation that saved her from the pride and malevolence of Mrs Maple and of Ireton, and from the distressing incongruities of Elinor. Her spirits being thus freed from immediate alarm, she was able to ruminate upon her situation, and upon what efforts she might make for its amelioration. Her letter from abroad enjoined her still to live in concealment, with respect to her name, circumstances, and story. All hope, therefore, of any speedy change was blown over, and many fears remained that this helpless obscurity might be of long duration. It was necessary that she should form some plan, to accommodate her mode of life to her immediate condition, and to liberate, if possible, her feelings from the continual caprices to which she was now subject. To live upon charity was hostile to all her notions, though the benefaction of Lady Aurora had soothed, not mortified, her proudest sensations. But Lady Aurora was not of an age to be supposed already free from control in the use of her income, and still less was she of a character to resist the counsel or even wishes of her friends. Ellis was determined not to induce her to do either, nor could she endure to give a mercenary character to a grateful affection, which languished to show that its increase, as well as its origin, sprang from disinterested motives. All her thoughts, therefore, turned upon making the present offering suffice. Yet she was aware how short a time she could exist upon £20, while a residence at Mrs Maple's would be now more than ever unpleasant. Recent circumstances had rendered it more than ever also unlikely. To acquire that sort of independence that belongs, physically, to sustaining life by her own means, was her most earnest desire. Her many accomplishments invited her industry, and promised its success, yet how to bring them into use was difficult. She had no one with whom she could consult. Elinor, though at times cordially her friend, seemed in other minutes her enraged foe. Selina was warmly good-natured, but young in every sense of the word, and Mrs Maple considered her always with such humiliating ideas that to ask her advice would be to invite an affront. The occupation for which she thought herself most qualified, and to which, from fondness for young people, she felt herself most inclined, was that of governess to some young lady or ladies, and finally she settled that she would endeavour to employ herself in that capacity. This arrangement mentally made, she communicated it, in a letter of the tenderest and most grateful thanks, to Lady Aurora, entreating her ladyship's kind and valuable aid to enable her to leave, in future, for other distressed objects, such marks of benevolence as she had last received, and to owe personally those only of esteem and regard which she prized beyond all power of expression. The next day, again, very unexpectedly, Selina skipped into her room. "We have had a most terrible fuss," she cried. "Do you know Lord Melbury's come on purpose to see you?" "Lord Melbury? Is he not gone to town?" "Mrs. Howell wrote word so, and aunt thought so, but he only went a little way, and then came back to spend 2 or 3 days with Sir Lisle Sycamore at Brighthelmstone. He asked after you when he came in, and said that he begged leave to be allowed to speak with you a few minutes upon a commission from Lady Aurora. Aunt was quite shocked, and said that she hoped his lordship would excuse her, but she really could not consent to any such acquaintance going on in her house, now he knew so well what a nobody you were, if not worse. Upon which he said he did not doubt your being a well-brought-up young lady, for he was certain that you were modesty itself. And then he begged so hard, and said so many pretty and civil things to aunt, that she was brought round. Only it was upon condition, she said, that there should be a witness, and she proposed Mrs. Fenn. Lord Melbury was as red as fire, and said that would not be treating Miss Ellis with the respect which he was sure was her due, and he could not be so impertinent as to desire to see her upon such terms. So, after a good deal more fuss, it was settled at last that Sister Eleanor should be present, so now you are to come down to her dressing-room." Ellis, though startled at the effect that might be produced by his remaining at Brighthelmstone, was sensibly touched by these public and resolute marks of his confirmed and undoubting esteem. Elinor, presently, with restored good humour, and an air of the most lively pleasure, came to fetch her. "Lord Melbury," she cried, "certainly adores you. You never saw a man's face of so many colours in your life as when Aunt Mabel speaks of you irreverently. If you manage well, you may be at Gretna Green in a week." They descended, without any answer made by Ellis, to the dressing-room. The air of Lord Melbury was far less dejected than when they had last parted, yet it had by no means regained its natural spring and vivacity, and he advanced to pay his compliments to Ellis, with a look of even studious deference. He would detain her, he said, but a few minutes, yet could not leave the country without informing her of 2 visits, which he had made the day before, both of which had ended precisely with the amity that she had wished. Elinor, enchanted in believing, from this opening, that a confidential intercourse was already arranged, declared that her aunt must look elsewhere for a spy, as she would by no means play this part, and then ran into the adjoining room. Lord Melbury and Ellis would have detained, but could not follow her, as it was her bedchamber. Lord Melbury then, who saw that Ellis was uneasy, promised to be quick. "I demanded," said he, "yesterday an interview with Mr. Harleigh. I told him, without reserve, all that had passed. I cannot paint to you the indignation he showed at the aspersions of Ireton. He determined to go to him directly, and I resolved to accompany him. Don't look pale, Miss Ellis. I repeated to Mr. Harleigh the promise you had exacted from me, and he confessed himself to be perfectly of your opinion, that all angry defence or public resentment must necessarily, in such a case, be injurious. Yet to let the matter drop might expose you to fresh abominations. Ireton received us with a mixture of curiosity and carelessness, very inquisitive to know what had passed, but very indifferent whether it were good or bad. We both, by agreement, affected to treat the matter lightly, gravely as we both thought of it. I thanked him, therefore, for the salutary counsel by which he had urged me to procure myself so confounded a rap of the knuckles for my assurance, and Mr. Harleigh made his acknowledgments in the same tone for the compliment paid to his liberality of supposing that a person, who in any manner should be thought under his protection, could be in a state of penury. We both, I hope, made him ashamed. He had not, he owned, reflected deeply upon the subject, for which, Mr. Harleigh told me afterwards, there was a very cogent reason, namely that he did not know how. Mr. Harleigh, when we were coming away, forcibly said, Ireton, placing Lord Melbury and myself wholly apart in this business, ask your own sagacity, I beg, how a female who is young, beautiful, and accomplished can suffer from pecuniary distress if her character be not unimpeachable? Upon that, struck with the truth of the remark, he voluntarily protested that he would make you all the amends in his power. So ended our visit, and I cannot but hope that it will release you from all similar persecutions. Ellis expressed her sincere and warm gratitude, and Lord Melbury, with an air of penetrating respect, took his leave, evidently much solaced by the consciousness of serving one whom he had injured. Ellis had every reason to be gratified by this attention, which set her mind wholly at rest upon the tenor of Lord Melbury's regard, while Elinor was so much delighted to find the acquaintance advanced so rapidly to confidence, that she embraced Ellis, wished her joy, mocked all replies of a disclaiming nature, and, accompanying her back to her room, made her a long, social, lively, and entertaining visit, hearing and talking over her project of becoming a governess, but laughing at it as a ridiculous idea for the decided wife-elect of Earl Melbury. She was succeeded by Selina, who exultingly came to acquaint Ellis that Mr. Ireton had just made a formal renunciation of all ill opinion of her, and had told Mrs. Maple that he had indubitable proofs that she was a person of the very strictest character. "So now," cried she, "Lady Aurora and I may avow our friendship to you for life." This was a very solid satisfaction to Ellis, to whom the calumny of Ireton had been almost insupportable. She now hoped that Mrs. Maple would favour her new scheme, and that she might remain tranquilly in the house till it took place, and equip herself from the donation of Lady Aurora for her immediate appearance in the situation which she sought. She resolved to seize the first opportunity for returning Harleigh his bank-notes, and the Miss Joddrels their half-guineas. She wished also to repay the guinea of the worthy Admiral, and to repeat to him her grateful acknowledgments. His name and address she concluded that she might learn from Harleigh, but she deferred this satisfaction till more secure of success. The next day Selina ran upstairs to her again. "Who do you think," she cried, "came into the parlour in the middle of breakfast? Mr. Dennis Harleigh. He arrived at Brighthelmstone last night. Sister Elinor turned quite white and never spoke to him. She only just made a sort of bow to his asking how she did, and then swallowed her tea burning hot and left the room. He can stay only one day, for he must be in London to-morrow night. He has come for his final answer, for he is quite out of patience." Selina had hardly descended the stairs, when Elinor herself mounted them. She entered the chamber precipitately, her face colourless, and her eyes starting from her head. "Ellis," she cried, "I must speak with you." She seated herself, made Ellis sit exactly opposite to her, and went on. "There are two things which I want to say to you, or rather to demand of you. Have you fortitude enough to tell truth, even though it should wound your self-love? And honour enough to be trusted with a commission 1,000 times more important than life or death? And to execute it faithfully, though at the risk of seeing the greatest idiot that ever existed show sufficient symptoms of sense to run mad?" Alarmed by her ghastly look, and frightened at the abruptness of questions utterly incomprehensible, Ellis gently entreated to be spared any request with which she could not comply. "I do not mean," cried Elinor, with quickness, "to make any call upon your confidence, or to put any fetters upon your conduct. You will be as free after you have spoken as before. I want merely to ascertain a fact, of which my ignorance distracts me. If you have to give me a negative, your vanity alone can suffer. If an affirmative—" She put her hand upon her forehead, and then rapidly added, "The suffering will not be yours. Give it therefore boldly. 'Twill be heaven to me to end the suspense, be it how it may." Starting up, but preventing Ellis from rising, by laying a hand upon each of her shoulders, she gazed upon her eyes with a fixed stare, of almost frantic impatience, and said, "Speak! Say yes or no, at once. Give me no phrase. Let me see no hesitation. Kill me, or restore me to life. Has Harleigh," she gasped for breath, "ever made you any declaration?" "None," steadily, forcibly, and instantly Ellis answered. "Enough!" cried she, recovering some composure. She then walked up and down the room, involuntarily smiling, and her lips in a motion that showed that she was talking to herself. Then stopping and taking Ellis by the hand, and half laughing, "You will think me," she cried, "crazy, but I assure you I had never a more exquisite enjoyment of my senses. I see everything to urge, and nothing to oppose, my following the bent of my own humour, or, in other words, throwing off the trammels of unmeaning custom, and acting, as well as thinking, for myself." Again then, walking up and down the chamber, she pursued her new train of ideas, with a glee which manifested that she found them delightful. "My dear Ellis," she cried, presently, "have you ever chanced to hear of such a person as Dennis Harleigh?" Ellis wished to avoid answering this question, on account of her informant to Selina, but her embarrassment was answer sufficient. "I see, yes," cried Elinor. "I see that you have heard of that old story. Don't be frightened," added she, laughing. "I am not going to ask who blabbed it. I had as believed it were one impertinent fool as another. Only never imagine me of the tribe of sentimental pedants who think it a disgrace to grow wiser, or who suppose that they must abide by their first opinions, for fear the world should know that they think twice upon one subject. For what is changing one's mind but taking the pro one time and the con another? But come," continued she, "this is no time for rattling. 2 years I have existed upon speculation. I must now try how I shall fare upon practice. Is it not just, Ellis, that it should be you who should drag me out of the slough of despond, since it was you who flung me into it? However, now for your commission. Do you feel as if you could execute it with spirit?" "With willingness, certainly, if I see any chance of success." "No ifs, Ellis. I hate the whole tribe of dubiosity. However, that you may not make any blunder, I shall tell you my story myself. For all that you have heard from others, you must set down to ignorance or prejudice. Nobody knows my feelings, and nobody understands my reasons, so everybody is at war against me in the dark. Now hearken. Just as I came of age, and ought to have shaken off the shackles of Aunt Maple, and to have enjoyed my independence and my fortune together, accident brought into my way a young lawyer, this Dennis Harleigh, of great promise in the only profession in the world that gives wit fair play. And I thought him then, mark me, Ellis, then, of a noble appearance. He delighted to tell me his causes, state their merits, and ask my opinions. I always took the opposite side to that which he was employed to plead, in order to try his powers, and prove my own. The French Revolution had just then burst forth into that noble flame that nearly consumed the old world, to raise a new one, phoenix-like, from its ashes. Soon tired of our everyday subjects and contests, I began canvassing with him the rights of man. He had fallen desperately in love with me, either for my wit or my fortune, or both, and therefore all topics were sure to be approved. Enchanted with a warfare in which I was certain to be always victorious, I grew so fond of conquest that I was never satisfied but when combating, and the joy I experienced in the display of my own talents made me dote upon his sight. The truth is, our mutual vanity mutually deceived us. He saw my pleasure in his company, and concluded that it was personal regard. I found nothing to rouse the energies of my faculties in his absence, and imagined myself enamoured of my vanquished antagonist. Aunt Maple did her little best, for everything she does is little, to forward the connection, because, though his fortune is trifling, his professional expectations are high, and though he is a younger brother, he is born of a noble family, and that sort of mean old stuff is always in her head. For if the whole world were revolutionized, you could never make her conceive a new idea. And the great fact of all is, she cannot bear I should leave her house before I marry, because she is sure, in one of my own, I shall adopt some new system of life. Thus in the toils of my self-love, I became entangled. Poor Dennis called himself the happiest of men. The settlements were all drawn up, and we were looking about us for a house to our fancy, and all that sort of stuff, when Dennis introduced his family to us. Now the rest, I suppose, you can divine." This was, indeed, not difficult, but Ellis durst not risk any reply. With a rapidity scarcely intelligible, and in a manner wholly incoherent, she then went on. Ellis, I pretend not to any mystery. Why is one person adorable and another detestable, but to call forth our love and our hatred, to give birth to all that snatches us from mere inert existence, to our passions, our energies, our noblest conceptions of all that is towering and sublime? Whether you have any idea of this mental enlargement, I cannot tell. But with it I see human nature endowed with capabilities immeasurable of perfection, and without it I regard and treat the whole of my race as the mere dramatis personae of a farce, of which I am myself, when performing with such fellow actors, a principal buffoon. Nearly out of breath, she stopped a moment, then, looking earnestly at Ellis, said, "Do you understand me?" Ellis, in a fearful accent, answered, I am not quite sure." "Remove your doubts, then," cried she, impatiently. "I despise what is obscure, still more than I hate what is false. Falsehood may at least approach to that degree of grandeur which belongs to crime, but obscurity is always mean, always seeking some subterfuge, always belonging to art." Again she stopped. But Ellis, uncertain whether this remark were meant to introduce her confidence, or to censure her own secrecy, waited an explanation in silence. Elinor was evidently, however, embarrassed, though anxious to persuade herself, as well as Ellis, that she was perfectly at her ease. She walked a quick pace up and down the room, then stopped, seemed pausing, hemmed to clear her voice for speech, and then walked backwards and forwards before the window, which she frequently opened and shut, without seeming to know that she touched it, till at length, seized with sudden indignation against herself for this failure of courage, she energetically exclaimed, "How paltry is shame where there can be no disgrace! I disdain it, disclaim it, and am ready to avow to the whole world that I dare speak and act, as well as think and feel for myself." Yet, even thus buoyed up, thus full fraught with defiance, something within involuntarily, invincibly checked her, and she hastily resumed her walks and her ruminations. "What amazing, unaccountable fools," she cried, "have we all been for these quantities of centuries! Worlds seem to have a longer infancy taken out of the progress of their duration, even than the long imbecility of the childhood of poor mortals. But for the late glorious revolutionary shake given to the universe, I should, at this very moment, from mere cowardly conformity, be the wife of Dennis. In spite of my repentance of the engagement, in spite of the aversion I have taken to him, and in spite of the contempt I have conceived, with one single exception, for the whole race of mankind, I must have been that poor man's despicable wife. Oh, despicable indeed! For with what sentiments could I have married him? Where would have been my soul while I had given him my hand? Had I not seen, known, adored his brother?" She stopped, and the deepest vermilion overspread her face. Her effort was made. She had boasted of her new doctrine, lest she should seem impressed with confusion from the old one which she violated. But the struggle being over, the bravado and exultation subsided. Female consciousness and native shame took their place, and abashed and unable to meet the eyes of Ellis, she ran out of the room. In the whole of this scene, Ellis observed, with mingled censure and pity, the strong conflict in the mind of Elinor between ungoverned inclination, which sought new systems for its support, and an innate feeling of what was due to the sex that she was braving, and the customs that she was scorning. She soon reappeared, but with a wholly new air, lively, disengaged, almost sportive. Her heart was lightened by unburdening her secret. The feminine delicacies which opposed the discovery, once broken through, oppressed her no more, and the idea of passing, now straightforward, to the purposes for which she had done herself this violence, reanimated her spirit, and gave new vigour to her faculties. She laughed at herself for having run away, without explaining the meaning of her communication, and for charging Ellis with a commission, of which she had not made known even the nature. She then more clearly stated her situation. From the time of her first interview with Albert, her whole mind had recoiled from all thought of union with his brother. Yet the affair was so far advanced, and she saw herself so completely regarded by Albert as a sister, though treated by him with an openness, a frankness, and an affection the most captivating, that she had not courage to proclaim her change of sentiment. The conflict of her mind, during this doubting state, threatened to cast her into a consumption. She was ordered to the south of France, and there, happily arrived, new scenes, a new world rather, opened to her a code of new ideas, that soon, she said, taught her to scoff at idle misery, and might even, from the occupation given to her feelings by the glorious confusion and mad wonders around her, have recovered her from the thraldom of an overruling propensity, had not Denis, unable from professional engagements to quit his country, been so blind, upon hearing that her health was re-established, as to persuade his brother to cross the Channel in order to escort the two travellers home. From the moment, the fated moment, that Albert arrived to be her guide and her guard, he became so irresistibly the master of her heart that her destiny was determined. Whether good or ill she knew not yet, but it was fixed. Ill had not occurred to her sanguine expectations, nor doubt, nor fear, till the eventful meeting with Ellis. Till then she had believed her happiness secure, for she had supposed that nothing stood in her way, save a little brotherly punctilio. But, since the junction of Ellis, the spontaneous interest which Albert had taken in her fate and her affairs had appeared to be so marvellous, that, at every new view of his pity, his respect, or his admiration, she was seized with the most uneasy feelings, which sometimes worked her up into pangs of excruciating jealousy, and at others seemed to be so ill-founded, that, recollecting 1,000 instances of his general benevolence, she laughed her own surmises to scorn. How the matter still stood, with regard to his heart, she confessed herself unable to form any permanent judgment. The time, however, was now happily arrived to abolish suspense, for even Denis now could bear it no longer. She expected, she said, a desperate scene, but at least it would be a final one. She had only, for many months past, been restrained from giving Denis his dismission, lest Albert should drop all separate acquaintance, from the horror of seeming treacherously to usurp the place of his brother. Nevertheless, she would frankly have endured her disturbance, by an avowal of the truth, had not Albert been the eldest brother, and consequently the richest, and the disgraceful supposition that she might be influenced to desire the change from mercenary motives would have had power to yoke her to Denis for the rest of her weary existence, had not her mind been so luminously opened to its own resources and inherent right of choice by her continental excursion. The grand effect, she continued, of beholding so many millions of men, let loose from all ties, divine or human, gave such play to my fancy, such a range to my thoughts, and brought forth such new, unexpected, and untried combinations to my reason, that I frequently felt as if just created and ushered into the world. Not perhaps as wise as another Minerva, but equally formed to view and to judge all around me, without the gradations of infancy, childhood, and youth, that hitherto have prepared for maturity. Everything now is upon a new scale, and man appears to be worthy of his faculties, which during all these past ages he has set aside, as if he could do just as well without them, holding it to be his bounden duty to be trampled to the dust by old rules and forms, because all his papas and uncles were trampled so before him. However, I should not have troubled myself, probably, with any of these abstruse notions, had they not offered me a new road for life, when the old one was worn out. To find that all was novelty and regeneration throughout the finest country in the universe soon infected me with the system-forming spirit, and it was then that I conceived the plan I am now going to execute. But I shall not tell it you in its full extent, as I am uncertain what may be your strength of mind for measures of force and character, and perhaps they may not be necessary. So now to your commission. I am fixed to cast wholly aside the dainty common barriers, which shut out from female practice all that is elevated, or even natural. Denis, therefore, shall know that I hate him. Albert! Ah, Ellis, that I hate him not! My operations are to commence thus. Act 1, Scene 1. Enter Ellis seeking Albert. Don't stare so, I know perfectly well what I am about. Scene 2. Albert and Ellis meet. Ellis informs him that she must hold a confabulation with him the next day, and desires he will remain at Lewes to be at hand. "Oh, Miss Joddrel," interrupted Ellis, "you must at least give me leave to say that it is by your command that I make a request so extraordinary." "By no means. He must not suspect that I have any knowledge of your intention. The truth, like an explosion of thunder, shall burst upon his head at once. So only shall I truly know whether it will shake him with dismay, or magnetize him by its sublimity." "Yet how, madam, under what pretence can I take such a liberty?" "Fo, this is no time for delicate demurs. If he be not engaged to stay before I turn his brother adrift, he will accompany him to town, as a thing of course, to console him in his willowed state. The rest of my plot is not yet quite ripe for disclosure, but all is arranged, and though I know not whether the catastrophe will be tragic or comic, I am prepared, in my part, for either." She then went away. End of chapter 16. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 17 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 17. Elinor returned almost instantly. Hasten, she cried. "Ellis, there is no time to be lost. Scene the first is all prepared. Albert Harley, at this very moment, is poring over the county map in the hall. Run and tell him that you have something of deep importance to communicate to him tomorrow." "But may he not, if he means to go, desire to hear it immediately?" Elinor, without answering, forced her away. Harleigh, whose back was to the stair entrance, seemed intently examining some route. The distress of Ellis was extreme how to call for his notice, and how to execute her commission when it should be obtained. Slowly and unwillingly approaching a little nearer, "I am afraid," she hesitatingly said, "that I must appear extremely importunate, but—" The astonishment with which he turned round, at the sound of her voice, could only be equalled by the pleasure with which he met her eyes, and only surpassed by the sudden burst of clashing ideas with which he saw her own instantly drop, while her voice also died away. Her cheeks became the colour of crimson, and she was evidently and wholly at a loss what to say. "Importunate?" he gently repeated. "Impossible!" Yet he waited her own explanation. Her confusion now became deeper. Any sort of interrogation would have encouraged and aided her, but his quiet, though attentive forbearance, seemed the result of some suspension of opinion. Ashamed and grieved, she involuntarily looked away, as she indistinctly pronounced, "I must appear very strange, but I am constrained. Circumstances of which I am not the mistress force me to desire, to request, that tomorrow morning, or any part of tomorrow, it might be possible that I could, or rather that you should be able to hear something that... The total silence with which he listened showed so palpably his expectation of some competent reason for so singular an address, that her inability to clear herself, and her chagrin in the idea of forfeiting any part of an esteem which had proved so often her protection, grew almost insupportably painful, and she left her phrase unfinished, yet considered her commission to be fulfilled, and was moving away. "Tomorrow," he said, "I meant to have accompanied my brother, whose affairs, whatever may be his fate, oblige him to return to town. But if tomorrow—" He had now, to impede her retreat, stepped softly between her and the staircase, and perceived, in her blushes, the force which she had put upon her modesty, and read, in the expression of her glistening eyes, that an innate sense of delicacy was still more wounded by the demand which she had made, even than her habits of life, and an interest beyond all calculation increased. He went on, If tomorrow, or next day, or any part of the week, you have any commands for me, nothing shall hurry me hence till they are obeyed. Comforted to find herself treated with unabated consideration, however shocked to have the air of detaining him purposely for her own concerns, she was curtsying her thanks when she caught a glance of Elinor on the stairs, in whose face every passion seemed with violence at work. Ellis changed colour, not knowing how to proceed, or how to stop. The alteration in her countenance made Harleigh look round, and discern Elinor, yet so preoccupied was his attention that he was totally unmindful of her situation, and would have addressed her as usual, had she not abruptly remounted the stairs. Harleigh would then have asked some directions, relative to the time and manner of the proposed communication, but Ellis instantly followed Elinor, leaving him in a state of wonder, expectation, yet pleasure indescribable, fully persuaded that she meant to reveal the secret of her name and her history, and forming conjectures that every moment varied, yet every moment grew more interesting, of her motives for such a confidence. Ellis found Elinor already in her chamber, and, apparently, in the highest, though evidently most facetious spirits, not, however, fain to deceive Ellis, but falsely and forcibly elated to deceive, or at least to animate herself. "This is enchanting!" she cried. "This is delectable! This is everything that I could wish! I shall now know the truth! All the doubts, all the difficulties that have been crazing me for some time past, will now be solved. I shall discover whether his long patience in waiting my determination has been for your sake or for mine. He will not go hence till he has obeyed your commands. Is he glad of a pretence to stay on my account, or impelled irresistibly upon yours? I shall now know all. The lengthened stay of Albert being thus, she said, ascertained, she should send Dennis about his business without the smallest ceremony. What she undertook she performed. Early in the evening she again visited Ellis, exultingly to make known to her that Dennis was finally dismissed. She had assigned no reason, she said, for her long procrastination, reserving that for his betters, alias Albert, but she had been so positive and clear in announcing her decision, and assuring him that it proceeded from a most sincere and unalterable dislike, both to his person and mind, that he had shown spirit enough to be almost respectable, having immediately ordered his horse, taken his leave of Aunt Maple, and set off upon his journey. Albert, meanwhile, had said that he had business to transact at Brighthelmstone, which might detain him some days, and had accepted an invitation to sleep at Lewes, during that period, from poor Aunt Maple, whose provocation and surprise at all that had passed were delightful. "Tomorrow morning, therefore," she concluded, "will decide my fate. What hitherto Albert has thought of me, he is probably as ignorant as I am myself. For while he has considered me as the property of my brother, his pride is so scrupulous, and his scruples are so squeamish, that he would deem it a crime of the first magnitude to whisper, even in his own ear, how should I like her for myself. He is suspicious of some sophistry in whatever is not established by antiquated rules, and with all his wisdom and all his superiority, he is constantly anxious not to offend that conceited old prejudice, that thinks it taking a liberty with human nature, to suppose that any man can be so indecent as to grow up wiser, and more knowing, than his grandpapa was before him. Trifling, however, apart, all my real alarm is to fathom what his feelings are for you. Are they but of compassion playing upon a disengaged mind? If nothing further, the awakening a more potent sentiment will plant them in their proper line of subordination. This is what remains to be tried. He has not made you any declaration. He is free, therefore, from any entanglement. His brother is discharged, and for ever out of the question. He knows me, therefore, also to be liberated from all engagement. When I said that you had given me life, I did not mean that merely to hear that nothing had yet passed was enough to secure my happiness. Ah, no! But simply that it inspired me with a hope that gives me courage to resolve upon seeking certitude. And now hear me. The second act of the comedy, tragedy, or farce of my existence is to be represented tomorrow. The first scene will be a conference between Ellis and Albert, in which Ellis will relate the history of Elinor. Suddenly then, looking at her with an air the most authoritative, Ellis, she added, there is one article to which you must answer this moment. Would you, should the choice be in your power, sacrifice Lord Melbury to Harleigh? No hesitation. Miss Joddrel, answered Ellis, solemnly, I have neither the hope nor the fear that belongs to what might be called sacrifice relative to either of them. I earnestly desire to preserve the esteem of Mr. Harleigh, and the urbanity, I can call it by no other name, of Lord Melbury. But as I am free from the thought, as from the presumption, of expecting or coveting to engage any personal or particular regard from either. Elinor, appeased, said, You are such a compound of mystery, that one extraordinary thing is not more difficult to credit in you than another. My design, as you will find, in making you speak instead of myself, is a stroke of Machiavellian policy, for it will finish both suspenses at once. Since if, when you talk to him of me, he thinks only of my agent, how will he refrain, in answering your embassy, to betray himself? If, on the contrary, when he finds his scruples removed about his brother, he should feel his heart penetrated by the cause of that brother's dismission. Ah, Ellis! But let us not anticipate Act the Third. The second alone can decide whether it will conclude the piece with an epithalamium or a requiem. She then disappeared. Ellis saw her no more till the next morning, when, entering the chamber, breathless with haste and agitation, The moment, she cried, is come. I have sent out Aunt Maple and Selina upon visits for the whole morning, and I have called Harleigh into my dressing-room. They are wondering he waits. I shall introduce you, and wait in my turn, till, in 10 minutes' time, you follow, to give me the argument of the third and last act of my drama. Ellis, alarmed at what might be the result, would again have supplicated to be excused, but Elinor, proudly saying, Fear no consequences for me. Those who know truly how to love, know how to die as well as how to live, forcibly dragged her down to the dressing-room, through which she instantly passed herself, with undisguised trepidation, to her inner apartment. The astonishment of Harleigh was inexpressible, and Ellis, who had received no positive directions, felt wholly at a loss what she was to relate, how far she ought to go, and what she ought to require. Hastily, therefore, and affrighted at her task, she tapped at the bedroom door, and begged a moment's audience. Elinor opened it, in the greatest consternation. What? cried she, taking her to the window. Is all over without a word uttered? No, Ellis answered. She merely wished for more precise commands what she should say. Say? Cried Elinor, reviving. Say that I adore him, that since the instant I have seen him I have detested his brother, that he alone has given me any idea of what is perfection in human nature, and that if the whole world were annihilated and he remained, I should think my existence divine. She then pushed her back, prohibiting any reply. Harleigh, to whom all was incomprehensible, but whose expectations every moment grew higher, of the explanation he so much desired, perceiving the embarrassment of Ellis, gently advanced and said, Shall I be guilty of indiscretion if I seize this hurried, yet perhaps only moment, to express my impatience for a communication of which I have thought, almost exclusively, from the moment I have had it in view? Must it be deferred, or... No, it admits of no delay. I have much to say, and I am allowed but 10 minutes. You have much to say, cried he, delighted. 10 minutes to-day may be followed by 20, 30, as many as you please, to-morrow, and after to-morrow, and whenever you command. You are very good, sir, but my commission admits as little of extension as of procrastination. It must be as brief as it will be abrupt. Your commission? He repeated, in a tone of disappointment. Yes, I am charged by a lady whom I need not name, to say that your brother... She stopped, ashamed to proceed. I can have no doubt, said he, gravely, that Miss Joddrel is concerned, for the length of time she has wasted in trifling with his feelings. But this is all the apology her conduct requires. The breach of the engagement, when once she was convinced that her attachment was insufficient to make the union as desirable to herself as to him, was certainly rather a kindness than an injury. Yes, but her motives, her reasons... I conceive them all. She wanted courage to be sooner decided. She apprehended reproach, and she gathered force to make her change of sentiments known, only when, otherwise, she must have concealed it for ever. Pardon this presumptuous anticipation, added he, smiling, but when you talk to me of only 10 minutes, how can I suffer them to be consumed in a commission? He spoke in a low tone. Yet Ellis, excessively alarmed, pointed expressively to the chamber door. In a tone then, still softer, he continued, I have been anxious to speak to you of Lord Melbury, and to say something of the indignation with which I heard, from him, of the atrocious behaviour of Ireton. Nothing less than the respect I feel for you could have deterred me from showing him the resentment I feel for myself. I should not, however, have been your only champion. Lord Melbury was equally incensed, but we both acknowledged that our interests and our feelings are to be secondary to yours, and by yours to be regulated. The matter, therefore, is at an end. Ireton is convinced that he has done you wrong, and, as he never meant to be your enemy, and has no study but his own amusement, we must pity his want of taste, and hope that his disgrace, necessarily hanging upon detected false assertion, may be a lesson not lost upon him. Yet he deserves one far more severe. He is a pitiful egoist, who seeks nothing but his own diversion, indifferent whose peace, comfort, or reputation pays its purchase. I am infinitely obliged, said Ellis, that you will suffer the whole to drop, but I must not do the same by my commission. You must let me now enter more particularly upon my charge, and tell you... Forgive me, cried he, eagerly. I comprehend all that Miss Joddrel can have to say, but my impatience is irrepressible upon a far different subject, one that awakens the most lively interest, that occupies my thoughts, that nearly monopolizes my memory, and that exhausts, yet never wearies my conjectures. That letter you were so good as to mention to me, and the plan you may at length decide to pursue. Permit me to hope that the communication you intend me has some reference to those points. I should be truly glad of your counsel, sir, in my helpless situation, but I am not at this moment at liberty to speak for myself. Miss Joddrel... Her embarrassment now announced something extraordinary. But it was avowedly not personal, and Harleigh eagerly besought her to be expeditious. You must make me so, then, cried she, by divining what I have to reveal. Does Miss Joddrel relent? Will she give me leave to summon my brother back? Oh, no, far otherwise. Your brother has been indifferent to her, ever since she has known him as such. She thought she had now said enough, but Harleigh, whose faculties were otherwise engaged, waited for further explanation. Can you not, said Ellis, or will you not, divine the reason of the change? I have certainly, he answered, long observed a growing insensibility, but still... And have you never, said Ellis, deeply blushing, seen also its reverse? This question, and yet more the manner in which it was made, was too intelligible to admit of any doubt. Harleigh, however, was far from elated as the truth opened in his view. He looked grave and disturbed, and remained for some minutes profoundly silent. Ellis, already ashamed of the indelicacy of her office, could not press for any reply. I am hurt, he said at length, beyond all measure, by what you intimate, but since Miss Joddrel has addressed you thus openly, there can be no impropriety in my claiming leave also to speak to you confidentially. Whatever you wish me to say to her, sir. And much that I do not wish you to say to her, cried he, half smiling. I hope you will hear yourself, and that then you will have the goodness, according to what you know of her intentions and desire, to palliate what you may deem necessary to repeat." "Ah, poor Miss Joddrel," said Ellis, in a melancholy tone. "And is this the success of my embassy?" "Did you, then, wish," Harleigh began, with the quickness of which he instantly felt the impropriety, and changed his phrase into, "Did you, then, suspect any other?" "I was truly sorry to be entrusted with the commission." "I easily conceive that it is not such a one as you would have given, but there is a dangerous singularity in the character of Miss Joddrel that makes her prone to devote herself to whatever is new, wild, or uncommon. Even now, perhaps, she conceives that she is the champion of her sex in showing it the road, a dangerous road, to a new walk in life. Yet, these eccentricities set apart, how rare are her qualities, how powerful is her mind, how sportive her fancy, and how noble is her superiority to every species of art or artifice." "Yet with all this," said Ellis, looking at him expressively, "yet with all this," she knew not how to proceed, but he saw her meaning. "With all this," he said, "you are surprised, perhaps, that I should look for other qualities, other virtues in her whom I should aspire to make the companion of my life. I beseech you, however, to believe that neither insolence nor ingratitude makes me insensible to her worth, but, though it often meets my admiration, sometimes my esteem, and always my goodwill and regard, it is not of a texture to create that sympathy without which even friendship is cold. I have indeed, till now—" He paused. "Poor, poor Miss Joddrel!" exclaimed Ellis. "If you could but have heard, or if I knew but how to repeat even the millionth part of what she thinks of you, of the respect with which she is ready to yield to your opinions, of the enthusiasm with which she honours your character, of the devotion with which she nearly worships you—" She stopped short, ashamed, and as fearful that she had been now too urgent, as before that she had been too cold. Harleigh heard her with considerable emotion. "I hope," he said, "your feelings, like those of most minds gifted with strong sensibility, have taken the pencil in this portrait from your cooler judgment. I should be grieved, indeed, to suppose— But what can a man suppose, what say, upon such a subject so delicate, that may not appear offensive? Suffer me, therefore, to drop it, and have the goodness to let that same sensibility operate in terminating, in such a manner as may be least shocking to her, all view and all thought that I could ever, or ever can, entertain the most distant project of supplanting my brother." "Will you not, at least, speak to her yourself?" "I had far rather speak to you. Yet certainly yes, if she desire it." "Give me leave, then, to say," cried Ellis, moving towards the bedroom door, "that you request an audience." "By no means. I merely do not object to it. You may easily conceive what pain I shall be spared if it may be evaded. All I request is a few moments with you. Hastily, therefore, let me ask, is your plan decided?" "To the best of my power, of my ideas, rather, yes. But indeed I must not thus abandon my charge." "And will you not let me inquire what it is?" "There is one thing only in which I have any hope that my exertions may turn to account. I wish to offer myself as a governess to some young lady, or ladies." "I beseech you," he cried, with sudden fervour, "to confide to me the nature of your situation. I know well I have no claim. I seem to have even no pretext for such a request. Yet there are sometimes circumstances that not only excuse, but imperiously demand extraordinary measures. Perhaps mine, at this moment, are of that sort. Perhaps I am at a loss what step to take, till I know to whom I address myself." "Oh, sir," cried Ellis, holding up her hands in act of supplication, "you will be heard." Harleigh, conscious that he had been off all guard, silenced himself immediately, and walked hastily to the window. Ellis knew not whether to retire at once to her own room, or to venture into that of Elinor, or to require any further answer. This last, however, Harleigh seemed in no state to give. He leant his forehead upon his hand, and remained wrapped in thought. Ellis, struck by a manner which showed that he felt, and apparently repented, the possible meaning that his last words might convey, was now as much ashamed for herself as for Elinor, and not wishing to meet his eyes, glided softly back to her chamber. Here, whatever might be the fullness of her mind, she was not allowed an instant for reflection. Elinor followed her immediately. She shut the door, and walked closely up to her. Elinor feared to behold her, yet saw, by a glance, that her eyes were sparkling, and that her face was dressed in smiles. "This is a glorious day for me," she cried. "'Tis the pride of my life to have brought such a one into the history of my existence." Ellis officiously got her a chair, arranged the fire, examined if the windows were well closed, and sought any occupation to postpone the moment of speaking to or looking at her. She was not offended. She did not appear to be hurried. She seemed enchanted with her own ideas. Yet she had a strangeness in her manner that Ellis thought extremely alarming. "Well," she cried, when she had taken her seat, and saw that Ellis could find no further pretext for employing herself in the little apartment, "what garb do you bring me? How am I to be arrayed?" Ellis begged to know what she meant. "Is it a wedding garment?" replied she, gaily, "or," abruptly changing her tone into a deep hoarse whisper, "a shroud?" Ellis, shuddering, durst not answer. Elinor, catching her hand, said, "Don't be frightened. I am at this moment equal to whatever may be my destiny. I am at a point of elevation that makes my fate nearly indifferent to me. Speak, therefore, but only to the fact. I have neither time nor humour for narratory delays. I tried to hear you, but you both talked so whisperingly that I could not make out a sentence." "Indeed, Miss Joddrel," said Ellis, trembling violently, "Mr Harleigh's regard, his affection—" "Not a word of that trite class," cried Elinor, with sudden severity. "If you would not again work all my passions into inflammation, involve me no more in doubt. Fear nothing else. I am nowhere else vulnerable. Set aside, then, all childish calculations of giving me an inch or two more, or an inch or two less of pain, and be brief and true." Ellis could not utter a word. Every phrase she could suggest seemed to teem with danger, yet she felt that her silence could not but indicate the truth which it sought to hide. She hung her head, and sighed in disturbed perplexity. Elinor looked at her for some time with an examining eye, and then, hastily rising, emphatically exclaimed, "You are mute. I see then my doom, and I shall meet it with glory." Smiles, triumphant but wild, now played about her face. "Ellis," she cried, "go to your work, or whatever you are about, and take no manner of heed of me. I have something of importance to arrange, and can brook no interruption." Ellis acquiesced, returning to the employment of her needle, for which Mrs Fenn took especial care that she should never lack materials. Elinor spoke to her no more, but her ruminations, though undisturbed by her companion, were by no means quiet or silent. She paced hastily up and down the room, sat in turn upon a chair, a window seat, and the bed, talked to herself, sometimes with a vehemence that made several detached words, though no sentences, intelligible, sometimes in softer accents, and with eyes and gestures of exultation, and frequently she went into a corner by the side of the window, where she looked, in secret, at something in a shagreen case that she held in her hand, and had brought out of her chamber, and to which she occasionally addressed herself, with a fervency that shook her whole frame, and with expressions which, though broken and half pronounced, denoted that she considered it as something sacred. At length, with an air of transport, she exclaimed, "Yes, that will produce the best effect. What an idiot have I been to hesitate!" Then, turning with quickness to Ellis, "Ellis," she cried, "I have withheld from any questions relative to yourself, because I abominate all subterfuge. But you will not suppose I am contented with my ignorance. You will not imagine it a matter of indifference to me to know how I have failed." She reddened. Passion took possession of every feature, and for a moment nearly choked her voice. She again walked, with rapid motion, about the room, and then ejaculated, "Let me be patient. Let me not take away all grandeur from my despair, and reduce it to mere common madness. Let me wait the fated moment, and then let the truth burst, blaze, and flame, till it devour me. Ellis," she presently added, "find Harleigh. Tell him I wish him a good journey from the summer house in the garden. Not a soul ever enters it at this time of the year. Bid him go thither directly. I shall soon join him. I will wait in my room till you call me. Be quick." Ellis required not to have this order repeated. To place her under the care of Harleigh, and intimate to him the excess of her love, with the apprehensions which she now herself conceived of the dangerous state of her mind, was all that could be wished. And where so essential a service might be rendered, or a mischief be prevented, personal punctilio was out of the question. He was not in the hall, but, from one of the windows, she perceived him walking near the house. A painful sensation, upon being obliged again to force herself upon his notice, disturbed, though she would not suffer it to check her. He was speaking with his groom. She stopped at the hall door, with a view to catch his eye, and succeeded, but he bowed without approaching her, and continued to discourse with his groom. To seem bent upon pursuing him, when he appeared himself to think that he had gone too far, and even to mean to shun her, dyed her cheeks of the deepest vermilion, though she compelled herself, from a terror of the danger of delay, to run across the gravel walk before the house, to address him. He saw her advance, with extreme surprise, but by no means with the same air of pleasure that he had manifested in the morning. His look was embarrassed, and he seemed unwilling to meet her eyes. Yet he awaited her with a respect that made his groom, unbidden, retire to some distance, though to await her at all, when he might have met her, struck her, even in this hurried and terrified moment, as offering the strongest confirmation which she had yet received, that it was not a man of pleasure or of gallantry, but of feeling and of truth, into whose way she was thus singularly and frequently cast, and the impression which she had made upon his mind had never, to her hitherto nearly absorbed faculties, appeared to be so serious or so sincere, as now, when he first evidently struggled to disguise a partiality, which he seemed persuaded that he had now first betrayed. The sensations which this discovery might produce in herself were unexamined. The misery with which it teemed for Elinor, and a desire to relieve his own delicacy, by appearing unconscious of his secret, predominated, and she assumed sufficient self-command to deliver the message of Elinor, with a look and in a voice that seemed insensible and unobservant of every other subject. He soon now recovered his usual tone and disengaged manner. "She must certainly," he said, "be obeyed, though I so little expected such a summons that I was giving directions for my departure." "Ah, no," cried Ellis, "rather again defer it." "You would have me again defer it?" he repeated, with a vivacity he tried still more, though vainly, to subdue than to disguise. The word again did not make the cheeks of Ellis paler, but she answered with eagerness, "Yes, for the same purpose and same person, I am forced to speak explicitly and abruptly. Indeed, sir, you know not, you conceive not, the dreadfully alarming state of her nerves, nor the violence of her attachment. You could scarce else—" She stopped, for he changed colour and looked hurt. She saw he comprehended that she meant to add, "You could scarcely else resist her." She finished, therefore, her phrase by "scarcely else plan leaving her till you saw her more composed and more reconciled to herself and to the world." "You may imagine," said he, pensively, it is anything rather than my inclination that carries me hence, but I greatly fear 'tis the only prudent measure I can pursue. You can best judge by seeing her, said Ellis. Her situation is truly deplorable, her faculties are all disordered, her very intellects, I fear, are shaken, and there is no misfortune, no horror, which her desperation, if not softened, does not menace. Harleigh now seemed awakened to sudden alarm, and deep concern, and Ellis painfully, with increasing embarrassment, from increasing consciousness, added, You will do, I am sure, what is possible to snatch her from despair. And then returned to the house, satisfied that her meaning was perfectly comprehended, by the excess of consternation into which it obviously cast Harleigh. End of chapter 17. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 18 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 18. Comforted, at least, for Elinor, whose situation in being known seemed to lose its greatest danger, Ellis, with less oppression upon her spirits, returned to the dressing-room. Elinor was writing, and too intently occupied to heed the opening of the door. The motion of her hand was so rapid that her pen seemed rather to skim over than to touch her paper. Ellis gently approached her, but, finding that she did not raise her head, ventured not even to announce that her orders had been executed. At length, her paper being filled, she looked up and said, Well, is he there? I have delivered to him, madam, your commands. Then, cried she, rising with an exulting air, the moment of my triumph is come. Yes, Harleigh, if meanly I have offended you my person, nobly at least I will consecrate to you my soul. Hastily rolling up what she had been writing, and putting it into a desk, Ellis, she added, mark me well. Should any accident betide me, here will be found the last and unalterable codicil to my will. It is signed, but not witnessed. It is not, however, of a nature to be disputed. It is to desire only that Harleigh will take care that my bones shall be buried in the same charnel house in which he orders the interment of his own. All that remains finally of either of us there, at least, may meet. Ellis turned cold with horror. Her first idea was to send for Mrs Maple, yet that lady was so completely without influence, that any interference on her part might rather stimulate than impede what it was meant to oppose. It seemed, therefore, safest to trust wholly to Harleigh. The eyes of Elinor were wild and fierce, her complexion was livid, her countenance was become haggard, and, while she talked of triumph, and fancied it was what she felt, every feature exhibited the most tortured marks of impetuous sorrow, and ungoverned disappointment. She took from her bureau the shagreen case which she had so fondly caressed, and which Ellis concluded to contain some portrait or cherished keepsake of Harleigh, and hurried downstairs. Ellis fearfully followed her. No one happened to be in the way, and she was already in the garden, when, turning suddenly round, and perceiving Ellis, "Oh-ho!" she cried, "you are come unbidden. You are right, I shall want you." She then precipitately entered the summer-house, in which Harleigh was awaiting her in the keenest anxiety. His disturbance was augmented upon observing her extreme paleness, though she tried to meet him with a smile. She shut and bolted the door, and seated herself before she spoke. Assuming then a mien of austerity, though her voice betrayed internal tremor, "Harleigh," she cried, "be not alarmed. I have received your answer. Fear not that I shall ever expect, or would now ever listen to another. 'Tis to vindicate, not to lower my character, that I am here. I have given you, I am aware, a great surprise by what you conceive to be my weakness. Prepare yourself for a yet greater, from an opposite cause. I come to explain to you the principles by which I am actuated, clearly and roundly, without false modesty, insipid affectation, or artful ambiguity. You will then know from what plan of reasoning I adopt my measures, which as yet, believing to be urged only by my feelings, you attribute perhaps, like that poor scared Ellis, to insanity. Ellis forced a smile, and, seating herself at some distance, tried to wear the appearance of losing her apprehensions, while Harleigh, drawing a chair near Elinor, assured her that his whole mind was engaged in attention to what she might disclose. Her voice now became more steady, and she proceeded. You think me, I know, tarnished by those very revolutionary ideas through which, in my own estimation, I am ennobled. I owe to them that I dare hold myself intellectually, as well as personally, an equal member of the community, not a poor, degraded, however necessary, appendant to it. I owe to them my enfranchisement from the mental slavery of subscribing to unexamined opinions, and being governed by prejudices that I despise. I owe to them the precious privilege, so shamefully new to mankind, of daring to think for myself. But for them, should I not, at this moment, be pining away my lingering existence in silent consumption? They have rescued me from that slow poison. In what manner, said Harleigh, can I presume? She interrupted him. Imagine not that I am come to reproach you, or still less to soften you. She stopped, confused, rose, and again seated herself before she could go on. No littleness of that description belongs not to such energies as those which you have awakened. I come but, I repeat, to defend myself from any injurious suspicion of having lightly given way to a mere impulse of passion. I come to bring you conviction that reason has guided my conduct, and I come to solicit a boon from you, a last boon, before we separate forever. I am charmed, if you have anything to ask of me, said Harleigh, that my zeal, my friendship, my attachment may find some vent, but why speak of so solemn a separation? You will grant, then, what I mean to request? What can it be I could refuse? Enough, you will soon know. Now to my justification. Hear me, Harleigh. She arose, and, clasping her hands, with strong yet tender emotion, exclaimed, That I should love you! She stopped. Shame crimsoned her skin. She covered her face with both her hands, and sunk again upon her chair. Harleigh was strongly and painfully affected. Oh, Elinor! He cried, and was going to take her hand, but the fear of misinterpretation made him draw back, and Elinor, almost instantly recovering, raised her head and said, How tenacious a tyrant is custom! How it clings to our practice! How it embarrasses our conduct! How it awes our very nature itself, and bewilders and confounds even our free will! We are slaves to its laws and its follies, till we forget its usurpation. Who should have told me only 5 minutes ago, that, at an instant such as this, an instant of liberation from all shackles, of defiance to all forms, its antique prescriptions should still retain their power to confuse and torment me? Who should have told me that, at an instant such as this, I should blush to pronounce the attachment in which I ought to glory, and hardly know how to articulate? That I should love you, Harleigh, can surprise no one but yourself. Her cheeks were now in flames, and those of Harleigh were tinted with nearly as high a colour. Ellis fixed her eyes steadfastly upon the floor. Shocked, in spite of her sunk expectations, that words such as these could be heard by Harleigh in silence, she resumed again the haughty air with which she had begun the conference. I ought not to detain you so long, for a defence so unimportant. What, to you, can it matter that my valueless preference should be acknowledged from the spur of passion, or the dictates of reason? And yet to the receiver, as well as the offerer, a sacrifice brings honour or disgrace, according to its motives. Listen, therefore, for both our sakes, to mine, though they may lead you to a subject which you have long since, in common with every man that breathes, wished exploded, the rights of woman.
Rights, however, which all your sex, with all its arbitrary assumption of superiority, can never disprove, for they are the rights of human nature, to which the two sexes equally and unalienably belong. But I must leave to abler casuists, and the slow, all-arranging ascendants of truth, to raise our oppressed half of the human species, to the equality and dignity for which equal nature, that gives us birth and death alike, designs us. I must spend my remaining moments in egotism, for all that I have time to attempt is my personal vindication. Harleigh, from the first instant that I saw you, heard you, knew you... She breathed hard, and spoke with difficulty, but forced herself on. From that first instant, Harleigh, I have lived but to cherish your idea. Her features now regained their highest expression of vivacity, and, rising and looking at him with a sort of wild rapture, "Oh, Harleigh," she continued, "have I attained at last this exquisite moment? What does it not pay of excruciating suspense, of hateful, laborious forbearance, and unnatural self-denial? Harleigh, dearest Harleigh, you are master of my soul, you are sovereign of my esteem, my admiration, my every feeling of tenderness, and every idea of perfection. Accept then the warm homage of a glowing heart that beats but for you, and that, beating in vain, will beat no more." The crimson hue now mounted to her forehead, and reddened her neck. Her eyes became lustrous, and she was preparing, with an air of ecstasy, to open the shagreen case which she had held folded to her bosom, when Harleigh, seizing her hand, dropped on one knee, and hardly conscious of what he did, or what he felt, from the terrible impression made by a speech so full of love, despair, and menace, exclaimed, "Elinor! You crown me then with honours, but to kill me with torture?" With a look of softness new to her features, new to her character, and emanating from sensations of delight new to her hopes, Elinor sunk gently upon her chair, yet left him full possession of her hand, and, for some instants, seemed silent from a luxury of inward enjoyment. "Is it Harleigh?" she then cried. "Albert Harleigh, I see at my feet? Ah, what is the period since I have known him, in which I would not joyfully have resigned all the rest of my life, for a sight, a moment such as this? Dear, dear, delicious poison! Thrill, thrill through my veins, throb at my heart, new string every fibre of my frame! Is it then granted me at last to see thee thus, and thus dare speak to thee, to give sound to my feelings, to allow utterance of my love, to dare suffer my own breath to emit the purest flame that ever warmed a virgin heart? Ah, Harleigh, proud Harleigh!" Harleigh, embarrassed, had risen, though without quitting her hand, and reseated himself. "Proud, proud Harleigh!" she continued, angrily snatching away her hand. "You think even this little moment of sympathy too long for love and Elinor? You fear, perhaps, that she should expect its duration, or repetition? Know me, Harleigh, better. I come not to sue you for compassion. I would not accept it. Elinor may fail to excite your regard, but she will never make you blush that you have excited hers. My choice itself speaks the purity of my passion, for are not Harleigh and honour one?" She paused to recover some composure, and then went on. "You have attached neither a weak, giddy, unguarded fool, nor an idly wilful or romantic voluptuary. My defence is graded upon your character as much as upon my own. I could divide it into many branches, but I will content myself with only striking at its root, namely the right of woman, if endowed with senses, to make use of them. Oh, Harleigh, why have I seen you wiser and better than all your race, sounder in your judgment, more elegant in your manners, more spirited in your conduct, lively though benevolent, gentle though brilliant? Oh, Albert, Albert, if I must listen to you with the same dull ears, look at you with the same unmarking eyes, and think of you with the same unmeaning coldness, with which I hear, see, and consider the time-wearing, spirit-consuming, soul-wasting tribe that daily press upon my sight, and offend my understanding, can you ask, can you expect, can you wish to doom half your species to so degraded a state? to look down upon the wife who is meant for the companion of your existence, and upon the mother of whose nature you must so largely partake, as upon mere sleepy, slavish, uninteresting automatons? Say, speak, answer, Harleigh, can such be your lordly, yet most unmanly desire? And is it seriously that Elinor would have me reply to such a question? No, Harleigh, your noble liberal nature answers it in every word, in every look. You accord, then, you conceive, at least, all that constitutes my defence, in allowing me the use of my faculties, for how better can I employ them than in doing honour to excellence? Why, for so many centuries, has man, alone, been supposed to possess, not only force and power for action and defence, but even all the rights of taste, all the fine sensibilities which impel our happiest sympathies, in the choice of our life's partners? Why, not alone, is woman to be excluded from the exertions of courage, the field of glory, the immortal death of honour? Not alone to be denied deliberating upon the safety of the state in which she is a member, and the utility of the laws by which she must be governed? Must even her heart be circumscribed by boundaries as narrow as her sphere of action in life? Must she be taught to subdue all its native emotions? To hide them as sin, and to deny them as shame? Must her affections be bestowed but as the recompense of flattery received, not of merit discriminated? Must everything that she does be prescribed by rule? Must everything that she says be limited to what has been said before? Must nothing that is spontaneous, generous, intuitive, spring from her soul to her lips? And do you, even you, Harleigh, despise unbidden love? No, Elinor, no, if I durst tell you what I think of it. He stopped, embarrassed. I understand you, Harleigh. You know not how to find expressions that may not wound me. Well, let me not pain you. Let us hasten to conclude. I have spoken all that I am now capable to utter in my defence. Nothing more remains but the boon I have to beg. Harleigh, if there be a question you can resolve me, that may mitigate the horror of my destiny, without diminishing its glory, for glory and horror go hand in hand, would you refuse me when I solicit it as a boon? Would you refuse, Harleigh, to satisfy me, even though my demand should be perplexing? Could you, Harleigh, refuse me, and at such a moment as this? No, certainly not. Tell me then, and fear not to be sincere, is it to some other attachment? A sort of shivering fit stopped her for a moment, but she recovered from it by a pride that seemed to burn through every vein, as she added, or is it to innate repugnance that I owe your dislike? Dislike? Repugnance? Harleigh repeated with quickness. Can Elinor be at once so generous and so unjust? Can she delineate her own feelings with so touching and so glowing a pencil, yet so ill describe, or so wilfully fail in comprehending mine? Dare then to be ingenuous, and save me, Harleigh, if with truth you can, the depression, the shame of being rejected from impenetrable apathy. I ought, I know, to be above such narrow punctilio, and to allow the independence of your liberty. But I did not fall into the refining hands of philosophy early enough to eradicate wholly from my mind all dregs of the clinging first impressions of habit and education. Say then, Harleigh, if it be in your power so to say, that it is not a free heart which thus coldly disdains me, that it is not a disengaged mind which refuses me its sympathy, that it is not to personal aversion, but to some previous regard, that I owe your insensibility. To me the event will be the same, but the failure will be less ignoble. How difficult, O Elinor, how next to impossible such a statement makes every species of answer! At a point, Harleigh, awful and finite to our intercourse like this, fall not into what I have hitherto, with so much reference, seen you, upon all occasions, superior to subterfuge and evasion. Be yourself, Harleigh. What can you be more noble? And plainly, simply let me into the cause, since you cannot conceal from me the effect. Speak then. Is it but in the sullen majesty of masculine superiority, lord of yourself, uncumbered by a wife, that you fly all marriage bonds with insulated, haughty singleness? Or is it that, deceived by my apparent engagement, your heart never asked itself the worth of mine, till already all its own pulsations beat for another object. Harleigh tried to smile, tried to rally, tried to divert the question. All in vain. Elinor became but more urgent, and more disordered. "Oh, Harleigh!" she cried, "is it too much to ask this one mark of your confidence, for a creature who has cast her whole destiny at your feet? Speak, if you would not devote me to distraction! Speak, if you would not consign me to immediate delirium!" "And what," cried he, trembling at her vehemence, "would you have me say?" "That it is not Elinor whom you despise, but another whom you love." "Elinor, are you mad?" "No, Harleigh, no, but I am wild with anguish to dive into the full depth of my disgrace, to learn whether it were inevitable, from the very nature of things, from personal antipathy, gloss it over as you will with esteem, regard, and professions, or whether you had found that you also had a soul, before mine was laid open to you. No evasion, no delay," continued she, with augmenting impetuosity. "You have promised to grant my boon. Speak, Harleigh, speak! Was it my direful fate, or your insuperable antipathy?" "It was surely not antipathy!" cried he, in a tone the most soothing, yet with a look affrighted, and unconscious, till he had spoken, of the inference to which his words might be liable. "I thank you!" cried she, fervently. "Harleigh, I thank you! This at least is noble. This is treating me with distinction. This is honouring me with trust. It abates the irritating tinglings of mortified pride. It persuades me I am the victim of misfortune, not of contempt." Suddenly then, turning to Ellis, whose eyes, during the whole scene, had seemed riveted to the floor, she expressively added, "I ask not the object." Harleigh breathed hard, yet kept his face in an opposite direction, and endeavoured to look as if he did not understand her meaning. Ellis commanded her features to remain unmoved, but her complexion was not under the same control. Frequent blushes crossed her cheeks, which, though they died away almost as soon as they were born, vanished only to reappear, evincing all the unconsciousness that she struggled to suppress. A pause ensued, to Harleigh unspeakably painful, and to Ellis indescribably distressing, during which Elinor fell into a profound reverie, from which, after a few minutes, wildly starting, "Harleigh," she cried, "is your wedding day fixed?" "My wedding day?" he repeated, with a forced smile. "Must not my wedding itself be fixed first?" "And is it not fixed? Does it depend upon Ellis?" He looked palpably disconcerted, while Ellis, hastily raising her head, exclaimed, "Upon me, madam? No, indeed! I am completely in every way out of the question." "Of you," said Elinor, with severity, "I mean not to make any inquiry. You are an adept in the occult sciences, and such I venture not to encounter. But you, Harleigh, will you also practice disguise, and fall so in love with mystery as to lose your nobler nature, in a blind, infatuated admiration of the marvellous and obscure?" Ellis resentfully reddened, but her cheeks were pale to those of Harleigh. Neither of them, however, spoke, and Elinor continued. "I cannot, Harleigh, be deceived, and I will not be trifled with. When you came over to fetch me from France, when the fatal name of sister gave me a right to interrogate you, I frankly asked the state of your heart, and you unhesitatingly told me it was wholly free. Since that period, whom have you seen, whom noticed, except Ellis? Ellis, Ellis! From the first moment that you've beheld her, she has seemed the mistress of your destiny, the arbitress of your will. My boon, then, Harleigh, my boon! Without a moment's further delay, appease the raging ferment in my veins, clear away every surmise, and generously, honestly say, 'tis Ellis, or it is another, and not Ellis, I prefer to you." "Elinor, Elinor!" cried Harleigh, in a universal tremor. "It is I that you will make mad!" While Ellis, not daring to draw upon herself again the rebuke which might follow a single declaiming word, rose, and turning from them both, stood facing the window. It is surely Ellis, then, what you will not, Harleigh, avow, is precisely what you proclaim. It is surely Ellis. Ellis opened the window, and leant out her head. Harleigh, clapping his hand upon his crimsoned forehead, walked with hasty steps round the little apartment. Losing now all self-command, and wringing her hands in a transport of ungovernable anguish. "Oh, Harleigh, Harleigh!" Elinor cried, "to what a chimera have you given your heart! To an existence unintelligible, a character unfathomable, a creature of imagination, though visible! Oh, can you believe she will ever love you as Elinor loves? With the warmth, with the truth, with the tenderness, with the choice? Can she show herself as disinterested? Can she prove herself as devoted?" "She aims, madam, at no rivalry," said Ellis, gravely, and returning to her seat, while Harleigh, tortured between resentment and pity, stood still, without venturing to look up or reply. "Rivalry!" repeated Elinor, with high disdain. "No! Upon what species of competition could rivalry be formed, between Elinor and a compound of cold caution and selfish prudence? Oh, Harleigh, how is it you thus can love all you were wont to scorn? Double dealing, false appearances, and lurking disguise, without a family she dare claim, without a story she dare tell, without a name she dare avow!" A deep sigh, which now burst from Ellis, terminated the conflict between indignation and compassion in Harleigh, who raised his eyes to meet those of Elinor, with an expression of undisguised displeasure. "You are angry," she cried, clasping her hands with forced and terrible joy. "You are angry, and I am thankful for the lesson. I meant not to have lingered thus. My design was to have been abrupt and noble." Looking at him, then, with uncontrolled emotion, "If ever man deserved the sacrifice of a pure heart," she continued, "'tis you, Harleigh, you; and mine, from the period it first became conscious of its devotion to you, has felt that it could not survive the certitude of your union with another. All else, of slight, of failure, of inadequate pretensions, might be borne. For where neither party is happy, misery is not aggravated by contrast, nor mortification by comparison. But to become the object of insolent pity to the happy, to make a part of a rival's blessings, by being offered up at the shrine of her superiority, no, Harleigh, no! Such abasement is not for Elinor. And what is the charm of this wretched machine of clay, that can pay for sustaining its burden under similar disgrace? Let those who prize support it. For me, my glass is run, my cup is full. I die." "Die!" repeated Ellis, with a faint scream, while Harleigh looked petrified with horror. "Yes, die!" answered Elinor, with a smile triumphant though ghastly. "Or sleep, call it which you will. So animation be over, so feeling be past, so my soul no longer linger under the leaden oppression of disappointment, under sickness of all mortal existence, under incurable, universal disgust. Call it what you please, sleep, rest, or death. Termination is all I seek." "And is there, Elinor, no other name for what follows our earthly dissolution?" cried Harleigh, with a shuddering frown. "What say you if we call it immortality?" "Will you preach to me?" cried she, her eyes darting fire. "Will you bid me look forward to yet another life, when this, short as it is deemed, I find insupportable? Ah, Harleigh, Harleigh!" her eyes suffusing with sudden tenderness, "were I yours, I might wish indeed to be immortal." Harleigh was extremely affected. He approached her, took her hand, and soothingly said, "My dear Elinor, compose your spirits, exert your strength of mind, and suffer us to discuss these subjects at some length." "No, Harleigh, I must not trust myself to your fascinations. How do I know but they might bewitch me out of my reason, and entangle me again in those antique superstitions which make misery so cowardly? No, Harleigh, the star of Ellis has prevailed, and I sink beneath its influence. Else, only sometimes to see you, to hear of you, to watch you, and to think of you always, I would still live, nay, feel joy in life, for still my imagination would gift you, ultimately, with sensibility to my regard. But I anticipate the union which I see to be inevitable, and I spare my senses the shock which I feel would demolish them. Harleigh, dearest Harleigh, adieu." A paleness like that of death overspread her face. What is it? Cried Harleigh, inexpressibly alarmed. What is it Elinor means? To reconquer, by the courage of my death, the esteem I may leave forfeited by my jealousy, my envy, my littleness in life. You only could have corrected my errors. You, by your ascendance over my feelings, might have refined them into virtues. O Harleigh, weigh not alone my imperfections when you recollect my attachment, but remember that I have loved you so as woman never loved. Her voice now faltered, and she shook so violently that she could not support herself. She put her hand gently upon the arm of Harleigh, and, gliding nearly behind him, leant upon his shoulder. He would have spoken words of comfort, but she seemed incapable of hearing him. Farewell, she cried. Harleigh, never will I live to see Ellis yours. Farewell, a long farewell. Precipitately she then opened the shagreen case, and was drawing out its contents, when Ellis, darting forward, caught her arm, and screamed rather than articulated, Ellis will never be his! Forbear! Forbear! Ellis will never be his! The astonished Harleigh, who, hitherto, had rigorously avoided meeting the eyes of Ellis, now turned towards her, with an expression in which all that was not surprise was resentment, while Elinor, seeming suddenly suspended, faintly pronounced, Ellis, deluding Ellis, what is it you say? I am no deluder, cried Ellis yet more eagerly. Rely upon my plighted honour. Harleigh now looked utterly confounded, but Ellis only saw, and seemed only to breathe for Elinor, who, recovering, as if by miracle, her complexion, her voice, and the brightness of her eyes, rapturously exclaimed, O Harleigh! Is there, then, sympathy in our fate? Do you, too, love in vain? And from a change of emotion, too sudden and too mighty for the shattered state of her nerves, she sunk senseless upon the floor. The motive to the strange protestations of Ellis was now apparent. A poignard dropped from the hand of Elinor as she fell, of which, while she spoke her farewell, Ellis had caught a glance. Harleigh seemed himself to require the aid that he was called upon to bestow. He looked at Elinor with a mixture of compassion and horror, and, taking possession of the poignard, Unhappy Elinor, he cried, into what a chaos of error and of crime have these fatal new systems bewildered thee? The revival of Elinor was almost immediate, and though, at first, she seemed to have lost the remembrance of what had happened, the sight of Ellis and Harleigh soon brought it back. She looked from one to the other, as if searching her destiny, and then, with quick impatience, though somewhat checked by shame, cried, Ellis, have you not mocked me? Ellis, covered with blushes and confusion, addressing herself to Harleigh, said, Pardon, Mr. Harleigh, my seeming presumption, where no option has been offered me, and where such an option is as wide from my expectations as it would be from my desert. This terrible crisis must be my apology. A shivering like that of an ague fit again shook the agitated Elinor, who, ejaculating, What farce is this? Fool! Fool! Shall I thus sleepily be duped? Looked keenly around for her lost weapon. Duped? No, madam, cried Ellis, in a tone of impressive veracity. If I had the honour to be better known to Miss Joddrel, one assertion, I flatter myself, would suffice. My word is given. It has never yet been broken. With this declaration, though softened by a sigh the most melancholy, struck cold to the heart of Harleigh. Its effect upon Elinor was that of an ecstasy which seemed the offspring of frenzy. Do I awake, then? She cried, from agony and death, agony impossible to support, death willing and welcome, to renewed life, to an interesting, however deplorable, existence? Is my fate in harmony with the fate of Harleigh? Has he, even he, given his soul, his noble soul, to one who esteems and admires him, yet who will not be his? Can Harleigh love in vain? Tears now rolled fast and unchecked down her cheeks, while, in tones of enthusiasm, she continues,
I hail thee once again, O life, with all thy arrows. Welcome, welcome, every evil that associates my catastrophe with that of Harleigh. Yet I blush, methinks, to live. Blush and feel little, nearly in the same proportion that I should have gloried to die.
With these words, and recoiling from a solemn, yet tender exhortation begun by Harleigh, she abruptly quitted the little building, and, her mind not more highly wrought by self-exaltation than her body was weakened by successive emotions, she was compelled to accept the fearfully offered assistance of Ellis, to regain, with tottering steps, the house. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 19 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 19. Ellis entered into the chamber with Elinor, who, equally exhausted in body and in mind, flung herself upon the bed, where she remained some time totally mute, her eyes wide open, yet looking at nothing, apparently in a state of stupefaction, but from which, in a few minutes, suddenly starting, and taking Ellis by the hand, with a commanding air, she abruptly said, "Ellis, are you fixed to marry Lord Melbury?" Ellis positively disclaimed any such idea. "What am I to infer?" cried Elinor, with returning and frightful agitation. "Will you be firm to your engagement? Is it truly your decision to refuse the hand of Harleigh, though he were to offer it you?" Ellis shuddered and looked down, but answered, "I will surely, madam, never forget my engagement." The most perfect calm now succeeded to the many storms which had both impelled and shattered Elinor. And, after swallowing a copious draught of cold water, she laid her head upon her pillow, and fell into a profound and heavy, though not tranquil sleep. Ellis, unable to conjecture in what frame of mind she might wake, did not dare leave her. She sat watchfully by her side, amazed to see that, with such energy of character, such quickness of parts, such strength of comprehension, she not only gave way to all her impulses like a child, but, like a child also, when over-fatigued, could suddenly lose her sufferings and her remembrance in a sort of spontaneous slumber. But the balmy rest of even spirits and a composed mind was far from Elinor. Exhausted nature claimed some respite from frantic exertion, and obtained it, but no more. She awoke then, yet though it was with a frightful start, even this short repose proved salutary, not only to her nerves, but to her intellects. Her passions became less inflamed, and her imagination less heated. And, though she remained unchanged in her plans, and impenitent in her opinions, she acknowledged herself sensible to the strangeness of her conduct, and not without shame for its violence. These, however, were transitory sensations. One regret alone hung upon her with any serious weight. This was having suffered her dagger to be seen and seized. She feared being suspected of a mere puerile effort to frighten from Harleigh an offer of his hand, in menacing what she had not courage, nor perhaps even intention to perform. This suggestion was intolerable. She blushed with shame as it crossed her mind. She shook with passion, as she considered that such might be the disgraceful opinion, that might tarnish the glory that she meant to acquire, by dying at the feet of the object of her adoration, at the very moment of yielding to the happier star of an acknowledged rival, a willing martyr to successless but heroic love. She was now tempted to prove her sincerity by her own immediate destruction. "And yet," she cried, "shall I not bear what Harleigh bears? Shall I not know the destiny of Harleigh?" This idea again reconciled her to present life, though not to her actual situation. and she ruminated laboriously for some time in gloomy silence, from which, however, breaking with sudden vivacity, "No, no," she cried, "I will not risk any aspersing doubt. I will show him I have a soul that strenuously emulates the nobleness of his own. He shall see, he shall confess, that no meanness is mixed with the love of Elinor. He shall not suppose, because she glories in its undisguised avowal, that she waits in the humble hope for a turn in her favour, that she is a candidate for his regard, a supplicant for his compassion. No, he shall see that she is frank without weakness, and free from every species of dissimulation or stratagem." She then rushed out of the room, shutting the door after her, and commanding Ellis not to follow. But Ellis, fearing every moment some dreadful catastrophe, softly pursued her, till she saw her enter the servants' hall, whence, after giving some orders, in a low voice and hurried manner, to her own footman, she remounted to her chamber, into which, without opposition, or even notice, Ellis also glided. Here, eagerly seizing a pen with the utmost rapidity, though with many blots and frequent erasures, she wrote a long letter, which she read and altered repeatedly before she folded. She then wrote a shorter one, then rang for her maid, to whom she gave some secret directions, which she finished by commanding that she would find out Mr Harleigh, and desire that he would go immediately to the summer-house. In about a quarter of an hour, which she spent in reading, revising, sealing, and directing her letters, the maid returned, and, after a long whisper, said that she had given the message to Mr Harleigh. Turning now to Ellis, with a voice and air of decision that seemed imperiously to forbid resistance, she put into her hand the long letter which she had just written, and said, "Take this to him immediately, and, while he reads it, mark every change of his countenance, so as to be able to deduce and clearly to understand the sensations which pass in his mind." When Ellis expostulated upon the utter impropriety of her following Mr Harleigh, she sternly said, "Give the letter, then, to whatever other person you judge most proper to become a third in my confidence." She then nearly forced her out of the room. Ellis did not dare venture to keep the letter as she wished, till some opportunity should offer for presenting it quietly, lest some high importance should be annexed to its quick delivery. Yet she felt that it would be cruel and indelicate to make over such a commission to another. In opposition, therefore, to the extremest personal repugnance, she compelled herself, with fearful and unwilling, yet hasty steps, to proceed again to the summer-house. She found Harleigh, with an air at once pensive and alarmed, waiting for Elinor; but at the unexpected sight of Ellis, and of Ellis alone, every feature brightened, though his countenance, his manner, his whole frame, evinced increased agitation. Anxious to produce her excuse for an intrusion of which she felt utterly ashamed, she instantly presented him the letter, saying, "Miss Joddrel would take no denial in my being its bearer. She has even charged me to remain with you while you read it." "Were that," said he, expressively, "the severest pain she inflicts upon me, I should soon become her debtor for feelings that leave pain apart. Urgent indeed was my desire to see you again, and without delay, for after what has passed this morning, silence and forbearance are no longer practicable." "Yet at this moment," said Ellis, striving but ineffectually to speak without disturbance, "it will be impossible for me to defer returning to the house." "Yet if not now, when?" "I know not, but she will be very impatient for some account of her letter." "She will, at least, not be desperate, since she expects and therefore will wait for you. How, then, can I hope to find a more favourable opportunity for obtaining a few instants of your time?" "But though she may not be desperate just now, is it not possible, sir, that my staying may irritate and make her so?" "That, unhappily, is too true. There is no relying upon the patience or the fortitude of one so completely governed by impulse, and who considers her passions as her guides to glory, not as the subtlest enemies of every virtue. Nevertheless, what I feel for her is far beyond what, situated as I now am with her, I dare express. Yet at this moment... Will you not read her letter?" "That you may run away?" cried he, half smiling. "No, at this moment I will not read her letter, that you may be forced to stay." "You cannot wish me to make her angry." "Far, far from it. But what chance have I to meet you again if I lose you now? Be not alarmed, I beg. She will naturally conclude that I am studying her letter, and, but for an insuperable necessity of some explanation, I could indeed think of no other subject, for dreadful is the impression which the scene that I have just had with her has made upon my nerves. Ah, how could she imagine such a one calculated to engage my heart? How wide is it from all that, to me, appears attractive? Her spirit I admire, but where is the sweetness I could love? I respect her understanding, but where is the softness that should make it charm while it enlightens? I am grateful for her partiality, but where is the dignity that might ennoble it, or the delicacy that might make it as refined as it is flattering? Where the soul's fascination, that grows out of the mingled excellencies, the blended harmonies of the understanding with the heart and the manners? Vainly Ellis strove to appear unconscious of the comparison, and the application, which the eyes of Harleigh, yet more pointedly than his words, marked for herself in this speech. Her quickly rising blushes divulged all that her stillness, her unmoved features tried to disguise, and, to get rid of her confusion, she again desired that he would open the letter, and with an urgency which he could not resist. He merely stipulated that she would wait to hear his answer, and then read what follows. For Albert Harleigh. I am sick of the world, yet still I crawl upon its surface. I scorn and defy the whole human race, yet doom myself to be numbered in its community. While you, Albert Harleigh, you whom alone of all that live and breathe I prize, you, even your sight, I from this moment eternally renounce. Such the mighty ascendance of the passion which you have inspired, that I will sooner forego that only blessing, though the universe without it is a hateful blank to my eyes, than risk opposing the sway of your opinion, or suffer you to think me ignoble, though you know me to be enslaved. O Harleigh, how far from all that is vile and debasing is the flame, the pure though ardent flame that you have kindled! To its animating influence I am indebted for one precious moment of heavenly truth, and for having snatched from the grave, which in its own nothingness will soon moulder away my frame, the history of my feelings. I have conquered the tyrant false pride. I have mocked the puerilities of education. I have set at naught and defeated even the monster custom. But you, O Harleigh, you I obey without waiting for a command. You I seek to humour without aspiring to please. To you, my free soul, my liberated mind, my new-born ideas, all yield, slaves, willing slaves, to what I only conceive to be your counsel, only conjecture to be your judgment, that since I have failed to touch your heart, after having opened to you my own, a total separation will be due to my fame for the world, due to delicacy for myself. Be it so, Albert. We will part. Though my fame, in my own estimation, would be elevated to glory, by the publication of a choice that does me honour, though my delicacy would be gratified, would be sanctified, by showing the purity of a passion as spotless as it is hopeless, yet will I hide myself in the remotest corner of the universe, rather than resist you even in thought. Oh, Albert, how sovereign is your power! More absolute than the tyranny of the controlling world, more arbitrary than prescription, more invincible than the prejudices of ages. You I cannot resist. You I shall only breathe to adore, to bear all you bear, the tortures of disappointment, the abominations of incertitude, to say, Harleigh himself endures this, we suffer in unison, our woes are sympathetic. O word to charm all the rigour of calamity! Harleigh, I exist but to know how your destiny will be fulfilled,
and then to come from my concealment and bid you a last farewell, to leave upon the record of your memory the woes of my passion, and then consign myself for ever to my native oblivion. Till then, adieu, Albert Harleigh, adieu. Eleanor Joddrell. Harleigh read this letter with a disturbance that, for a while, wholly absorbed his mind and its contents. "Misguided, most unfortunate, yet admirable Eleanor!" he cried. "What a terrible perversion is here of intellect! What a confusion of ideas! What an inextricable chaos of false principles, exaggerated feelings, and imaginary advancement in new doctrines of life!" He paused, thoughtfully and sadly, till Ellis, though sorry to interrupt his meditations, begged his directions what to say upon returning to the house. "What her present plan may be," he answered, "is by no means clear, but so boundless is the license which the followers of the new system allow themselves, that nothing is too dreadful to apprehend. Religion is, if possible, still less respected than law, prescriptive rights, or any of the hitherto acknowledged ties of society. There runs through her letter, as there ran through her discourse this morning, a continual intimation of her disbelief in a future state, of her defiance of all revealed religion, of her high approbation of suicide. The fatal deed from which you rescued her had no excuse to plead from sudden desperation. She came prepared, decided, either to disprove her suspicions or to end her existence. Poor infatuated, yet highly gifted Eleanor! What can be done to save her, to recall her to the use of her reason and the exercise of her duties?" "Will you not, sir, see her? Will you not converse with her upon these points, in which her mind and understanding are so direfully warped?" "Certainly I will, and I beg you to entreat for my admission. I must seek to dissuade her from the wild and useless scheme of seclusion and concealment. But as time now presses, permit me to speak first upon subjects which press irresistibly, unconquerably, your plan of becoming a governess. I dare not stay now to discuss anything personal, yet I cannot refrain from seizing a moment that may not again offer, for making my sincerest apologies upon a subject, and a declaration, I shall never think of without confusion. I feel all its impertinence, its inutility, its presumption, but you will make, I hope, allowance for the excess of my alarm. I could devise no other expedient." "Tell me," cried he, "I beg, was it for her, or was it for me that it was uttered? Tell me the extent of its purpose." "You cannot, surely, sir, cannot for a moment suppose, that I was guided by such egregious vanity as to believe—" She stopped, extremely embarrassed. "Vanity," said he, "is out of the question after what has just passed. Spare then, I beseech, your own candour, as well as my suspense, all unnecessary pain." "I entreat, I conjure you, sir," cried Ellis, now greatly agitated. "Speak only of my commission." "Certainly," he answered. "This is not the period I should have chosen for venturing upon so delicate, I had nearly said so perilous a subject, but, so imperiously called upon, I could neither be insincere nor pusillanimous enough to disavow a charge which every feeling rose to confess. Otherwise, just now, my judgment, my sense of propriety, all in the dark as I am, would sedulously, scrupulously, have constrained my forbearance, till I knew—" He stopped, paused, and then expressively, yet gently added, "to whom I address myself." Ellis coloured highly as she answered, "I beg you, sir, to consider all that was drawn from you this morning, or all that might be inferred, as perfectly null, unpronounced, and unthought." "No!" cried he with energy. "No! To have postponed an explanation would have been prudent, nay right, but every sentiment of my mind, filled with trust in your worth and reverence for your virtues, forbids now a recantation. Imperious circumstances precipitated me to your feet, but my heart was there already."
So extreme was the emotion with which Harleigh uttered these words, that he perceived not their effect upon Ellis, till gasping for breath, and nearly fainting, she sunk upon a chair, when so livid a paleness overspread her face, and so deadly a cold seemed to chill her blood, that, but for a friendly burst of tears, which ensued, her vital powers appeared to be threatened with immediate suspension. Harleigh was instantly at her feet, grieved at her distress, yet charmed with 1,000 nameless but potent sensations, that whispered to every pulse of his frame, that a sensibility so powerful could spring only from too sudden a concussion of pleasure with surprise. He had hardly time to breathe forth a protestation, when the sight of his posture brought back the blood to her cheeks, and force to her limbs, and, hastily rising, with looks of blushing confusion, yet with a sigh that spoke internal anguish, "I cannot attempt," she cried, "Mr. Harleigh, I could not indeed attempt to express my sense of your generous good opinion. Yet, if you would not destine me to eternal misery, you must fly me, till you can forget this scene, as you would wish me to fly perdition." She rose to be gone, but Harleigh stopped her, crying, in a tone of amazement, "Is it possible, can it be possible, that with intellects such as yours, clear, penetrating, admirable, you can conceive eternal misery will be your portion, if you break a forced engagement made with a madwoman, and made but to prevent her immediate self-destruction?" Shaking her head, but averting her eyes, Ellis would neither speak nor be detained, and Harleigh, who durst not follow her, remained confounded. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 20 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 20. Ellis hastened to the house, but her weeping eyes and disordered state of mind unfitted her for an immediate encounter with Elinor, and she went straight to her own chamber, where, in severe meditation upon her position, her duties, and her cause for exertion, she communed with her own heart. Although unable, while involved in uncertainties, to arrange any regular plan of general conduct, conscience, that unerring guide, where consulted with sincerity, pointed out to her that, after what had passed, the first step demanded by honour was to quit the house, the spot, and the connections, in which she was liable to keep alive any intercourse with Harleigh. "What strikes me to be right," she internally cried, "I must do. I may then have some chance for peace, however little for happiness." Her troubled spirits thus appeased, she descended to inform Elinor of the result of her commission. She had received, indeed, no direct message, but Harleigh meant to desire a conference, and that desire would quiet, she hoped, and occupy the ideas of Elinor, so as to divert her from any minute investigation into the circumstances by which it had been preceded. The door of the dressing-room was locked, and she tapped at it for admission in vain. She concluded that Elinor was in her bedchamber, to which there was no separate entrance, and tapped louder that she might be heard, but without any better success. She remained, most uneasily, in the landing-place, till the approaching footstep of Harleigh forced her away. Upon re-entering her own chamber, and taking up her needlework, she found a letter in its folds. The direction was merely, "To Ellis." This assured her that it was from Elinor, and she broke the seal, and read the following lines. "All that now remains for the ill-starred Elinor is to fly the whole odious human race. What can it offer to me but disgust and aversion? Despoiled of the only scheme in which I ever gloried, that of sacrificing in death to the man whom I adore the existence I vainly wished to devote to him in life. Despoiled of this. By whom despoiled? By you. Ellis, by you. Yet, oh, incomprehensible, you refuse Albert Harleigh. Never, never could I have believed in so senseless an apathy, but for the changed countenance which showed the belief in it of Harleigh. If your rejection, Ellis, is that you may marry Lord Melbury, which alone makes its truth probable, you have done what is natural and pardonable, though heartless and mercenary, and you will offer me an opportunity to see how Harleigh, Albert Harleigh, will conduct himself when, like me, he lives without hope. If, on the contrary, you have uttered that rejection from the weak folly of dreading to witness a sudden and a noble end to a fragile being sighing for extinction, on your own head fall your perjury and its consequences. I go hence immediately, no matter whither. Should I be pursued, I am aware I may soon be traced. But to what purpose? I am independent alike in person, fortune, and mind. I cannot be brought back by force, and I will not be moved by idle persuasion, or hackneyed remonstrance. No! Blasted in all my worldly views, I will submit to worldly slavery no longer. My aunt, therefore, will do well not to demand one whom she cannot claim. Tell her this. Harleigh... But no, Harleigh will not follow me. He would deem himself bound to me ever after, by all that men hold honourable amongst one another, if, through any voluntary measure of his own, the shadow of a censure could be cast upon Elinor. O perfect Harleigh, I will not involve your generous delicacy, for not yours, not even yours would I be, by the foul constraint of worldly etiquette. I should disdain to owe your smallest care for me to any menace, or to any meanness. Let him not, therefore, Ellis, follow me, and I here pledge myself to preserve my miserable existence, till I see him again, in defiance of every temptation to disburden myself of its loathsome weight. By the love I bear to him, I pledge myself. Tell him this. Elinor Joddrell. Ellis read this letter in speechless consternation. To be the confidant of so extraordinary a flight seemed danger to her safety, while it was horror to her mind. The 2 commissions with which, so inconsiderately, she was charged, how could she execute? To seek Harleigh again, she thought utterly wrong. And how deliver any message to Mrs Maple, without appearing to be an accomplice in the elopement? She could only prove her innocence by showing the letter itself, which, in clearing her from that charge, left one equally heavy to fall upon her, of an apparently premeditated design to engage, or, as the world might deem it, inveigle, the young Lord Melbury into marriage. It was evident that upon that idea alone rested the belief of Elinor in a faithful adherence to the promised rejection, and that the letter which she had addressed to Ellis was but meant as a memorandum of terror for its observance. Not long afterwards, Selina came eagerly to relate that the dinner bell having been rung, and the family being assembled, and the butler having repeatedly tapped at the door of sister Elinor to hurry her, Mrs Maple, not alarmed, because accustomed to her inexactitude, had made everybody dine. After which Tomlinson was sent to ask whether sister Elinor chose to come down to the dessert, but he brought word that he could not make either her or Mrs Golding speak. Selina was then desired to inquire the reason of such strange taciturnity, but could not obtain any answer. Mrs Maple, saying that there was no end to her vagaries, then returned to the drawing-room, concluding, from former similar instances, that dark, late, and cold as it was, Elinor had walked out with her maid at the very hour of dinner. But Mr Harleigh, who looked extremely uneasy, requested Selina to see if her sister were not with Miss Ellis. To this Ellis, by being found alone, was spared any reply, and Selina skipped downstairs to coffee. How to avoid, or how to sustain, the examination which she expected to ensue, occupied the disturbed mind of Ellis, till Selina, in about 2 hours, returned, exclaiming,
Sister Eleanor grows odder and odder. Do you know she has gone out in the chariot? She ordered it herself, without saying a word to aunt, and got in with Golding, close to the stables. Tomlinson has just owned it to Mr. Harleigh, who was grown quite frightened at her not coming home, now it's so pitch dark. Tomlinson says she went into the hall herself, and made him contrive it all. But we are no wiser still as to where she is gone. The distress of Ellis what course to take increased every moment as it grew later, and as the family became more seriously alarmed. Her consciousness that there was no chance of the return of Elinor made her feel as if culpable in not putting an end to fruitless expectation. Yet how produce a letter of which every word demanded secrecy, when all avowal would be useless, since Elinor could not be forced back? No one ascended again to her chamber till 10 o'clock at night. The confusion in the house was then redoubled, and a footman came hastily upstairs to summon her to Mrs. Maple. She descended with terror, and found Mrs. Maple in the parlour, with Harleigh, Ireton, and Mrs. Fenn. In a voice of the sharpest reprimand, Mrs. Maple began to interrogate her, while Harleigh, who could not endure to witness a haughty rudeness which he did not dare combat, taking the arm of Ireton, whom he could still less bear to leave a spectator to a scene of humiliation to Ellis, quitted the room. Vain, however, was either inquiry or menace, and Mrs. Maple, when she found that she could not obtain any information, though she had heard from Mrs. Fenn that Ellis had passed the morning with her niece, declared that she would no longer keep so dangerous a pauper in the house, and ordered her to be gone with the first appearance of light. Ellis, curtsying in silence, retired. In repassing through the hall, she met Harleigh and Ireton. The former only bowed to her, impeded by his companion from speaking. But Ireton, stopping her, said, "Oh, I have caught you at last. I thought on my faith I was always to seek you where you were never to be found. If I had not wanted to do what was right and proper and all that, I should have met with you 100 times, for I never desired to do something that I might just as well let alone, but opportunity offered itself directly." Ellis tried to pass him, and he became more serious. "It's an age that I've wanted to see you, and to tell you how prodigiously ashamed I am of all that business. I don't know how the devil it was, but I went on, tumbling from blunder to blunder, till I got into such a bog that I could neither stand still, nor make my way out." Ellis, gratified that he would offer any sort of apology, and by no means wishing that he would make it more explicit, readily assured him that she would think no more upon the subject, and hurried to her chamber, while Harleigh, who stood aloof, thought he observed as much of dignity as of good humour in her flying any further explanation. But Mrs. Maple, who only meant, by her threat, to intimidate Ellis into a confession of what she knew of the absence and of the purposes of Elinor, was so much enraged by her calmness that she told Mrs. Fenn to follow her with positive orders that, unless she would own the truth, she should quit the house immediately, though it were in the dead of the night. Violence so inhuman rather inspired than destroyed fortitude in Ellis, who quietly answered that she would seek an asylum till daylight at the neighbouring farmer's. Selina followed, and, embracing her with many tears, vowed eternal friendship to her, and asked whether she did not think that Lady Aurora would be equally constant. "I must hope so," she answered, sighing. "For what else have I to hope?" She now made her preparations, yet decided not to depart unless again commanded, hoping that this gust of passion would pass away, and that she might remain till the morning. While awaiting, with much inquietude, some new order, Selina, to her great surprise, came jumping into the room, to assure her that all was well, and more than well, for that her aunt not only ceased to desire to send her away directly, but had changed her whole plan, and was foremost now in wishing her to stay. Ellis, begging for an explanation, then heard that Ireton had told Mrs. Maple that there was just arrived at Brighton M. Vinstriegel, a celebrated professor, who taught the harp, and of whom he should be charmed that Selina should take some lessons.
Mrs Maple answered that it would be the height of extravagance to send for a man of whom they knew nothing, when they had so fine a performer under their own roof. Ireton replied that he should have mentioned that from the first, but for the objections which then seemed to be in the way of trusting Miss Ellis with such a charge. But when he again named the Professor, Mrs Maple hastily commissioned Selina to acquaint Ellis that to-morrow morning they were to begin a regular course of lessons together upon the harp. Though relieved by being spared the danger and disgrace of a nocturnal expulsion, Ellis shrunk from the project of remaining longer in a house in which Harleigh was admitted at pleasure, and over which Elinor might keep a constant watch. It was consolatory, nevertheless, to her feelings, that Ireton, hitherto her defamer, should acquiesce in this offer, which, at least, not to disoblige Mrs Maple, she would accept for the moment. To give lessons, also, to a young lady of fashion, might make her own chosen scheme, of becoming a governess in some respectable family, more practicable. About midnight, a horseman, whom Mrs Maple had sent with inquiries to Brighthelmstone, returned and informed her that he could there gather no tidings, but that he had met with a friend of his own, who had told him that he had seen Miss Joddrel in Mrs Maple's carriage upon the Portsmouth road. Mrs Maple now, seeing all chance of her return, for the night, at an end, said that if her niece had freaks of this inconsiderate and indecorous sort, she would not have the family disordered by waiting for her any longer, and wishing the two gentlemen good night, gave directions that all the servants should go to bed. The next morning, during breakfast, the groom returned with the empty carriage. Miss Joddrel, he said, had made him drive her and Mrs Golding to an inn, about 10 miles from Lewes, where she suddenly told him that she should pass the night, and bid him to be ready for returning at 8 o'clock the next morning. He obeyed her orders, but the next morning heard that she had gone on, overnight, in a hired chaise, towards Portsmouth, charging no one to let him know it. This was all the account that he was able to give, except that, when he had asked whether his mistress would not be angry at his staying out all night, Miss Joddrel had answered, "Oh, Ellis will let her know that she must not expect me back." Selina, who related this, was told to fetch Ellis instantly. Ellis descended with the severest pain, from the cruel want of reflection in Elinor, which exposed her to an examination that, though she felt herself bound to evade, it must seem inexcusable not to satisfy. Mrs Maple and the two gentlemen were at the breakfast table. Harleigh would not even try to command himself to sit still, when he found that Ellis was forced to stand; and even Ireton, though he did not move, kept not his place from any intentional disrespect, for he would have thought himself completely old-fashioned, had he put himself out of his way, though for a person of the highest distinction. "How comes it, Mistress Ellis," said Mrs Maple, "that you had a message for me last night from my niece, and that you never delivered it?" Ellis, confounded, tried vainly to offer some apology. Mrs Maple rose still more peremptorily in her demands, mingling the haughtiest menaces with the most imperious interrogations, attacking her as an accomplice in the clandestine scheme of Elinor, and accusing her of favouring disobedience and disorder, for some sinister purposes of her own. Ireton scrupled not to speak in her favour, and Selina eagerly echoed all that he advanced. But Harleigh, though trembling with indignant impatience to defend her, feared, in the present state of things, that to become her advocate might rather injure than support her, and constrained himself to be silent. A succession of categorical inquiries forced at length an avowal from Ellis that her commission had been given to her in a letter. Mrs Maple then, in the most authoritative manner, insisted upon reading it immediately. Against the justice of this desire there was no appeal. Yet how comply with it? The secret of Harleigh, with regard to herself, was included in that of Elinor, and honour and delicacy exacted the most rigid silence from her for both.
Yet the difficulty of the refusal increased, from the increased urgency, even to fury, of Mrs Maple, till, shamed and persecuted beyond all power of resistance, she resolved upon committing the letter to the hands of Harleigh himself, who, to an interest like her own in its concealment, superadded courage and consequence for sustaining the refusal. This inevitably must break into her design of avoiding him, but, hurried and harassed, she could devise no other expedient, to escape from an appearance of utter culpability to the whole house. When again, therefore, Mrs Maple repeated, "Will you please let me see my niece's letter, or not?" she answered that there was a passage in it upon which Miss Joddrel had desired that Mr Harleigh might be consulted. It would be difficult to say whether this reference caused greater surprise to Mrs Maple or to Harleigh, but the feelings which accompanied it were as dissimilar as their characters. Mrs Maple was highly offended that there should be any competition between herself and any other, relative to a communication that came from her niece, while Harleigh felt an enchantment that glowed through every vein in the prospect of some confidence. But when Mrs Maple found that all resistance was vain, and that through this channel only she could procure any information, her resentment gave way to her eagerness for hearing it, and she told Mr Harleigh to take the letter. This was as little what he wished as what Ellis meant. His desire was to speak with her upon the important subject open between them, and hers was to make an apology for showing him the letter, and to offer some explanation of a part of its contents. He approached her, however, to receive it, and she could not hold it back. "If you will allow me," he said, in taking it, "to give you my plain opinion, when I have read it, where may I have the pleasure of seeing you?" Revived by this question, she eagerly answered, "Wherever Mrs Maple will permit." Harleigh, who, in the scowl upon Mrs Maple's face, read a direction that they should remain where they were, would not wait for her to give it utterance, but, taking the hand of Ellis, with the precipitation to which she yielded from surprise, though with blushing shame, said, "In this next room we shall be nearest to give the answer to Mrs Maple," and led her to the adjoining apartment. He did not dare shut the door, but he conducted her to the most distant window, and having expressed, by his eyes, far stronger thanks for her trust than he ventured to pronounce with his voice, was beginning to read the letter, but Ellis, gently stopping him, said, "Before you look at this, let me beg you, sir, to believe that the hard necessity of my strange situation could alone have induced me to suffer you to see what is so every way unfit for your perusal. But Miss Joddrel has herself made known that she has left a message with me for Mrs Maple. What right, then, have I to withhold it? Yet how, advise me, I entreat, how can I deliver it? And, with respect to what you will find relative to Lord Melbury, I need not, I trust, mortify myself by disclaiming or vindicating." He interrupted her with warmth. "No!" he cried. "With me you can have nothing to vindicate. Of whatever would not be perfectly right, I believe you incapable." Ellis thanked him expressively, and begged that he would now read the letter, and favour her with his counsel. He complied, meaning to hurry it rapidly over, to gain time for a yet more interesting subject; but, struck, moved, and shocked by its contents, he was drawn from himself, drawn even from Ellis to its writer. "Unhappy Elinor!" he cried. "This is yet more wild than I believed you. This flight where you can expect no pursuit, this concealment where you can fear no persecution. But her intellects are under the control of her feelings, and judgment has no guide so dangerous." Ellis gently inquired what she must say to Mrs Maple. He hastily put by the letter. "Let me rather ask," he cried, half smiling, "what you will say to me. Will you not let me know something of your history, your situation, your family, your name? The deepest interest occasions my demand, my inquietude. Can it offend you?" Ellis, trembling, looking down, and involuntarily sighing, in a faltering voice, answered,
Have I not besought you, sir, to spare me upon this subject? Have I not conjured you, if you value my peace, nay, my honour, what can I say more solemn? To drop it for evermore? Why this dreadful language? Cried Harleigh, with mingled impatience and grief. Can the impression of a compulsatory engagement, or what other may be the mystery that it envelops? Will you not be generous enough to relieve a perplexity that now tortures me? Is it too much for a man lost to himself for your sake, lost he knows not how, knows not to whom, to be indulged with some little explanation where and how he has placed all his hopes? Is this too much to ask? Too much? Repeated Ellis, with quickness. Oh, no, no, were my confidence to depend upon a sense of what I owed to your generous esteem, your noble trust in a helpless wanderer, known to you solely through your benevolence, were my opinion and my gratitude my guides, it would be difficult, indeed, to say what inquiries you could make that I could refuse to satisfy, what you could ask that I ought not to answer. But alas! She hesitated. Heightening blushes dyed her cheeks, and she visibly struggled to restrain herself from bursting into tears. Touched, delighted, yet affrighted, Harleigh tenderly demanded, "Oh, why resist the generous impulse that would plead for some little frankness in favour of one who unreservedly devotes to you his whole existence?" Suddenly now, as if self-alarmed, checking her sensibility, she gravely cried, "What would it avail that I should enter into any particulars of my situation, when what has so recently passed makes all that has preceded immaterial? You have heard my promise to Miss Joddrel. You see by this letter how direfully she meditates to watch its performance." "And can you suffer the wild flights of a revolutionary enthusiast, impelled by every extravagant new system of the moment, however you may pity her feelings, respect her purity, and make allowance for her youth, to blight every fair prospect of a rational attachment, to supersede every right, and to annihilate all consideration, all humanity, but for herself? Ah, no! If you believe me ungrateful for a partiality that contends with all that appearances can offer against me, and all that circumstance can do to injure me, if you think me insensible to the honour I receive from it, you do yet less justice to yourself than to me. But here, sir, all ends. We must utterly separate. You must not anywhere seek me. I must avoid you everywhere." She stopped. The sudden shock which every feature of Harleigh exhibited at these last words, evidently and forcibly affected her, and the big tears, till now forced back, rolled unrestrained, and almost unconsciously, down her cheeks, as she suffered herself, for a moment, in silence to look at him. She was then hastily retiring, but Harleigh, surprised and revived by the sight of her emotion, exclaimed, "Oh, why this fatal sensibility that captivates while it destroys, that gives fascination even to repulse?" He would have taken her hand, but, drawing back, and even shrinking from his touch, she emphatically cried, "Remember my engagement, my solemn promise!" "Was it extorted?" cried he, detaining her, "or had it your heart's approbation?" "From whatever motive it was uttered," answered she, looking away from him, "it has been pronounced, and must be adhered to religiously." She then broke from him, and escaping by a door that led to the hall, sought refuge from any further conflict by hastening to her chamber, not once, till she arrived there, recollecting that her letter was left in his hands, while the £100, which she meant to return to him, were still in her own. End of chapter 20. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 21 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 21. Painfully revolving a scene which had deeply affected her, Ellis, for some time, had remained uninterrupted, when,
Opening her door to a gentle tap, she was startled by the sight of Harleigh. The letter of Elinor was in his hand, which he immediately presented to her, and bowing without speaking, without looking at her, instantly disappeared. Ellis was so confounded, first by his unexpected sight, and next by his so speedily vanishing, that she lost the opportunity of returning the bank notes. For some minutes she gazed pensively down the staircase. Slowly then she shut her door, internally uttering, "All is over. He is gone, and will pursue me no more." Then, casting up her eyes, which filled with tears, "May he," she added, "be happy." From this sadness she was roused by feeling, from the thickness of the packet, that it must contain some additional paper. Eagerly opening it, she found the following letter: "I have acquainted Mrs Maple that Miss Joddrel has determined upon living, for a while, alone, and that her manner of announcing that determination, in her letter to you, is so peremptory as to make you deem it improper to be produced. This, as a mark of personal respect, appeases her, and upon this subject I believe you will be tormented no more. With regard to the unfortunate secret of Elinor, I can but wish it as safe in her own discretion as it will remain in your honour. For myself, I must now practise that hardest lesson to the stubborn mind of man, submission to undefined, and what appears to be unnecessary evil. I must fly from this spot, and wait, where, and as I can, the restoration of Elinor to prudence and to common life. I must trust that the less she is opposed, the less tenaciously she will cling to the impracticable project of ruling the mind and will of another, by letting loose her own. When she hears that I deny myself inhabiting the mansion which you inhabit, perhaps, relieved from the apprehension of being deceived by others, she may cease to deceive herself. She may then return to her friends, contented to exist by the general laws of established society, which, though they may be ameliorated, changed, or reformed by experience, wisely reflecting upon the past, by observation keenly marking the present, or by genius creatively anticipating the future, can never be wholly reversed without risking a rebound that simply restores them to their original condition. I depart, therefore, without one more effort to see you. I yield to the strange destiny that makes me adore in the dark, yet that blazons to my view and knowledge the rarest excellencies, the most resistless attractions, but to remain in the same house, yet scarcely ever to behold you, or, in seeing you but for a moment, to awaken a sensibility that electrifies every hope, only to inflict, with the greater severity, the shock that strikes me back to mystery and despondence. No, I will be gone. Her whom I cannot soften, I will at least forbear to persecute. In this retreat, my only consolation for your happiness is in the friendship, so honourable for both, that you have formed with Lady Aurora Granville. My only reliance for your safety is in the interest of Mrs Maple to detain you under her roof for the improvement of Selina. And my only hope for myself is, that when Elinor becomes reasonable, you will no longer let her exclusively occupy your humanity or your feeling. Albert Harleigh. The tone of remonstrance, if not of reproach, which was blended with the serious attachment marked by Harleigh in this letter, deeply touched Ellis, who was anxiously re-perusing it, when she received information, through Selina, that Mr Harleigh had set out for London, whence he meant to proceed to Bath, or perhaps to make the western tour. The earnestness of Ireton that Selina should take some lessons upon the harp, joined to the equal earnestness of Mrs Maple, to elude the expensive professor at Brighthelmstone, confirmed the new orders that Selina should begin a course of instruction with Ellis. The mistress and the scholar were mutually well disposed, and Ellis was endeavouring to give her pupil some idea of a beautiful sonata, when Miss Arbe, entering the house upon a morning visit, and catching the sound of a harp from the dressing-room of Selina, so touched as Selina, she knew, could not touch it, nimbly ran upstairs. Happy, then, to have surprised Miss Ellis at the instrument, she would take no denial to hear her play. The elegance and feeling of her performance engaged alike the ready envy and the unwilling admiration of Miss Arbe, who, a self-conceived paragon in all the fine arts, thought superior merit in a dilettante a species of personal affront. She had already felt as an injury to her own theatrical fame the praise which had reached her ears of Ellis as Lady Townley, and a new rivalry seemed now to menace her supremacy as chief of lady performers. But when she gathered through Selina, who knew not even of the existence of such an art as that of holding the tongue, that they were now practising together, her supercilious air was changed into one of rapture, and she was seized with a strong desire to profit also from such striking talents. A profusion of compliments and civilities ended therefore in an earnest invitation to cultivate so charming an acquaintance. Mrs. Maple, while this was passing, came uneasily into the room, meaning to make a sign to Ellis to glide away unnoticed. But when she found that Ellis was become the principal object with the fastidious Miss Arbe, and heard this wish of intimacy, she was utterly confounded that another person of consequence should countenance, and through her means, this itinerant incognita. Yet to obviate the mischief by an avowal similar to that which she had been forced to make to Mrs. Howell, she thought an insupportable degradation. And Miss Arbe, with the politest declarations that she should call again the next day, purposely to entitle herself to a visit in return from Miss Ellis, was already gone, before Mrs. Maple had sufficiently recovered from her confusion to devise any impediment to the proposal. All that then occurred to her was her usually violent but short measure of sending Ellis suddenly from the house, and excusing her disappearance by asserting that her own friends had summoned her away. For Mrs. Maple, like at least half the world, though delicate with respect to her character for truth in public, had palliations always ready for any breach of it, in favour of convenience, in private. Ellis attempted not any opposition. The sufferings annexed to an asylum thus perpetually embittered by reproach and suspicion had long made her languish to change it for almost any other, and her whole thoughts turned once more upon a journey to London and an interview with Lady Aurora Granville. Selina warmly protested that this separation should only augment her attachment to her favourite, by whose side she stayed, prattling, weeping, or practising the harp, till she was called away to Mrs. Maple, from whom, however, she soon returned, relating, with uplifted hands, that all below was again in the utmost confusion, through a letter, just arrived, from Mrs. Howell, stating the following particulars. That upon her communicating to Lord Denmeath the strange transaction in which she must forever blush to have been, however innocently, involved, his lordship, very properly, had forbidden Lady Aurora to keep any sort of correspondence with so palpable an adventurer. But the excess of grief produced by this prohibition had astonished and concerned both his lordship and herself, and their joint alarm had been cruelly augmented by a letter from Mrs. Greaves, the housekeeper, with intelligence that Lord Melbury had been shut up nearly 2 hours with this suspicious young woman on the day that Mrs. Howell had quitted Brighthelmstone, during which time his lordship had suffered no one to come into the room, though she, Greaves, in accidentally passing by one of the windows, saw his lordship demean himself so far as to be speaking to her upon his knees. Lord Denmeath, treating this account as an impertinent piece of scandal, requested to have it shown to his nephew. But how unspeakable was their consternation when Lord Melbury undauntedly avowed that the charge was true, and added that he was glad of the opportunity thus afforded him to declare that Miss Ellis was the most virtuous and dignified, as well as the most beautiful and amiable of her sex.
She had rejected, he said, a suit which he should always take shame to himself for having made, and rejected it in a manner so impressive of real purity, that he should for ever hold it his duty to do her honour by every means in his power. The wrath expressed by Lord Denmeath, and the tears shed by Lady Aurora during this scene, were dreadful. Lord Denmeath saw that there was no time to be lost in guarding against the most imminent danger. He desired, therefore, that the young woman might be induced, if possible, to quit the country without delay, and his lordship was willing not only to pay for her voyage back, but to give security that she should receive a very considerable sum of money the instant that he should be assured of her safe landing upon the continent. Mrs Howel begged that Mrs Maple would endeavour to bring this plan to bear, and, at all events, not lose sight of the young person, till she should be, somehow or other, secured from Lord Melbury. The rest of the letter contained injunctions that Mrs Maple would not let this disgraceful affair transpire in the neighbourhood, with sundry scornful admonitions that she would herself be more guarded in future whom she recommended to her friends. Mrs Maple now peremptorily sent word to Ellis that she must immediately make up her mind to leave the kingdom. But Ellis, without hesitation, answered that she had no such design. Commands and menaces, though amply employed, were fruitless to obtain any change in her resolution. She was, therefore, positively ordered to seek for charity in some other house. Ellis, no longer wishing to stay, occupied her mind almost exclusively with the thoughts of her young friend. The tender attachment shown to her by Lady Aurora, and the honourable testimony borne her by Lord Melbury, cheered her spirits, and warmed her heart, with the trust in their regard that, defying the inflexibility of Mrs Howel, the authority of Lord Denmeath, and the violence of Mrs Maple, filled her with soft consolatory ideas, that sweetened her night's rest, even in her uncertainty where she should find or where seek repose on the night that would follow. But this brighter side of her prospects, which soothed her on its first view, lost its gay colouring upon farther examination. That Lady Aurora should be forbidden to see, forbidden to write to her, was shocking to her feelings, and blighting to her happiness, and even though the tender nature and strong partiality of that youthful friend might privately yield to the pleadings of an oppressed and chosen favourite, Ellis, while glowing with the hope that the interest which she had excited would be lastingly cherished, revolted from every plan that was clandestine. Mrs Maple, who, in common with all those whose tempers are violent in the same proportion that their judgment is feeble, had issued forth her mandates without examining whether they could be obeyed, and had uttered her threats without considering whether she could put them into execution, no sooner learnt from Selina that Ellis was tranquilly preparing to depart, than she repented the step which she had taken, and passed the night in suggesting how it might be retrieved, to spare herself the discredit, in the neighbourhood, of a breach with Mrs Howel. The next morning, therefore, the willing Selina was instructed to hasten to Ellis with a message from Mrs Maple, graciously permitting one more lesson upon the harp. Destitute as Ellis felt, she would have resisted such a mockery of benevolence, but from gratitude at the pleasure which it procured to Selina. Again, according to her promise, arrived Miss Arbe, and again hearing the sound of the harp, tripped lightly upstairs to the dressing-room of Selina, where she paid her compliments immediately to Ellis, whom she courteously solicited to take an airing with her to Brighthelmstone, and thus to accompany her home for the day. Anxious to strengthen her weak resources by forming some new connection, Ellis was listening to this proposal, when a footman brought her a letter. Concluding that it came from abroad, she received it with strong emotion, and evident alarm, but no sooner had she looked at the direction, than the brightest bloom glowed upon her cheeks, her eyes were suffused with tears of pleasure, and she pressed involuntarily to her heart the writing of Lady Aurora Granville. The little coronet seal with the cipher A.G. had been observed not alone by Miss Arbe, but by Mrs Maple, who, curiously, had followed the footman into the room. Miss Arbe now renewed her invitation with doubled earnestness, and Mrs Maple felt almost insane from excess of wrath and embarrassment, when suddenly, and most unexpectedly, Ellis accepted the offer, gratefully embracing Selina, and taking of herself a grave but respectful leave. From the window Mrs Maple then saw this unknown wanderer enter the carriage first. For some time she remained almost stupefied by so unlooked for an event, and she could only quiet her conscience for having been accessory, though so unintentionally, to procuring this favour and popularity for such an adventurer, by devoutly resolving that no entreaties and no representation should ever in future dupe her out of her own good sense into other people's fantastical conceits of charity. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 22 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 22. It was not the design of Ellis to return any more to Lewes. The gross treatment which she had experienced, and the daily menace of being dismissed, were become utterly insupportable, and she determined, in a letter from Brighthelmstone, to take a final leave of Mrs Maple. From the high influence of Miss Arbe in what is called the polite world, she hoped that to engage her favour would almost secure prosperity to her favoured wish and plan of exchanging her helpless dependency for an honourable, however fatiguing, exertion of the talents and acquirements with which she had been endowed by her education, though nothing short of the courage of distress could have stimulated her to such an attempt. As soon, therefore, as Miss Arbe renewed her eager invitations, Ellis expressively said, "Are you sure, madam, that you will not repent your goodness, when you know that I want, as well as that I value it?" A carriage, which they just then met, stopped the chaise, and the voice of Miss Bydel called out a lamentation that she was obliged to go home, because her brother wanted the coach, though she had earnest business at Brighthelmstone, whither she entreated Miss Arbe to convey her. Miss Arbe seemed much chagrined, both by the interruption and the intrusion, yet was so obviously going that way that she knew not how to form an excuse, and Miss Bydel entered the chaise. Extremely pleased by the sight of Ellis, "What!" she cried, "my sister actress! Why, this is what I did not expect indeed. I was told you would go nowhere, Miss Ellis, but to Lady Aurora Granville and the Honourable Med Howell. Pray, is it true? I should not ask it if it were a secret, for I know nobody likes one's being curious. But as all the servants must know it, it's not a thing to be kept long in the dark. And I am told, too, since it's being found out that you are a young lady of fashion, that it's the high talk that you've made a conquest of Lord Melbury. And I can't but say I should like to know if that's a report that has got any foundation. Pray will you be so kind as to tell me?" Ellis assured her that it had not the least. "Well, how people do make strange stories! One piece of information, however, I should be really glad if you would give me, and that is, whether you are come over to settle here, or only upon a visit to Mrs Maple, and whether she has the care of your fortune as a sort of guardian, or whether it is all in your own hands." Ellis, disturbed by these most unseasonable questions, answered in a dejected tone that she was not happy enough to be able, at this moment, to give any circumstantial account of herself. Miss Arbe, who only imperfectly understood the speech which had been made as the chaise was stopped, languished to hear it explained. Privately, therefore, by arch winks and encouraging taps, she urged on the broad questions of Miss Bydel, though she was too expert and adept in the rules, at least, of good breeding, not to hold back herself from such interrogatories as might level her elevated fame with that of the gross and homely Miss Bydel, who to sordid friends owed a large fortune, left her late in life,
but neither education nor manners, that might have taught her that its most hateful privilege is that of authorizing unfeeling liberties. They had arrived, nevertheless, within half a mile of Brighthelmstone, before anything really explanatory had passed. Ellis then, alarmed with reflecting that, if again dragged to Lewes, she must again have to quit it, with scarcely a chance of such another opportunity for endeavouring to bring forward her project, conquered her reluctance to opening upon her distress, and said, "You little suspect, Miss Arbe, how deep an obligation I owe to your kindness, in carrying me to-day to Brighthelmstone." "How so, Miss Ellis? How so, my dear?" cried Miss Bydel, before Miss Arbe could answer. "My situation," she continued, "which seems so pleasant, is perhaps amongst the most painful that can be imagined. I feel myself, though in my native country, like a helpless foreigner, unknown, unprotected, and depending solely upon the benevolence of those by whom, accidentally, I am seen, for kindness, or even for support." The amazement of the two ladies, at this declaration, was equally great, though Miss Arbe, who never spoke and never acted, but through the medium of what she believed the world would most approve to hear her say, or to see her do, had no chance of manifesting her surprise as promptly as Miss Bydel, who made her own judgment the sole arbitrator of her speech and conduct, and who immediately called out, "Well, nobody shall ever try to persuade me I am in the wrong again. I said the whole time there was certainly something quite out of the common way in this young person, and it's plain I was right. For how, I said, can it be that, first of all, a young person is brought out as nothing, and then is turned into a fine lady, when, all the time, nobody knows anything about her? But pray tell me this one thing, child, what was the first motive of your going over the seas, and what might be the reason of your coming back again in such an untowardly sort of manner, without any money or any one to be accountable for your character?" Ellis made no answer. The obligations, however heavy of endurance, which led her to bear similar, and still more offensive examinations from Mrs Maple, existed not here, and the compulsion of debts of that nature could alone strengthen the patience, or harden the feelings of a generous spirit, to sustain so rude and unfeeling an inquisition. Miss Arbe, though anxious to understand, before she uttered even a word, what sort of footing, independently of Mrs Maple, this young person was upon in the world, failed not to remark, in her silence, a courage that unavoidably spoke in her favour. Ellis saw, but too plainly, how little she had to expect from spontaneous pity, or liberality, and hesitated whether to plead more humbly, or to relinquish at once her plan. "You are still, then," resumed Miss Bydel, "at your secret-keeping. I find that we were told so much about at the beginning, before the discovery of your being a lady of family and fashion, which came out so, all of a sudden, at last, that I should never have believed a word of it, but for knowing Mrs Maple to be so amazingly particular as to these points. And Mrs Howel," here interrupted Miss Arbe, casting at Ellis, upon the recollection of such a confirmation of her birth and connections, a look of so much favour that, again hoping for her aid, Ellis begged to alight at Miss Matson's, the milliner. Miss Arbe said that she would attend her thither with pleasure. "And I, my dear," said Miss Bydel, "will go in with you too, for I want a few odd matters for myself." Ellis, finding how little she was understood, was forced to add, "It is not for any purchases that I go to Miss Matson. It is to lodge in her house till I can find some better asylum." The first amazement of the two ladies sunk into nothing, when contrasted with that which they experienced at this moment. That she should acknowledge herself to be poor was quite enough, but her other claims to notice what they might, to excite immediate contempt in Miss Bydel, while Miss Arbe, in that point, more liberal, but, in all that she conceived to belong to fashion, a very slave, was embarrassed how to treat her, till she could gain some information how she was likely to be treated by the world. But neither of them had entertained the most distant suspicion that she was not settled under the roof and the patronage of Mrs Maple. To hear, therefore, of her seeking a lodging, and wanting an asylum, presented her in so new, so altered, and so humiliated a point of view, that Miss Bydel herself was not immediately able to speak, and the two ladies stared at each other, as if reciprocally demanding how to behave. Ellis perceived their dilemma, and again lost her hope. "A lodging!" at length cried Miss Bydel. "Well, I am less surprised than anybody else will be, for when things have an odd beginning, I always expect them to have an odd end. But how comes it, for that can be no secret, that you are looking out for a lodging? I should like to know what all that means. Pray, what may be the reason that Mrs Maple does not find you a lodging herself? And who is to take care of you? Does she lend you any of her own servants? These things at least can be no secrets, or else I should not ask, but the servants must needs know whether they are lent or not." Ellis made no reply, and still Miss Arbe held back. "Well," resumed Miss Bydel, "I don't like to judge anybody, but certainly it is no good sign to be so close. Some things, however, must be known whether people will or not. So I hope I at least may ask whether your friends are coming to you in your lodging, and what you intend to do there, and how long you think to live there, and what is the true cause of your going there, for there must certainly be some reason." Ellis, who now found that she must either answer Miss Bydel or forego her whole scheme, from the determined backwardness of Miss Arbe to take any active part in her affairs, said, "My past history, madam, it would be useless to hear, and impossible for me to relate. My present plan must depend upon a charitable construction of my unavoidable, indispensable silence, without which it would be madness to hope for any favour, any recommendation, that may give the smallest chance of success to my attempt." "And what is your attempt?" cried Miss Bydel. "For if that's a secret too, I can't find out how you're to do it." "On the contrary," she answered, "I am well aware that I must publish or relinquish it, and immediately I would make it known, if I dared hope that I might appear qualified for the office I wish to undertake, in the eyes of—" She looked at Miss Arbe, but did not venture to proceed. Miss Arbe, understanding, and feeling the compliment, yet uneasy to have it equally understood by Miss Bydel, complacently broke her silence, by saying, "In whose eyes? Lady Aurora Granville's?" "Ah, madam, the condescending partiality of Lady Aurora might encourage every hope of the honour of her interest and zeal, but she is peculiarly situated, and perhaps the weight that must be attached to a recommendation of the sort which I require," she was going to say, might demand more experience than her ladyship's extreme youth allowed to have yet fallen to her share, but she stopped. She was aware that she stood upon dangerous ground. The vanity of Miss Arbe was, at least, as glaring as her talents, and to celebrate even her judgment in the fine arts, though it was the pride of her life, by an insinuation that, at 31 she was not in the first budding youth of 15, might offend, by an implication that added years contributed to a superiority, which she wished to have considered as due to brighter genius alone. From what was said, Miss Arbe could not be without some suspicion of what was held back, and she as little desired to hear, as Ellis to utter, a word that might derogate from the universal elevation and distinction at which she aspired. She was perfectly ready, therefore, to accept what would flatter, and to reject what would mortify her, forgetting, in common with all vain characters, that to shrink from the truth ourselves saves one person only from hearing our defects. "It is true," said Miss Arbe, smiling, "Lady Aurora cannot be supposed to have much weight with the world, amiable as she is. The world is not very easily led, and certainly only by those who acquire a certain ascendance over it, by some qualifications not entirely of the most common sort." "But I still don't understand," cried Miss Bydel, "what it is Miss Ellis means. What is it you want to be recommended about, child? What is this attempt you talk of? Have you got your fortune with you? Or does Mrs Maple keep it in her own hands? Or have you not got any left? Or perhaps you've had none from the beginning?" Ellis briefly explained that her wish was to be placed in some family, where there were children, as a governess. Again, the two ladies were equally surprised at the project of so steady and elaborate an undertaking, and Miss Bydel broke forth into the most abrupt inquiries of how Mrs Maple came to agree to such a scheme, whether it were approved of by Mrs Howel, and what Ellis could teach or do if it took place. Ellis, when compelled to speak, was compelled also to confess that she had not mentioned her design to either of those ladies. Miss Bydel now, stiffly drawing up, declared that she could not help taking the liberty to say that for a young lady, who was under the care of two persons of so much consideration and fortune, to resolve upon disposing of herself, without consulting either of them, was a thing she never should countenance, and which she was sure all the world would be against. These were alarming words for Miss Arbe, whose constant and predominant thought was ever upon public opinion. All too seemed now at an end, that had led, or could lead, to conciliation, where there was so peculiar a rivalry in talents, joined to a superiority of beauty, visible even to her own eyes. For how, if the hours of Ellis were to be consigned to the care and improvement of young ladies, could either time or opportunity be found to give, and in private, the musical instructions, for the hope of which alone Miss Arbe had been so earnest in her invitations, and so courteous in her manners? Without offering, therefore, the smallest softening word to the bluff questions, or gross censures of Miss Bydel, she was silent till they entered Brighthelmstone, and then only spoke to order the postilion to stop at Miss Matson's. There arrived, the two ladies let her alight alone. Miss Bydel, with a proud nod, just uttering, "Good-bye," and Miss Arbe, with a forced smile, saying she was happy to have been of any use to her. Ellis remained so confounded when thus unexpectedly abandoned, that she stood still a few minutes at the door, unable to answer, or even to understand, the civil inquiries of a young woman, from the shop, whether she would not come in, to give her commands. When a little recovered, she entered, and, in the meek tone of apprehension, asked whether she could again hire, for a few nights, or a week, the little room in which she had slept some time since. Miss Matson, recollecting her voice, came now from the back parlour, most courteously rejoicing at seeing her, and disguising her surprise, that she should again inquire for so cheap and ordinary a little lodging, for Miss Matson and her family had learnt, from various reports, that she was the same young lady who had given so much pleasure by her performance in The Provoked Husband, and who had, since, made a long visit at the Honourable Mrs Howel's, near whose mansion was situated the shop. But whatever might be the motive of her return, there could be none against her admission, since they knew her high connections, and since, even now, she was set down at the shop by Miss Arbe. The little room, therefore, was speedily prepared, and the first use that Ellis made of it was to write to Selina. She desired leave to present her thanks to Mrs Maple for the asylum which had been afforded to her distress, without any hints at the drawbacks to its comfort, and then briefly communicated her intention to pass the rest of the time of her suspense and difficulties in working at her needle, unless she could find means to place herself in some respectable family as a governess to its children. She finished her letter by the warmest acknowledgments for the kindness which she had experienced from Selina. The person who took this note was desired to apply to Mrs Fenn for the ready prepared baggage of Ellis. This, which she thought a respect demanded by decency to Mrs Maple, was her first action. She then opened, as a balm to her wounded feelings, the letter of Lady Aurora Granville, but had the cruel disappointment to find in it only these words: "Hate me not, sweet Ellis, but I am forbidden to write to you, forbidden to receive your letters. A.G." Deeply hurt, and deeply offended, Ellis now was filled with the heaviest grief, though neither offended nor hurt by Lady Aurora, whose trembling handwriting she kissed 1,000 times, with a perfect conviction that their sufferings were nearly reciprocal from this terrible prohibition. Her little baggage soon arrived, with a letter from Selina, containing a permission from Mrs Maple that Ellis might immediately return to Lewes, lest, which Mrs Howel would never forgive, she should meet with Lord Melbury. Ellis wrote a cold excuse, declaring her firm purpose to endeavour to depend, henceforth, upon her own exertions. And to strengthen this resolution, she reread a passage in one of her letters from abroad, to which she had frequent recourse when her spirits felt unequal to her embarrassments. Dans une position telle que la vôtre, in your present lonely, unprotected, unexampled situation, many and severe may be your trials. Let not any of them shake your constancy, nor break your silence. While all is secret, all may be safe. By a single surmise, all may be lost. But chiefly bear in mind what has been the principle of your education, and what I wish to be that of your conduct and character through life, that where occasion calls for female exertion, mental strength must combat bodily weakness, and intellectual vigour must supply the inherent deficiencies of personal courage, and that those only are fitted for the vicissitudes of human fortune, who, whether male or female, learn to suffice to themselves. Be this the motto of your story. End of chapter 22. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 23 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 23. The hope of self-dependence, ever cheering to an upright mind, sweetened the rest of Ellis in her mean little apartment, though with no brighter prospect than that of procuring a laborious support through the means of Miss Matson, should she fail to obtain a recommendation for the superior office of a governess. The decision was yet pending, when a letter from Selina charged her, in the name of Mrs. Maple, to adopt, as yet, no positive measure, in order to put an end to the further circulation of wonder, that a young lady should go from under Mrs. Maple's protection to a poor little lodging, without any attendant, and avowedly in search of a maintenance. And further, Selina was bid to add, that, if she would be manageable, she might still persist in passing for a young gentlewoman, and Mrs. Maple would say that she was reduced to such straits by a bankruptcy in her family, rather than shock all the ladies who had conversed with her as Mrs. Maple's guest, by telling the truth. Mrs. Howell, too, with the approbation of Lord Denmeath himself, to keep her out of the way of Lord Melbury, would try to get her the place of an humble companion to some sick old lady who would take up with her reading and singing, and ask no questions. Ellis, with utter contempt, was still perusing this letter, when she was surprised by a visit from Miss Arbe and Miss Bydel. Miss Arbe had just been calling upon Mrs. Maple, by whom she had been told the plan of Mrs. Howell, and the plausible tale of its sudden necessity. Finding Ellis still under a protection so respectable, the wish of a little musical intercourse revived in Miss Arbe, and she remarked to Miss Bydel that it would be a real charity to see what could be done for an accomplished young woman of family in circumstances so lamentable. The reception they met with from Ellis was extremely cold. The careless air with which Miss Arbe had heard, without entering into her distress, and the indifference with which she had suddenly dropped the invitations that, the minute before, had been urgent nearly to persecution, had left an impression of the littleness of her character upon the mind of Ellis, that made her present civilities, though offered with a look that implied an expectation of gratitude, received with the most distant reserve. And still less was she disposed to welcome Miss Bydel, whose behaviour, upon the same occasion, had been rude as well as unfeeling. Neither of them, however, were rebuffed, though Miss Arbe was disappointed, and Miss Bydel was amazed. But Miss Arbe had a point to carry, and would not be put from her purpose, and Miss Bydel, though she thought it but odd not to be made of more consequence, could not be hurt from a feeling which she neither possessed nor understood, delicacy. "So I hear, Miss Ellis, you have met with misfortunes," Miss Bydel began. "I am sorry for it, I assure you, though I am sure I don't know who escapes. But I want to know how it all first began. Pray, my dear, in what manner did you set out in life? A great deal of one's pity depends upon what people are used to." "What most concerns me for poor Miss Ellis," said Miss Arbe, "is her having no instrument. I can't think how she can live without one. Why don't you hire a harp, Miss Ellis?" Ellis quietly answered that she was not very musically inclined. "But you must not think how you are inclined," said Miss Bydel, "if you are to go out for a companion, as Mrs Howel wants you to do, for I am sure I don't know who you will get to take you, if you do. I have known pretty many young women in that capacity, and not one among them ever had such a thought. How should they? People do not pay them for that." "I only hope," said Miss Arbe, "that whoever has the good fortune to obtain the society of Miss Ellis will have a taste for music. 'Twill be 1,000 shames if her fine talents should be thrown away." Ellis, as she suspected not her design, was much surprised by this return to fine speeches. Still, however, she sustained her own reserve, for the difficulty of devising to what the change might be owing made her cast it upon mere caprice. To the inquiries, also, of Miss Bydel, she was equally immovable, as they evidently sprang from coarse and general curiosity. This distance, however, was not successful, either in stopping the questions of Miss Bydel, or the compliments of Miss Arbe. Each followed the bent of her humour, till Miss Arbe, at length, started an idea that caught the attention of Ellis. This was, that instead of becoming an humble companion, she should bring her musical acquirements into use, by giving lessons to young ladies. Ellis readily owned that such a plan would be best adapted to her inclinations, if Mrs Howel and Mrs Maple could be prevailed upon to exert their influence in procuring her some scholars. "But a good word or two from Miss Arbe," said Miss Bydel, "would do more for you, in that tuning way, than all theirs put together. I should like to know how it was you got this musical turn, Miss Ellis. Were your own friends rich enough, my dear, before their bankruptcy, to give you such an education themselves? Or did it all come, as one may say, from a sort of knack?" Ellis earnestly asked whether she might hope for the powerful aid of Miss Arbe to forward such a plan. Miss Arbe now resumed all her dignity, as an acknowledged judge of the fine arts, and a solicited patroness of their votaries. With smiles, therefore, of ineffable affability, she promised Ellis her protection, and glibly ran over the names of 20 or 30 families of distinction, every one of which, she said, in the choice of instructors to their children, was guided by her opinion. "But then," she added, with an air that now mingled authority with condescension, "you must have a better room than this, you know. The house is well enough, and the milliner is fashionable. She is my own. But this little hole will never do. You must take the drawing room, and then you must buy immediately, or at least hire, a very fine instrument. There is a delightful one at Strode's now, one I long for myself, and then," patting her shoulder, "you must dress, too, a little like other people, you know." "But how is she to do it," said Miss Bydel, "if she has got no money?" Ellis, however ashamed, felt rather assisted than displeased by this plump truth, but it produced no effect upon Miss Arbe, who lightly replied, "Oh, we must not be shabby. We must get things a little decent about us. A few scholars of my recommending will soon set all that to rights. Take my advice, Miss Ellis, and you won't find yourself vastly to be pitied." "But what have you got to begin with?" said Miss Bydel. "How much have you got in hand?" "Nothing," answered Ellis precipitately. "I lost my purse at Dover, and I have been destitute ever since, dependent wholly upon accidental benevolence." Miss Bydel now was extremely gratified. This was the first time that she had surprised from Ellis any account of herself, and she admitted, not a doubt that it would be followed by her whole history. "That was unlucky enough," she said. "And pray what money might you have in it?" Ellis strongly affected herself, though she had not affected her auditors, by the retrospection of a misfortune which had been so eventful to her of distress, said no more, till she saw some alarm upon the countenance of Miss Arbe at the idea of a protégée really penniless. And then, fearing to forfeit her patronage, she mentioned the £20 which she owed to the generous kindness of Lady Aurora Granville. Miss Arbe now smiled more complacently than ever, and Miss Bydel, straining wide open her large dull eyes, repeated, £20? Good me! Has Lady Aurora given you £20? The money, said Ellis, blushing, I hope I may one day return. The goodness surpasses all requital. Well, if that is the case, we must all try to do something for you, my dear. I did not know of anybody's having begun, and I am never for being the first in those sort of subscriptions, for I think them little better than picking people's pockets. Besides that, I entirely disapprove bringing persons that are poor into habits of laziness. However, if Lady Aurora has given so handsomely, one does not know how to refuse a trifle. So I tell you what, I'll pay you a month's hire of a harp. Ellis, deeply colouring, begged to decline this offer, but Miss Arbe, with an air of self-approbation that said, I won't be excelled, cried, and I, Miss Ellis, will go to the music shop and choose your instrument for you myself. Both the ladies, now equally elated by internal applause, resolved to set out instantly upon this errand, without regarding either refusal or objection from Ellis. Yet Miss Bydel, upon finding that neither Mrs. Howell nor Mrs. Maple had yet given anything, would have retracted from her intended benefaction, had not Miss Arbe dragged her away, positively refusing to let her recant, from a conviction that no other method could be started, by which her own contribution could so cheaply be presented. A very fine harp soon arrived, with a message from Miss Arbe, desiring that she might find Miss Ellis wholly disengaged the next morning, when she meant to come quite alone, and to settle everything. The total want of delicacy shown in this transaction made the wishes of Ellis send back the instrument to Miss Bydel, and refuse the purposed visit of Miss Arbe. But a little reflection taught her that in a situation so defenceless, pride must give way to prudence, and nicer feelings must submit to necessity. She sat down, therefore, to her harp, resolved diligently to practise it as a business, which might lead her to the self-dependence at which she so earnestly languished to arrive, and of which she had only learnt the just appreciation by her helplessness to resist any species of indignity while accepting an unearned asylum. Cheered, therefore, again by this view of her new plan, she received Miss Arbe the next morning with a gratitude the most flattering to that lady, who voluntarily renewed her assurances of protection. Very luckily for you, she added, I shall stay here very late, for Papa says that he can't afford to begin this winter this year before May or June. Then, sending for a large packet of music from her carriage, she proposed trying the instrument, complacently saying that she had chosen the very best which could be procured, though Miss Bydel had vehemently struggled to make her take a cheaper one. Miss Arbe, however, would not indulge her parsimony. I can't bear, she cried, anything that is mean. What Miss Arbe called trying the instrument was selecting the most difficult passages from the most difficult music which she attempted to play, and making Ellis teach her the fingering, the time, and the expression, in a lesson which lasted the whole morning. Miss Arbe, who aspired at passing for an adept in every accomplishment, seized with great quickness whatever she began to learn. But her ambition was so universal, and her pursuits were so numerous, that one of them marred another, and while everything was grasped at, nothing was attained. Yet the general aim passed with herself for general success, and because she had taken lessons in almost all the arts, she concluded that of all the arts she was completely mistress. This persuasion made her come forward, in the circles to which she belonged, with a courage that she deemed to be the just attribute of superior merit, and her family and friends, not less complacent, and rarely less superficial, in their judgments than herself, sanctioned her claims by their applause, and spread their opinions around, till, hearing them reverberated, they believed them to be fame. The present scheme for Ellis had another forcible consideration in its favour with Miss Arbe, a consideration not often accustomed to be treated with utter contempt, even by higher and wiser characters, the convenience of her purse. Her various accomplishments had already exhausted the scanty powers for extra expenses of her father, and it was long since she had received any instructions through the ordinary means of remuneration. But, ingenious in whatever could turn to her advantage, she contrived to learn more when she ceased to recompense her masters, than while the obligation between them and their pupil was reciprocated, for she sought no acquaintance but amongst the scholars of the most eminent professors, whether of music or painting. Her visits were always made at the moment which she knew to be dedicated to practising or drawing, and she regularly managed, by adroit questions, seasoned with compliments, to attract the attention of the master to herself, for an explanation of the difficulties which distressed her in her private practice. Compliments, however, were by no means the only payment that she returned for such assistance. If a benefit were in question, she had not an acquaintance upon whom she did not force tickets. If a composition were to be published, she claimed subscriptions for it from all her friends. If scholars were desired, not a parent had a child, not a guardian had a ward, whom she did not endeavour to convince that to place his charge under such or such a professor was the only method to draw forth his talents. She scarcely entered a house in which she had not some little scheme to effect, and seldom left it with her purpose unfulfilled. The artists, also, were universally her humble servants, for though they could not, like the world at large, be the dupes of her unfounded pretensions to skill, they were sure, upon all occasions, to find her so active to serve and oblige them, so much more civil than those who had money, and so much more social than those who had power, that, from mingling gratitude with their personal interest, they suffered her claims to superior knowledge to pass uncanvassed, and while they remarked that her influence supplied the place of wealth, they sought her favour, they solicited her recommendation, they dedicated to her their works. She charmed them by personal civilities. She won them by attentions to their wives, sisters, or daughters, and her zeal in return for their gratuitous services had no limit, except what might be attached to her purse. To pay for the instructions of Ellis by patronage was no sooner decided than effected. A young lady who had been educated abroad, who was brought forth into the world by Mrs Maple, and protected by Mrs Howell and Lady Aurora Granville, was already an engaging object. But when she was reduced to support herself by her own talents, through the bankruptcy of her friends, she became equally interesting and respectable, and, as such, touched for her misfortunes, yet charmed to profit from her accomplishments, Lady Kendover, a leading dilettante in the highest circles, was the first to beg that Miss Arbe would arrange the terms, and fix a day and hour for Miss Ellis to attend Lady Barbara Frankland, her ladyship's niece. One pupil of this rank, thus readily offered, procured another before the day was over, and, before the evening was finished, a third. Miss Arbe, enchanted with her success, hastened to have the pleasure of communicating it to Ellis, and of celebrating her own influence. The gratitude of Ellis was, however, by no means unruffled, when Miss Arbe insisted upon regulating the whole of her proceedings, and that with an expense which, however moderate for any other situation, was for hers alarming, if not ruinous. But Miss Arbe declared that she would not have her recommendation disgraced by any meanness. She engaged, therefore, at a high price, the best apartment in the house. She chose various articles of attire, lest Ellis should choose them, she said, too parsimoniously. and employed, in fitting her up, some tradespeople who were honoured occasionally by working for herself. In vain Ellis represented the insufficiency of her little store for such expenses. Miss Arbe impatiently begged that they might not waste their time upon such narrow considerations, and, seizing the harp, devoted the rest of the visit to a long, though unacknowledged, lesson, after which, in hastily nodding an adieu, she repeated her high disdain of whatever was wanting in spirit and generosity. Mrs Maple, with mingled choler and amazement, soon learnt the wonderful tidings that the discarded wanderer had hired the best drawing-room at the famous milliner's, Miss Matson, and was elegantly, though simply arrayed, and prepared and appointed to be received, in various houses of fashion, as a favoured and distinguished professor. The fear of some ultimate responsibility for having introduced such an impostor into high life now urged Mrs Maple to work upon the curiosity of Mrs Ireton, to offer the unknown traveller the post of her humble companion. But Ellis retained a horror of the disposition and manners of Mrs Ireton that made her decidedly refuse the proposition, and the incensed Mrs Maple and the imperious Mrs Howell, alike ashamed to proclaim what they considered as their own dupery, were alike, ultimately, reduced to leave the matter to take its course. Mrs Howell finally comforting herself that, in case of detection, she could cast the whole disgrace upon Mrs Maple, who equally consoled herself by deciding, in that case, to throw the whole blame upon Mr Harleigh. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 24 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 24. Thus equipped and decided, the following week opened upon Ellis with the fair prospect of fulfilling the injunctions of her correspondent by learning to suffice to herself. This idea animated her with a courage which, in some measure, divested her of the painful timidity that, to the inexperienced and modest, is often subversive of the use of the very talents which it is their business and interest to display. Courage, not only upon such occasions, but upon others of infinitely higher importance, is more frequently than the looker-on suspects the effect of secret reasoning and cool calculation of consequences than of fearless temperament or inborn bravery. Her first essay exceeded her best expectations in its success, a success the more important as failure there might have fastened discredit upon her whole enterprise, since her first pupil was Lady Barbara Frankland. Lady Kendover, the aunt of that young lady, to whom Miss Arbe, for the honour of her own patronage, had adroitly dwelt upon the fortnight passed at Mrs Howell's, and, in the society of Lady Aurora Granville, by her protégée, received and treated her with distinguished condescension, and even flattering kindness. For though her ladyship was too high in rank to share in the anxious tenaciousness of Mrs Howell, for manifesting the superior judgment with which she knew how to select and how to reject persons qualified for her society, and though yet less liable to be controlled by the futile fears of the opinion of a neighbourhood which awed Mrs Maple, still she was more a woman of quality than a woman of the world, and the circle in which she moved was bounded by the hereditary habits and imitative customs which had always limited the proceedings of her ladyship's, in common with those of almost every other noble family, of patronizing those who had already been elevated by patronage, and of lifting higher, by peculiar favour, those who were already mounting by the favour of others. To go further, to draw forth talents from obscurity, to honour indigent virtue, were exertions that demanded a character of a superior species. a character that had learnt to act for himself, by thinking for himself and feeling for others. The joy of Lady Barbara, a lively and lovely young creature, just blooming into womanhood, in becoming the pupil of Ellis, was nearly ecstatic. Lady Aurora Granville, with whom she was particularly connected, had written to her in such a rapture of the private play that she was wild to see the celebrated Lady Townley. And though she was not quite simple, nor quite young enough to believe that she should literally behold that personage, her ideas were, unconsciously, so bewildered between the representation of nature and life, or nature and life themselves, that she had a certain undefined pleasure in the meeting which perplexed, yet bewitched her imagination. She regarded it as the happiest possible event, to be brought into such close intercourse with a person whom she delighted herself with considering as the first actress of the age. She looked at her, watched her, listened to her, and prevailed upon Lady Kendover to engage that she should every day take a lesson, during which her whole mind was directed to imitating Miss Ellis in her manner of holding the harp, in the air of her head as she turned from it to look at the musical notes, in her way of curving, straightening, or elegantly spreading her fingers upon the strings, and in the general bend of her person, upon which depended the graceful effect of the whole. Not very singular, indeed, was Lady Barbara in regarding these as the principal points to be attained in acquiring the accomplishment of playing upon the harp, which, because it shews beauty and grace to advantage, is often erroneously chosen for exhibiting those who have neither, as if its powers extended to bestow the charms which it only displays. The admiration of Lady Barbara for her instructress lost some boundary of moderation every day, and Ellis, though ashamed of such excess of partiality, felt fostered by its warmth, and returned it with sincerity. Lady Barbara, who was gaily artless, and as full of kindness as of vivacity, had the strong recommendation of being wholly natural, a recommendation as rare in itself as success is in its deviations. Miss Arbe was all happy exultation at a prosperity for which she repaid herself, without scruple, by perpetual though private lessons, and Ellis, whose merit, while viewed with rivalry, she had sought to depreciate, she was now foremost to praise. The swellings of envy and jealousy gave way to triumph in her own discernment, and all severities of hypercriticism subsided into the gentler vanity and more humane parade of patronage. Another happy circumstance signalized, also, this professional commencement of Ellis. Miss Arbe secured to her the popular favour of Sir Marmaduke Crawley, a travelled fine gentleman, just summoned from Italy to take possession of his title and estate, and to the guardianship of 2 hoyden sisters, many years younger than himself. His character of a connoisseur and admirer of les beaux-arts, a person of so refined a conformation as to desire to be thought rather to vegetate than to live, when removed from the genial clime of the sole region of the muses and of taste, Italy, made his approbation as useful to her fame as the active influence of Miss Arbe was to her fortune. This gentleman, upon hearing her perform to Lady Kendover, declared, with a look of melancholy recollection, that the Ellis was more divine than anything that he had yet met with on this side the Alps. He requested Miss Arbe, therefore, to place his sisters under her elegant tuition, if he might hope that the Ellis could be prevailed upon to undertake 2 such vandals. Born to a considerable fortune, though with a narrow capacity, Sir Marmaduke had persuaded himself that to make the tour of Europe, and to become a connoisseur in all the arts, was the same thing. And, as he was rich, and therefore able to make himself friends, civil, and therefore never addicted to make enemies, no one felt tempted, either by sincerity or severity, to undeceive him, and as all he essentially wanted, for the character to which he thought himself elevated, was spirit, taste, and sense, he uttered his opinions upon whatever he saw or heard, without the smallest suspicion that the assiduity with which he visited, or the wealth with which he purchased, works of art, included not every requisite for their appreciation. Yet though, from never provoking, he never encountered that foe to the happy feelings of inborn presumption, truth, he felt sometimes embarrassed, when suddenly called upon to pronounce an opinion on any abstruse point of taste. He was always, therefore, watchful to catch hints from the dashing Miss Arbe, since to whatever she gave her fearless sanction, he saw fashion attached. Nothing could be more different than the reception given to Ellis by Lady Kendover, and that which she experienced from the Miss Crawleys. Without any superiority to their brother in understanding, they had a decided inferiority in education and manners. They had been brought up by a fond uncle, in the country, with every false indulgence which can lead to idle ease and pleasure for the passing moment, but which teems with that weariness that a dearth of all rational employment nurses up for the listless and uncultured, when folly and ignorance outlive mere thoughtlessness, merriment. Accustomed to follow, in everything, the uncontrolled bent of their own humours, they felt fatigued by the very word decorum, and thought themselves oppressed by any representation of what was due to propriety. Their brother, on the contrary, taking the opposite extreme, had neither care nor wish but what related to the opinion of the virtuosi, because, though possessed of whatever could give pecuniary, he was destitute of all that could inspire mental independence. "Oh-ho! The Ellis!" cried Miss Crawley, mimicking her brother. "You are come to be our schoolmistress, are you? Quick, quick, Di! Put on your dumpish face and begin your task." Be quiet, cried Miss Di. "I shall like to learn of all things. The Ellis shall make me the Crawley. Come, what's to be done, the Ellis? Begin. "And finish, cried the eldest. "I can't bear to be long about anything. There's nothing so fulgrum." Their brother now ventured gently to caution them not to make use of the word fulgrum, which, he assured them, was by no means received in good company. "Oh, I hate good company," cried the eldest. "It always makes me fall asleep." "So do I," cried the youngest, "except when I take upon myself to wake it. Oh, that's the delight of my life, to run wild upon a set of formals, who think one brainless only because one is not drowsy. Do you know any fulgrums of that sort, brother?" The merriment that this question, which they meant to be personal, occasioned, extremely confused Sir Marmaduke, and his evident consciousness flung them into such immoderate laughter, that the new mistress was forced to desist from all attempt at instruction till it subsided, which was not till their brother, shrugging his shoulders, with shame and mortification, left the room. Yawning then, with exhausted spirits, they desired to be set to work. Proficiency they had no chance, for they had no wish to make, but Ellis, from this time, attended them twice a week, and Sir Marmaduke was gratified by the assurances of Miss Arbe that all the world praised his taste for choosing them so accomplished an instructress. The fourth scholar that the same patronage procured for Ellis was a little girl of 11 years of age, whose mother, Lady Aramede, the nearly ruined widow of a gamester peer, sacrificed every comfort to retain the equipage and the establishment that she had enjoyed during the life of her luxurious lord. Her table, except when she had company, was never quite sufficient for her family. Her dress, except when she visited, was always old, mended, and out of fashion, and the education of her daughter, though destined to be of the first order, was extracted, in common with her gala dinners and gala ornaments, from these daily savings. Ellis, therefore, from the very moderate price at which Miss Arbe, for the purpose of obliging her own various friends, had fixed her instructions, was a treasure to Lady Aramede, who had never before so completely found what she was always indefatigably seeking, a professor not more cheap than fashionable. On the part of the professor the satisfaction was not quite mutual. Lady Aramede, reduced by her great expenses in public to the most miserable parsimony in private, joined to a lofty desire of high consideration in the world, a constant alarm lest her pecuniary difficulties should be perceived. The low terms, therefore, upon which Ellis taught, though the real inducement for her being employed, urged the most arrogant reception of the young instructress, in the apprehension that she might, else, suspect the motive to her admission, and the instant that she entered the room, her little pupil was hurried to the instrument, that she might not presume to imagine it possible that she could remain in the presence of her ladyship, even for a moment, except to be professionally occupied. Yet she was by no means more niggardly in bestowing favour, than rapacious in seeking advantage. Her thoughts were constantly employed in forming interrogatories for obtaining musical information, by which her daughter might profit in the absence of the mistress, though she made them without troubling herself to raise her eyes, except when she did not comprehend the answer. And then her look was of so haughty a character, that she seemed rather to be demanding satisfaction than explanation. The same address, also, accompanied her desire to hear the pieces, which her daughter began learning, performed by the mistress. She never made this request till the given hour was more than past, and made it then rather as if she were issuing a command, for the execution of some acknowledged duty, than calling forth talents, or occupying time, upon which she could only from courtesy have any claim. Miss Brinville, the 5th pupil of Ellis, was a celebrated beauty, who had wasted her bloom in a perpetual search of admiration, and lost her prime, without suspecting that it was gone, in vain and ambitious difficulties of choice. Yet her charms, however faded and changed, still by candlelight, or when adroitly shaded, through a becoming skill in the arrangement of her head-dress, appeared nearly in their first lustre, and in this view it was that they were always presented to herself, though by the world the altered complexion, sunk eyes, and enlarged features, exhibited by daylight, or by common attire, were all, except through impertinent retrospection, that were any more noticed. She was just arrived at Brighthelmstone, with her mother, upon a visit to an acquaintance, whom that lady had engaged to invite them, with the design of meeting Sir Lisle Sycamore, a splendid young baronet, with whom Miss Brinville had lately danced at a private ball, where, as he saw her for the first time, and saw her to every advantage which well-chosen attire, animated vanity, and propitious waxlight could give, he had fallen desperately enamoured of her beauty, and had so vehemently lamented having promised to join a party at Brighthelmstone, that both the mother and the daughter concluded that they had only to find a decent pretence for following him, to secure the prostration of his title and fortune at their feet. And though similar expectations, from gentlemen of similar birth and estate, had already, at least 50 times, been disappointed, they were just as sanguine, in the present instance, as if, new to the world, and inexperienced in its ways, they were now receiving their first lessons upon the fallaciousness of self-appreciation, so slight is the impression made, even where our false judgment is self-detected, by wounds to our vanity, and so elastic is the rebound of that hope, which originates in our personal estimation of our deserts. The young baronet, indeed, no sooner heard of the arrival at Brighthelmstone of the fair one who had enchanted him, than, wild with rapture, he devoted all his soul to expected ecstasies. But when, the next morning, fine and frosty, though severely cold, he met her upon the Stean, her complexion and her features were so different to those yet resting, in full beauty, upon his memory, that he looked at her with a surprise mingled with a species of indignation, as at a caricature of herself. Miss Brinville, though too unconscious of her own double appearance to develop what passed in his mind, was struck and mortified by his change of manner. The bleak winds which blew sharply from the sea, giving nearly its own blue-green hue to her skin, while all that it bestowed of the carnation's more vivid glow, visited the feature which they least become, but which seems always the favourite wintry hotbed of the ruddy tints, in completing what to the young baronet seemed an entire metamorphosis, drove him fairly from the field. The wondering heroine was left in a consternation that usefully, however disagreeably, might have whispered to her some of those cruel truths which are always buzzing around faded beauties, missing no ears but their own, had she not been hurried by her mother into a milliner's shop, to make some preparations for a ball to which she was invited for the evening. There again she saw the baronet, to whose astonished sight she appeared with all her first allurements. Again he danced with her, again was captivated, and again the next morning recovered his liberty. Yet Miss Brinville made no progress in self-perception. His changes were attributed to caprice or fickleness, and her desire grew but more urgent to fix her wavering conquest. At the dinner at Lady Kendover's, where Miss Arbe brought forward the talents and the plan of Ellis, such a spirit was raised to procure scholars amongst the young ladies of fashion then at Brighthelmstone, and it seemed so youthful to become a pupil, that Miss Brinville feared, if left out, she might be considered as too old to enter such lists. Yet her total ignorance of music, and a native dull distaste to all the arts, save the millinery, damped her wishes with want of resolution, till an exclamation of Sir Lisle Sycamore's, that nothing added so much grace to beauty as playing upon the harp, gave her sudden strength and energy to beg to be set down by Miss Arbe as one of the first scholars for her protégé. Ellis was received by her with civility, but treated with the utmost coldness. The sight of beauty at its height forced a self-comparison of no exhilarating nature, and much as she built upon informing Sir Lisle of her lessons, she desired nothing less than showing him from whom they were received. To sit at the harp so as to justify the assertion of the baronet became her principal study, and the glass before which she tried her attitudes and motions told her such flattering tales that she soon began to think the harp the sweetest instrument in the world, and that to practice it was the most delicious of occupations. Ellis was too sincere to aid this delusion. Of all her pupils no one was so utterly hopeless as Miss Brinville, whom she found equally destitute of ear, taste, intelligence, and application. The same direction 20 times repeated was not better understood than the first moment that it was uttered. Naturally dull, she comprehended nothing that was not familiar to her, and habitually indolent, because brought up to believe that beauty would supply every accomplishment, she had no conception of energy, and not an idea of diligence. Ellis, whose mind was ardent, and whose integrity was incorrupt, felt an honourable anxiety to fulfil the duties of her new profession, though she had entered upon them merely from motives of distress. She was earnest, therefore, for the improvement of her pupils, and conceived the laudable ambition to merit what she might earn by their advancement. And though one amongst them alone manifested any genius, in all of them, except Miss Brinville, she saw more of carelessness or idleness than of positive incapacity. But here the darkness of all musical apprehension was so impenetrable that not a ray of instruction could make way through it. And Ellis, who, though she saw that to study her looks at the instrument was her principal object, had still imagined that to learn music came in for some share in taking lessons upon the harp, finding it utterly vain to try to make her distinguish one note from another, held her own probity called upon to avow her opinion, since she saw herself the only one who could profit from its concealment. Gently, therefore, and in terms the most delicate that she could select, she communicated her fears to Mrs. Brinville, that the talents of Miss Brinville were not of a musical cast. Mrs. Brinville, with a look that said, "What infinite impertinence!" declared herself extremely obliged by this sincerity, and summoned her daughter to the conference. Miss Brinville, colouring with the deepest resentment, protested that she was never so well pleased as in hearing plain truth, but each made an inclination of her head that intimated to Ellis that she might hasten her departure, and the first news that reached her the next morning was, that Miss Brinville had sent for a celebrated and expensive professor, then accidentally at Brighthelmstone, to give her lessons upon the harp. Miss Arbe, from whom Ellis received this intelligence, was extremely angry with her for the strange, and what she called unheard of measure that she had taken. "What had you," she cried, "to do with their manner of wasting their money? Every one chooses to throw it away according to his own taste. If rich people have not that privilege, I don't see how they are the better for not being poor." The sixth scholar, whom Ellis undertook, was sister to Sir Lisle Sycamore. She possessed a real genius for music, though it was so little seconded by industry, that whatever she could not perform without labour or time, she relinquished. Thus, though all she played was executed in a truly fine style, nothing being practised, nothing was finished; and though she could amuse herself, and charm her auditors, with almost every favourite passage that she heard, she could not go through a single piece, could play nothing by book, and hardly knew her notes. Nevertheless, Ellis found her so far superior, in musical capacity, to every other pupil that had fallen to her charge, that she conceived a strong desire to make her the fine player that her talents befitted her for becoming. Her utmost exertions, however, and warmest wishes, were insufficient for this purpose. The genius with which Miss Sycamore was endowed for music was unallied to any soft harmonies of temper or of character. She was presumptuous, conceited, and gaily unfeeling. If Ellis pressed her to more attention, she hummed an air without looking at her. If she remonstrated against her neglect, she suddenly stared at her, though without speaking. She had a haughty indifference about learning, but it was not from an indifference to excel. 'Twas from a firm self-opinion that she excelled already. If she could not deny that Ellis executed whole pieces in as masterly a manner as she could herself play only chosen passages, she deemed that a mere mechanical part of the art, which, as a professor, Ellis had been forced to study, and which she herself, therefore, rather held cheap than respected. Ellis, at first, seriously lamented this wayward spirit, which wasted real talents, but all interest for her pupils soon subsided, and all regret concentrated in having such a scholar to attend, for the manners of Miss Sycamore had an excess of insolence that rather demanded apathy than philosophy to be supported, by those who were in any degree within her power. Ellis was treated by her with a sort of sprightly defiance, that sometimes seemed to arise from gay derision, at others from careless haughtiness. Miss Sycamore, who gave little attention to the rumours of her history, saw her but either as a wanderer, of blighted fortune, and as such looked down upon her with contempt, or as an indigent young woman of singular beauty, and as such, with far less willingness, looked up to her with envy. Twice a week also, Selina, with the contrivance, though not with the avowed consent of Mrs. Maple, came from Lewes to continue her musical lessons at the house of Lady Kendover, or of Miss Aramede. Such was the set which the powerful influence of Miss Arbe procured for the opening campaign of Ellis, and to this set its own celebrity soon added another name. It was not, indeed, one which Miss Arbe would have deigned to put upon her list, but Ellis, who had no pride to support in her present undertaking, save the virtuous and right pride of owing independence to her own industry, as readily accepted a preferred scholar from the daughter of a common tradesman, as she had accepted the daughter of an earl, whom she taught at Lady Kendover's. Mr. Tedman, a grocer, who had raised a very large fortune, was now at Brighthelmstone, with his only daughter and heiress, at whose desire he called at Miss Matson's, to inquire for the famous music teacher. Ellis, hearing that he was an elderly man, conceived what might be his business, and admitted him. Much surprised by her youthful appearance, "Good now, my dear," he cried, "why, to be sure it can't be you as pretends to learn young Mrs. Music, and even Mrs. of quality, as I am told. It's more likely it's your mamma, put in case you've got one." When Ellis had set him right, he took 5 guineas from his purse, and said, "Well then, my dear, come to my darter, and give her as much of your tootling as will come to this, and I think by then she'll be able to twiddle over them wires by herself." The hours of attendance being then settled, he looked smirkingly in her face, and added, "Which of the 2 of us is to hold the stakes, you or I?" shaking the 5 guineas between his hands. But when she assured him that she had not the most distant desire to anticipate such an appropriation, he assumed an air of generous affluence, and assuring her, in return, that he was not afraid to trust her, counted 2 guineas and half a guinea upon the table, and said, "So if you please, my dear, we'll split the difference." Ellis found the daughter yet more innately, though less obviously, vulgar, and far more unpleasant, because uncivil, than her father. In a constant struggle to hide the disproportion of her origin and early habits with her present pretensions to fashion, she was tormented by an incessant fear of betraying that she was as little bred as born to the riches which she now possessed. This made her always authoritative with her domestics, or inferiors, to keep them in awe, pert with gentlemen by way of being genteel, and rude with ladies to shew herself their equal. Mr. Tedman conceived, immediately, a warm partiality for Ellis, whose elegant manners, which, had he met with her in high life, would have distanced him by their superiority, now attracted him irresistibly, in viewing them but as good nature. He called her his pretty tutelar, and bid her make haste to earn her 5 guineas, significantly adding that, if his daughter were not finished before they were gone, he was rich enough to make them 10. End of chapter 24. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 25 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 25. With these 7 pupils, Ellis, combating the various unpleasant feelings that were occasionally excited, prosperously began her new career. Her spirits, from the fullness of her occupations, revived, and she soon grew a stranger to the depression of that ruminating leisure which is wasted in regret, in repining, or in wavering meditation. Miss Arbe reaped, also, the fruits of her successful manoeuvres, by receiving long and almost daily instructions, under the pretence of trying different compositions, though never under the appellation of lessons, nor with the smallest acknowledgment of any deficiency that might require improvement, always, when they separated, exclaiming, "What a delightful musical regale we have enjoyed this morning!" So sincere, nevertheless, was the sense which Ellis entertained of the essential obligations which she owed to Miss Arbe, that she suffered this continual intrusion and fatigue without a murmur. Miss Bydel also, who was nearly as frequent in her visits as Miss Arbe, claimed constantly, however vainly, in return for paying the month's hire of the harp, the private history of the way of life, expenses, domestics, and apparent income of every family to which that instrument was the means of introduction. And but that these ladies had personal engagements for their evenings, Ellis could not have found time to keep herself in such practice as her new profession required, and her credit, if not her scholars, might have been lost, through the selfishness of the very patronesses by whom they had been obtained. Another circumstance, also, somewhat disturbed, though she would not suffer it to interrupt, what she now deemed to be her professional study. She no sooner touched her harp than she heard a hurrying, though heavy step, descend the stairs, and never opened the door, after playing or singing, without perceiving a gentleman standing against it, in an attitude of listening. He hastened away ashamed upon her appearance, yet did not the less fail to be in waiting at her next performance. Displeased and nearly alarmed by the continual repetition of this curiosity, she complained of it to Miss Matson, desiring that she would find means to put an end to so strange a liberty. Miss Matson said that the person in question, who was a gentleman of very good character, though rather odd in his ways, had taken the little room which Ellis had just relinquished. She was sure, however, that he meant no harm, for he had often told her, as he passed through the shop, that he ought to pay double for his lodging, for the sake of hearing the harp and the singing. Miss Matson remonstrated with him, nevertheless, upon his indiscretion, in consequence of which he became more circumspect. From Selina, whose communications continued to be as unabated in openness as her friendship was in fondness, Ellis had the heartfelt satisfaction of receiving occasional intelligence, drawn from the letters of Mrs Howel to Mrs Maple, of the inviolable attachment of Lady Aurora Granville. She heard also, but nearly with indifference, that the two elder ladies had been furious with indignation at the prosperity of the scheme of Miss Arbe, by which Ellis seemed to be naturalized at Brighthelmstone, where she was highly considered, and both visited and invited, by all who had elegance, sense, or taste to appreciate her merits. Of Elinor nothing was positively known, though some indirect information reached her aunt that she had found means to return to the Continent. About 3 weeks passed thus, in the diligent and successful practice of this new profession, when a morning concert was advertised at the New Rooms for a blind Welsh harper, who was travelling through the principal towns of England. All the scholars of Ellis having, upon this occasion, taken tickets of Lady Kendover, who patronized the harper, Ellis meant to dedicate the leisure thus left her to musical studies. But she was broken in upon by Miss Bydel, who, possessing an odd ticket, and having, through some accident, missed joining her party, desired Ellis would immediately get ready to go with her to the concert. Ellis, not sorry to hear the harper, consented. The harper was in the midst of his last piece when they arrived. Miss Bydel, deaf to a general buzz of "Hush!" at the loud voice with which, upon entering the room, she said, "Well, now I must look about for some acquaintance," straightly strutted on to the upper end of the apartment. Ellis quietly glided after her, concluding it to be a matter of course that they should keep together. Here, however, Miss Bydel comfortably arranged herself between Mrs Maple and Selina, telling them that, having been too late for all her friends, and not liking to poke her way alone, she had been forced to make the young music mistress come along with her, for company. Ellis, though both abashed and provoked, felt herself too justly under the protection of Miss Bydel, to submit to the mortification of turning back, as if she had been an unauthorized intruder, though the averted looks, and her consciousness of the yet more disdainful opinions of Mrs Maple, left her no hope of countenance but through the kindness of Selina. She sought, therefore, the eyes of her young friend, and did not seek them in vain. But great was her surprise to meet them not merely unaccompanied by any expression of regard, but even of remembrance, and to see them instantaneously withdrawn, to be fixed upon those of Lady Barbara Frankland, which were wholly occupied by the blind harper. Disappointed and disconcerted, she was now obliged to seat herself, alone, upon a side form, and to strive to parry the awkwardness of her situation, by an appearance of absorbed attention to the performance of the harper. A gentleman, who was lounging upon a seat at some distance, struck by her beauty, and surprised by her lonely position, curiously loitered towards her, and dropped, as if accidentally, upon the same form. He was young, tall, handsome, and fashionable, but wore the air of a decided libertine, and her modest mien and evident embarrassment rendered her peculiarly attractive to a voluptuous man of pleasure. To discover, therefore, whether that modesty were artificial, or the remains of such original purity as he, and such as he, adore but to demolish, was his immediate determination. It was impossible for Ellis to escape seeing how completely she engrossed his attention, sedulously as she sought to employ her own another way. But having advanced too far into the room by following Miss Bydel, to descend without being recognized by those whose good opinion it was now her serious concern to preserve, all her scholars being assembled upon this occasion, she resolved to sustain her credit by openly joining, or at least closely following, Miss Bydel when the concert should be over. When the concert, however, was over, her difficulties were but increased, for no one retired. Lady Kendover ordered tea for herself and her party, and the rest of the assembly eagerly formed itself into groups for a similar purpose. A mixed society is always jealous of its rights of equality, and any measure taken by a person of superior rank or superior fortune to the herd soon becomes general, not humbly from an imitative, but proudly from a levelling spirit. The little coteries thus everywhere arranging made the forlorn situation of Ellis yet more conspicuous. All now, but herself, were either collected into sets to take tea, or dispersed for sauntering. She felt, therefore, so awkward that, hoping by a fair explanation to acquit herself to her scholars at their next lessons, she was rising to return alone to her lodging, when the gentleman already mentioned, planting himself abruptly before her, confidently inquired whether he could be of any service in seeing her out. She gravely pronounced a negative, and reseated herself. He made no attempt at conversation, but again took his place by her side. In the hope of lessening, in some degree, her embarrassment, Ellis once more sought the notice of Selina, whose behaviour appeared so extraordinary that she began to imagine herself mistaken in believing that she had yet been seen. But when again she caught the eye of that young lady, a low and respectful curtsy vainly solicited return, or notice. The eye looked another way, without seeming to have heeded the salutation. She grew now seriously apprehensive that some cruel calamity must have injured her in the opinion of her affectionate young friend. Her ruminations upon this unpleasant idea were interrupted by the approach of Mrs. and Miss Brinville, who, scornfully passing her, stopped before her lounging neighbour, to whom Mrs. Brinville said, "Do you take nothing, Sir Lisle? We are just going to make a little tea." Sir Lisle, looking negligently at Miss Brinville, and then, from her faded beauty, casting a glance of comparison at the blooming prime of the lovely unknown by his side, carelessly answered that he took tea but once in a day. Miss Brinville, though by no means aware of the full effect of such a contrast, had not failed to remark the direction of the wandering eye, nor to feel the waste and inadequacy of her best smiles to draw it back. She was compelled, however, to walk on, and Ellis now concluded that her bold and troublesome neighbour must be Sir Lisle Sycamore, who, seldom at home but to a given dinner, had never been present at any lesson of his sister's. The chagrin of being seen, and judged so unfavourably, by a friend of Lord Melbury, was a little softened by the hope that he would soon learn who she was from Miss Sycamore, and that accident, not choice, had placed her thus alone in a public room. Miss Brinville had not more keenly observed the admiring looks of Sir Lisle, than the baronet had remarked her own of haughty disdain for the same object. This confirmed his idea of the fragile character of his solitary beauty, though, while it fixed his pursuit, it deterred him from manifesting his design. His quietness, however, did not deceive Ellis. The admiration conveyed by his eyes was so wholly unmixed with respect, that, Embarrassed and comfortless, she knew not which way to turn her own. Mr. Tedman, soon after, perceiving her to be alone, and unserved, came, with a good-humoured smirk upon his countenance, to bring her a handful of cakes. It was in vain that she declined them. He placed them, one by one, till he had counted 6, upon the form by her side, saying, "Don't be so coy, my dear, don't be so coy. Young girls have appetites as well as old men, for I don't find that tootling does much for one's stomach. And I promise you, this cold February morning has served me for as good a wet as if I was an errand boy up to this moment. Put in case I ever was one before, which, however, is neither here nor there. Though you may as well," he added, lowering his voice, and looking cautiously around, "not mention my happening to drop that word to my darter. For she has so many fine misses coming to see her, that she got acquainted with at the boarding school, where I was over-persuaded to put her, for I might have set up a good smart shop for the money it cost me, but she had a prodigious hankering after being teached dancing, and the like, and so now when they come to see us, she wants to pass for as fine a toss-up as themselves, and, lack-a-daisy, put in case I was to let the cat out of the bag." Steadily as Ellis endeavoured to avoid looking either to the right or to the left, she could not escape observing the surprise and aversion which this visit and whisper afforded to Sir Lisle. Yet the good humour of Mr. Tedman, and her conviction of the innocence of his kindness, made it impossible for her to repulse him with anger. Advancing next, his mouth close to her ear, he said, "I should have been glad enough to have had you come and drink a cup of tea with I and my darter, I can tell you that. Only my darter's always in such a fuss about what the quality will think of her, else we are dull enough together, only she and me. For, do what she will, that quality don't much mind her. So she's rather a bit in the sulks, poor dear. And at best she is but a so-so hand at the agreeable. Though indeed, for the matter of that, I am no rare one myself, except with my particulars, put in case I am then." He now, good-humouredly nodding, begged her not to spare the cakes, and promising she should have more if she were hungry, returned to his daughter. Sir Lisle, with a scarcely stifled laugh, and in a tone the most familiar, inquired whether she wished for any further refreshment. Ellis, looking away from him, pronounced a repulsive negative. An elderly gentleman, who was walking up and down the room, now bowed to her. Not knowing him, she let his salutation pass apparently disregarded, when, some of her cakes accidentally falling from the form, he eagerly picked them up, saying, as he grasped them in his hand, "Faith, madam, you had better have eaten them at once. You had faith. Few things are mended by delay. We are all at our best at first. These cakes are no more improved by being mottled with the dirt of the floor, than a pretty woman is by being marked with the smallpox. I know nothing that i'n't the worse for a put-off, unless it be a quarrel." Ellis then, through his voice and language, discovered her fellow voyager, Mr. Riley, though a considerable change in his appearance, from his travelling garb, had prevented a more immediate recollection. Additional disturbance now seized her, lest he should recur to the suspicious circumstances of her voyage and arrival. While he still stood before her, declaiming upon the squeezed cakes, which he held in his hand, Mr. Tedman, coming softly back, and gently pushing him aside, produced, with a self-pleased countenance, a small plate of bread and butter, saying, "Look here, my dear, I brought you a few nice slices, for I see the misfortune that befell my cakes, of their falling down, and I resolved you should not be the worse for it. But I advise you to eat this at once, for fear of accidents. Only take care," with a smile, "that you don't grease your pretty fingers." He did not smile singly. Sir Lisle more than bore him company, and Riley laughed aloud, saying, "'Twould be a pity indeed if she did not take care of her pretty fingers, 'twould, faith, when she can work them so cunningly. I can't imagine how the lady could sit so patiently to hear that old Welshman thrum the chords in that bang-wang way, when she can touch them herself like a little Queen David, to put all one's feelings in a fever. I've listened at her door till I've tingled all over with heat in the midst of the hard frost. and sometimes I have sat upon the stairs to hear her till I have been so bent double and numbed that my nose has almost joined my toes, and you might have rolled me down to the landing-place without uncurbing me. You might, faith." Ellis now further discovered that Mr. Riley was the listening new lodger. Her apprehensions, however, of his recollection subsided when she found him wholly unsuspicious that he had ever seen her before, and called to mind her own personal disguise at their former meeting. Sir Lisle, piqued to see her monopolized by two such Frograms as he thought Messrs. Riley and Tedman, was bending forward to address her more freely himself, when Lady Barbara Frankland, suddenly perceiving her, flew to take her hand with the most cordial expressions of partial and affectionate regard. Sir Lisle Sycamore, after a moment of extreme surprise, combining this condescension with what Riley had said of her performance, surmised that his suspicious beauty must be the harp mistress, who had been recommended to him by Miss Arbe, who taught his sister, and whose various accomplishments had been extolled to him by Lord Melbury. That she should appear, and remain, thus strangely alone in public, marked her, nevertheless, in his opinion, as at least an easy prey, though her situation with regard to his sister, and a sense of decency with regard to her known protectors, made him instantly change his demeanour, and determine to desist from any obvious pursuit. Lady Barbara had no sooner returned to her aunt than Sir Marmaduke Crawley, in the name of that lady, advanced with a request that Miss Ellis would be so obliging as to try the instrument of the Welsh harper. Though this message was sent by Lady Kendover in terms of perfect politeness, and delivered by Sir Marmaduke with the most scrupulous courtesy, it caused Ellis extreme disturbance, from her unconquerable repugnance to complying with her ladyship's desire. But, while she was entreating him to soften her refusal by the most respectful expressions, his two sisters came hoydening up to her, charging him to take no denial, and protesting that they would either drag the Ellis to the harp, or the harp to the Ellis, if she stood dilly-dallying any longer. And then, each seizing her by an arm, without any regard to her supplications, or to the shock which they inflicted upon the nerves of their brother, they would have put their threat into immediate execution, but for the weakness occasioned by their own immoderate laughter at their merry gambols, which gave time for Lady Kendover to perceive the embarrassment and the struggles of Ellis, and to suffer her partial young admirer, Lady Barbara, to be the bearer of a civil apology, and the recantation of the request. To this commission of the well-bred aunt, the kind-hearted niece added a positive insistence that Ellis should join their party, to which she rather drew than led her, seating her, almost forcibly, next to herself, with exulting delight at rescuing her from the turbulent Miss Crawleys. Lady Kendover, to whom the exact gradations of etiquette were always present, sought, by a look, to intimate to her niece that while the Honourable Miss Aramede was standing, this was not the place for Ellis. But the niece, natural, inconsiderate, and zealous, understood not the hint, and the timid embarrassment of Ellis showed so total a freedom from all obtrusive intentions, that her ladyship could not but forgive, however little she had desired the junction, and soon afterwards encouragingly led her to join both in the conversation and the breakfast. Selina now ran to shake hands with her dear Ellis, expressing the warmest pleasure at her sight. Ellis as much, though not as disagreeably surprised by her notice now, as she had been by the more than neglect which had preceded it, was hesitating what judgment to form of either, when Miss Sycamore, from some distance, scornfully called out to her,
"Don't fail to stop at our house on your way back to your lodgings, Miss Ellis, to look at my harp. I believe it's out of order."
Lady Kendover, whose invariable politeness made her peculiarly sensible of any failure of that quality in another, perceiving Ellis extremely disconcerted by the pointed malice of this humiliating command, at the moment that she was bearing her part in superior society, redoubled her own civilities by attentions as marked and public as they were obliging, and, pleased by the modest gratitude with which they were received, had again restored the serenity of Ellis, when a conversation, unavoidably overheard, produced new disturbance. Mr. Riley, who had just recognized Ireton and Mrs. Maple, was loud in his satisfaction at again seeing two of his fellow voyagers, and, in his usually unceremonious manner, began discoursing upon their late dangers and escape, notwithstanding all the efforts of Mrs. Maple, who knew nothing of his birth, situation in life, or fortune, to keep him at a distance. "And pray," cried he, "how does Miss Nelly do? She is a prodigious clever girl, she is, faith. I took to her mightily, though I did not much like that twist she had got to the wrong side of my politics. I longed prodigiously to give her a twitch back to the right. But how could you think, ma'am, of taking over such a brisk, warm young girl as that, at the very instant when the newfangled doctrines were beginning to ferment in every corner of France, boiling over in one half of their pates to scald the other half?" Mrs. Maple, however unwilling to hold a public conference with a person of whom she had never seen the pedigree nor the rent-roll, could still less endure to let even a shadow of blame against herself pass unanswered. She therefore angrily said that she had travelled for health, and not to trouble herself about politics. "Oh, as to you, ma'am, it's all one at your years. But how could you fancy a skittish young girl like that could be put into such a hotbed of wild plants, and not shoot forth a few twigs herself? I can't make out. You might as well send her to a dance, and tell her not to wag a foot. And pray what's become of Mr. Harleigh? I've nowhere seen his fellow. He was the most of a manly gentleman that ever fell in my walk. And your poor ailing mamma, Squire Ireton, has she got the better of her squeamish fits? She was deuced bad aboard, and not much better ashore. And that demoiselle, the black-skinned girl with the fine eyes and nose, where's she, too? Have you ever heard what became of her?" Ellis, who every moment expected this question, had prepared herself to listen to it with apparent unconcern, but Selina, tittering, and again running up to her and pinching her arm, asked whether it were not she that droll man meant by the black-skinned girl. "She was a good funny girl, faith," continued Riley. "I was prodigiously diverted with her, yet we did nothing but quarrel, though I don't know why. But I could never find out who she was. I believe the devil himself could not have made her speak." The continual little laughs of Selina, whom no supplications of Ellis could keep quiet, now attracted the notice of Lady Kendover, which so palpably increased the confusion of Ellis, that the attention of her ladyship was soon transferred to herself. "She was but an odd fish, I believe, after all," Riley went on. "For one day, when I was sauntering along Oxford Street, whom should I meet but the noble Admiral, the only one of our set I have seen till this moment since I left Dover. And when we talked over our adventures, and I asked him if he knew anything of the demoiselle, how do you think she had served him? She's a comical hand, faith, only guess." Ellis, now apprehensive of some strange attack, involuntarily looked at him with as much amazement and attention as he began to excite in all others who were near him, while Mrs. Maple, personally alarmed, demanded whether the Admiral had found out that any fraud had been practised upon him by that person. "Fraud? Ay, fraud enough," cried Riley. "She chews him neatly out of the hire of her place in the diligence, besides that guinea that we all saw him give her." Ellis now coloured deeply, and Ireton, heartily laughing, repeated the word "choosed?" while Mrs. Maple, off all guard, looked fiercely at Ellis and exclaimed, "This is just what I have all along expected, and who can tell who else may have been pilfered? I protest I don't think myself safe yet." This hasty speech raised a lively curiosity in all around, for all around had become listeners, from the loud voice of Riley, who now related that the Admiral, having paid the full fare for bringing the black-skinned girl to town, had called at the inn at which the stage puts up in London, to inquire, deeming her a stranger, whether she were safely arrived, and there he had been informed that she had never made use of her place. Ellis had no time to dwell upon the cruel but natural misconstruction, from the change of her plan, which had thus lost her the good opinion of the benevolent Admiral. The speech which followed from Mrs. Maple was yet more terrific. "I have not the least doubt, then," said that lady, in a tone of mingled triumph and rage, that she put the money for her place into her pocket, as well as the guinea, while she wheedled Mrs Ireton into bringing her up to town gratis, for I was all along sure she was an adventurer and an impostor, with her blacks and her whites and her double face. She stopped abruptly, recollecting the censure to which anger and self-importance were leading her, of having introduced into society a creature of whom, from the origin of any knowledge of her, she had conceived so ill an opinion. But while the various changes of complexion produced in Ellis by this oration were silently marked by Lady Kendover, and drew from Lady Barbara the most affectionate inquiries whether she were indisposed, the Miss Crawleys, who heard all that passed with their customary search of mirth, whether flowing from the ridiculous, the singular, or the mischievous, now clamorously demanded what Mrs Maple meant by the double face, the blacks, and the whites. "Oh, no matter," answered Mrs Maple, stammering. "'Tis not a thing worth talking of." "But the blacks and the whites, and the double face?" cried Miss Crawley. "Ay, the double face, the blacks, and the whites?" cried Miss Di. "The blacks," said Mr Riley, "I understand well enough, but I remember nothing about the double face. Surely the demoiselle could not hodgepodge herself into one of the whites. What do you mean by all that, ma'am?" "Pray ask me nothing about the matter," replied Mrs Maple, impatiently. "I am not at all accustomed to talk of people of that sort." "Why, how's all this?" cried Riley. "Have any of you met with the demoiselle again?" Mrs Maple would not deign to make any further reply. He addressed himself to Ireton, who only laughed. "Well, this is droll enough, it is, faith. I begin to think the demoiselle has appeared amongst you again. I wish you'd tell me, for I should like to see her of all things, for old acquaintance' sake. She was but a dowdy piece of goods, to be sure, but she had fine eyes, and a fine nose, and she amused me prodigiously, she was so devilish shy." "You believe, then," said Ireton, excited, not checked by the palpable uneasiness of Ellis, "that if you saw her again, you should know her?" "Know the demoiselle? Ay, from 100, with her beautiful black marks and insignia of the order of fisticuffs." "Look for her, then, man, look for her." "I shall want small compulsion for that, I promise you, but where am I to look? Is she here?" Ireton nodded. "Nay then, Master Ireton, since you bid me look, lend me, at least, some sort of spectacles that may help me see through a mask, for I am sure, if she be here, she must wear one." "Are you sure that, if you should see her without one, you should not mistake her?" "Yes, faith I am." "What will you bet upon it?" "What you will, Squire Ireton. A guinea to a half-crown." Mrs Maple, alarmed now, for her own credit, desired Ireton to inquire whether her carriage were ready. But Ireton, urged by an unmeaning love of mischief, which ordinarily forms a large portion of the common cast of no character, would not rest till he had engaged Riley in a wager that he could make him look his demoiselle full in the face, without recollecting her. Riley said that he should examine every lady, now, one by one, and take special note that she wore her own natural visage. He began with the jocund Miss Crawleys, whose familiar gaiety, which deemed nothing indecorous that afforded them sport, encouraged him, by its flippant enjoyment, to proceed to others. But he no sooner advanced to Ellis than she turned from his investigation, in so much disorder, that her kind young friend, Lady Barbara, inquired what was the matter. She endeavoured to control her alarm, cheerfully answering that she was well, but Riley no sooner caught the sound of her voice than, riotously clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "'Tis the demoiselle! Faith, 'tis the demoiselle herself! That's her voice! And those are her eyes! And there's her nose! It's she, faith! And so here are the whites, and the double face!" A laugh from Ireton confirmed his suggestion, while the change of countenance in Ellis satisfied all who could see her that some discovery was made, or impending, which she earnestly wished to conceal. Mrs Maple, scarcely less disconcerted than herself, inquired again for her carriage. "Faith, this is droll enough, it is, faith," cried Riley, when his first transport of surprise subsided. "So the demoiselle is a beauty, after all, and the finest harp player to boot on this side King David." Ellis, dreadfully distressed, silently bowed down her head. "I should like to have a model of her face," continued Riley, "to find out how it's done. What a fine fortune she may rise if she will take up a patent for beauty-making. I know many a dowager that would give half she is worth for the secret. I should think you would not be sorry yourself, Mrs. Maple, to have a little touch of the art. It would not do you much harm, I can tell you, ma'am." The scornful looks of Mrs. Maple alone announced that she heard him, and the disturbed ones of Ellis made the same confession, but both were equally mute. "You'll pay for your sport, I can tell you, Master Ireton," Riley triumphantly went on, "for I shall claim my wager. But pray, demoiselle, what's become of all those plasters and patches, as well as the black coat over the skin? One could see nothing but eyes and nose. And very handsome eyes and nose they are. I don't know that I ever saw finer, I don't, faith. However, ladies, you need none of you despair of turning out beauties, in the long run, if she'll lend you a hand. For the ugliest signora among you ain't so frightful as poor demoiselle was when we first saw her, with her bruises and scars and bandages." Overwhelmed with shame at this disgraceful and, in public, unanswerable attack, Ellis, utterly confounded, was painfully revolving in her mind what vindication she might venture to offer, and whether it were better to speak at once, or afterwards and individually, when, at the intimation of these deceits and disguises, the whole party turned towards her with alarmed and suspicious looks, and then abruptly arose to depart, Lady Kendover taking the hand of her young niece, who still would have fondled Ellis, leading the way. Miss Arbe alone, of all the society to which Ellis was known, personally fearing to lose her useful mistress, ventured to whisper, "Good morning, Miss Ellis. I'll call upon you tomorrow," while all others, with cast-up eyes and hands, hurried off, as if contagion were in her vicinity. Riley, claiming his wager, followed Ireton. Petrified at her own situation, Ellis remained immovable till she was roused from her consternation by a familiar offer from Sir Lisle Sycamore to attend her home. Fearful of fresh offence, she recovered from her dismay to rise, but when she saw that the bold baronet was fixed to accompany her, the dread of such an appearance to any one that she might meet after the disastrous scene in which she had been engaged, frightened her into again sitting down. Sir Lisle stood, or sauntered before her, meaning to mark her, to the gentleman who still lingered, observant and curious, in the room, as his property, till Mr. Tedman, coming back from an inner apartment, begged, in the civilest manner, leave to pass and carry a glass of white wine negus to the young music-player, which he had saved out of a bowl that he had been making for himself. "Oh, by all manner of means, sir," cried Sir Lisle, sneeringly giving way. "Pray don't let me mar your generosity." Ellis declined the negus, but, rejoicing in any safe and honest protection, entreated that Mr. Tedman would have the goodness to order one of his servants to see her home. Sir Lisle, sneeringly, and again placing himself before her, demanded to play the part of the domestic, and Mr. Tedman, extremely disconcerted, as well as disappointed by the rejection of his negus, hung back ashamed. Ellis now, feeling a call for the most spirited exertion to rescue herself from this impertinence, begged Mr. Tedman to stop, and then, addressing the young baronet with dignity, said, "If, as I believe, I have the honour of speaking to Sir Lisle Sycamore, he will rather, I trust, thank me than be offended that I take the liberty to assure him that he will gratify the sister of his friend, gratify Lady Aurora Granville, by securing me from being molested." Had she named Lord Melbury, the ready suspicions of libertinism would but have added to the familiarity of the baronet's pursuit. But the mention of Lady Aurora Granville startled him into respect, and he involuntarily bowed, as he made way for her to proceed. She then eagerly followed Mr. Tedman out of the room, while Sir Lisle merely vented his spleen, by joining some of his remaining companions in a hearty laugh, at the manners, the dress, the age, and the liberality of her chosen esquire. End of chapter 25. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 26 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 26. The shock given to Ellis by this scene of apparent detection and disgrace prevented not Mr. Tedman from exulting at a mark of preference, which he considered as a letting down to what he called the quality. He ordered his footman to see Miss safe to her lodging, and regretted that he could not take her to it in his own coach, "which I would certainly, my dear, do," he said, "but for the particularity of my daughter, who will never consent to the most minimous thing in the world but what she thinks will be agreeable to the quality." Ellis passed the rest of the day in the most severe inquietude, ruminating upon the ill effects that would probably result from an attack which she had been so little able to parry. Vainly she expected Miss Arbe, from whom alone she had any hope of support, and the apprehension of being forsaken even by her professed patroness made the thought of appearing before Lady Kendover grow seriously formidable. But all fears were trifling compared to the consternation with which they terminated, when, the next day, while fancying that every sound would prove the chaise of Miss Arbe, hour after hour passed, without any carriage, any message, and finally the night closed in by the reception of a note from the steward of Lady Kendover, to demand the account of Miss Ellis, as Lady Barbara Frankland did not purpose to take any more lessons. The abruptness of this dismissal, and the indelicacy of sending it through a domestic, were not more offensive to the feelings of Ellis than the consequences to be expected from such a measure of hostility were menacing to her present plan of existence. She was still deliberating in what manner to address some sort of self-justification to Lady Kendover, when a similar note arrived from the butler of Lady Aramede. The indignant sensations which these testimonies of utter contempt excited in Ellis were embittered by every kind of perplexity. She had not courage to present herself to any other of her scholars, while uncertain whether she might not meet with treatment equally scornful, and in this state of depression and panic she rejoiced to receive a visit, the following morning, even from Miss Bydel, as some mark of female countenance and protection. Yet the opening to this interview seemed not very propitious. Miss Bydel, instead of ascending the stairs as usual, seated herself with Miss Matson, and sent for Ellis, who obeyed the call with extreme ill will, conscious how little fit for a milliner's shop was either what she might be called upon to say, or what she might be constrained to hear. Miss Bydel failed not to take this opportunity of making sundry inquiries into the manner in which Ellis passed her time, whom she saw, whither she went, what sort of table she kept, and what allowance she made for the trouble which she gave to the servants. "Well, my dear," she cried, "this is but a bad affair, this business of the day before yesterday. I have been to Mrs. Maple, and I have worked out the truth at last, though nobody would believe the pains it cost me before I could sift it to the bottom. However, the most extraordinary part is, that when all came to all, she did not tell me who you were, for she persists she don't know so much as know it herself." The surprise of the milliners and the disturbance of Ellis were alike unheeded by Miss Bydel, whose sole solicitude was to come to the point. "Now the thing I principally want to know, my dear, is whether this is true, for though I would not for ever so much doubt Mrs. Maple's word, this is such a prodigious old thing that I can't give it the least credit." Ellis, in much confusion, besought that she would have the goodness to walk upstairs. No, we are very well here. Only be so kind as to let me know why you make such a secret of who you are. Everybody asks me the question, go where I will, and it's making me look no better than a fool, to think I should be at such an expense as to hire a harp for a person I know nothing of." Affrighted at the effect which this display of her poverty, and detection of its mystery, might produce upon her hostess,
Ellis was again entreating for a tete-a-tete, when Mr. Riley, descending from his room to pass through the shop, exclaimed, "Aha! The demoiselle! Why, I never had the pleasure to meet you down here before, ma'am."
"Well, if this is not the gentleman who told us all those odd things about you at the concert," cried Miss Bydel, "I should not be sorry to speak a word or two to him myself. You are one of the passengers, I think, sir, who came over in the same boat with Mrs. Maple, and glad enough you must have been to have got back, though I suppose you are only there upon business, sir?"
"Not a whit, madam, not a whit, faith. I never make bad better. I make that a rule. I always state the worst, that is to say the truth, in my own case as well as in my neighbours'."
"Why then, pray, sir, if it's no secret, what might be the reason of your going over to such a place?"
"Curiosity, madam, neither more nor less. I was agog to know what those famous monsieurs were about, and whether there were any revolution really going forward amongst them or not. For I used often to think they invented tales here in England, basking by their own firesides, that had not an atom of truth in them. I thought so, faith, but I paid for my scepticism. I was cast into prison by Master Robespierre, a demon of an attorney, that now rules the roost in France, without knowing what the devil it was for, while I was only gaping about me to see what sort of a figure Monsieur would make as a liberty boy. But I shall be content to look after my own liberty in future, I shall, faith. So one's never too old to learn, as you may find yourself, madam, if you'll take the trouble to cross the little canal on a visit to Master Robespierre. He'll teach you gratis, I give you my word, if you have a fancy to take a few lessons. He won't mind your age of a fig any more than he did mine, though I imagine you to be some years my senior."
"I don't know what you may imagine, sir," said Miss Bydel, "but you can't know much of the matter, I think, if you have not seen my register."
"Nay, madam, you may just as well be my junior, for any knowledge I have about it. Women look old so much sooner than men, that there is no judging by the exterior."
"Well, sir, and if they do, I don't know any great right you have to call them to account for it." "Bless me, sir," cried Miss Matson, "if you knew Miss Ellis all this time, why did you ask us all so many questions about her, as if you had never seen her before in your life?"
"Why, I never had, that's the problem that wants solving. Though I had spent a good 7 or 8 hours as near to her as I am to you, I never had seen her before."
"Oh, you mean because of her disguise, I take it, sir," said Miss Bydel. "But I heard all that at the very first from Miss Selina Joddrell. But Miss Eleanor told us it was only put on for escaping, so I thought no more about it, for Mrs. Maple assured us she was a young lady of family and fashion, for else she would never, she said, have let her act with us. And this we all believed easily enough, as Mrs. Maple's own nieces were such chief performers, so that who could have expected such a turn all at once, as fell out the day before yesterday, of her proving to be such a mere nothing?" Ellis would now have retired, but Miss Bydel, holding her gown, desired her to wait.
"Faith, madam, as to her being a mere nothing," said Riley, "I don't know that any of us are much better than nothing, when we sift ourselves to our origin. What are you yourself, ma'am, for one?"
"I, sir? I'm descended from a gentleman's family, I assure you. I don't know what you mean by such a question."
"Why, then you are descended from somebody who was rich without either trouble or merit, for that's all that your gentleman is, as far as belongs to birth. The man amongst your granddads who first got the money is the only one worth praising. And he, who was he? Why, someone who baked sugar or brewed beer better than his neighbours, or who slashed and hewed his fellow creatures with greater fury than they could slash and hew him in return, or who culled the daintiest herbs for the cure of gluttony, or filled his coffers with the best address in emptying those of the knaves and fools who had been set together by the ears. Such, ma'am, are the origins of your English gentlemen."
"That, sir, is as people take things. But the most particular part of the affair here is that here is a person that we have got in the very midst of us without so much as knowing her name. For, would you believe it, Miss Matson, they tell me she had no name at all, till I gave her one, for I was the very first person that called her Miss Ellis, and so here I have been a godmother without going to a christening." Miss Matson expressed her surprise, with a look towards Ellis that visibly marked a diminution of respect, while one of the young women, who had fetched Ellis a chair, at the back of which she had been courteously standing, now freely dropped into it herself. But pray, sir, as we are upon the subject, continued Miss Bydel, give me leave to ask what you have thought of this Miss we don't know who at the beginning.
Faith, madam, I had less to do with her than any of them. The demoiselle and I did not hit it off together at all. I could never get her to speak for the life of me. Ask what I would, she gave me no answer. I was in a devil of an ill humour with her sometimes. But I hope the demoiselle will excuse that. I was so plaguy qualmish. For when a man with an empty stomach can't eat but he turns sick, nor fast but he feels his bowels nipped with hunger, he is in no very good temper of mind for being sociable. However, the demoiselle must know but little of human nature, if she fancies she can judge before breakfast what a man may be after dinner.
They were here broken in upon by the appearance of Mr. Tedman, who, gently opening the shop door, and carefully closing it again before he spoke or looked round, was beginning a whispering inquiry after the young music-maker, when, perceiving her, he exclaimed, "Mercy me, why, where were my eyes? Why, my dear, I never happed to light upon you in the shop before, and I often pop in to buy me a bit of ribbon for my pigtail, or some odd little matter or other. However, I have called now on purpose to have a little bit of a chat with you about that consort of music that we was at the day before yesterday." Miss Bydel, in a low voice, inquired the name of this gentleman, and hearing that he was a man of large fortune, said to Ellis, "Why, you seem to be intimate friends together, my dear. Pray, sir, if one may ask such a thing, how long may you and this young person have known one another?" "How long, ma'am? Why, I'd never sat eyes upon Miss a fortnight ago, but she's music learner to my daughter, and they tell me she's one of the best, which I think like enough to be true, for she tootles upon them wires the prettiest of anything I ever heard." "And pray, sir, if you have no objection to telling it, how might she come to be recommended to you, for I never heard Miss Arb mention having the pleasure of your acquaintance."
"Miss Arb? I don't know that ever I heard the lady's name in my life, ma'am. Though if she's one of the quality my daughter has, I make small doubt, for she sets great store upon knowing the names of all the quality, put in case she can light upon anybody that can count them over to her. But the way I heard of this music miss was at the bookshop, where my daughter always makes me go to subscribe, that our names, she said, may come out in print, with the rest of the gentry. And there my daughter was put upon buying one of those tootling things herself, for she heard say as a young lady was come over from France, that learns all the quality. So that was enough for my daughter, for there's nothing the mode like coming from France. It makes anything go down. And 'twould be a remarkably cheap job, they said, for the young lady was in such prodigious want of cash, as one Miss Bydel, her particular friend, told us in the shop, that she'd jump at any price, put in case she could but get paid. So upon that—"
The narration was here interrupted by Sir Lisle Sycamore, who, having caught a glimpse of Ellis through the glass door, entered the shop with a smile of admiration and pleasure, though at the sight of Mr. Tedman it was changed into one of insolence and derision. With a careless swing of his hat, and of his whole person, he negligently said that he hoped she had caught no cold at the concert, or at least none beyond what the cakes, the bread and butter, or the negus of her gallant and liberal admirer had been able to cure. Mr. Tedman, much affronted, mumbled the gilt head of his cane. Ellis gravely looked another way, without deigning to make any answer, and Riley exclaimed, "Oh, faith, if you expect a reply from the demoiselle, except she's in a talking humour, you'll find yourself confoundedly out in your reckoning, you will, faith. Unless you light upon something that happens to hit her taste, you may sail from the North Pole to the South, and return home by a voyage round the world before she'll have been moved to squeeze out a syllable." The young baronet, disdaining the plain appearance and rough dialect and manners of Riley, nearly as much as he despised the more civil garrulity and meanness of Tedman, was turning scoffingly upon his heel, when he overheard the latter say, in a low voice to Ellis, "Suppose we two go upstairs to your room to have our talk, my dear, for I don't see what we get by staying down with the quality, only to be made game of." Highly provoked, yet haughtily smiling, "I see," said the baronet,
For whose interest I am to apply, if I wish for the honour of a private audience?" "Well, if you do," said Mr. Tedman, muttering between his teeth, "it's only a sign Miss knows I would not misbehave myself." Sir Lisle now, not able to keep his countenance, went to the other end of the shop, and pitched upon the prettiest and youngest of Miss Matson's workwomen, to ask some advice relative to his cravats. Mr. Tedman, in doubt whether this retreat were the effect of contempt, or of being worsted, whispered to Ellis, "One knows nothing of life, as one may say, without coming among the quality. I should have thought, put in case anybody had asked me my opinion, that that gentleman was quite behindhand as to his manners, for I'll warrant it would not be taken well from me if I was to behave so, but anything goes down from the quality by way of politeness." "Sir Lisle Sycamore," said Miss Bydel, who was as hard, though not as bold, as himself, "if it won't be impertinent, I should be glad to know how you first got acquainted with this young person, for I can't make out how it is so many people happen to know her. Not that I mean in the least to dive into anybody's private affairs, but I have a particular reason for what I ask, so I shall take it as a favour, Sir Lisle, if you'll tell me." "Most willingly, ma'am, upon condition you will be so kind as to tell me, in return, whether this young lady is under your care." "Under my care, Sir Lisle? Don't you know who I am, then?" The supercilious smile said no. "Well, that's really odd enough. Did you not see me with Mrs. Maple at that blind harper's concert?" "Faith, madam," cried Riley, "when a man has but one pair of eyes, you elderly ladies can't have much chance of getting a look, if a young lass is by. The demoiselle deserves a full pair to herself." "Why, yes, sir, that's true enough," said Mr. Tedman, simpering. "The young lady deserves a pair of eyes to herself. She's well enough to look at, to be sure." "If she has your eyes to herself, sir," said Sir Lisle, contemptuously, "she must be happy indeed." "She should have mine if she would accept them, though I had 100," cried Riley. Ellis, now, was only restrained from forcing her way up the stairs, through the apprehension of exciting fresh sneers, by an offended pursuit of Mr. Tedman. "Don't mind them, my dear," cried Miss Bydel. "I'll soon set them right. If you have any naughty thoughts, gentlemen, relative to this young person, you must give me leave to inform you that you are mistaken. For though I don't know who she is, nor where she comes from, nor even so much as what is her name, except that I gave her myself, without in the least meaning it, still you may take my word for it she is a person of character, for Mrs. Maple herself, though she confessed how the young woman played upon her, with one contrivance after another, to ferret herself into the house, declared for positive that she was quite too particular about her acquaintances to let her stay if she had not been a person of virtue. And besides, Sir Lisle, my young Lord Melbury—" At this name Ellis started and changed colour. "My young Lord Melbury, Sir Lisle, as young lords will do, offered to make her his mistress, and I can give you my word for it, she positively refused him. This his young lordship told Mr. Ireton, from whom I had it. That is from Mrs. Maple, which is the same thing. Is it not true, Mrs. Ellis? Or Mrs. something else, I don't know what?" The most forcible emotions were now painted upon the countenance of Ellis, who, unable to endure any longer such offensive discourse, disengaged herself from Miss Bydel, and, no longer heeding Mr. Tedman, hurried upstairs. Sir Lisle Sycamore stared after her for a few minutes with mingled surprise, curiosity, admiration, and pique, and then loitered out of the shop. Riley, shouting aloud, said the demoiselle always amused him, and followed. Mr. Tedman, not daring, after the insinuations of Sir Lisle, to attempt pursuing the young music-maker, produced a paper packet, consisting of almonds and raisins and French plums, saying, "I intended to pop these nice things upon that young miss's table, unbeknown to her, for a surprise, for I did not like to come empty-handed, for I know your young housekeepers never afford themselves little dainties of this kind. So I poked together all that was left out of all the plates after dessert yesterday, when we happened to have a very handsome dinner, because of company. So you be sure to give her the whole, Mrs. Matson. Don't leave 'em about now. They are but tempting things." Miss Bydel remained last, unable to prevail upon herself to depart, while she could suggest a single interrogatory for the gratification of her curiosity. End of chapter 26. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 27 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 27. The retreat sought by Ellis, from a recital as offensive to her ears as it was afflicting to her heart, was not long uninterrupted. Miss Arbe next made her appearance. Gravely, but civilly, she lamented the disturbance at the concert, paradingly assuring Ellis that she should have called sooner, but that she had incessantly been occupied in endeavours to serve her. She had conversed with every one of her scholars, but nothing was yet quite decided as to what would be the result of that strange attack. Poor Mrs. Maple, to whom, of course, she had made her first visit, seemed herself in the utmost distress, one moment repining that she had suffered her charity to delude her into countenancing a person so unknown, and another vindicating herself warmly from all possible imputation of indiscretion by the most positive affirmations of the unblemished reputation of Miss Ellis. And these assertions, most fortunately, had, at length, determined Miss Bydel to support her. For how else, as she justly asked, should she get the money repaid that she had advanced for the harp? And Miss Bydel, continued Miss Arbe, like all other old maids, is so precise about those sort of particulars, that, though she has not the smallest influence with anybody of any consequence, as to anything else, she is always depended upon for that sort of thing. We must not, therefore, show her that we despise her, for she may be useful enough, especially in letting you have the harp, you know, that we may still enjoy a little music together, for I can make her do whatever I please for the sake of my company. Ellis had long known that the civilities which she owed to Miss Arbe had their sole motive in selfishness, but the total carelessness of giving them any other colour became now so glaring that she could with difficulty conceal the decrease either of her respect or of her gratitude. Miss Arbe, however, was but little troubled with that species of delicacy which is solicitous to watch, that it may spare the feelings of others. She continued, therefore, what she had to offer, hurrying to come to a conclusion, as she had not, she declared, 3 minutes to stay. If Lady Kendover, she said, could be brought over, everybody would follow, not excepting Lady Aramede, who was obliged to be so great a niggard, in the midst of her splendid expenses, that she would be quite enchanted to renew her daughter's lessons with so economical a mistress, if once she could be satisfied that she would be sustained by other persons of fashion. But Lady Kendover, who did not wait to be led, protested that she could by no means place her niece again under the tuition of Miss Ellis, till the concert scene should be explained. Miss Arbe then asked whether Ellis would give it any explanation. Ellis dejectedly answered that she could offer no other than that necessity had forced her to disguise herself, that she might make her escape. "Well, but then people say," cried Miss Arbe, "now that your escape is made, why don't you speak out? That's the cry everywhere." Ellis looked down, distressed, ashamed, and Miss Arbe declared that she had not another moment at present for discussion, but would call again to settle what should be done on Monday. Meantime, she had brought some new music with her, which she wished to try, for the time was so unaccountable that she could not make out a bar of it. Ellis heartily felicitated herself upon every occasion by which she could lessen obligations of which she now felt the full weight, and, with the utmost alacrity, took her harp. Miss Arbe here had so much to study, so many passages to pick out, and such an eagerness to practise till she could conquer the difficulties, that she soon forgot that she had not a moment to spare, and 2 hours already had been consecrated to her improvement, when intelligence was brought that Mr. Tedman's carriage was come for Miss Ellis. "You must not accept it for the world," cried Miss Arbe. "If, at the moment, people of distinction are shy of you, you are known to cultivate amongst mechanics and people of that sort, it's all over with you. Persons of fashion can't possibly notice you again." She then added, that, after the scene of the preceding day, Ellis must make it a point to let the first house that she entered be that of somebody of condition. She might go amongst tradespeople as much as she pleased, when once she was established amongst persons of rank, for tradespeople were so much the best paymasters, that nobody could be angry if artists were partial to them. But they must by no means take the lead, nor suppose that they were to have any hours but those that would not suit other people. As she could not, therefore, recommence her career at Lady Kendover's, or at Lady Aramede's, she must try to get received at Miss Sycamore's, or, if that should be too difficult, at the Miss Crawleys, who would object to nothing, as they cared for nobody's opinion, and made it a rule to follow nobody's advice. And this they took so little pains to hide from the world, that their countenance would not be of the least service, but for their living with Sir Marmaduke, who was scrupulosity itself. This being the case, joined to their extreme youth, they had not yet been set down, as they must necessarily be, in a few years, for persons of no weight, and rather detrimental than advantageous to people of no consequence. At present, therefore, Ellis might safely make her court to them, as she could always drop them when they became dangerous, or of no use. And just now she must snap at whoever and whatever could help to bring her again into credit. And the Miss Crawleys, though each of them was as wilful as a spoiled child, as full of tricks as a schoolboy, and of as boisterous mirth as a dairymaid, were yet sisters of a baronet, and born of a very good family, and therefore they would be more serviceable to her than that vulgar Miss Tedman, even though she were an angel. Ellis listened in silent, and scarcely concealed disdain, to these worldly precepts. Yet Miss Tedman was so utterly disagreeable, and the sneers of Sir Lisle Sycamore had added such repugnance to her distaste of the civilities of Mr. Tedman, that she did not attempt opposing the dictatorial proceedings of Miss Arbe, who gave orders that the coachman should be told that Miss Ellis was indisposed, and sent her compliments, but could not wait upon Miss Tedman till the next week. She then again went on with her unacknowledged, but not less, to her tutress, laborious lesson, till she was obliged to hasten to her toilette for her dinner engagement, leaving Ellis in the utmost alarm for her whole scheme, and tormented with 1,000 fears, because unable to fix upon any standard for the regulation of her conduct. The next day was Sunday. Ellis had constantly on that day attended divine worship, during the month which she had spent at Brighthelmstone, and now, to a call stronger than usual for the consolation which it might afford her, she joined in opinion that to stay away, in her present circumstances, might have an air of absconding, or of culpability. She was placed, as usual, in a pew with some other decent strangers, by a fee to the pew opener. But she had the mortification to find, when the service was over, that the dry clear frost of the latter end of March, which had enabled her to walk to the church, was broken up by a heavy shower of rain. She had been amongst the first to hurry away, in the hope of escaping unnoticed, by hastening down the hill on which the church is built, before the higher ranks of the congregation left their pews. But arrived at the porch, she was compelled to stop. She was unprovided with an umbrella, and the rain was so violent that, without one, she must have been wet through in a minute. She would have made way back to the pew which she had quitted, to wait for more moderate weather, but the whole congregation was coming forth, and there was no repassing. She was the more sensibly vexed at being thus impeded, from finding herself, almost immediately, joined by Sir Lisle Sycamore, whose eagerness to speak to her by no means concealed his embarrassment in what manner to address or to think of her. He was making various offers of service, to find the pew opener, to give her a seat to herself, to fetch her a chaise from the nearest inn, or an umbrella from his own carriage, when Mrs. and Miss Brinville, who hurried from their pew the instant that they saw the baronet depart, cast upon them looks of such suspicious disdain, that he deemed it necessary, though he smiled and appeared gratified by their undisguised pique, to walk on with them to their carriage, whispering, however, to Ellis that he should return to take her under his care. Ellis, extremely shocked, could not endure to remain on the same spot, as if awaiting his services. She glided, therefore, into a corner, close to the door, hoping that the crowd, which incommoded, would at least protect her from being seen. But she had not been stationed there a moment before she had the unwelcome surprise of hearing the words, "Why, Mr. Stubbs, if here's not Miss Ellis!" And finding that she had placed herself between young Gooch, the farmer's son, and Mr. Stubbs, the old steward. "Good now, ma'am," the young man cried. "Why, I've never seen you since that night of our all acting together in that play, when you out-topped us all so to nothing. I never saw the like, not even at the real play, and some of the judges said you were not much short of what they be at the grand London theatre itself. I suppose, ma'am, you are pretty well used to acting in France, for they say all the French are actors or dancers, except just them that go to the wars. I should like to know, ma'am, whether they pop off them players and fiddlers at the same rate they do the rest. For if they do, it's a wonder how they can get 'em to go on acting and piping and jiggetting about and such like, if they know they are so soon to have their heads off all the same. You could not get we English now to do so, just before being hanged or shot, but the French ain't very thoughtful. They're always ready for a jig." "I am sorry I had no notice of seeing you here to-day, ma'am," said Mr. Stubbs, "for if I had, I would have brought my bit of paper with me that I have writ down my queries upon about raising the rents in those parts, and the price that land holds in general, and about a purchase that I am advised to make." "But I should like to know, ma'am," resumed Gooch, "whether it's true what I've been told at our club, that your commonest soldier in France, when once he can bring proof he has killed you his dozen or so with his own hand, is made a general upon the spot. If that's the case, to be sure it's no great wonder there's so much bloodshed, for such encouragement as that's enough to make soldiers of the very women and children." "Why, I am told the French have no great head," said Mr. Stubbs, "except for the wars, and that's what makes the land so cheap, for I am told you may buy an estate of 1,000 or 2 acres for an old song, and that's the reason I'm thinking of making a purchase. The only point is how to see the premises without the danger of crossing the seas, and how to strike the bargain." Ellis, thus beset, was not sorry to be joined by Mr. Scope, who, though more formal and tedious than either of the others, was a gentleman, spoke in a lower tone of voice, and attracted less attention. "I am happy, ma'am," he said, "to have met with you again, for I have wished for some time to hold a little discourse with you relative to the rites practised abroad, as to that goddess of reason, that, as I am credibly informed, has been set up by Mr. Roberts Spear. Now I should wish to inquire what good they expect to accrue by proclaiming one day that there is no religion, and then the next day making a new one by the figure of a woman. It is hardly to be supposed that such sort of fickleness can serve to make a government respectable. And as to so many females being called goddesses of reason, for I am assured there are some score of them, one don't very well see what that means. The ladies in general, I speak without offence, as it's out of their line, not being particularly famous for their reason, at least not here, and I should suppose they can hardly be much more so in that light nation. The pagans, it is true, though from what mode of thinking we are now at a loss to discover, thought proper to have reason represented by a female, and that, perhaps, may be the cause of the French adopting the same notion, on account of their ancient character for politeness. though I cannot much commend their sagacity, taken in a political point of view, in putting the female head, which is very well in its proper sphere, upon coping, if I may use such an expression, with the male. This harangue, which Mr. Stubbs and young Gooch, though too respectful to interrupt, waited impatiently to hear finished, might have lasted unbroken for half an hour, if Miss Bydel, in passing by with her brother, to get to her carriage, had not called out, "Bless me, Mr. Scope, what are you talking of there with that young person? Have you been asking her about that business at the Blind Harper's concert? I should be glad to know myself, Miss Ellis, as I call you, what you intend to do next. Have any of your scholars let you go to them again? And what says Miss Arb to all this? Does she think you'll ever get the better of it?" Mr. Bydel, here, begged his sister to invite Mr. Scope to take a place in the carriage. Young Gooch, then, would have renewed his questions relative to the generals, but that, upon pronouncing again her name, Mr. Tedman, who, with his daughter, was passing near the porch, to examine whether they could arrive safely at their carriage, called out, "Well, if you are not here too, my dear! Why, how will you do to get home? You'll be draggled up to your chin if you walk, put in case you haven't got your umbrella and your pattens. But I suppose some of your quality friends will give you a lift, for I see one of 'em just coming. It's Miss Ellis, the music-maker, ma'am," added he, to Lady Aramede, who just then came out with Miss Aramede. "The young girl as teaches our daughters the musics, and she'll spoil all her things, poor thing, if somebody don't give her a lift home." Lady Aramede, without moving a muscle of her face, or deigning to turn towards either the object or the agent of this implied request, walked on in silent contempt. Mr. Tedman, extremely offended, said, "The quality always think they may behave anyhow, and Lady Aramede is not a bit to choose from the worst among them. And even my own daughter," he whispered, "is just as bad as the rest, for she'd pout at me for a month to come, put in case I was to ride you home in our coach, now that the quality's taken miffed you." During this whisper, which Ellis strove vainly to avoid hearing, and which the familiar junction of young Gooch, who was related to Mr. Tedman, rendered more observable, she had the mortification of being evidently seen, though no longer, as heretofore, courteously acknowledged, by all her scholars and acquaintances. Miss Sycamore, the heartiest, passed, staring disdainfully in her face. Mrs. Maple, the most cowardly, and who was accidentally at Brighthelmstone, pretended to have hurt her foot, that she might look down. The Miss Crawleys screamed out, "The Ellis! The Ellis! Look, the Marmaduke! 'Tis the Ellis!" Sir Marmaduke, turning back to address Miss Arb, said with concern, "Is it possible, madam, 'tis the Ellis, the elegant Ellis, that can join such low company?" Miss Arb shrugged her shoulders, crying, "What can one do with such people?" Lady Kendover's eyes kept carefully a straightforward direction, while Lady Barbara, whom she held by one hand, incessantly kissed the other at Ellis with ingenuous and undisguised warmth of kindness, an action which was eagerly repeated by Selina, who closely followed her ladyship. Ireton, who brought up the rear, quitted the group to approach Ellis, and say, "I am positively quite confounded, my dear Ellis, at the mischief my confounded giddiness has brought about. I had not an idea of it, I assure you. I merely meant to play upon that confounded queer fellow, Riley. He's so cursed troublesome, and so confounded free, that I hate him horribly. That's all, I assure you." Ellis would make no answer, and he was forced to run after Selina. The rain being now much abated, the congregation began to disperse, and Mr. Tedman was compelled to attend his daughter. But he recommended the young music-maker to the care of his cousin Gooch, whose assistance she was declining, when she was again joined by Sir Lisle Sycamore, with a capacious umbrella, under which he begged to be her escort. She decidedly refused his services, but he protested that, if she would not let him walk by her side, he would follow her, like an Indian slave, holding the umbrella over her head, as if she were an Indian queen. Vexed and displeased, and preferring any other protection, She addressed herself to old Mr. Stubbs, who still stood under the porch, and begged him to have the kindness to see her home. Mr. Stubbs, extremely flattered, complied. The other candidates vainly opposed the decision. They found that her decree was irrevocable, and that, when once it was pronounced, her silence was resolute. Mr. Stubbs, nevertheless, had by no means the enjoyment that he expected from this distinction, for Ellis had as little inclination as she had spirit to exert herself for answering the numerous inquiries relative to lands and rents which he poured into her ears. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 28 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 28. Harassed and comfortless, Ellis passed the remainder of the day in painful recollections and apprehensive forebodings, though utterly unable, either by retrospection to avoid, or by anticipation to prepare for the evils that she might have to encounter. The next morning Miss Arbe came to her usual appointment. Though glad, in a situation so embarrassed, to see the only person whom she could look upon as a guide, her opinion of Miss Arbe, already lowered during that lady's last visit, had been so completely sunk from her joining in the cry raised at the church, that she received her with undisguised coldness, and an open remonstrance against the cruel injustice of ascribing to choice circumstances the most accidental, and a position as unavoidable as it had been irksome and improper. Miss Arbe, who came into the room with a gravely authoritative air, denoting that she expected not simply a welcome, but the humblest gratitude for the condescension of her visit, was astonished by the courage and disconcerted by the truth of this exhortation. She was by no means ignorant how unpleasantly Ellis might have been struck by her behaviour at the church, but she thought her in a condition too forlorn to feel, much less to express, any resentment. And she meant, by entering the chamber with an wholly uncustomary importance, to awe her from hazarding any complaint. But the modesty of Ellis was a mixture of dignity with humility. If she thought herself oppressed or insulted, the former predominated. If she experienced consideration and kindness, she was all meek gratitude in return. But when, by the steadiness of her representation, Miss Arbe found her own mistake, and saw what firmness could exist with indigence, what spirit could break through difficulty, she disguised her surprise, and changed, with alertness, the whole of her manner. She protested that some other voice must have been taken for hers, declared that she had always thought nobody so charming as Miss Ellis, rallied against the abominable world for its prejudices, warmly renewed her professions of regard, and then rang the bell to order her footman to bring up a little parcel of music from her coach, which she was sure would delight them both to try together. Ellis suffered the music to be fetched, but, before she would play it, entreated Miss Arbe to spare a few minutes to discourse upon her affairs. "What, madam, am I to do now? 'Tis to your influence and exertions I am indebted for the attempt which I have made to procure that self-dependence which I so earnestly covet. I shall always be most ready to acknowledge this obligation, but permit me to solicit your directions, and, I hope, your aid, how I may try to allay the storm which accident has so cruelly raised around me, but which misconception alone can make dangerous or durable." "Very true, my dear Ellis, if everybody judged you as justly as I do. But when people have enemies—" "Enemies?" repeated Ellis, amazed. "Surely, madam, you are not serious? Enemies? Can I possibly have any enemies? That, in a situation so little known, and so unlikely to be understood, I may have failed to create friends, I can easily indeed conceive. But, offending no one, distressed, yet not importune, and seeking to obviate my difficulties by my exertions, to supply my necessities by my labours, surely I cannot have been so strangely, so unaccountably unfortunate as to have made myself any enemies. Why, you know, my dear Miss Ellis, how I blamed you from the first for that nonsense of telling Miss Brinville that she had no ear for music. What could it signify whether she had or not? She only wanted to learn that she might say she learnt, and you had no business to teach but that you might be paid for teaching. And is it possible, madam, that I can have made her really my enemy, merely by forbearing to take what I thought would be a dishonourable advantage of her ignorance of that defect? Nay, she has certainly no great reason to be thankful, for she would never have found it out, and I am sure nobody else would ever have told it her. She is firmly persuaded that you only wanted to give Sir Lisle Sycamore an ill opinion of her accomplishments, for she declares that she has seen you unceasingly pursuing him, with all the wiles imaginable. One time she surprised you sitting entirely aloof at the Welshman's benefit, till he joined you. Another time she caught you waiting for him in the aisle of the church, and in short— Miss Arbe, cried Ellis, interrupting her, with undisguised resentment, if Miss Brinville can be amused by inventing, as well as propagating, premeditated motives for accidental occurrences, you must permit me to decline being the auditress, if I cannot escape being the object of such fictitious censure. Miss Arbe, somewhat ashamed, repeated her assurances of personal good opinion, and then, with many pompous professions of regard and concern, owned that there had been a discussion at Lady Kendover's, after church time on Sunday, which had concluded by a final decision, of her ladyship's, that it was utterly impossible to admit a young woman, so obscurely involved in strange circumstances, and so ready to fall into low company, to so confidential a kind of intercourse as that of giving instructions to young persons of fashion. Everybody else, of course, would abide by her ladyship's decision. And therefore, my dear Ellis, she continued, I am excessively sorry, but our plan is quite overset. I am excessively sorry, I assure you, but what can be done? However, I have not above 3 minutes to stay, so do let us try that sweet adagio. I want vastly to conquer the horrid long bars of that eternal cadenza. Ellis, for a few moments, stood almost stupefied with amazement at so selfish a proposition, at the very instant of announcing so ruinous a sentence. But disdain soon supplied her with philosophy, and scorning to make an appeal for a consideration so unfeelingly withheld, she calmly went to her harp. When Miss Arbe, however, rose to be gone, she begged some advice relative both to the debts which she had contracted, and those which she was entitled to claim. But Miss Arbe, looking at her watch, and hurrying on her gloves, declared that she had not a second to lose. I shall see you, however, she cried, in quitting the chamber, as often as possible. I can find 1,000 pretences for coming to Miss Matson's, without anybody's knowing why, so we can still have our delightful little musical meetings. The contempt inspired by this worldly patroness, so intent upon her own advantage, so insensible to the distress of the person whom she affected to protect, occupied the mind of Ellis only while she was present. The door was no sooner shut than she felt wholly engrossed by her own situation, and her disappointment at large. This scheme, then, she cried, is already at an end. This plan for self-dependence is already abortive, and I have not my disappointment only to bear. It is accompanied with disgrace, and exposes me to indignity. Deeply hurt, and strongly affected, how insufficient, she exclaimed, is a female to herself! How utterly dependent upon situation, connections, circumstance! How nameless, how forever fresh springing are her difficulties, when she would owe her existence to her own exertions! Her conduct is criticized, not scrutinized. Her character is censured, not examined. Her labours are unhonoured, and her qualifications are but lures to ill will. Calumny hovers over her head, and slander follows her footsteps. Here she checked herself. Candour, the reigning feature of her mind, repressed her murmurs.
Involved as I am in darkness and obscurity, she cried, ought I to expect milder judgment? No, I have no right to complain. Appearances are against me, and to appearances are we not all either victims or dupes? She now turned her thoughts to what measures she must next pursue, but felt no chance of equally satisfying herself in any other attempt. Music was her favourite study, and in the practice of that elegant, grateful, soul-soothing art, she found a softening to her cares, that momentarily, at least, lulled them to something like forgetfulness. And though this was a charm that could by no means extend to the dull and dry labour of teaching, it was a profession so preferable to all others, in her taste, that she bore patiently and cheerfully the minute, mechanical, and ear-wearing toil of giving lessons to the unapt, the stupid, the idle, and the wilful. For such, unhappily, are the epithets most ordinarily due to beginners in all sciences and studies. The necessity, however, of adopting some plan that should both be speedy and vigorous was soon alarmingly enforced by a visit from Miss Matson, who civilly, but with evidently altered manners, told her that she had a little account to settle with some tradesmen, and that she should take it as a favour if her own account could be settled for her lodgings. There are few attacks to which we are liable that give a greater shock to upright and unhackneyed minds than a pecuniary demand which they know to be just, yet cannot satisfy. Pride and shame assault them at once. They are offended by a summons that seems to imply a doubt of their integrity, while they blush at appearing to have incurred it by not having more scrupulously balanced their means with their expenses. She suffered, therefore, the most sensible mortification from her inability to discharge, without delay, a debt contracted with a stranger, upon whose generosity she had no claim, upon whose forbearance she had no tie. Far from having this power, she had other bills to expect which she as little could answer. The £20 of Lady Aurora were already nearly gone, in articles which did not admit of trust, and in the current necessaries which her situation indispensably and daily required. She feared that all the money which was due to her would be insufficient to pay what she owed, or at least would be wholly employed in that act of justice, which would leave her, therefore, in the same utter indigence as when she began her late attempt. Her look of consternation served but to stimulate the demands of Miss Matson, which were now accompanied with allusions to the conversation that had been held in the shop, between Miss Bydel and Mr. Riley, relative to her poverty and disguise, that were designedly offensive. Ellis, with an air grave and commanding, desired to be left alone, calmly saying that Miss Matson should very speedily be satisfied. The impulse of her wishes was to have recourse to the deposit of Harleigh, that her answer to this affront might be an immediate change of lodging as well as payment. But this was a thought that scarcely outlived the moment of its formation. "Alas!" she cried, "he who alone could serve me, whose generosity and benevolence would delight in aiding me, has put it out of my power to accept his smallest assistance. Had my friendship contented him, how essentially might I have been indebted to his good offices!" She was here broken in upon by one of the young apprentices, who, with many apologies, brought, from the several tradespeople, all the little bills which had been incurred through the directions of Miss Arbe. However severely she was shocked, she could not be surprised. She wrote immediately to communicate these demands to Miss Arbe, stating her distress, and entreating that her late scholars might be urged to settle their accounts with the utmost expedition. She felt her right to make this application to Miss Arbe, whose advice, or rather insistence, had impelled her into the measures which produced her present difficulties. Her request, therefore, though urged with deference and respect, had a tone which she was sure could not justly be disputed. She wished earnestly to address a few words to Lady Kendover, of such a nature as might speak in her favour to her scholars at large.
But so many obstacles were in the way, to her giving any satisfactory explanation, that she was obliged to be contented with silent acquiescence. Miss Arbe sent word that she was engaged, and could not write. The rest of the day was passed in great anxiety, but when the following also wore away, without producing any reply, she wrote again, proposing, if Miss Arbe had not time to attend to her request, to submit it to Miss Bydel. In about half an hour after she had sent the second note, Mr. Giles Arbe desired to be admitted, that he might deliver to her a message from his cousin. She recollected having heard, from Selina, that he was a very absent but worthy old man, and that he had the very best temper of any person breathing. She did not hesitate, therefore, to receive him, and his appearance announced, at once, the latter quality, by a smile the most inartificial, which was evidently the emanation of a kind heart, opening to immediate goodwill at sight of a fellow creature. It seemed the visible index of a good and innocent mind, and his manners had the most singular simplicity. His cousin, he said, had desired him to acquaint her that she could not call because she was particularly engaged, and could not write because she was particularly hurried. And whenever I have a commission from my cousin, he continued, I always think it best to deliver it in her own words, for 2 or 3 reasons, one of which is that my own might not be half as good, for she is the most accomplished young lady living, I am told, and my other reasons you'll do me a favour by not asking me to mention. I may at least infer then, sir, that when less hurried and less engaged, Miss Arbe means to have the goodness to come, or to write to me? I don't doubt it. Those ladies that she don't like should see her with you, can hardly keep watching her all day long. What ladies, sir? Oh, I must not mention names, returned he, smiling. My cousin charged me not. My fair cousin likes very well to be obeyed. But may be, so do you, too. For they tell me it's not an uncommon thing among ladies. And if that's the case, I shall find myself in a dilemma, for my cousin has the best right, and yet, what have you done to me that I should deny you what you ask me? Then looking earnestly, but with an air so innocent that it was impossible to give offence, in her face, he added, My cousin has often told me a great many things about you, yet she never mentioned your being so pretty. But may be she thought I might find it out. Ellis inquired whether he were acquainted with the nature of her application to Miss Arbe. He nodded an assent, but checking himself from confirming it, cried, My cousin bid me say nothing, for she will have it that I always mention things that should not be told, and that makes me very careful, so I hope you won't be angry if you find me rather upon my guard. Ellis disclaimed all inquisitive designs, beyond desiring to know whether Miss Arbe meant that she should discuss her situation with him, and receive his counsel how she should proceed. My cousin never asks my counsel, he answered. She knows everything best herself. She's very clever, they tell me. She often recounts to me how she surprises people. So does her papa. I believe they think I should not discover it else. And I don't know but they are in the right, for I am a very indifferent judge. But I can't make out, with that gentle air of yours, and so pretty a face, how you can have made those ladies take such a dislike to you. A dislike, sir? Yes, Lady Aramide talks of you with prodigious contempt, and... Ellis, colouring at this word, hung back, evidently declining to hear another, but Mr. Giles, not remarking this, went on. And Miss Burnville can't endure you neither. It's a curious thing to see what an angry look comes over her features when she talks of you. Do you know the reason? I flatter myself it is not to be known, sir. Certainly I am innocent of any design of offending her. Why then perhaps she does not know what she has taken amiss herself, poor lady. She is only affronted and can't tell why. It will happen so sometimes to those pretty ladies when they begin going a little downhill. And they can't help it. They don't know what to make of it themselves, poor things. But we can see how it is better, we lookers on. He then seated himself upon an armchair, and leaning back at his ease, continued talking, but without looking at Ellis, or seeming to address her. "I always pity them the moment I see them, those pretty creatures, even when they are in their prime. I always think what they have got to go through, after seeing everybody admire them, to see nobody look at them, and when they cast their eyes on a glass, to find themselves every day changing, and always for the worse. It is but hard upon them, I really think, when they have done nothing to deserve it. It is but a short time ago that Miss Brinville was almost as pretty as this young harp player here." "Sir!" cried Ellis, surprised. "Ma'am?" cried he, starting and looking round, and then, smiling at himself, adding, "I protest I did not think of your being so near me. I had forgot that, but I hope you won't take it ill." "By no means," she answered, and asked whether she might write a few lines by him to Miss Arbe. He willingly consented. She then drew up an animated representation to that lady of the irksome situation into which she was cast, from the evident distrust manifested by Miss Matson, and the suspicious speed with which the other bills had been delivered. She meant to send her small accounts immediately to all her scholars, and entreated Miss Arbe to use her interest in hastening their discharge. When she raised her head to give this, with an apology, to Mr. Giles, she saw him unfolding some small papers, which he began very earnestly to examine. Not to interrupt him, she took up some needlework, but, upon looking, soon after, at the chimney-piece, she missed the packet which she had placed there, of her bills, and then, with the utmost surprise, perceived that it was in his hands. She waited a few instants, in expectation that he would either put it down, or make some excuse for his curiosity, but he seemed to think of nothing less. He sorted and counted the bills, and began casting them up. "Have you then the goodness, sir," said Ellis, "to prepare yourself for acquainting Miss Arbe with the state of my affairs?" He started again at this question, and looked a little scared, but after a minute's perplexity he suddenly arose, and hastily refolding and placing them upon the chimney-piece, said, with a good deal of confusion, "I beg your pardon 1,000 times. I don't well know how this happened, but the chimney-piece looks so like my own, and the fire was so comfortable, that I suppose I thought I was at home, and took that parcel for one that the servant had put there for me. And I was wondering to myself, when I had ordered all those linens and muslins and the like, I could not recollect one article of them." He then, after again begging her pardon, took leave. While Ellis was ruminating whether this strange conduct were the effect of absence, oddity, or curiosity, he abruptly returned, and said, "I protest I was going without my errand at last. Did you bid me tell my cousin that all those bills were paid?" "All paid? Alas, no, not one of them." "And why not? You should always pay your bills, my dear." Ellis looked at him in much perplexity, to see whether this were uttered as a sneer, or as a remonstrance, but soon perceived, by the earnestness of his countenance, that it was the latter, and then, with a sigh, answered, "You are undoubtedly right, sir. I am the first to condemn all that appears against me, but I made my late attempt with the persuasion that I was as secure of repaying others as of serving myself. I would not else have run any risk where I should not have been the sole sufferer." "But what?" said he, staring and shutting the door, and not seeming to comprehend her. "What is the reason that you can't pay your bills?" "A very simple reason, sir. I have not the power." "Not the power? What, are you very poor, then?" Ellis could not forbear smiling, but seeing him put his hand in his pocket, hastened to answer, "Yes, sir, but very proud, too. I am sometimes, therefore, involved in the double distress of being obliged to refuse the very assistance I require." "But you would not refuse mine?" "Without a moment's hesitation." "Would you indeed? And from what motive?" Again Ellis could scarcely keep her countenance at a question so unexpected, while she answered, "From the custom, sir, of the world, I have been brought up to avoid all obligations with strangers." "How so? I don't at all see that. Have you not an obligation to that linen draper, and hosier, and I don't know who there, upon your chimney-piece, if you take their things, and don't pay for them?" yet more struck with the sense of unbiased equity manifested by this question, than by the simplicity shown by that which had preceded it, Ellis felt her face suffused with shame, as she replied, "I blush to have incurred such a reprimand, but I hope to convince you, by the exertions which I shall not a moment delay making, how little it is my intention to practise any such injustice, and how wide it would be from my approbation." She sat down, sensibly affected by the necessity of uttering this vindication. "Well then," said he, without observing her distress, "won't it be more honest to run in debt with an old bachelor, who has nobody but himself to take care of, than with a set of poor people who, perhaps, have got their houses full of children?" The word honest, and the impossibility of disproving a charge of injuring those by whom she had been served, so powerfully shocked her feelings in arraigning her principles, that she could frame no answer. Conceiving her silence to be assent, he returned to the chimney-piece, and, taking the little packet of bills, prepared to put it into his pocket-book, but hastily then, rising, she entreated him to restore it without delay. Her manner was so earnest that he did not dare contest her will, though he looked nearly as angry as he was sorry. "I meant," he said, "to have given you the greatest pleasure in the world. That was what I meant. I thought your debts made you so unhappy that you would love me all your life for getting them off your hands. I loved a person so myself, who paid for some tops for me when I was a boy, that I had bought for some of my playmates, without recollecting that I had no money to pay for them. However, I beg your pardon for my blunder, if you like your debts better." He now bowed to her, with an air of concern, and wishing her health and happiness, retreated, but left her door wide open, and she heard him say to the milliners, "My dears, I have made a great mistake. I wanted to set that pretty lady's heart at rest by paying her bills, but she says she had rather owe them, though she did not mention her reason. So I hope the poor people are in no great hurry. However, whether they be or not, don't let them torment her for the money, for she says she has none, so 'twould only be plaguing her for nothing. And I should be sorry for her, for she looks as if she were very smart, besides being so pretty." End of chapter 28. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 29 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 29. Ellis, for some minutes, hardly knew whether to be most provoked or diverted by this singular visit, but all that approached to amusement was short-lived. The most distant apprehension that her probity could be arraigned was shocking, and she determined to dedicate the evening to calculating all that she had either to pay or to receive, and sooner to leave herself destitute of every means of support, but such as should arise from day to day, than hazard incurring any suspicion injurious to her integrity. These estimates, which were easily drawn up, afforded her, at once, a view of her ability to satisfy her creditors, and of the helpless poverty in which she must then remain herself. Her courage, nevertheless, rose higher, from the conviction that her honour would be cleared. She was thus employed, when, late in the evening, Miss Arbe, full dressed, and holding her watch in her hand, ran upstairs. "I have but a quarter of an hour," she cried, "to stay, so don't let us lose a moment. I am just come from dining at Lady Kendover's, and I am going to an assembly at the Sycamores. But I thought I would just steal a few minutes for our dear little Lyre. You can give me your answer, you know, as I am going downstairs. Come quick, my dear Miss Ellis. 'Tis such a delight to try our music together." "My answer, madam?" cried Ellis, surprised. "I had hoped for yours. And, as you will, probably, meet all the ladies to whom you have had the goodness to mention me at Miss Sycamore's, I entreat—" "I am so dreadfully hurried,"
cried she, unrolling her music, that I can't say a word of all that now. But we'll arrange it, and you can tell me how you like our plan, you know, as I am putting up my music and going. But we can't possibly play the harp while I am drawing on my gloves and scampering downstairs. This logic, which she felt to be irrefutable, she uttered with the most perfect self-complacency, while spreading her music, and placing herself at the harp. But once there, she would neither say nor hear another word, and it was equally in vain that Ellis desired an explanation of the plan to which she alluded, or an answer to the petition which she had written herself. Miss Arbe could listen to no sounds but those produced by her own fingers, and could balance no interests but those upon which she was speculating, of the advantages which she should herself reap from these continual, though unacknowledged, lessons. And Ellis found all her painful difficulties how to extricate herself from the distresses of penury, the horror of creditors, and the fears of want, treated as but minor considerations, when put in competition with the importance of Miss Arbe's most trivial and even stolen improvement. She saw, however, no redress. Displeasure was unnoticed, distaste was unheeded, and she had no choice but to put aside every feeling, and give her usual instructions, or to turn a professed protectress into a dangerous and resentful enemy. She sat down, therefore, to her business. The quarter of an hour was scarcely past before Miss Arbe started up to be gone, and, giving her music to Ellis to fold while she drew on her gloves, cried, "Well, you can tell me now what I must say to Lady Kendover. I hope you like my scheme?" Ellis protested herself utterly ignorant what scheme she meant. "Bless me," she cried, "did not my cousin tell you what I've been doing for you? I've quite slaved in your service, I can assure you. I never made such exertions in my life. Everybody had agreed to give you up. It's really shocking to see how people are governed by their prejudices. But I brought them all round. For, after Lady Aurora's letter, they none of them could tell what to resolve upon, till I gave them my advice. That, indeed, is no unusual thing to happen to me. So few people know what they had best do." This self-eulogium having elated her spirits, her haste to depart sufficiently slackened to give her time to make a farther demand, whether her cousin had executed her commission. Ellis knew not even that he had had any to execute. "Well," she cried, "that old soul grows more provoking every day. I have resolved 1,000 times never to trust him again, only he is always at hand, and that's so convenient. One does not know how to resist making use of him. But he really torments me more than anything existing. If he had literally no sense, one should not be so angry. But when it's possible to make him listen, he understands what one says well enough. And sometimes, which you will scarcely believe, he suddenly utter something so keen and so neat that you'd suppose him all at once metamorphized into a wit. But the fact is, he is so tiresomely absent that he never knows what he does, nor hears what one says. At breakfast he asks whether there is nothing more coming for dinner. At dinner he bids his servant get ready his nightcap and slippers, because he shall eat no supper. If anybody applies to him for a pinch of snuff, he brings them an armchair. If they ask him how he does, he fetches his hat and cane, buttons his greatcoat up to his chin, and says he is ready to attend them. If they inquire what it is o'clock, he thanks them for their kindness, and runs over a list of all his aches and pains. And the moment anybody enters the room, the first word he commonly says to them is good-bye." Ellis earnestly begged to know what was meant by the letter of Lady Aurora. Miss Arbe again declared herself too much hurried to stay, and spent more time in censuring Mr. Giles for not having spared her such a loss of it, than would have been required for even a minute recital of the business which he had forgotten. Ellis, however, at length learnt that Miss Arbe had had the address to hit upon a plan which conciliated all interests, and to which she had prevailed upon Lady Kendover to consent. "Her ladyship's name," she continued, "with my extensive influence, will be quite enough to obtain that of everybody else worth having at Brighthelmstone. And she was vastly kind indeed, for though she did it, she said, with the extremest repugnance, which, to be sure, is natural enough, not being able to imagine who or what she serves, Yet, in consideration of your being patronized by me, she would not refuse to give you her countenance once more. Nothing in the world could be kinder. You must go immediately to thank her.' 'Unhappily, madam,' answered Ellis, colouring, 'I have too many obligations of my own unrepaid, to have the presumption to suppose I can assist in the acknowledgements of others; and this plan, whatever it may be, has so evidently received the sanction of Lady Kendover, solely to oblige Miss Arbe, that it would be folly, if not impertinence, on my part, to claim the honour of offering her ladyship my thanks.' Miss Arbe, whose watch was always in her hand, when her harp was not, had no time to mark this discrimination. She went on, therefore, rapidly with her communication. 'Lady Kendover,' she said, 'has asserted that if Miss Ellis had been celebrated in any public line of life, there would be less difficulty about employing her. But as she had only been seen or noticed in private families, it was necessary to be much more particular as to her connections and conduct, because, in that case, she must of course be received upon a more friendly footing, and with a consideration of confidence by no means necessary for a public artist. If, therefore, all were not clear and satisfactory—' Ellis, with mingled spirit and dignity, here interrupted her. 'Spare me, madam, this preamble, for both our sakes, for though the pain it causes is only mine, the useless trouble, pardon me, will be yours. I do not desire, I could not even consent to enter any house where to receive me would be deemed a disgrace.' 'Oh, but you have not heard my plan. You don't know how well it has all been settled. The harp professor now here, a proud, conceited old coxcomb, full of the most abominable airs, but a divine performer, wants to obtrude his daughter upon us, in your place, though she has got so cracked a voice, that she gives one the headache by her squeals. Well, to make it his interest not to be your enemy, I have prevailed with Lady Kendover to desire him to take you in for one of his band, either to play or sing at the great concert room.' Ellis, amazed, exclaimed, 'Can you mean, madam, can Lady Kendover mean, to propose my performing in public?' 'Precisely that. 'Tis the only way in the world to settle the business, and conquer all parties.' 'If so, madam, they can never be conquered; for never, most certainly never, can I perform in public.' 'And why not? You'll do vastly well, I dare say. Why should you be so timid? 'Tis the best way to gain your admission into great houses, and if your performance is applauded, you'll have as many scholars as you like, and you may be as impertinent as you will. Your humility, now, won't make you half so many friends, as a set of airs and graces, then, will make you partisans.' 'I am much obliged to you for a recommendation so powerful, madam,' answered Ellis, drily, 'but I must entreat you to pardon my inability to avail myself of it, and my frank declaration that my objections to this plan are unsuperable.' Miss Arbe only treated this as an ignorant diffidence, scarcely worth even derision, till Ellis solemnly and positively repeated that her resolution not to appear in public would be unalterable. She then became seriously offended, and, slightly wishing her good night, ran down stairs, without making any other answer to her inquiry, concerning the request in her note, than that she knew not what it meant, and could not stay another moment. Ellis, now, was deeply disturbed. Her first impulse was to write to Lady Aurora, and implore her protection; but this wish was soon subdued by an invincible repugnance to drawing so young a person into any clandestine correspondence. Yet there was no one else to whom she could apply. 'Alas!' she cried, 'how wretched a situation! And yet, compared with what it might have been... Ah, let me dwell upon that contrast! What then can make me miserable?' With revived vigour from this reflection, she resolved to assume courage to send in all her accounts, without waiting any longer for the precarious assistance of Miss Arbe. But what was to follow? When all difficulty should be over with respect to others, how was she to exist herself? Music, though by no means her only accomplishment, was the only one which she dared flatter herself to possess with sufficient knowledge, for the arduous attempt of teaching what she had learnt. Even in this she had been frequently embarrassed. All she knew upon the subject had been acquired as a dilettante, not studied as an artist, and though she was an elegant and truly superior performer, she was nearly as deficient in the theoretical, as she was skilful in the practical part of the science of which she undertook to give lessons. Wide is the difference between exhibiting that which we have attained only for that purpose, from the power of dispensing knowledge to others. Where only what is chosen is produced, only what is practised is performed, where one favourite piece, however laboriously acquired, however exclusively finished, gains a character of excellence, that, for the current day, and with the current throng, disputes the prize of fame, even with the solid rights of professional candidates, the young and nearly ignorant disciple may seem upon a par with the experienced and learned master. But to disseminate knowledge by clearing that which is obscure, and explaining that which is difficult, to make what is hard appear easy, by giving facility to the execution of what is obtruse to the conception, to lighten the fatigue of practice by the address of method, to shorten what requires study by anticipating its result, and while demonstrating effects to expound their cause by the rules of art, to hide the want of science, and to supply the dearth of genius by divulging the secrets of embellishments. These were labours that demanded not alone brilliant talents, which she amply possessed, but a fund of scientific knowledge, to which she formed no pretensions. Her modesty, however, aided her good sense, in confining her attempts at giving improvement within the limits of her ability. And rare indeed must have been her ill fortune, had a pupil fallen to her lot, sufficiently advanced to have surpassed her powers of instruction. But this art, the favourite of her mind, and in which she had taste and talents to excel, must now be relinquished. And drawing, in which she was also, though not equally, an adept, presented the same obstacles of recommendation for obtaining scholars as music. Her theatrical abilities, though of the first cast, were useless, since from whatever demanded public representation her mind revolted, and her original wish of procuring herself a safe and retired asylum by becoming a governess to some young lady, was now more than ever remote from all chance of being gratified. "How few," she cried, "how circumscribed are all the attainments of women, and how much fewer and more circumscribed still are those which may, in their consequences, be useful as well as ornamental to the higher or educated class! Those through which, in the reverses of fortune, a female may reap benefit without abasement! Those which, while preserving her from pecuniary distress, will not aggravate the hardships or sorrows of her changed condition, either by immediate humiliation, or by what, eventually, her connections may consider as disgrace." Thus situated, she could have recourse only to the dull, monotonous, and cheerless plan, from which Miss Arbe had turned her aside, that of offering her services to Miss Matson as a needlewoman. Her first step, upon this resolution, was to send back the harp to the music shop. Since no further hope remained of recovering her scholars, she would not pay her court to Miss Arbe at the expense of Miss Bydel. She next dispatched her small accounts to Lady Candover, Lady Aramede, Miss Sycamore, Miss Brinville, the Miss Crawleys, and Miss Tedman. But notwithstanding her poverty, she desired to be allowed to have instructed Selina simply from motives of gratitude. To give up her large apartment was her next determination, and she desired to speak with Miss Matson, to whom she made known her intention, soliciting, at the same time, some employment in needlework. This was a measure not more essential than disagreeable. "Mercy, ma'am!" Miss Matson cried, seating herself upon the sofa. "I hope, at least, you won't leave my first floor before you pay me for it. And as to work, what is the premium you mean to propose to me?" Ellis answered that she could propose none. She desired only to receive and to return her work from day to day. Looking at her, now, with an air extremely contemptuous, Miss Matson replied that that was by no means her way, that all her young ladies came to her with some handsome premiums, and that she had already 8 or 9 upon her list, more than she was able to admit into her shop. Ellis, affrighted at the prospect before her, earnestly inquired whether Miss Matson would have the kindness to aid her in an application elsewhere, for some plain work. "That, ma'am, is one of the things the most difficult in the world to obtain. Such loads of young women are out of employ, that one's quite teased for recommendations. Besides which, your being known to have run up so many debts in the town, you'll excuse me, ma'am, makes it not above half reputable to venture staking one's credit, after all those droll things that Mr Riley, you know, ma'am, said to Miss Bydel." Ellis could bear no more. She promised to hasten her payment, and begged to be left alone. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 30 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 30. Ellis had but just cast herself, in deep disturbance, upon a chair, when her door was opened, without tapping or any previous ceremony, by Mr Giles Arbe, who smilingly inquired after her health, with the familiar kindness of an intimate old friend; but, receiving no immediate answer, gave her a nod that said, "Don't mind me," and, sitting down by her side, began talking to himself. Roused by this interruption, she begged to know his commands. He finished his speech to himself, before he took any notice of hers, and then, very good-humouredly, asked what she wanted. "May I hope," she cried, "that you have the goodness to bring me some answer to my note?" "What note, my pretty lady?" "That which you were so obliging as to undertake delivering for me to Miss Arbe." He stared and looked amazed, repeating, "Note? What note?" But when, at last, she succeeded in making him recollect the circumstance, his countenance fell, and leaning against the back of his chair, while his stick, and a parcel which he held under his arm, dropped to the ground. "I am frightened to death," he cried, "for fear it's that I tore last night to light my little lamp." Then, emptying everything out of his pockets, "I can soon tell, however," he continued, "because I put the other half back, very carefully, determining to examine what it was in the morning, for I was surprised to find a folded note in my pocket, but I thought of it no more afterwards, from that time to this." Collecting, then, the fragments, "Here," he continued, "is what is left." Ellis immediately recognized her handwriting. "I protest," cried he, in great confusion, "I have never above twice, or thrice perhaps, in my life, been more ashamed. And once was when I was so unfortunate as to burn a gentleman's stick, a mighty curious sort of cane, that I was unluckily holding in my hand, just as the fire wanted stirring, and not much thinking at that moment, by great ill luck, of what I was about, I poked it into the middle of the grate, and not a soul happened to take notice of it, any more than myself, till it made a prodigious crackling, and all that was not consumed split into splinters. I never was so out of countenance in my life. I could not make a single apology, so they all thought I did not mind it. Do you think so too now? For I am very sorry I tore your note, I assure you." Ellis readily accepted his excuse. "Well, and another time," he continued, "I had a still worse accident. I was running after an ill-natured gnat that had stung a lady, with my hand uplifted to knock him down, and, very unluckily, after he had led me a dance all over the room, he darted upon the lady's cheek, and in my hurry to crush him, I gave her such a smart slap at the face that it made her quite angry. I was never so shocked since I was born. I ran away as fast as I could, for I had not a word to say for myself." He then began relating a third instance, but Ellis interrupted him, and again desired to know his business. "Good, true," cried he, you do well to put me in mind, for talking of one thing makes a man sometimes forget another. It's what has happened to me before now. One isn't always upon one's guard. I remember once my poor cousin was disappointed of a chaperone to go with her to a ball, after being dressed out in all the best things that she had in the world, and looking better than ever she did before in her life, as she told me herself, and she asked me to run to a particular friend, to beg that she would accompany her, instead of the one that had failed her. So I set off as fast as possible, for I saw that she was in a prodigious fidget, not much caring, I suppose, to be dizened out, and to put on her best looks, to be seen by nobody but her papa and me, which is natural enough, for her papa always thinks her pretty, and as to me, I don't doubt but she may be so neither, though I never happen to take much notice of it.
Well, sir, to our business?
Cried Ellis. Well, when I arrived at this friend of my cousin's, I met there a friend of my own, and one that I had not seen for 15 years. I had so prodigious much to say to him, that it put all my poor cousin's fine clothes and best looks out of my head. And I'm quite ashamed to own it, but we never once ceased our confabulation, my old friend and I, till, to my great surprise, supper was brought upon the table. I was in extreme confusion indeed, for, just then, somebody asked me how my cousin did, which made me recollect my commission. I told it in all haste to the lady, and begged, so urgently, that she would oblige my cousin, who would never forgive me for not delivering my message sooner, if I carried a refusal, that, at last, I persuaded her to comply. But I was so abashed by my forgetfulness that I never thought of mentioning the ball, so that when she arrived, all in her common gear, my poor cousin, who supposed that she had only waited for her hairdressers and shoemakers, looked at her with as much amazement as if she had never seen her before in her life. And the lady was prodigiously picked not to be received better, so that they were upon the very point of a quarrel, when they discovered that all the fault was mine. But by the time that they came to that part, I was so out of countenance, you would have judged that I had done it all on purpose. I was frightened out of my wits, and I made off as fast as possible, and when I got to my own room, there was not a chair nor a table that I did not put against the door, for fear of their bursting the lock. They were both of them in such prodigious passions to know why I had served them so, and yet the whole time I was as innocent of it as you are, for I never once thought about either of them, never in my life.
Again Ellis inquired what were his commands, frankly avowing that she was too much engrossed by the melancholy state of her own affairs to attend to any other.
What then, I'm afraid those poor people ain't paid yet.
A poorer person, sir, as I believe and hope, answered she, sighing, than any amongst them is unpaid also. They would not else have this claim upon your compassion.
What, have you got any bad debts yourself?
Inquire, sir, of Miss Arb, and if you extend your benevolence to representing what is due to my creditors, it may urge her to consider what is due to me.
Does anybody owe you any money, then?
Yes, sir, and as much as will acquire all I myself owe to others.
What is the reason, then, that they don't pay you?
The want of knowing, sir, the value of a little to the self-supported and distressed. The want, in short, of consideration.
Bad, that ain't right, cried he. I'll put an end to it, however, rising hastily. I'll make my cousin go to every one of them. They must be taught what they should do. They mean very well, but that's of no use if they don't act well, too. And if my cousin don't go to them, I'll go myself.
He then quitted the house, in the greatest haste, leaving behind him his parcel and his stick, which were not perceived till his departure. Ellis knew not whether to lament or to rejoice at this promised interference, but wholly overset by these new and unexpected obstacles to providing for her immediate subsistence, she had no resource but to await with patience the effect of his efforts. The following day, while anxiously expecting him, she was surprised by another visit from Miss Arb, who, with an air as sprightly as her own was dejected, cried, "Well, I hope this new plan will make an end of all our difficulties. You have had time enough, now, to consider of it, for I have such a little minute always to stay, that I can never pretend to discuss 100 pros and cons, though indeed I flatter myself 'tis impossible your scruples should still hold out. But where in the world have you hid your harp? I have been peeping about for it ever since I came in. And my music, have you looked it over? Is it not delightful?
I long to play it with you. I tried it 20 times by myself, but I could not manage it. But everything's so much easier when one tries it together, that I dare say we shall conquer all those horrid hard passages at once. But where's your harp? Tell me, however, first what you decide about our plan, for when once we begin playing, there's no thinking of anything else. If it be the concert you mean, madam, I can only repeat my thanks, and that I can never, except to those ladies who are, or who would venture to become my pupils, consent to be a performer. What a thousand pities, my dear Ellis, to throw away your charming talents through that terrible diffidence! However, I can't give you up so easily. I must positively bring you round. Only if we stop now, we shan't have a moment for those horrid hard passages. So where's my music, and where have you conjured your harp? The music, she answered, she had neither seen nor heard of. The harp, useless since no longer necessary, she had sent home. The smiles and sprightly airs of Miss Arbe now instantly vanished, and were succeeded by undisguised displeasure. To send back, without consulting her, an instrument that could never have been obtained but through her recommendation, she called an action the most extraordinary. She was too much hurried, however, to enter into any discussion, and must drive home immediately to inquire what that eternal blunderer, her cousin Giles, had done, not only with her note, but with her music, which was of so much consequence that his whole life could not make her amends if it had met with any accident. Ellis had been so far from purporting to cast herself into any dependence upon Miss Arbe, that, upon this unjust resentment, she suffered her to run downstairs without offering any apology. Conceiving, however, that the parcel, left by Mr. Giles, might possibly contain the music in question, she followed her with it into the shop, where she had the mortification of hearing her say, "Miss Matson, as to your debts you must judge for yourself. I can't pretend to be responsible for the credit of everybody that solicits my patronage." With the silent displeasure of contempt, Ellis put the parcel into her hands and retreated. "Why, how's this? Here is my note unopened!" cried Miss Arbe. Ellis, returning, said that she had not seen any note. Miss Arbe declared that she had placed it herself within the pack-thread that was tied round the music, but it appeared that Mr. Giles had squeezed it under the brown paper cover, whence it had not been visible. "And I wrote it," cried Miss Arbe, "purposely that you might be ready with your answer, and to beg that you would not fail to study the passages I marked with a pencil, that we might know how to finger them when we met. However, I shall certainly never trust that monstrous tiresome creature with another commission." She then, accompanied by Miss Bydel, who now entered the shop, and invited herself to be of the party, followed Ellis upstairs, to read the note and talk the subject over. From this note, Ellis discovered that the plan was entirely altered. The Professor was wholly omitted, and she was placed herself at the head of a new enterprise. It was to be conducted under the immediate and avowed patronage of Miss Arbe, upon a scheme of that lady's own suggestion and arrangement, which had long been projecting. A subscription was to be raised amongst all the ladies of any fashion or consequence in or near Brighthelmstone, who, whether as mothers, aunts, guardians, or friends, had the care of any young ladies possessing musical talents. Lady Kendover had consented that her name should be placed at the head of the list, as soon as any other lady of sufficient distinction to be named immediately after her ladyship should come forward. The concert was to be held, alternately, at the houses of the principal subscribers, whose apartments and inclinations should best be suited to the purpose. The young ladies were to perform, by rotation or selection, according as the lady directress of the night, aided by Miss Arbe's counsel, should settle. A small band was to be engaged, that the concert might be opened with the dignity of an overture, that the concertos might be accompanied, and that the whole might conclude with the éclat of a full piece. Ellis, whose advancement, and in whose name, the money was to be raised, that was to pay herself, the other artists, and all the concomitant expenses, was to play upon the harp, and to sing an air, in the course of every act. This plan was far less painful to her feelings than that which had preceded it, since the concert was to be held in private houses, and young ladies of fashion were themselves to be performers. But, though her thanks were graceful and sincere, her determination was immovable. "It is not," she said, "believe me, madam, from false notions of pride, that, because I alone am to be paid, I decline so honourable a method of extricating myself from my present difficulties. My pride, on the contrary, urges me to every exertion that may lead to self-dependence. But who is permitted to act by the sole guidance of their own perceptions and notions? Who is so free, I might better perhaps say so desolate, as to consider themselves clear of all responsibility to the opinions of others?" "Of others? Why do you belong then really to anybody, Mrs Ellis?" cried Miss Bydel. "They must be pretty extraordinary people," said Miss Arbe, contemptuously dropping her eyes, "if they can disprove a scheme that will show your talents to so much advantage, besides bringing you into the notice of so many people of distinction." Then, rising, she would forbear, she said, to trouble her any more, inform Lady Kendover of her refusal, and let Lady Aurora know that her farther interference would be unacceptable. At the name of Lady Aurora, Ellis entreated some explanation, but Miss Arbe, without deigning to make any, hurried to her carriage. Miss Bydel, pouring forth a volley of interrogatories upon the intentions of Ellis, her expectations, and her means, would have remained, but she reaped so little satisfaction that, tired at length herself, she retreated, though not till she had fully caught the intention of Ellis by the following words: "I have been very ready, Mrs Ellis, to serve you in your distress, but I hope you won't forget that I always intended to be disbursed by your music teaching, so if you don't do that any more, I can't see why you won't do this, that you pay me." She then took leave. Ellis was far more grieved than offended by this reprimand, which, however gross, did not seem unjust. "To judge me," she cried, "by my present appearance, my resisting this offer must be attributed to impertinence, ingratitude, or folly; and how can I expect to be judged but by what is seen, what is known? Who is willing to be so generous, who is capable to be so noble, as to believe, or even to conceive, that lonely distress, like mine, may call for respect and forbearance, as well as for pity and assistance? O Lady Aurora, sole charm, sole softener of my sufferings! O liberal, high-minded Harleigh! Why are there so few to resemble you? And why must your virtues and your kindness for me be null? Why am I doomed to seek, so hardly, the support that flies me, yet to fly to the consolation that offers?" End of chapter 30. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 31 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 31. The sole hope of Ellis for extrication from these difficulties hung now upon Mr Giles Arbe, whom she had begun to apprehend had forgotten his promise, when, to her great relief, he appeared. Nothing could be less exhilarating than his air and manner. He looked vexed and disconcerted, sat down without answering the civilities of her reception, sucked, for some minutes, the head of his stick, and then began talking to himself, from time to time ejaculating little broken phrases aloud, such as, "It ain't right. It can't be right. I wish they would not do such things. Fair young creatures, too, some of 'em. Fie, fie. They've no thought. That's it. They've no thought. Mighty good hearts. And very pretty faces, too, some of 'em. But sad little empty heads. Except for their own pleasures. No want of flappers there. Fie, fie." Then, letting fall 2 guineas and a half upon the table, "There, my dear," he cried, in a tone of chagrin,
There's all I've been able to gather amongst all your scholars put together. What they do with their money I don't know, but they are all very poor, they tell me, except Lady Aramede, and she's so rich that she can't possibly attend, she says, to such pitiful claims. Though I said to her, if the sum, ma'am, is too small for your ladyship's notice, the best way to show your magnificence is to make it greater, which will also be very acceptable to this young person. But she did not mind me. She only said that you might apply to her steward at Christmas, which was the time, she believed, when he settled her affairs. But as to herself, she never meddled with such insignificant matters.
Christmas? Repeated Ellis. And 'tis now but the beginning of April.
I went next to the Miss Crawleys, but they only fell a-laughing. All I could say, and all I could do, and all I could represent, only set 'em a-laughing. I never knew what at, nor they neither, but they did not laugh the less for that. One of them stretched her mouth so wide that I was afraid she would have cut her cheek through to her ears, and the other frightened me more still, for she giggled herself so black in the face that I thought she must have expired in a fit, and not one among us knew what it was all for. But the more I stared at them, the louder they laughed. They never stopped till they were so weak that they could not stand, and then they held their sides and were quiet enough, till I happened to ask them if they had done, and that set them off again. They are merry little souls, not very heavy, I believe, in the head. I don't suppose they have a thought above once in a 12-month. He had then applied to their brother. Sir Marmaduke professed himself extremely shocked at the circumstances which had prevented his sisters from profiting longer by the instructions of so fine a virtuosa as the Ellis. But he hoped that something might yet be adjusted for the future, as he was utterly ashamed to offer such a trifle as this account to so accomplished a young person as the Ellis.
I told him then, continued Mr. Giles, that it was no trifle to you, for you were so very poor that you could not pay for your clothes, but I could never obtain any other answer from him than that he had too much consideration for you to think of offering you a sum so unworthy your merit.
This, indeed, is rather singular, cried Ellis, half smiling, that the smallness of my demands should make one person decline paying me from contempt, and another from respect. Next, he related, he went to Miss Brinville, who, with great displeasure, denied, at first, having ever been a scholar of Miss Ellis. The young woman had been with her, indeed, she said, to choose her a harp, or tune it, or something of that sort. But she had found her so entirely unequal to giving any lessons, and the professor, her present master, had so completely convinced her of the poor young woman's ignorance, that it was quite ridiculous to suppose having seen anybody, once or twice, for an odd hour or two, was sufficient for being considered as their scholar.
Upon this, continued Mr. Giles, I told her that if she were not amongst your pupils, she must be amongst your friends, and in that case I doubted not, from your great good nature, you would dispense with her payment.
Well, sir, cried Ellis, laughing, and what said my friend?
Good me, all was changed in a minute. She had never, she said, had such a thought as receiving you but as her music mistress. So then again I demanded the money. For if she is not your friend, said I, you can't expect her to teach you for nothing. But she told me she was just quitting Brighthelmstone, and could not pay you till she got to London. I really can't find out what makes them all so poor, but they are prodigiously out of cash. Those operas and gauzes, I believe, ruin them. They dress themselves so prettily, and go to hear those tunes so often, that they have not a shilling left for other expenses. It ain't right. It can't be right. And so I told her. I gave her some advice. There's a great concert tonight, Miss Brinville, said I. If you take my counsel, you won't go to it, nor to ever another for a week or two to come, and then you can pay this young lady what you owe her, without putting yourself to any difficulty. But she made me no reply. She only eyed me askance, as if she would have liked prodigiously to order me out of the room. I thought I never saw her nose look so thick. I never took so much notice of it before, but it spoils her beauty sadly. After this, I went to Miss Sycamore, and I surprised her playing upon her harp. This is lucky enough, said I. Miss Sycamore, I find you in the act of reaping advantage from the very person who wants to reap advantage from you. So then I demanded your money. But she told me that she has none to spare, and that she could not pay you yet. Why then, said I, Miss Sycamore, you must really give her back her instructions. I thought this would have piqued her, but she won't easily be put out of her way. So she threw her arms round her harp, with the prettiest languishment you can imagine, making herself look just like a picture, and then she played me a whole set of airs and graces, quite ravishing, I protest, and when she had done, "There," she cried, "there, Mr. Arb, those were her instructions. Carry them back." I declare I don't know how I could be angry with her. She did it with such an elegant toss. But it was not right. It could not be right. So I was angry enough, after the first moment. "Pray, Miss Sycamore," said I, "what have you done for this young lady to expect that she should do all this for you? Have you got her any place? Have you procured her any emolument? Have you given her any pleasure? Have you done her any honour?" She had not a word to answer, so she twirled her fingers upon her harp, and sung and played till I was almost ravished again. But I would not give way, so I said, "Miss Sycamore, if she owes you neither place nor profit, neither pleasure nor honour, I should be glad to know upon what pretence you lay claim to her time, her trouble, her talents, and her patience." "Oh, could such a question," cried Ellis, "be put more at large for all the harassed industrious, to all the unfeeling indolent, what reflections might it not excite? What injustice might it not obviate?" "Why, I'll say it anywhere, my dear, if you think it will do any good. I always give my opinion. For I never see what a man has one for, if he must not utter it. However, I could make nothing of Miss Sycamore. Those young ladies who play and sing in public, at those private rooms, of 400 or 500 people, have their poor little heads so taken up, between the compliments of the company when they are in the world, and their own when they are by themselves, that there ain't a moment left them for a little thought." His next visit was to Lady Kendover, by whom he was received, he said, with such politeness, and by whom Ellis was mentioned with so much consideration, that he thought he should quite oblige her ladyship by giving her an opportunity to serve a young person of whom she spoke with so much civility. "Upon which," continued he, "I told her about your debts, and how much you would thank her to be as quick as possible in helping you pay them. But then she put on quite a new face. She was surprised, she said, that you should begin your new career by running into debt, and much more at my supposing that she should sanctify such imprudence by her name and encouragement. Still, however, she talked about her concern and her admiration in such elegant sentences, that, thinking she was coming round, 'Ma'am,' said I, 'as your ladyship honours this young lady with so generous a regard, I hold it but my duty to tell you how you may shew it the most to her benefit. Send for all her creditors, and let them know your ladyship's good opinion of her, and then I don't doubt they'll wait her own convenience for being paid.' Well, all at once her face turned of a deep brick red, as if I had offered her an affront in only naming such a thing. So then I grew very angry indeed, for, as she is neither young nor pretty, there is no one thing to excuse her. If she had been young, one might have hoped she would mend, and if she were pretty, one might suppose she was only thinking of her looking-glass. But her ladyship is plain enough, as well as old, so I felt no scruple to reprimand her. But I gained no ground, for just as I was beginning to cry down the uselessness of that complimentary language, if it meant nothing, she said that she was very sorry to have the honour to leave me, but that she must go and dress for dinner. But then, just as I was coming away, and upon the point of being in a passion, I was stopped by little Lady Barbara, that sweet fine child, who asked me 100 kind questions about you, without paying any regard to the winking or blinking of her Aunt Kendover. She is a mighty agreeable little soul. I have taken a great kindness to her. She let out all their secrets to me, and I should like nothing better than to tell them all to you, only Lady Kendover charged me to hold my tongue. The ladies are very fond of giving that recommendation to us men. I don't know," smiling, "whether they are as fond of giving the example. In particular, she enjoined me not to mention Lady Aurora's being your banker." "Lady Aurora?" "Yes, because my cousin would be quite affronted, for she arranges things, Lady Kendover says, so extremely well, that she deserves to have her own way. She likes to have it, too, I believe, very well." "Lady Aurora, my banker?" Yes, they wrote to Lady Aurora about it, and she sent them word that, if the scheme was agreeable to you, she begged to be considered as responsible for any expenses that you might incur in its preparation.
Lady Aurora, then, approves the plan? Cried Ellis, in much disturbance.
Yes, mightily, I believe, though I am not quite sure, for she desired you might not be pressed, nor hurried, for if, she says, in a letter to Lady Barbara, it is not her own desire, don't let anybody be so cruel as to urge her. We know not her history, and cannot judge her objections, but she is so gently mannered, so sweetly well bred, so inexpressibly amiable, that it is impossible she should not do everything that is right.
Sweet, trusting, generous Lady Aurora! Cried Ellis, while tears gushed fast into her eyes, with strong but delighted emotion. Mr. Giles, I see now what path I may pursue, and you, who are so benevolent, will aid me on the way.
She then entreated him, through the medium of Lady Barbara, to supplicate that the beneficence of Lady Aurora might be exerted in the payment of the debts already contracted, not in obviating new ones, which she felt no disposition to incur.
I'll undertake that with all my heart, my dear, and you'll be sure to have the money for what you like best, because it's a man who is to be your paymaster.
A man?
Yes, for Lady Aurora says that though she shall pay the whole herself ultimately, the draft upon the banker, for the present, must be in the name of her brother.
Ellis changed colour, and, with far deeper emotion, now walked about her room, now seated herself, now hid her face with her hands, and now ejaculated,
How shall I decide?
She then inquired from whom Mr. Giles had received the 2 guineas and the half-guinea which he had put upon the table. From Mr. Tedman. Mr. Tedman, she said, was the only person of the whole set who owed her nothing, but to whom, on the contrary, she was herself indebted, not having yet had an opportunity to clear what he had advanced.
So he told me, cried Mr. Giles, for I don't believe he forgets things of that sort. But he said he had such a regard for you, that he would stand to trusting you with as much again, put in case you would give him your receipt for paying it off in lessons to his daughter. And for this much, in the meanwhile, as you are not by, he consented to take mine.
You are very kind, sir, said Ellis. And Mr. Tedman himself, notwithstanding his deficiency in education and language, is, I believe, really good. Nevertheless, I am too uncertain of my power to continue my musical project, to risk a new bankruptcy of this nature.
She then begged him to take back the money, with the promise that she would speedily settle what yet remained undischarged of the former account. He blamed her warmly.
Mr. Tedman, he said, is rich and good-natured. You are poor and helpless. He ought to give. It's only being just. You ought to accept, or you are only very foolish.
Do not be hasty to blame me, my good Mr. Giles. There are certain points in which every one must judge for himself. With regard to me, I must resist all pecuniary obligations.
Except to poor tradespeople, cried he, nodding a little reproachfully, and those you will let work and toil for you gratis.
Ellis, shocked and struck to the quick, looked deeply distressed. Perhaps, she said, I may be wrong. Justice, certainly, should take place of whatever is personal, however dear or near its interest. She paused, ruminated, irresolute and dissatisfied, and then said, Were I to consult only myself, my own feelings, whatever they may be, should surely and even instantly give way to what is due to others. But I must not imagine that I shall be doomed for ever to this deplorable condition, and those to whom I may yet belong may blame, may resent any measures that may give publicity to my situation. Will not this objection have some weight, sir, to lessen your censure of my seeming insensibility, to claims of which I acknowledge the right?
What then, you think, I suppose, that when your friends come to you, they'll be quite pleased to find you have accepted goods and favours from your shoemaker, and your hosier, and your linen draper, though they would be too proud to let you receive money from the rich and idle. Better sing those songs, my dear, much better sing those songs. Then you'll have money for yourself and everybody. Ellis now breathed hard. Alas, she cried. Justice, reason, common sense all seem against me. If, therefore, Lady Aurora approve this scheme, my fears and my feelings must yield to such a tide. Again, painfully, she paused, and then, sighing bitterly, added, Tell Miss Arbe, sir, to acquaint Lady Candover, let Lady Aurora be informed that I submit to their opinions, and accept, upon their own terms, their benevolent assistance. He held out his hand to her, now with exulting approbation, but she seemed overwhelmed with grief, apprehension, and regret. He looked at her with surprise. Why now, my dear, he said, tenderly, what's the matter with you? Now that you are going to do all that is right, you must be happy. What is right, alas! For me, at least, she cried. I know not. I should not else be thus perplexed, but I act in the dark. The measure in which I acquiesce, I may for ever repent. Yet I know not how else to extricate myself from difficulties the most alarming, and remonstrances, if not menaces, the most shocking. Heavily she sighed, yet definitively she agreed that, since unhappily the debts were incurred, and her want of credit made immediate payment necessary, she could not herself, in combining the whole of her intricate situation, find any plan more eligible than that of performing at this subscription concert. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roxana Nazari.